All-Round Mid Laner Chapter 81 to Chapter 124. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The match began. NTG's captain turned on the voice chat and said, "Let's continue fighting in Tianheng's jungle. Don't let Captain Qi develop." Qi Shua's hero, Pugilist, was relatively weak in the early game. Once equipped, it would be a combination of displacement, crowd control, and burst. The opponent would not be able to leave the tower. Therefore, the strategy of suppressing the jungle could not be changed. This was also the consensus of all the teams in the alliance when fighting in Tianheng. The game interface loaded. After the big update, there was a 1 minute and 30 seconds gap at the start of the game. NTG's 5 players invaded the jungle as a group. They had set up a good view of the river and wanted to steal Qi Shua's mana. Xujiang went to defend in advance and saw their movements. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua immediately went around from their right side, ready to steal the opponent's blue buff. Both sides pulled back and forth for a while. In the end, NTG successfully countered Qi Shua's blue buff. Qi Shua also quickly took down the opponent's blue buff and gave the first blue buff to Yi Xiaoyang. A row of comments popped up in the live stream. Captain Qi was a poor tool again. He gave the first blue buff to the mid laner. The rookie mid laner was treated so well. I hope little brother Omega can make a difference after getting the blue buff. Qi Shua had also played as a tool in the S9 playoffs. Everyone was familiar with Qi Shua's buff. The first blue buff was given to the mid laner, and the first red buff was given to the archer. Other than the support, Qi Shua was the poorest player in the entire game. He was a tool. But it did not matter. A pugilist's crowd control was a Q skill. He did not need to reach level 6 to learn the ultimate move. After Qingxing got the red buff, it was very easy for him to lane. Moreover, he had Xujiang to protect him. It was a 2v2 in the bottom lane. Although Qingxing could not suppress the archer, he had a slight advantage in lane control. Mid lane. NTG's mid laner was having a hard time. This kind of discomfort wasn't because of the other party's crazy suppression, but because of some minor dissatisfaction. The Omega player on the other side was not fierce. Lord of the Abyss had been obediently waiting under the defense tower. It looked like he was steadily clearing the troops. However, every time he released a shadow to clear the troops, he would purposely interfere with the opponent's positioning, causing the opponent to either miss a troop or lose a little HP. Mid-range one-on-one matchups depended on the details. Although the shadow's damage was not high, NTG's mid laner only had about 80% of his HP left after being repeatedly healed by the shadow. On the other hand, Lord of the Abyss, who was hiding under the tower, was still full of HP. NTG's mid laner hesitated for a moment and thought to himself, the opponent has been standing under the tower and playing very cautiously. Perhaps the Omega contestant was this cautious type of player? It didn't have the ferocity of a mage stab at all. Just as he thought of this, 3 black shadows suddenly appeared in front of him, and a black eye mark appeared on top of his head. NTG's mid laner realized that something was wrong and immediately ran away. However, Lord of the Abyss decisively flashed out of the tower and used Great Tendering Strike, instantly killing the opposing mid laner. First blood. When the audience came back to their senses, Lord of the Abyss had already switched places with the black shadows and returned to the bottom of the tower. Everything happened so quickly that many people thought that they were hallucinating. It seemed like Lord of the Abyss had been standing under the tower all this time. How did the opposing mid laner die for no reason? Xie Tian, who was in the audience area, could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, my brother Yang's, Lord of the Abyss, tries not to leave the tower. Once he leaves the tower, he'll kill the opponent. NTG's mid laner was a little confused. The audience watching the live broadcast was also confused. It happened so fast that they could not see it clearly. The 2 commentators were the first to react. They hurriedly said, "Director, let's replay it in slow motion." We saw that during the solo kill in the middle lane, Lord of the Abyss stood under the tower and first released the black shadows to stack the marks. When there were enough marks and the opponent tried to escape, he immediately followed up with a flash and insta-killed the opponent. Then, he returned to the bottom of the tower. That's right. Liaoyang's maneuvering was so smooth. The black shadows were as fast as lightning. It's so cool. The audience in the live broadcast room finally came back to their senses when they saw the slow-motion replay. Solo kill in the middle lane, 666. What the F*** CK, is little Omega bro so fierce? This mid laner was indeed fierce. He flashed and chased after the opponent to kill, he insta-killed the opponent and teleported back to the bottom of the tower. That was so cool. I think I'm going to become a fan of Yi Xiaoyang. After NTG's mid laner was killed, Yi Xiaoyang quickly cleared a wave of soldiers and roamed to the bottom lane. NTG's mid laner immediately gave a warning. Mid lane miss, you guys be careful. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Xujiang, who was at the bottom lane, suddenly used a W skill. White ice crystals bloomed under his feet. The opposing support and archer were frozen in place at the same time. Qingxing immediately attacked from a distance and lowered the health of the opposing two. When the freezing effect was about to disappear, the opposing support and archer were about to retreat. However, Fighter, who had been crouching in the bushes for a long time, moved up and stunned them again with the big sword in his hand. Qi Shua and Xujiang's seamless control and connection created the best opportunity for Yi Xiaoyang to arrive. The ultimate skill of Lord of the Abyss, which he had just killed, had been refreshed, and he had activated the revenge mode of greatly increased magic attack. Yi Xiaoyang's left hand quickly tapped on the keyboard, and his right hand precisely controlled the position of the mouse. 3 black shadows dashed out like the wind and instantly surrounded the two people in front of him. Double kill, Lord of the Abyss, got a double kill. The live audience applauded thunderously. The bullet screen of the live stream was filled with 6,666 comments, mixed with exclamations of "Is Omega bro so fierce?" and infatuated comments about how handsome Tianheng's new mid laner was. Northern Shepherd's Base. Seeing this scene, Zhao Sanan's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. What the F*** CK? Zhao Xingping said coldly, Tianheng's new mid laner is too fast. Yi Xiaoyang's pace was indeed fast. After taking out the opponent's mid laner by surprise, he pushed the minions in the middle lane forward. The opponent's jungler had to make up for this wave of minions. He could then take advantage of the time when the ultimate skill was refreshed and cooperate with his teammates to take down the bottom lane. The effect was not bad. He got a double kill. Qi Shua put a mark on Xiaolong. Prepare Xiaolong. At this time, the 5 NTG players had collectively reached level 6. On Tianheng's side, the jungler Qi Shua was only level 4. However, not only was the mid laner, Lord of the Abyss, already level 7, he also got 1 HP and a double kill. He had 3 kills in hand, and his equipment was much better than their mid laners. They might not be able to beat him in a real team fight. NTG's captain immediately made a decision. Release Xiaolong and go to the top lane to push towers. Tianheng's 4 players fought Xiaolong in the bottom lane, while NTG's 3 players avoided the fight and went to the top lane to push towers. Qinizhu was surrounded by NTG's 3 players and was quickly beaten to a threat of HP. More than half of the top lane's towers were destroyed by them. One more wave of minions would be gone. Qi Shua said, Old Qin, go home. Xiaoyang, get ready to support the top lane. Yi Xiaoyang said, Roger. Qinizhu could not possibly go 1 versus 3 and go home with only a threat of HP left. When they reached the top lane again, the minions had just arrived. The top lane's tower was only left with a bit of HP. NTG's 3 players once again pushed the tower together. At this time, the Lord of the Abyss was not in sight. NTG's mid laner reminded them, pay attention to the bottom lane. The jungler is in the bottom lane. The Lord of the Abyss may have gone over too. The 2 players at the bottom lane immediately became alert. Qinizhu went up and pretended that he could not beat them in a 1v3 and was losing. NTG's 3 players naturally had to push forward. Qinizhu only had a threat of HP left and was about to die. Suddenly, Black Dragon Knight flashed over and used Taunt to control the opposing mid laner and jungler. Then, 3 black shadows appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them again. Double kill. This time, the double kill was taken by Qinizhu. Black Dragon Knight also had a certain amount of DPS after using his ultimate. Together with the mid laner support, Qinizhu, who took the double kill, shouted excitedly, Naz. NTG's players were speechless. What the F*** CK? Didn't Yi Xiaoyang go to the bottom lane? He was hiding in the top lane and acting with the top laner. This time, it could only be said that old Qin's acting was too realistic. Yi Xiaoyang's hiding position was rather sneaky. The opposing three players were too close to the front. Forget about pushing down the tower, they were surrounded by Yi Xiaoyang from the back, allowing old Qin to take 2 kills. This way, NTG could no longer suppress old Qin. At the bottom lane, the combination of Xujiang and Qingxing gradually pushed the opponent's archer and support duo back to the bottom of the tower. Qi Shua arrived in time. It was a 3v2, and the opponent did not dare to take on the team. Xujiang used World of Ice and Snow under the opponent's tower, forcing the opponent to retreat. The minions entered the tower, and Qingxing quickly pushed down the outer tower. This strategy of splitting the mid laner to support the top lane and jungler to support the bottom lane caused NTG to suffer a huge loss. The top lane tower was defended by Old Qin and Yi Xiaoyang, the bottom lane tower was pushed down by Qi Shua, Xujiang, and Qingxing including the first dragon at the beginning of the game. Tianheng's economy was already ahead by 3,000. The mid laner with the highest economy, Lord of the Abyss, even made a 3-piece set. Making a 3-piece set within 10 minutes of the game was a very scary early game advantage. NTG had to find a way to turn the situation around. Otherwise, they would be snowballed and quickly enter the prison bureau. They would not even be able to get out of the high ground. Tianheng's 5 players started pushing the mid laner together. At this time, everyone realized the ingenuity of Tianheng's formation. Frost Goddess' ultimate skill had the widest range of all skills. It could almost cover the entire defense tower. As long as Xujiang placed the ultimate skill under the defense tower, there would be no place for you to stand, let alone defend the tower. NTG's 5 players had no choice but to retreat. The middle lane and outer tower were pushed down again. 15 minutes into the game, it was a very crucial dragon. At this time, NTG's 3 outer towers were all gone. If they let go of this dragon, Tianheng would push forward with the dragon's buff. It was very likely that all of their defense towers would be pushed down, and it would be difficult for them to turn the tables. Therefore, they had to snatch this dragon. In theory, NTG actually had a chance of winning. Because Illusionist was also a spellcaster, he could ambush in advance and instantly kill one of the opponents, creating a 5v4 situation. NTG's jungler, Ninja, also had a very strong burst ability. The two of them went ahead to wait for the boss. Then, from God's perspective, the audience saw Xujiang and Qingxing walking over together. Xujiang cautiously used his skill to scout for the boss. The two opponents reacted quickly as well. The illusionist stunned Qingxing with a W skill. Qingxing had been tortured by Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua every day. It had already become a conditioned reflex. The moment the opponents appeared to attack him, he used Flash. In the end, the 2 NTG players did not manage to kill Qingxing. Qingxing escaped with only a sliver of health left. NTG's captain said, "The opponent's archer only has 1 drop of health left. He'll definitely go home. Let's go 5v4. Let's use the dragon." Tianheng's archer only had a sliver of health left. They probably wouldn't dare to take on this wave, right? NTG's 5 players formed a formation near the dragon. What surprised the netizens was that Tianheng did not retreat when the archer only had a sliver of health left. Instead, they fiercely took the initiative to attack. Qiniju directly used Flash and jumped onto their faces. He used Black Dragon's Roar to taunt the 3 opponents. Almost at the same time as he taunted the opponents, Xujiang's freeze skill was placed right under his feet. The commentator could not help but say, "Beautiful. Seamless combo control. Placing a freeze skill at his teammates' feet. That's his trust in his teammates, right?" If Old Qin couldn't pull someone in this wave, Xujiang's freeze skill would have missed. In the end, Old Qin taunted the 3 opponents. Xujiang's freeze also froze the 3 opponents. Qiniju and Xujiang's combo control was really good. No wonder they were teammates who had been together for 3 years. Next, it was time for Tianheng's mid laner to perform. Yi Xiaoyang's hand speed was off the charts. The 3 shadows of Lord of the Abyss came and went like the wind. In an instant, 6 marks appeared. With the addition of the W skill, Abyss Gaze, another mark appeared. Then, he used his ultimate skill. Double kill, triple kill, the three NTG players were taunted together. The Abyss mark exploded, triggering the AoE explosive damage of the magic equipment. The three fragile players were instantly killed. NTG's tankier top laner and support immediately turned and ran. Xiaoyang said, "Chase, don't let them escape." Qi Shua's fighter quickly moved up 3 times and stunned the opposing top laner. Xiaoyang quickly chased after him with the shadows. At this time, Lord of the Abyss' ultimate skill had been refreshed. With his luxurious equipment, his magic damage was amazing. Even the tankier top laner could not withstand the explosive damage of Spell Spike. Quadruple kill, the ultimate skill was refreshed again. The 3 shadows followed Lord of the Abyss like ghosts. NTG only had 1 player left. Qi Shua once again used his displacement skill to chase after him. With a series of explosive attacks, he killed the opponent. Xiaoyang arrived in time with the shadows. He easily took the opponent's head with a series of combo attacks. Pentakill, NTG team wiped out. The audience's eyeballs almost fell out. The 2 commentators were also stunned. At Northern Shepherd's base, Zhao Sanan's jaw almost couldn't connect. At the same time, Fang Jingqing, Zhou Jiawen, and the others who were watching the game also had very complicated expressions on their faces. The scene fell into a strange silence. Until 2 seconds later, there was a sudden burst of thunderous applause. The 2 commentators also came back to their senses. An unexpected sudden death. Tianheng's top laner and support seamlessly controlled the opponent, providing the best opportunity for Lord of the Abyss to enter the game. Tianheng Liang directly scored a pentakill. This is the first pentakill since the start of the S10 season. Tianhuan Squad's new mid laner, Omega player Xiaoyang, Lord of the Abyss, scored a pentakill. The commentators were so excited that their voices were trembling. The applause in the stadium almost overturned the roof. In the live broadcast, the bullet screen was filled with 6,666 comments. Was this an Omega? My scalp was tingling. Xiaoyang was amazing. I thought he was a cute little O, but I didn't expect him to be so fierce in the game. He was too fierce. In his first game, he directly scored a pentakill and chased people all over the canyon. I'm going to be a fan of this Omega brother. He's so handsome, don't fight with me. I announce that from today onwards, I'm Yang fan. Dalong's team was directly killed. Tianheng led the minions to push down the high ground. NTG team was powerless to reverse the situation and lost the game at the 20-minute mark. Congratulations to Tianhuan Squad for winning the first game. The MVP of this game is undoubtedly Tianheng's new mid laner, Tianheng Liang. A record of 8 kills, 0 deaths, 2 assists, and 40% damage. This new mid laner has brought us a lot of surprises. The first pentakill in the S10 season. Let us once again give Liang a round of applause. In the soundproof room, Xiaoyang had a smile on his face as his hands left the keyboard. Lord of the Abyss, who scored a pentakill in his debut game. This was Xiaoyang's best response to the recent doubts on the internet. Butterfly Spirits reminder, please save it after watching. It will be more convenient to watch it again. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The match just now was a common one in a competition. They had been pushed all the way, and with Dalong's pentakill, NTG's mentality had probably collapsed. Was the professional league so scary? As a team that had just come up from the professional league, they got pentakill in the first match? NTG's team members were pale. They felt like newbies in a bronze game who had encountered a king-level expert. NTG's coach was watching the match from below the stage. He was confused. The second match was about to begin. He came to the soundproof room and carefully thought about his words. He smiled and comforted them. It's okay. The opponent is Tianheng. Qi Shua is a world-class jungler. It's normal to lose, but the problem was, it was not Qi Shua who got pentakill in the last match. It was Tianheng's new Omega mid laner. Everyone could accept Qi Shua's pentakill. After all, Qi Shua had won the world championship before. But to get pentakill from a newbie who had just debuted? What would happen to NTG's face? The coach took a deep breath and said, okay. The match is over. Don't think too much. Everyone, focus. We'll prepare for the next match. At the same time, in Tianhing's soundproof room, Coach Lin, who had been very serious for the past few days, finally smiled. He patted Yi Xiaoyang's shoulder and said, good job. Qingxing also shouted excitedly, my brother Yang is awesome. Qi Shua turned to look at Yi Xiaoyang and met his bright smiling eyes. Pentakill. At such an exciting moment, Xiaoyang was still relatively calm. He was indeed calm. The corner of Qi Shua's mouth curled up slightly as he said gently, that wave just now was very cool. Yi Xiaoyang said, it's because everyone cooperated well. Coach Lin smiled and said, of course, it's also because of everyone's efforts that we won. How are we going to play the second match? Qi Shua said, let's stick to the double C formation. I'll continue to be the tool. Coach Lin looked at him. You're not taking the wild nuclei? Qi Shua said, there's no need to rush to use the tandem to deal with the teams in Division B. It's better to practice the coordination between Xujiang and Qingxing. This round, we'll play around the bottom lane. Coach Lin agreed. Yes, I think so too. Qingxing's performance in the first round was not outstanding. His final output was around 20%, which was not considered outstanding. The main reason was that the archer he had chosen, Snow Lady, was a relatively strong hero in the later stages of the game. In the end, before the game reached the later stages, Yi Xiaoyang had finished it off with a 5-kill in the early stages. This was a sudden death situation where they were wiped out and pushed to the crystal. Not only were the NTG players confused, but Tian Huan was also surprised. Originally, he wanted to fight for 30 minutes, but in the end, it ended after 20 minutes. The second round began. Tianhing's red team and NTG's blue team were given priority to ban. NTG's coach did not hesitate to ban Qi Shua's famous hero, Bloodcloak Thorn, in the first position. Tianhing continued to ban support. NTG's second position, the opposing coach began to hesitate. After a moment of hesitation, they banned Lord of the Abyss. The audience booed. The commentator laughed and said, Lord of the Abyss is indeed in the top lane. He took a 5-kill in the first round. Tianhing's new mid laner is obviously very good at this hero. It's normal for him to be banned in the second round. Yi Xiaoyang was able to push Lord of the Abyss to the top spot in just one match. It's obvious how outstanding his performance was. But this way, Qi Shua's best wild nuclei have been released. Yes, NTG released Stealthed Bandit, one of Qi Shua's famous heroes. A group of people in the bullet screen began to mock. NTG's coach said, can you give me a few more bans? Ha ha ha, there aren't enough bans. In the past, they were all targeting Qi Shua. Now, they realized that Tianhing's Omega mid laner was also quite good. Let's ban a mid laner, it would be too difficult to play Tianhing in the future. What should they ban? Tianhing Liang Fan Club reporting for duty. Little Brother Omega's Lord of the Abyss was banned in just one game. Little Brother Omega is amazing, I'm looking forward to Qi Shua's wild nuclei. However, Tianhing was not in a hurry to pick a jungler. They still chose the bottom lane. In this round, they chose the classic combination of Forest Messenger and Holy Spirit Archer in the bottom lane. They were a healer and a long-ranged archer in the late game. They were chosen to drag out the late game with you. The third position was still top laner. Qiniju's good Black Dragon Knight was chosen again. NTG's coach was a little puzzled. He was still scared when he released Qi Shua's wild nuclei, but Tianhing did not pick one. So, was it because Qi Shua's skill level had dropped, or did Tianhing think that there was no need to pick a wild nuclei? Tianhing still chose junglers and mid laners last. In the end, Qi Shua continued to choose fighter as a tool. Yi Xiaoyang chose a more conventional mid laner, Frost Goddess. This round's lineup was similar to the previous round. The only difference was that Frost Goddess was a support in the previous round. She mainly relied on ice to help her teammates. This round's Frost Goddess was a mid laner and could hit the core. If her equipment was good enough, this mage's damage output would be very terrifying. One big move could destroy heaven and earth. The opposing mid laner against Yi Xiaoyang was Storm Goddess, with a knockback control. the match began. NTG's mid laner once again felt extremely strong pressure. Yi Xiaoyang's Frost Goddess's positioning was very wretched. He could not control his opponent even after releasing 3 tornadoes. However, Yi Xiaoyang could predict his position and use W to freeze him. In this match, Frost Goddess still enjoyed the best treatment. She had a blue buff the entire time and could cast a freeze skill every 10 seconds. NTG's mid laner could not even clear the enemy's army, let alone counterattack. He missed 1 in the first wave of troops, 2 in the third wave. Many spectators could not see the details of the last hit, but to a professional player, being pressured by a last hit was fatal. Because NTG's mid laner missed troops, Yi Xiaoyang's Frost Goddess's economy would always be higher than his. It continued to accumulate, and in the blink of an eye, the mid laner's economy difference had widened to 400 points. There were no kills, no minions. Just by suppressing the enemy's economy, the difference between the two mid laners was obvious. NTG's mid laner opened the game panel and saw that Frost Goddess had already made a pair of boots and a big staff, while he only made a pair of boots and a small necklace. How could he fight? He could only summon the jungler to help. The two of them crouched in the bushes for a while. NTG's mid laner wanted to release tornadoes to blow Frost Goddess to his own tower and finish her off with a combo. However, the moment NTG's mid laner made a move, Frost Goddess seemed to have predicted it and instantly flashed over the wall to escape. The commentator praised, "Beautiful. That flash was very smart." He probably noticed that the jungler on the other side was waiting for him. NTG's mid laner failed to catch him, but the bottom laner exploded with kills. First blood. The kill was taken by Xianxia. Qi Shua went to the bottom lane and stunned the archer on the other side with a Q skill. Xianxia stood at a very long distance and shot quickly, killing the archer with low HP. NTG quickly realized that Tianheng's playstyle in this round was not the same as the previous round. In the previous round, the mid laner was setting the pace. He roamed around quickly to support the top and bottom laners. After the economy recovered, they managed to get 5 kills in the team battle. In this round, the mid laner, Frost Goddess, moved slowly and was relatively clumsy. Therefore, Yi Xiaoyang did not roam around. Instead, he focused on clearing the mid laner and suppressing the tower to suppress the opposing mid laner. Qi Shua roamed around the field and frequently helped the bottom laner. As a tool jungler, he did not need to take kills. He only needed to control the opponent in time and let Xianxia deal damage. Chu Zhang's, Forest Messenger, had healing and crowd control, while Qi Shua's, Fighter, had movement and crowd control. Xianxia was playing the game under the protection of 2 bodyguards. It was extremely comfortable. Holy Spirit Archer had the longest attack range among all the archers. His opponent couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. After Qi Shua stunned his opponent with his 3 transformations, Xianxia could mindlessly shoot. Double kill, double kill. Xianxia was so excited that his eyes lit up. His hands were getting smoother and smoother. Tianheng's game revolved around the bottom lane. The top lane was watching the show while the middle lane was suppressing the tower crazily. 10 minutes into the game, the bottom lane's outer tower was destroyed. The middle lane's outer tower was wiped out by Yi Xiaoyang. NTG's situation gradually turned into a disadvantage. After the outer tower was destroyed, Tianheng started to push the middle lane. NTG wanted to defend for a while. However, Qi Nizhu jumped under the tower and used Black Dragon Roar to crowd control the opposing 2 players. Yi Xiaoyang followed up with 3 feet of frost and froze the opposing 2 players. Xianxia shot wildly from a long distance. In the blink of an eye, the 2 players who were frozen were killed. Holy Spirit Archer was very scary after it was equipped. It killed a squishy player with 3 arrows and killed a tank with 6 arrows. Xianxia had taken a lot of kills in the bottom lane. At this time, he was equipped with attack speed equipment and critical hit equipment. NTG's players could not find where Xianxia was. They could only see arrows being shot at them, one after another. Double kill. Another double kill. The middle lane's outer tower was destroyed. The commentator sighed. NTG's going to lose this game. Holy Spirit Archer is fully developed. If they can't finish it off, their damage will explode in the later game. Moreover, his attack range is very long. They have to send assassins to kill him. but with Forest Messenger's protection, it's hard for assassins to kill him. When playing the Holy Spirit Archer system, they have to suppress the archer in the early game or choose a top laner or jungler with strong killing abilities to kill him. NTG's thinking is a bit messy. The opponent chose the Holy Spirit Archer combo, and the jungler is helping the bottom lane. They should be attacking the bottom lane instead of attacking the middle lane, but you can't blame them. Tianheng's mid laner is suppressing NTG's mid laner so much that he can't get out of the tower. Plus, he got 5 kills in the first game. Once Frost Goddess is fully developed, it won't be easy to deal with in the later game. One big move can wipe out the opponent. It's understandable that the jungler is helping the middle lane. It's hard to be a jungler. Go help the middle lane, the bottom lane is collapsing. Go help the bottom lane, the middle lane is collapsing again. Tianheng's mid laner double C system is really unexpected. The two commentators revealed the truth. NTG was having a hard time in the second game. The mid laner was being suppressed. If he did not help, the mid lane would not be able to defend at all. The jungler had to help the mid laner. But this way, the bottom lane was collapsing, the jungler did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. He could not help 2 positions at the same time. Xianxia in the middle lane fought against the opponent's attack with a 1v2. Qixua in the bottom lane fought 3v2 to destroy the opponent's defense. After NTG was at a disadvantage, the resources in the jungle were quickly plundered by Tianheng. In the middle of the game, they realized in despair that not only did Tianheng's archer develop, but their mid laner also developed. The mid laner with 5 kills had a pair of cooldown boots and 3 staffs. He was equipped with luxurious equipment. It was scary. Xianxia once again showed them what a devil was. In the 5v5 team, the Frost Goddess accurately froze the 3 opponents with a wave of ice. Without the help of teammates, she predicted their positioning and froze the 3 opponents. Then, she followed up with a big move, an overwhelming blizzard came crashing down. The Frost Goddess took down another 3 kills in the team battle, the remaining 2 who ran away were shot dead by the Holy Spirit Archer from a super long distance. Team wipe, the 5 NTG players were all dumbfounded. Was the professional league so scary? Why don't we go back to the secondary league? The game ended. The commentator said excitedly, "Congratulations to Tianheng 20 NTG for taking down the first win of the regular season. The MVP of this game is Tianheng Fanqing. The archer is chosen. Little Star did very well in this game. 38% of the damage output, did not die once, and even took down 2 waves of double kills. However, I think that the mid laner was also very outstanding. In the early stage, he suppressed the tower, pushed the tower, and resisted the opponent's attacks 1 against 2. In the middle of the team battle, he used a wave of ice and instantly finished the game with 3 kills. The MVP can be given to the mid laner. That's right. Tianheng's 2Cs performed very well in this game. Let's give them a round of applause again." The stadium was filled with thunderous applause. As the commentator said, the MVP could be given to either the mid laner or the archer. Both of them played their roles. This was the lineup of 2Cs. Xianxia was so excited that his eyes turned red. His archer finally hit 38% of the damage output. That was not easy, he even won the MVP once. He wanted to cry. Xianxia took off his headphones and patted Xianxia's shoulder. "You played very well in this game." Xianxia choked. "It's all thanks to Master and Brother Chu who have been helping me. 2 of the best bodyguards in the league were helping him. If he still could not play, he could just retire." Xujiang smiled and said, "In this game, our little Xing did not die even once. I don't even have the material for my 100 Ways to Die video series anymore." Xianxia was dumbfounded. "You're still going to make a second episode?" Xujiang said, "I'm going to make it into a series for you as a souvenir." Xianxia was speechless. "Thank you so much," Qinizhu suggested. "You can also make a collection of Xiaoyang's kills. This time, you can add some cheerful music to it. Don't make it as sad as Little Xing's 100 Ways to Die." Xujiang said, "I'll arrange for it when we get back." Qixua stood up and looked at his teammates with a gentle gaze. "Alright, let's go over to the other side and shake hands. Tianheng had won matches in the past. But today's two matches were won exceptionally smoothly. They had been suppressed the entire time last season and could not execute many of their strategies. Every match was extremely difficult for them. It was as if they were tied up by ropes and could not use their fists or legs at all. Xianxia had not felt so relaxed in a long time. The addition of Xiaoyang had indeed completely changed the situation in Tianjing. Qingxing was also growing rapidly. Regardless of whether it was the tool jungler and the two Cs, or the combination of the two cores in the mid and jungle, Tianjing was too malleable this season. Their lineup and strategies would also become very rich. Qingxing had been oppressed for 3 months. Today, he officially debuted and finally played a passable marksman. The poor marksman who had been made into a 100 ways to die video by Xuzhang did not die even once in today's match. Xianxia felt very gratified. As for Xiaoyang, it was even more so. The Lord of the Abyss, who had a pentakill in his debut match, became famous overnight. This was the new Tianhuan squad for the S10 season. For them, today's S21st victory was just the beginning of their journey to the championship. After the game ended, the screen switched to the post-match interview booth. The post-match interview of the regular season usually only invited one MVP player, and sometimes the coach was invited as well. For this interview, Yi Xiaoyang was invited without a doubt. The lights in the interview booth were very bright, which made Yi Xiaoyang's skin look even fairer. There was not a single pimple on his smooth skin, and he looked even better when he smiled than in the promotional photos. His face was able to withstand the high-definition camera, and the fans in the broadcast room were immediately excited. I announce that I'm a diehard fan of Omega. Does Yang lack a husband? Although I'm also an Omega fan, I'm willing to turn into an A for you. Can the army of fangirls get out of the broadcast room? Esports players don't care about looks, they care about skills. The Pentakill Lord of the Abyss isn't good enough, you can be his fan if you look at his skills. The reporter clapped excitedly. Welcome to Tianjing Liang. To our interview booth. Yi Xiaoyang smiled politely at the camera. Reporter, as the first Omega mid laner in the top professional league, before you officially debuted, there were a lot of voices questioning you online. Do you feel a lot of pressure? Yi Xiaoyang took the microphone. I don't feel any pressure. Reporter. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, because before the start of the regular season, the team was in closed training, and the coach didn't let us use Weibo. So, I actually didn't see how the netizens scolded me. After saying that, he smiled politely at the camera. His eyes were innocent, as if asking, did anyone scold me, the anti-fans who had scolded him on Weibo? He didn't see it. This was too heart-wrenching. The group of anti-fans scolded him for a long time and made Tianjing a trending topic twice in a row, but Yi Xiaoyang just said I didn't see it. What a waste of emotion. The reporter coughed and said, Tianjing's results in the preseason were 3 wins and 5 losses, and they dropped to Group B. Did you guys drop to Group B on purpose? This question was a bit sharp, and if the answer wasn't good, it would be easy to be scolded. Yi Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said seriously, I didn't intentionally drop out of the group, and Tianjing didn't fake the match. For example, when we fought against Xianxia, we used a strategy of avoiding battles. After all, we couldn't beat them in a head-on fight. In the end, we lost because the square team seized the opportunity to one-shot our archer, and the team battle collapsed. When we fought against ISOL, we ##yen #at. The reporter was dumbfounded. The netizens in the livestream? Is this AF** King replay for you? Yi Xiaoyang blathered on and on, clearly explaining the reasons why Tianjing had lost every match. The reporter was stunned by his words. Seeing that he could go on for another 10 minutes if he didn't stop him, the reporter hurriedly coughed and interrupted him. Ahem, it seems that Tianjing has indeed prepared well. Everyone has noticed that Tianjing's lineup has changed a lot this season. You replaced Xuzhang's center position. What were their considerations at that time? Yi Xiaoyang said, Xiaoxing is a newcomer, and the archer position is easy to catch. Xuzhang's play is more stable, and the coaching team wants Xuzhang to protect Xiaoxing. This way, the bottom lane won't collapse easily. I think the coaching team's decision is quite professional, and Xuzhang is also very willing to protect the newcomer and stabilize the bottom lane. Reporter, but you're also a newcomer. Does the coach feel assured letting you replace Xuzhang's center position? Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, he doesn't feel assured. So, the coach asked Captain Qi to help me. He was afraid that a newcomer like me wouldn't play well, so Captain Qi gave me the blue buff for both matches. Thank you, Captain Qi Shua, the netizens? Is this Master Duan Shui? Does he have to praise his teammates and coaches in an interview? Little brother Omega's EQ is very high. With this, it's acceptable for Xujiang to play the support position. Xujiang is indeed very stable. With Xujiang covering, Shaoxing's bottom lane won't collapse. The reporter quickly followed up with a question. Congratulations to Liang for getting a pentakill in the first match. This is also the first pentakill in the S10 season. You become famous in your debut with a pentakill. Do you have anything to say to everyone? Yi Xiaoyang continued to smile and said, I was able to get a pentakill because my teammates cooperated well. Shaoxing tricked the opponent into using a key skill. Old Qin and Xujiang seamlessly controlled the opponent to give me a chance to enter the game. Captain Qi chased and controlled the opponent to give me a kill. Thank you teammates, thank you coach, thank you everyone. The pentakill is just the beginning. I will continue to work hard in the future. The netizens, the real Master Duan Shui Yi Xiaoyang. Why do I feel like he secretly wrote a script when the reporter sent him the question in advance? This answer is really the style of an official spokesperson. Tianheng, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Liang. Ha ha ha, I think little brother Omega is quite cute when he answers the question seriously. Is he really a newbie? He's answering the question too. Calmly, the reporter originally thought that a newbie would have stage fright and be too nervous to answer the question. In the end, Yi Xiaoyang answered the question as if he was holding a press conference. The way he answered the question was like a mature and experienced captain. The reporter said, Thank you, Liang, for accepting our interview. There was a warm applause from the audience. Yi Xiaoyang bowed to the interview table and turned to leave. After being a captain for so many years, you want to trick him during an interview? Thank you, you're thinking too much. Asterisk at the same time, at the Northern Shepherd team's base. Zhao Sinan's expression became more and more complicated after watching the post-match interview. He scratched his head and muttered, this person's voice is a bit familiar. And why does his style of speaking sound so much like Xiao Bai's streamer? The Baima coach said, the Lord of the Abyss playstyle is also like Xiao Bai's. While the two were still discussing, Zhao Xinping had already pulled up a video. She turned on the laptop sound system. It was the video of Xiao Bai's encounter with a Yuga in the King's Rank Advancement competition. Xiao Bai had turned on the voice command. A familiar clear voice sounded in her ear. Hold the middle lane together for a wave. The bottom lane's minions. Archers and support will lead them. Once they reach the river, drive them home. Zhao Xinping turned around and said, does the voice sound similar? Zhao Sinan was dumbfounded. This isn't just similar, it's exactly the same. The Baima coach's expression also cracked. F***CK. Could Yi Xiaoyang be the streamer Xiao Bai? Didn't he sign on to a second-tier team? Did he sign on to Tianheng? And he's even playing as a starting mid? Zhao Sinan was speechless. As early as at the S9 finals, everyone had seen the newcomer, Little Yi, brought by Qi Shua. But at that time, Yi Xiaoyang was sitting obediently beside Qi Shua, smiling at everyone he saw and not saying anything. At most, he only said hello, Captain Zhao, to Zhao Xinping. Therefore, Zhao Sinan couldn't tell if his voice was the same as Xiao Bai's. But in today's post-match interview, Yi Xiaoyang blabbered on and on as a spokesperson, and his voice was exactly the same as the one in the video. What's more, the streamer Xiao Bai had once taken first place in the national server of Lord of the Abyss, combining his voice and Lord of the Abyss playstyle. This person was definitely the streamer Xiao Bai. Zhao Sinan's face alternated between green and white. Why on earth did he stupidly post the video to the group? Why did he go around shouting about it? In the end, he was intercepted by Tianheng and snatched a treasure player. Zhao Xinping said calmly, our initial judgment was wrong. Not only is Xiao Bai good at games, but he also won't drop the ball in official competitions. The pentakill of Lord of the Abyss in the first round is the best proof. The Baima coach sighed deeply. How regretful, why didn't they act earlier and sign Xiao Bai? In the end, he was snatched away by Tianheng. Although Tianheng dropped to Group B this season, judging from the match just now, the entire team's condition was much better than last season's. Chishua's jungler hadn't come out yet. Just relying on the mid laner to set the pace, they directly crushed NTG, who had come up from the second-tier league. In the later stages, once Tianheng started to combine their junglers, not to mention Group A and Group B, they would even have the strength to compete with Group S. Zhao Sanan's face was sullen. F***ck, I want to go to Chishua. Zhao Xinping said calmly, you're blaming Tianheng for intercepting us, but don't forget that Xiaobai's original condition was to play as the starting mid laner. Tianheng gave him enough trust, but we didn't. So, it wasn't Tianheng who snatched Xiaobai from us. It was Xiaobai who chose a team that was better for him. Sister Alpha was so calm no matter what the situation was. Zhao Sanan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister, don't say any more. The more you say, the angrier I get. The Baima coach sighed. There's no need to worry about this now. Xiaoan is the ace mid laner in the European region, and he's getting along well with the team. When it comes to the competition, do you think Baima will be afraid of Tianheng? Zhao Xinping nodded. Yes. So, don't worry about the other teams, just focus on yourself. First. Zhao Sanan took a deep breath. Although that was the truth, he still couldn't calm down. The first treasure he found had been taken away by someone else. Who the F***ck would be happy about that? He could only force himself to stop thinking about it. Otherwise, the more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt. Jingja base. After watching the interview, Coach Chen did the same thing as Baimu. He quickly found the video that Zhao Sanan had posted in the group and fast-forwarded to the part where Xiaobai commanded. As he listened, Coach Chen's expression couldn't help but change. He's Xiaobai? Isn't he? Fang Jingqing said, his voice and style are quite similar. Coach Chen, so, when Xiaobai said he had already signed with a team, he actually signed with Tianheng? Fang Jingqing rubbed his temples. Tianheng's coaching team is really bold. They let a newcomer replace Zhujiang's mid laner. If he's Xiaobai, then it makes sense. After all, Xiaobai's mid laner is quite good. Otherwise, why would Tianheng let an inexperienced Omega player play mid laner? Although Xiaobai doesn't have any experience, he has 8 servers. To a certain extent, this proves his ability. Coach Chen looked at Tianheng's roster thoughtfully. He pointed at the publicity photo. Tianheng, Shuoyue, Tianheng, Liang, do you think of anything? The international servers Sunshine and Moonlight, the Nakano tandem, could it be these two? Fang Jingqing raised his eyebrows. Chishua's ID is Shuoyue. If he's using a smurf account, why would he use such an obvious name like Moonlight? His main account is Shuoyue and Liang. His smurf account is Moonlight and Sunshine. Is he afraid that people won't recognize him? Coach Chen was very sure at first, but after Fang Jingqing said this, he began to doubt again. That seems to be the case. Qishua is such a cautious person. Since he had Yi Xiaoyang's mid laner and only announced it this season, he definitely wouldn't use such an obvious ID when using a smurf account. Fang Jingqing nodded. Yes. Besides, Qishua doesn't play Hei Lang. It's impossible for him to wake up at 7 in the morning. Coach Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the international server's Nakano duo is from another division. The two of them convinced each other again. Yi Xiaoyang was Xiaobai. The teams that followed Xiaobai before had already guessed most of it. After all, their voices were too similar, and Ruler of the Abyss was Xiaobai's famous hero. However, the identity of the international servers Sunshine and Moonlight was still a mystery. Yi Xiaoyang finished his interview and went to the lounge to pick up his down jacket. Are we going back to the hotel? Coach Lin smiled. Not yet. Let's go eat hot pot together. Coach, please. Eating hot pot in the snowy winter was too beautiful. Yi Xiaoyang happily followed his teammates to the hot pot restaurant that Sister Tang Can had booked in advance. Everyone happily cooked the beef together. While eating, several messages suddenly popped up on his phone. Fang Jingqing, Xiaobai, Yi Xiaoyang, Tianheng Liang? Zhao Sanan, F***ck. You've signed with Tianheng? You're an Omega. Coach Chen, Xiaobai, our Jingja also showed enough sincerity, but it seems like we're still not as sincere as Tianheng? I really admire you. Forget it, we can't be teammates. We'll see each other in the future. Yi Xiaoyang replied to the three of them with his signature smiley face. He had dropped his horse. The moment he took out Ruler of the Abyss, he didn't want to keep his Xiaobai account. After all, the club was about to at the player's official Weibo account. It wasn't good for him to be the only one without a Weibo account. The live broadcast collaboration with Whale was about to start, so it was only a matter of time before his identity was announced. Later, he would let Tianheng's official Weibo account at his main Weibo account. The opposing team's coach would probably have a headache in the next match. Xiaobai had 8 national servers. Which one should he ban? Almighty Mid Laner, Esports, Source. Chapter 84, the scene of a massive horse drop that night. The official Weibo of God Wars China Professional League posted the competition news. Season 10 regular season first round, Week 1, Group B, Tianhuan Squad vs NTT Squad, score 20. The first pentakill of the S10 season has been born. Please click on Highlights. Today was Thursday, plus it was a Group B match, so the number of viewers watching the live broadcast was actually less than 20%. It couldn't be compared to the weekend's primetime Group S match. However, the official Weibo's daily broadcast of the competition and highlights were watched by many people. After all, it was only a 2-minute kill collection, so it wouldn't take much time to pass by and watch. God Wars China Professional League's official Weibo had 150 million followers. Once the kill collection was released, the number of clicks instantly broke through 1 million, and the number of comments also began to increase. The F***CK? Is this Tianheng's new Omega mid laner, a pentakill Lord of the Abyss? So cool, I can't believe it, there was a pentakill in Group B's first match, and it was even done by an Omega bro. I clicked on it to see how Tianheng lost, but Tianheng won? And they even got a pentakill? Some fans who didn't want to watch the competition because they were disappointed with Tianheng couldn't help but click on it when they saw the results of Group 20. In the end, collectively, Tianheng's new mid laner attracted everyone's attention. He single-handedly killed the opposing mid laner at the beginning of the game, supported the bottom lane and got a double kill, and Dragon directly got a pentakill. This was the rhythm of becoming famous in one battle. I regret not watching this match. Hurry up and release the full video replay. I just want to Tianheng Esports Club. Hurry up and hand over Liang Bro's Weibo. Tianheng Liang, I searched, but I didn't find his Weibo. Could it be that he's too shy to open a Weibo? Hurry up and let him open one. At this time, Tianheng's team was still happily eating hot pot in a restaurant in Binghe City. Tang Can's phone suddenly rang. The girl in charge of Tianheng's Weibo promotion shouted anxiously, "Sister Can, is Xiaoyi here?" The league just released a video compilation of his pentakill, and a large number of netizens followed the clues to Tianheng Esports Club's official Weibo account. Our official Weibo account is about to be flooded by netizens. Everyone wants us to hand over little Omega Brothers Weibo, or they'll kill us. Tang Can looked at Yi Xiaoyang, who was eating meatballs with his head lowered. Tang Can handed the phone to him. The girl from the publicity department, Xiaoyang, take the call and communicate with her. Yi Xiaoyang took the phone and wiped his mouth. He smiled and said, "Hello, what's the matter?" "Xiaoyi, I just saw your personal Weibo. It's still, streamer Xiaobai. Our official Weibo is also going to post a promotional poster for Tianheng's first victory. When the time comes, all the team members will be tagged. We can't possibly leave you out, right?" The girl from the publicity department shouted anxiously, "The boss just called me and said that you've gotten a pentakill in your debut. You've become famous in one battle. Now is the best time to advertise. Do you want to cooperate and change your name as soon as possible?" The loud voice of the girl from the publicity department was heard by everyone at the scene. Yi Xiaoyang looked at the coach. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Change it. Anyway, if you take out Lord of the Abyss, you won't be able to keep your alias." Northern Shepherd and Jing should probably already guessed it, but the other teams and netizens still don't know. "Okay, I'll change my name now," Yi Xiaoyang said to the other side of the phone. "However, my Weibo account hasn't been verified yet. Don't worry, after you change your name, we'll directly contact the Weibo server and submit your information. We'll ask them to give you an official verification logo as soon as possible." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Yi Xiaoyang hung up the phone and immediately logged into Weibo. He changed, streamer Xiaobai, to Tianheng Liang, and wrote in his personal introduction column, former streamer Xiaobai of Whale Platform, current midlaner of Tianhuan Squad. His profile picture was still the beautiful little white cat he raised. The publicity department acted quickly. They directly contacted the official server and submitted Yi Xiaoyang's details to confirm that this Weibo account was Yi Xiaoyang himself. In less than half an hour, a golden yellow V verification logo appeared behind Yi Xiaoyang's Weibo account. Streamer Xiaobai had been on leave for the past few days, so the netizens who followed him hadn't seen him for a few days. A few netizens just happened to scroll to his Weibo page, but, are my eyes playing tricks on me? He changed his Weibo name and even had an official verification logo. He became a professional player of Tianheng. A large row of question marks appeared in the comments. What's going on? Am I seeing things? His profile picture is clearly a little white cat. How did his name become Tianheng Liang, F***CK, brothers and sisters? Quickly look at his profile. Our Xiaobai has become a professional player. F***CK, 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 our streamer has become successful. Wow, our Xiaobai has become a professional player. Wait, Omega? I just went to search. Tianheng Liang seems to be the new Omega midlaner of Tianhuan Squad. Cat confused. JPG Yi Xiaoyang's Weibo name change was not discovered by many people at first. But he had a lot of fan groups, and Xiao Rui was the admin of all of them. Some people in the group were discussing it, and some people couldn't help but Xiao Rui, what's going on? Why did Xiaobai change his Weibo name? Xiao Rui said proudly, it's what you're seeing. My brother is a professional player now. He's Tianheng's new midlaner. He even got a pentakill in his debut game today. Please click on video link. The group members were completely blown up. As a result of more than a dozen groups being blown up at the same time, the streamer Xiaobai's latest Weibo was flooded with thousands of comments. At 10 p.m. sharp, everyone in Tianheng returned to the hotel after eating hot pot. Tianheng Esports Club's official Weibo account, which had been attacked many times, finally managed to make a statement. Congratulations to Tianhuan Squad for their first victory in the S10 season. Congratulations to Liang for their first pentakill in the S10 season. Well done, everyone. Tianheng Candle, Tianheng Shuayue, Tianheng Liang, Tianheng Fanqing, Tianheng Jiangshui, Tianheng's anti-fans? Wait a minute, pentakill. A group of anti-fans hurriedly clicked on the video highlights and saw the new midlaner, whom they had been scolding for several days, wipe out the opposing team like he was cutting vegetables. Tianheng's diehard fans were so excited that they shed tears. They even started to write essays to encourage everyone. I've been a Tianheng fan for 5 years, and I know that Tianheng is not a weakling that anyone can bully. There must be a reason for their defeat in the preseason. After watching the match today, I can finally put down the rock in my heart. Go S10. Fire and water are incompatible. Sun, moon, and stars. This neat family name makes me want to laugh every time I see it. The new midlaner is not bad. Where did Tianheng find such a treasure? Little brother is so handsome. Where are the people who questioned Tianheng's decision to sign Omega as a decoration? Does your face hurt? There are also people who said that Omega players were signed into Tianheng because of nepotism. They must have a dark mind to make conspiracy theories every day. What's wrong with Omega? I love the fierce Omega midlaner so much. Sisters, let's go to little brother's Weibo and become his first fans. Upstairs, count me in too. I want to follow this handsome little brother and become Yangyang's #1 fan. A group of people rushed to Tianheng Liang's Weibo. Then, they were all dumbfounded. How the F***CK did this? Tianheng Liang have 5 million fans? Where's the promised newbie? I originally wanted to be his #1 fan, but it turned out to be 5 million won. The fans who rushed over from Tianheng's official Weibo were dumbfounded. They thought that they had discovered a newbie. Before they clicked into Tianheng Liang's Weibo, everyone was prepared for the newbie to have less than 100 followers. In the end, they were shocked by more than 5 million followers. The people who originally followed the streamer Little White were also shocked by this. A group of people from the esports circle suddenly rushed in like an army passing through. Immediately after, people who followed both the streamer and esports circles began to talk about Little White's experience. Some people also began to make videos of Little White taking the national server. Some people even opened a Weibo account for Xiaoyang. Hashtag Tianheng Liang Hashtag Weibo. Welcome to follow streamer Little White / Tianheng Liang _. This iconic symbol made the netizens feel very close to him. And the new fans who followed him were all speechless after they found out about his past. Classic clips such as, after winning the game against a Yuga, thanks for letting me win .. after being scolded by passers-by and winning MVP, that's it? There were also all kinds of tricks, such as, I'm an illusionist jungler, Frost Goddess on the national server in a week, Goddess of Destiny's instruction, I want to take 8 national servers. The fans who had just followed him were so excited that they screamed in the Weibo. This Omega is too unique, ha 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 ha, thanks for letting me win .. I like his emoji .. awesome. 8 national server streamers. F***CK, I thought it would be a cute Omega support, but it turned out to be a midlaner demon king. Little White doesn't use vulgarities when he scolds people. I've learned a lot from him .. Hashtag Tianheng Liang Pentakill hashtag was directly forwarded by a large number of netizens and became a trending topic. In the first game of his debut, he became a god with 5 kills and became a trending topic. This was really rare among professional players. Many people thought that a new star was about to be born in the S10 season. Some people couldn't help but sigh. In the S6 season, Xianxia also became a god with 5 kills, using Blood Garment Thorn. Since then, Xianxia's famous hero, Blood Garment Thorn, was a permanent ban, and many coaches didn't dare to use it. Then, would Xiaoyang's Lord of the Abyss be a permanent ban as well? If they were to play Tianheng, there wouldn't be enough ban slots. Xiaoyang turned on his phone, reposted the message from Tianheng's official Weibo, and said, "Thank you for your attention. I used to be a streamer on Whale platform, Little White. Later, I was discovered by Captain Chi and Coach Lin and signed to become a professional player. In the future, I will continue to play games as a professional player and work hard to improve myself .. The fans all started to complain, 8 national servers are not enough? Do you want to upgrade 18 national servers ? Mommy fans are so happy. In the future, we can often watch our Little White play games. The legendary streamer who is so ugly that he can't see people and can only use a cat is actually a handsome guy. Facts have proven that the game wasn't played by my cat. The fans who had followed Xiaoyang's journey from a newbie streamer to where he was today were indeed very emotional. Especially those old fans who had been following him since he Lord of the Abyss launched the national server 4 months ago. When they clicked on the video highlights and saw Xiaoyang's handsome pentakill, they were so excited that they wanted to cry. Many people learned Lord of the Abyss from Little White's streamer. His shadow transposition technique, equipment thinking, solo kills, and team fighting skills had indeed helped many netizens improve their awareness and ranks. Later, he consecutively took down the national servers of the Illusionist and the 6 Goddesses. He played ranked games while teaching. It could be said that he was the most professional teaching streamer on Whale platform. Among his fans, although there were bronze-ranked newbies who came to watch the show, most of them had become Diamond, King, and even achieved good results in the Pinnacle tournament. The power of these fans was very frightening. Some people didn't pay attention to the professional league and only cared about playing ranked games. Now that they knew that Little White had become a professional player, they also went to Tianheng's esports official Weibo to follow. They didn't know Tianheng's history, nor did they know how badly Tianheng had been scolded recently. They only knew, our Little White had become a Tianheng player, so they conveniently supported Tianheng. Xiaoyang's Weibo, Tianheng Liang, gained millions of fans overnight. Tianheng's esports official Weibo also benefited from this and gained hundreds of thousands of fans. Even teammates like Xujiang, Qinizhu, and Xingxing were also followed by Little White's fans. Xiaoyang's debut pentakill caused a chain reaction. The Tianhuan squad, which had been shrouded in dark clouds recently, made a beautiful comeback. The comments section was full of jubilation. Many old fans returned, and everyone was full of expectations for the new Tianheng this season. Of course, there were also some people who were eccentric. You guys are so proud of getting pentakill in Group B, but won't you be crushed in Group S in the future? Is this because you can't beat Group S, so you came to Group B to bully noobs? I really thank you on behalf of Group B. These comments were quickly drowned out by the cheers of the fans. At the same time, in the Professional Alliance's Godly Battle Group. Reporter Zhao, Tianhing Shuoyue, your Omega mid laner is indeed the streamer Little White. Reporter Zhao, it's a good seedling I found. Tianhing Shuoyue, thank you, Reporter Zhao, for sharing the video in the group. Zhao Sinan almost vomited blood. This news alarmed the players who didn't pay attention to this matter, and everyone came out one after another. Old Su, F*CK, Pentakill. Qi Shua, your newbie is very good, Rain, his skills are very good, Zhou, I watched the game, he played well. I am Fong, add him into the group, Qi Shua, don't hide him like he's a treasure. Tianhing Shuoyue, I'll add him, you guys don't have any objections, Zhao Xinping, no objections. Old Su, no objections. Also, add in the international friends from Baimu. Chinese, can you read Chinese? If not, I can translate online. A moment later, 2 system messages appeared in the group. Tianhing Shuoyue, invited, Little White 233, to join the group. Reporter Zhao, invited, Sean, to join the group. The 2 mid laners joined the group, and everyone applauded to welcome them. Yi Xiaoyang quickly changed his name to Tianhing Liang, and then typed a line of words. Tianhing Liang, hello, everyone. This smiley emoji made people feel complicated. Xiaoan also typed. Baima Xiaoan, hello, everyone. Breaking. JPG, this, breaking. JPG, was Zhao Sinan's most commonly used emoji, and Xiaoan had obviously learned it from him. However, the international friends didn't know that the emoji also depended on the occasion. It's the first time you're greeting each other, why would you crack it, a sarcastic and an inexplicable, breaking. JPG. The 2 new mid laners in the group made the whole group not know whether to laugh or cry. The next S10 was going to be lively. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The next day, the members of the Tianhuan squad flew back to Imperial. Chen Feiyin on Whale platform sent a message, hello, Coach Lin. Our platform is ready to promote the Tianhuan squad at any time. May I ask when you have time to broadcast? Coach Lin looked at the competition schedule. Tianhing's second match was next Friday, and their opponent was Team BOB, the bottom team in Group B. There was still plenty of time. Coach Lin agreed to Whale Platform's invitation and set the broadcast time for January 25 from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. According to the broadcast contract, Tianhing's players had to broadcast for 30 hours every month before they could receive a share of the gifts. Without affecting their training, the players could take the time to broadcast as a form of relaxation. On January 25, Whale Platform's homepage had a big promotion notice. When you clicked on the app, you would see a huge promotional poster for Tianhuan Squad. A pop-up advertisement appeared on the entire platform. Tianhuan Squad will broadcast live on November 25 at 20 p.m. The 5 players' broadcast rooms were all under Tianhuan Squad's name, and they could be accessed directly from the homepage. Yi Xiaoyang's channel name was also changed to Tianhing Liang. At dinner time, before the broadcast even started, many viewers were already waiting in the channel. The most popular was Qi Shua. After all, he only broadcast once in a while. His Weibo had tens of millions of fans, and the traffic was amazing. The second most popular was Yi Xiaoyang. Liaoyang's channel had millions of viewers, and he had just gotten a pentakill. He was the most discussed player recently, and many passers-by came to watch his first broadcast after the name change. At 19:50 p.m., the 5 players of Tianhing's home team went online early. There was no training mission tonight, so they didn't go to the training room. Instead, they broadcasted in their own dorms. Yi Xiaoyang put Liang on the sofa. Many viewers who were watching the broadcast for the first time were confused. Why is it a cat? Cats are cute. But I'm here to watch Brother Liang. Someone immediately explained to them, this is Liang's cat, Brother Liang's cat. Newcomers, pay attention, the following matches are all played by cats. Cats are better than you humans. Let me tell you, he's actually a cat demon, and the pentakill was taken by his cat. The netizens who were new to the livestream had a row of question marks. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyang sat Liang translation Liang Liang's cat. He Liang Liang, Liang Liang Liang, Liang Liangs, Liang 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 translation, Liang Liang translation translation, Liang Liang translation Liang translation translation Liang translation Liang translation is Liang translation Liang Yang Yang translation 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 Meow the translation, Liang Yang translation? It's Liang, my heart is about to be melted by her cuteness. Let's team up and steal cats. Let's go steal the cat. +1 Yi Xiaoyang's cat was indeed very good looking. Its big blue eyes were crystal clear like gems, and its fur was thick and soft. It stayed in Yi Xiaoyang's arms and looked around. A handsome man holding a cute cat. This scene made many viewers who clicked into the broadcast room feel moved. I'm starting to have the mentality of an old mother. How happy would it be to marry someone from Yangyang in the future, to be able to get a handsome omega and a cute cat at the same time? Wouldn't such an alpha be a winner in life? Are you talking about me? I declare that Liang is my wife. Love rival, draw your sword. Then, the broadcast room was flooded with comments. Amusing netizens were making jokes in the translation area, and some people were concerned about Yi Xiaoyang's life. Was Yangyang in the dormitory? It didn't look like a training room. The training room shouldn't be able to fit such a big sofa. I'm in the team's dormitory. Do you want to see our dormitory in Tianheng? Wait a moment. Yi Xiaoyang put the cat on the chair and walked around the dormitory with the camera. He said, the dormitory is pretty good. It's spacious and has a separate bathroom. Tianheng's dormitory was indeed one of the best. Yi Xiaoyang's bedroom was clean and tidy. There were no messy posters or figurines. It was very cozy and didn't look like the dormitory of a young esports player. Yi Xiaoyang sat back in his chair and said, okay, let's start playing ranked. Someone in the translation area asked, is Little White still going to rush the national server? Yi Xiaoyang said, I won't rush the national server in the future. I'm a professional player now. I have to train with my teammates every day. I don't have that much time. An old fan asked in a golden message, Little White playing solo? Or with your teammates? Yi Xiaoyang said, I'll go to the Pinnacle tournament. Qi Dui and Old Qin should be playing the Pinnacle tournament too. Xiaoxing and Xujiang will play ranked as a duo. The Pinnacle tournament would be held from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. It was a tournament that high-level players attached great importance to. There were also many casual players in China who would gather around this time to play the Pinnacle tournament. The Pinnacle tournament was a good way to train people's awareness. It was currently 10-1 in the new season. Today was the 25th of January, which happened to be the official opening day of the Pinnacle tournament. Every season, the points would be reset to 0. This also meant that no matter how many stars you were in, everyone would have to start from the 1000th rank again. Tonight's Pinnacle tournament would be filled with all kinds of players. Seeing that it was almost 8 p.m., Yi Xiaoyang got ready. He put Kitty on the sofa next to him and gave it a fur ball. Then, he opened the Pinnacle tournament button in the upper left corner of the ranked tournament and pressed ready. Your current rank in the Pinnacle tournament is 1000 points. Win a round plus 20 points. Lose a round minus 20 points. Looking for teammates and opponents for you. Matches have been matched. Please get ready. Yi Xiaoyang entered the competition room. All the player IDs in the Pinnacle tournament were anonymous. Yi Xiaoyang's match was on the first floor. His name was Player 1. He typed in the team channel, I'll play mid. Thanks. While typing, he also asked in the live stream, what hero do you guys want to see me play? Tens of thousands of Ruler of the Abyss appeared in the bullet screen, although the viewers knew that Xiaobai's Ruler of the Abyss was very good. There were a large number of new fans in the live stream today from Weibo. Many of them didn't watch the match and only watched the official video highlights. Everyone wanted to see Yi Xiaoyang show off Ruler of the Abyss again. Yi Xiaoyang, okay, then I'll play Ruler of the Abyss and show off my skills to my new friends. Player 1, locked down, Ruler of the Abyss. The next moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the team channel, Xiaoyang? Yi Xiaoyang was stunned. He realized that Player 5's microphone had lit up. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Captain Qi? Qi Shua, Yi Xiaoyang, the bullet screen in the live stream was about to die from laughter. F***ck, hundreds of thousands of players in the Pinnacle tournament were randomly matched and the two of you were matched together. It was fate. They even bumped into Captain Chi in the Pinnacle tournament. His teammate can lie flat now. Does the opponent want to shoot a six-pointer? I think the opponent will be beaten to a pulp. Yi Xiaoyang also didn't expect to bump into Captain Chi in the Pinnacle tournament. At 8 o'clock sharp, the server's Pinnacle tournament started. Qi Shua also entered at the same time. The probability of them bumping into each other was really low. Other than fate, he didn't know how to explain it. His teammate heard their voices and couldn't help but type, Player 1, and, Player 5, do you know each other? Player 2, am I hallucinating? I just heard Captain Chi. Player 3, don't tell me it's Tianheng's Captain Chi? Xiaoyang, is that Lai Yang who's been very popular recently? Player 4, F***ck, this historical moment is worth taking a group photo. When the match starts later, the two gods will pose on the crystal. Wait for me to take a screenshot and post it on my WeChat moments. Player 1, what a coincidence. Player 5, yes, leave the jungler to me. His teammates quickly chose other positions and left the jungler to Qi Shua. Qi Shua directly chose Paladin as the jungler on the 5th floor and continued to be Yi Xiaoyang's bodyguard. When the match started, the two tacitly went to the opposite jungler together. The level of online players was uneven. In addition, the Pinnacle tournament had just started today. 1,000 points were randomly matched. Some were 1-star kings, and some were 88-star kings. The jungler they were matched with was probably a low-level player. When he saw the Lord of the Abyss coming to the jungler, he actually didn't retreat and stubbornly went forward. In the end, Yi Xiaoyang swiftly took the kill. First blood, Yi Xiaoyang reminded as he returned to the middle lane, when you're ranked, don't force the level 1 Lord of the Abyss. His Q skill has 3 shadows. You can't beat him. The bullet screen said, got it. In the future, I'll eliminate the Lord of the Abyss. Some people even joked, Captain Chi is acting as Xiangyang's bodyguard again today. He's losing blue again. Captain Chi really pampers the new mid laner. Wasn't it enough to have a pugilist as a bodyguard in the last match? Today, he directly got a paladin? After a while, the opponent's blue buff refreshed again. Qi Shua seized the opportunity and ran over. He hit the blue buff to low HP and said gently, come and get the blue buff. Yi Xiaoyang ran over and used his Q skill to take the blue buff. Little Dragon, Qi Shua's paladin suddenly jumped to the opponent's face and stunned the opponent's archer. Yi Xiaoyang immediately followed up. After a series of dazzling moves, he got another 3 kills. The livestream was flooded with 6,666 comments. The viewers who didn't watch the match before were finally able to feast their eyes today. Yi Xiaoyang's Lord of the Abyss was really too strong. The 5 low-level players on the opposite side were beaten to a pulp. Qi Shua quickly cleared out their jungles. But every time the blue buff refreshed, he would hit the blue buff to the last sliver of HP and then say in a low and gentle voice, come and get the blue buff. The netizens were speechless. This kind of jungler was the godly teammate that all mid laners dreamed of having. From the first minute and 30 seconds of the match to the last 18 minutes and 30 seconds of the match, the blue buff on Lord of the Abyss never stopped. The blue buff at home was Xiangyang's. The blue buff on the opposite side was also Xiangyang's. Qi Shua used practical actions to show everyone how a jungler and mid laner should play. Yi Xiaoyang could also carry the entire match alone. But in this match, he had Qi Shua's help. He didn't have a single blue buff throughout the match. He crushed the opponent like he was cutting vegetables. His final score was very terrifying. 15-0-7, he killed 15 players on the opposite side. Although he didn't get 5 kills, he had 3 kills in a row. His maneuvering was also very good. The 5 players on the opposite side all burst into tears. The new season summit match was indeed not for humans. Where did this devil come from? After the match, the livestream started to send gifts like crazy. Yi Xiaoyang's eyes were almost dazzled. He opened the gift list and saw everyone's names clearly. Thank you, Xiaobai is so cute, for the torpedo. Thank you, Ranked Neil, for the torpedo. Thank you, Sun and Moonshine together, for the torpedo. He quickly read out the names of the bosses and didn't notice that there was something wrong with one of the names. At the same time, in the super forum. A super forum with the hashtag sun and moon shine together hashtag was quietly created. There were only a few hundred followers. Introduction to the super forum, the Sun and Moon CP fan camp of God Wars Esports. Those who understand, understand. Don't rise in real life. Don't harass the players. Their IDs were Shuayue and Lai Yang, which happened to be a couple. The handsome and tall captain and the sunny and handsome new mid laner looked very compatible when they stood together. Not to mention, Qi Shua acted as Yi Xiaoyang's bodyguard from beginning to end during this livestream. He helped him get more than a dozen blue buffs. It was no wonder that so many netizens suddenly thought of the Sun and Moon CP fan camp. Butterfly Spirits reminder, please save it after watching. It will be more convenient to watch it again. Chapter 86, Coincidental Encounter. The Pinnacle Tournament was a random match. After winning this round, Qi Shua quickly started the next round. Yi Xiaoyang also continued to play solo. The two of them didn't meet again, so the CP fans could only rely on themselves to find material. As they dug, they found an amazing secret. Captain Qi's alternate account for today's live broadcast was Jungler number 8, and the boss at the top of the gift list in Xiaobai's live broadcast room was also called Jungler number 8. The CP fans turned into little detectives and started to look through the live broadcast videos from a few months ago according to the time of the gift list. Soon, someone found the video of Jungler number 8 giving gifts to Xiaobai. At that time, the jungler gave him 100,000 torpedoes in one go and added Xiaobai as a friend with the reason of bringing points to the streamer. The two of them started to rank and bumped into Jing's three-man team. Xiaobai's winning streak was ended. After that, his brother Xiao Rui went offline. Xiaobai and the jungler started to play together and won 7 games in a row. The second wave of gifts was given after Xiaobai took down Lord of the Abyss. Someone edited this video and analyzed it. So the person giving gifts in the live broadcast room is Captain Qi, right? Yang also said in the interview that Captain Qi and Coach Lin discovered him and signed him to Tianheng. Captain Qi discovered a new B streamer with great potential. He gave gifts to Xiaobai and signed him to Tianheng. He persuaded the coaches to let Xiaobai start as a mid laner. During the competition, in order to let Xiaobai play well, he took the initiative to be a jungler and gave him mana buffs the whole time. Sob sob, a celestial love, I'm going crazy. The sister above said it as if it's true. This CP is a little sweet Sun and Moon CP, it's not a loss to invest. There were more and more people eating candy in the Pinnacle tournament. However, no one said anything in the live broadcast room. Therefore, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang didn't know that their CP fans had quietly been born. Yi Xiaoyang went on to play the Summit tournament. His fans requested for him to use Lord of the Abyss. In the second round, he continued to use this hero to show off to his opponents. Even without Qi Shua's help, he could still fly. Yi Xiaoyang's luck might have been better tonight, as the teammates he was matched with were all playing very seriously. Coupled with the fact that his hands were getting better and better, Yi Xiaoyang managed to achieve 5 consecutive victories in the Summit tournament. When it was almost 12 p.m., Yi Xiaoyang turned off the game and rested for a while. He said to the netizens in the live broadcast channel, the entrance to the Summit tournament will close at 12 p.m. I don't want to sleep for the time being. Let's play another 2 ranked matches later. Many people in the live broadcast room were spamming, go and call Captain Qi to play duo, I'm watching the live broadcast of the two of you. Captain Qi also said that he doesn't want to sleep. Which esports player would sleep at 12 o'clock at night? Today is the weekend, so play until 3 o'clock. Yang played for another 2 hours, and he still hadn't seen enough. Yi Xiaoyang got up and went to the restroom. When he returned to his seat, he received a private message from Qi Shua. Many people in the live broadcast channel are asking me to invite you to play duo. Are you sleepy? If you're not sleepy, why don't you play another 2 rounds? Yi Xiaoyang replied, sure, you can add me. Qi Shua's alternate account, Jungler number 8, had already been removed from the professional scene. Yi Xiaoyang had signed with Tianheng. Everyone could definitely guess that it was Qi Shua who had sent gifts to Xiaobai, so there was no need to hide it. He used his alternate account to add Yi Xiaoyang into the team. The two of them had been busy with training this season. Their local accounts had only reached King of Kings a few days ago. Currently, they were around 5-star King of Kings, which was considered a low-end game in King of Kings. However, their win rate was over 88%, so their hidden score was very high. Their opponents would also be very strong. Today was a holiday, so the coach didn't care what time they played. The results of this live broadcast were very good, and there were many viewers. The other 3 teammates were already planning to rush to 3 a.m. Xiaoyang and Xishua also wanted to play for a while to make up for the live broadcast time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to complete their 30-hour monthly live broadcast mission. After the two of them formed a team, Xishua casually asked with concern, "Are you tired? Do you want to drink a glass of water first?" The adult alpha's voice was low and gentle, making many people in the live broadcast channel scream that their ears were pregnant. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "I'm not tired. Let's get ready." Xishua pressed the ready button, and the two of them quickly entered the match queue. The major domestic teams rarely pulled players to practice in the middle of the night. Therefore, the period after 12 a.m. was the peak time for professional players to play ranked games. It was common for players who had live broadcast missions to start streaming after 12 a.m. Xishua and Xiaoyang were matched. When they saw the ID, Square Xingxing, appear in the room list, the two of them were speechless at the same time. Fang Jingqing was also speechless, and slowly typed 2 question marks in the team channel. Little White, Team Square is good .. Jungler number 8, Solo, Square Xingxing, well, it seems that the live broadcast mission can't be completed. Square Xingxing, if you don't broadcast for a few more hours, your bonus will be deducted. The fans in the live broadcast channel suddenly became excited. Oh, Team Square, they were matched with Team Square. I'm a little curious about who is on the other side. Their hidden score must be super high. Damn, this side is Shuoyue, Liang, and Fang Fang, 3 masters. There must be a master on the other side, right? According to the matching mechanism, the teammates in this game have a terrifying winning rate. It's probably another accident caused by a professional guru. Doghead. JPG, in the team channel, the 2 passers-by who were matched were also very excited. Bunny Princess, Team Square. I want to take a screenshot as a memento. Kneeling delete games, Little White, is this Liang who has been very popular recently? Bunny Princess, so Jungler number 8 is Team Chi? Ah, what kind of luck is this? This is going to be interesting. Fang Jingqing and Yi Xiaoyang were matched together. How could the 2 mid laners play? Yi Xiaoyang took the initiative to type, Team Square, take the mid lane, I'll switch positions. After all, Team Square was an experienced player. As a newcomer, he was too ignorant to fight for the mid laner with Fang Jingqing. Moreover, Yi Xiaoyang actually wanted to see how Xishua and Fang Jingqing's mid laner combination would play. Square Xingxing, Little White, take the mid lane? Square Xingxing, okay, I'll play mid laner. Jungler number 8, I'll be the jungler. Bunny Princess, I'll support. What will Little White take? Little White, I'll fill in. You guys choose first. Kneeling delete games, I'm good at Archer. Little White, can you take the mid laner? Little White, okay. Both sides quickly chose their lineups. Our side has Black Dragon Knight as top laner, King of Fighters as jungler, King Cobra as mid laner, and Holy Spirit Archer and Forest Messenger as the bottom laner. On the other side, Vampire Duke as top laner, Fighter as jungler, World Destroyer as mid laner, and Poison Warlock and Dark Priest as the bottom laner. After entering the competition room, a large row of bullet screens suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. F***CK, this is hilarious. The bottom laner is Jing Zha Yuan times Momo combination, Square Xingxing, Round Xingxing. The style of your alternate accounts is also very unique. Jing's poison squad is split into 2 sides. Can Old Fang be ruthless enough to kill his own archer? The opposing mid laner is reporter Zhao from Northern Shepherd. Hahaha, I'm watching his live broadcast on Little Bear TV. His broadcast room is finally unblocked. Scattering flowers to celebrate. JPG, today's game is so lively. Don't you think it's a big deal? Let's fight. The netizens who saw the IDs of both sides were so excited that the bullet screens exploded. In the game's public chat area, round Xingxing, why is Team Square on the other side? Is Team Square abandoning us? Square Xingxing, shoo, I'm just going to be a spy on the other side. Jungler number 8, Reporter Zhao, what the F***ck, Reporter Zhao, old Fong, just you wait. I'll go around and kill you this round, Square Xingxing, don't kill me. Go kill my jungler. He's Qi Shua. Square Xingxing, oh right, he also brought his Xiaobai. Xiaobai, hello gods carrot everyone, what kind of matching mechanism was this? A group of professional players with a win rate of more than 80% was matched together. In Little Bear TV, in the live broadcast room of Reporter Zhao from Northern Shepherd team, Zhao Sanan couldn't help but say, F***ck, 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 it's just a plant. I didn't swear. The netizens in the live broadcast room were about to die of laughter. Xiao had finally unblocked it. Don't block it again. The netizens began to place their bets. I bet that Team Blue will win. After all, Team Qi and Team Square are in tandem. I bet that Team Red will have Jing's duo on the bottom laner and Xiao on the top laner. Both sides are good. Team Blue has a random support plus archer, while Team Red has a random mid laner plus jungler. The chances of winning are 50-50, right? The random players who were matched were stunned. This was a fight between gods, and the random players were suffering. Mid laner, Team Square, can you not insta-kill me? I'm so scared of your little snake. Bottom laner, God Xia, please slow down a bit. Let me guard for 6 minutes before you push at the beginning of the game, everyone was typing and chatting. Until 1 minute and 30 seconds later, the minions and buffs appeared. The opposing jungler was an online game player. He didn't go to Qi Shua's blue and just stayed in his own jungle to develop. Qi Shua quickly went to the blue buff jungle to fight for the blue buff. Fang Jingqing followed him. Seeing that Qi Shua destroyed the blue, Fang Jingqing pressed, start retreat, Qi Shua pressed at the same time, start retreat, the netizens in the live broadcast room. This was especially like the scene when the jungler and mid laner fought for the blue buff when they met random players. Fang Jingqing said in the live chat, give me a blue buff. Qi Shua insta-killed the blue buff and said calmly, no. Fang Jingqing raised his eyebrows. You've been giving Little White a blue buff before? The mid laner can quickly push after getting the blue buff. Qi Shua said, Little White is my family's mid laner. Are you? Fang Jingqing, their friendship ended. He deleted it. The netizens in the live broadcast room were about to die of laughter. On the different treatment between Team Square and Little White. Team Square, Little White is my family's mid laner. I'm happy to give him a blue buff. Who are you? Why should I give you a blue buff? What friend? It's just to take your life in the game. Team Square, delete him. Yi Xiaoyang chose the top laner, Black Dragon Knight. He didn't practice this hero in private, but old Qin played it every day. He knew the mechanics of this hero. Moreover, Black Dragon Knight was tough and didn't die easily. Even if he played against the top laner, Reporter Zhao, he wasn't afraid of losing health. In this game, Yi Xiaoyang was the top laner versus Zhao Sanan. Yi Xiaoyang's hero was a tank, so he wouldn't be killed by a solo player and could resist Zhao Sanan's pressure. Fang Jingqing could suppress the mid laner in the middle lane. Xia Yuan and Li Yunma could defeat the mid laner in the bottom lane. Looking at the 3 lanes, the chances of winning were 50-50. The key to victory was the junglers wandering and the team's performance in the team battle. Team Square and Team Square were old friends. Their cooperation should be very good, looking forward to the teamwork between Team Square and Team Square. The netizens who didn't know the truth were excitedly spamming the screen. At this time, there were still many people who didn't know the story of Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing's teamwork in the Star City Youth Training Camp. Almighty Mid Laner, Esports, Source, Chapter 87, Mid/Jungler Alliance. After all, ranking was not a competition. There was no need for the pros to be too fierce. Both sides developed steadily until the junglers on both sides reached level 6. Qi Shua placed a mark on the bottom lane, meaning to support the bottom lane. Fang Jingqing quickly cleared the minions and followed him. The opposing jungler and mid laner also quickly rushed over. The bottom lane's first 4v4 group battle was about to begin. In this group battle, both sides had 2 pros and 2 random players. On the surface, it looked like they were evenly matched. Xianxia clicked on the Initiate Attack notification. His King of Fighters had a crowd control skill. He could jump over from a long distance to initiate a group battle and knock someone out with one punch. In theory, after Xianxia knocked out the opposing archer, Fang Jingqing would immediately follow up with a set of skills from Cobra King. He would let his little snake wrap around the opposing archer and take the opponent's head. The netizens in the live streaming channel stared at the screen in anticipation. Xianxia hid in the bushes and instantly launched a surprise attack, taking advantage of Xia Yuan's position. He rushed over and stunned him on the spot with a big move. However, Fang Jingqing's little snake did not entangle Xia Yuan as Xianxia expected. His little snake suddenly ran to the bushes and entangled the opposing jungler who came to support him. Xianxia? Fang Jingqing? Xia Yuan was about to die from laughter. He quickly used his flash and escaped. Xianxia's King of Fighters had an explosive output in the late game, killing a squishy with one punch. However, in the early game, without equipment, his set of explosive attacks was not enough to kill an archer with full HP and a shield. Thus, he could only watch as Xia Yuan escaped with a sliver of HP. Fang Jingqing had not reached level 6 yet and did not have a big move. He could not kill the opposing fighter, in one shot. Thus, he could only watch as the opposing fighter, escaped by jumping over the wall. In this wave of coordination between the junglers, you kill A, I kill B. It was really, what about teamwork? Was it a focus attack? The netizens sent a row of question marks. Fang Jingqing turned on the voice chat and said, kill the opponent's jungler and then invade the jungle. Isn't that good? Xianxia said. Of course, they're going to kill the archer first. What are you thinking? Both of them had a point. From Fang Jingqing's point of view, the opponent's jungler was obviously hiding in the bushes. If Xianxia stunned the jungler with a punch, he would follow up with a QW double combo and instantly kill the opponent's jungler. Then, he would invade the jungler's zone, roll the snowball, and steal the buff. Wouldn't that be easy to win? From Xianxia's point of view, the opposing team's poison spellcaster was the archer's core damage output. If he was allowed to develop and make equipment, no one would be able to tank a full 5 stacks of poison. Therefore, they had to suppress the archer in the early stages. Thus, in the first wave, the mid laners and junglers worked together. Fang Jingqing went to kill the opposing jungler while Xianxia went to control the opposing archer. In the end, neither of them managed to kill the opposing jungler. The two of them were as ferocious as tigers. When they looked back, they had taken 0 kills. Xianxia said helplessly, okay. Let's kill the little dragon first. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Jingqing pressed the return button and returned to his own crystal. Xianxia? Xianxia, kill the little dragon. Why are you going home at this time? Fang Jingqing, I'm almost out of mana. I'm going back to buy equipment. The netizens in the livestream, something seemed to be wrong. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took their support and archer with low HP to kill the little dragon. He put a mark on the bottom lane and said, go back to the middle lane and clear the minions. Then continue to attack the bottom lane. Afraid that Fang Jingqing would make a mistake again, he reminded him again, archer. Fang Jingqing, got it. After Xianxia finished killing a wave of monsters, he squatted in the bushes on the bottom lane again. Fang Jingqing also came to the bottom lane after clearing the minions. At this time, their archer and support had been crippled by several stacks of poison and had no choice but to return home. Their opponent's archer and support still had healthy HP. Xianxia's cooldown for his ultimate skill was over. Fang Jingqing was already level 7. It was a 2v2 on the bottom lane. Xianxia pressed, attack. Xia Yuan's flash cooldown was over. Xianxia jumped over from a distance and stunned him with a punch. Fang Jingqing didn't drop the ball this time. He immediately followed up and attacked. 4 small snakes wrapped around Xia Yuan like vines and instantly stacked 5 stacks of poison on him. Seeing that Xia Yuan's HP was dropping rapidly, Li Yunma's dark priest wasn't to be trifled with. He put a curse aura on Qi Shua and converted 50% of Qi Shua's HP into a lifesteal shield. Xia Yuan's body had an additional layer of blood-colored shield. Xia Yuan immediately retreated. As he retreated, he used his Q skill to attack Qi Shua. Fang Jingqing's small snakes chased after him from behind. Li Yunma used his ultimate skill, Dark Blood Sacrifice, to transfer his HP to Xia Yuan. Dark Priest was a support. He could either absorb the opponent's HP and use it as a shield for his teammates or transfer his own HP to his teammates. His single tank ability was extremely strong. Xia Yuan had 5 stacks of poison on him. His HP was still dropping, but he wouldn't die for a while. Qi Shua said, "Go after him." As he spoke, he used his W to move over. He used a combo on the archer and broke the shield on Xia Yuan's body. At the same time, Qi Shua was also hit by Xia Yuan's continuous poison arrows. Qi Shua quickly retreated. He had used up all his skills and Xia Yuan's HP was only 20%. Fang Jingqing could kill him with a single ultimate skill, Poison Explosion. He retreated with low HP and let Fang Jingqing kill him. At this moment, Xia Yuan suddenly made a big move, Poison Arrow Piercing Heart. It was a poison caster's ultimate skill that could cause lethal poison damage. The dark green poison arrow pierced through the air and was about to hit Qi Shua. Qi Shua immediately took a step to the left and hid behind Fang Jingqing. He thought about it and asked Fang Jingqing to help him block the arrow. However, Fang Jingqing suddenly took a step to the right and left a gap for Xia Yuan's poison arrow to hit his teammate, King of Fighters' chest. Yuan Ruru, poison caster, killed, jungler number 8, King of Fighters. Qi Shua said. "Are you a spy sent by the enemy?" Fang Jingqing said innocently, "I thought you were going to the right. I even blocked the ultimate skill for you." However, Qi Shua went to the left. Therefore, the scene became, Xia Yuan shot a poison arrow from afar and aimed at Qi Shua. Fang Jingqing had full HP. As long as he blocked the arrow, Qi Shua wouldn't die. However, Fang Jingqing took the initiative to step aside and the poison arrow hit Qi Shua's head. The netizens in the livestream were speechless. You blocked the ultimate skill for your teammate. Why did you two move in opposite directions? Fang Jingqing, King Cobra, killed, Yuan Ruru. Poison caster. Although Fang Jingqing had taken Xia Yuan's head with a wave of poison explosion, Xia Yuan had also successfully taken Qi Shua's head due to his and Qi Shua's reverse positioning. This exchange of 1-for-1 was truly a disaster for both Nakano and Nakano. Qi Shua sighed in his heart. "I'll go and grab the top lane." Fang Jingqing, "Okay." Qi Shua, "Don't follow me." Fang Jingqing, who had already followed him. The netizens in the livestream were completely dumbfounded. Soon, the third round of the team would begin. Everyone couldn't help but worry. Qi Shua went to the top lane, and so did Fang Jingqing. Xia Yuan knew his captain well and knew that they were going to grab the top lane. He asked his teammates to clear the bottom lane and ran to the top lane with Li Yunma. This 3v3 was a battle between all the professional players. Qi Shua crouched in the bushes of the top lane, and Fang Jingqing crouched in Fang's jungle, waiting for an opportunity. The top lane's minions converged at the river. Qi Shua clicked, "Attack." Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua had a tacit understanding. When they saw Qi Shua's attack notification, Black Dragon Knight flashed over and used Black Dragon Roar to taunt the archer and support at the back of the opposing team. Qi Shua followed up and used Gale Fist to stun the two of them. This seamless crowd control was indeed a teammate. It controlled the opposing team for 2.5 seconds. However, Li Yunma, as the alliance's first-line support, had very strong awareness. The moment Yi Xiaoyang jumped up, he instantly activated the skill Curse Aura, turning 50% of the Black Dragon Knight's HP into a shield on the archer. Although the archer was fragile, Black Dragon Knight was a tank. The 50% HP shield was quite thick. With this shield set, the archer's HP instantly exceeded 10,000. Qi Shua's combo couldn't kill him. He needed Fang Jingqing to follow up and deal damage. However, what about Fang Jingqing? Qi Shua clicked, "Attack." Fang Jingqing clicked, "Retreat." This guy actually flashed and ran away, because reporter Zhao suddenly circled around to cut him. Zhao Sanan's Vampire Duke was a warrior with high attack power. After activating his ultimate, all of his attack skills had vampirism. He could ignore the opponent's damage and chase after the opponent. Little Zhao was already very fierce in the competition. This flurry of attacks from the back showed that he wouldn't give up until he died. Fang Jingqing had been cut by Zhao Sinan too many times in the arena, so he subconsciously used blink to dodge. With this blink, he ran far away. Zhao Sinan chased after him in the canyon. He ran back while releasing the snakes. However, how could the fragile mid-laner be a match for a warrior with vampirism? The small snake was cut into several pieces. King Cobra, who had no self-protection skills and no teammates to protect him, fell at the feet of the warrior helplessly. On the other side, Qi Shua used all of his skills but couldn't kill Xiaoyuan, who had a shield. Xiaoyuan immediately retreated and kite Qi Shua from a distance. One poison arrow after another was shot. Qi Shua was hit by the slow effect and poison effect at the same time. He instantly died. Reporter Zhao, Vampire Duke, killed. Fang Jingqing, King Cobra. Yuan Yuanluan, Poison Warlock, killed. Jungler, King of Fighters. The netizens were speechless. One went up to start a team, while the other flashed and ran away. The two players worked together. One died and the other escaped. #tacit understanding #. Yi Xiaoyang couldn't 1v3 either. He had no choice but to go home and let go of the outer tower. Originally, he and Zhao Sinan had a good 1v1. He could defend the top tower. However, as soon as the mid laner and jungler came, they destroyed his top lane with their strength. You might as well not have come, Fang Jingqing asked. The opponent's warrior went around to attack me. Why did you force yourself? Qi Shua said, if you kept up, you could have killed the opponent's archer. Who told you to run away? Fang Jingqing was speechless. Qi Shua was speechless. Fang Jingqing thought that little Zhao was going to attack him. They couldn't win this round, so they should retreat first. Qi Shua thought that they could fight, so he decisively went up to start a team. The jungler and mid laner had different ideas. Thus, the two players worked together. One died. And the other escaped. It was a classic example of the negative example of a world-class mid-laner alliance. Yi Xiaoyang tried hard not to laugh out loud. No wonder Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing couldn't be teammates. Once the two of them worked together, they would definitely destroy all three lanes. With the help of the two players' mid-laner alliance, our bottom lane's outer tower was destroyed. Our top lane's outer tower was also destroyed. Xiaoyuan developed. Little Zhao attacked the back lane like a mad dog. He couldn't hold on at all. The key was to form a big dragon team. Fang Jingqing suddenly flashed to attack the opponent's archer. Qi Shua decisively turned around and cleared the troops. Fang Jingqing, who rushed up to start a team, was speechless. The netizens in the livestream were about to laugh out loud. On the tacit understanding of old friends, you too can destroy all three lanes with your strength, a world-class negative example. Please don't learn from the mid-laners and junglers of all teams. This was the mid-laner alliance, one died and one escaped. I finally understand why they didn't join the same team. The livestream was filled with comments about Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing's lack of tacit understanding. The netizens finally knew this shocking secret. Before the end of the game, Qi Shua said, I still have to rank. Wait a minute before you enter. I don't want to meet you. Fang Jingqing said, I'm going to rank. Wait 5 minutes before you enter. Don't queue with me again. Wait 1 minute. Wait 5 minutes. As expected, their rhythm was never in sync. Fang Jingqing's and Qi Shua's match had been watched by more than 10 million netizens. After all, the 6 pro players were very popular. Many fans had witnessed this tragedy with their own eyes. Some people were recording the entire process. Originally, they wanted to record a world-class mid-laner and a world-class jungler, where the mid-laner and jungler worked together, roamed around as support, and crushed their opponents. In the end, as he recorded, he realized that this was *king example of what not to do. The person recording the video laughed as he recorded. In the end, he couldn't help but edit the footage of Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing. He made it into a video and posted it on Weibo with the title, #worldclass tandem accident #. Many netizens who had watched the match went to like it and repost it. Some people who didn't watch the live broadcast were also stunned when they saw the wonderful editing. Team leader Qi went behind Team Fong to dodge the big move, but Team Fong moved aside. Ha ha ha, who was the spy sent by the other side? Is this the world-class player I know? Dazed. JPG, luckily, the two of them weren't on the same team. Otherwise, they wouldn't even need the other team to make a move. The two of them would be able to bring down all 3 lanes by themselves. Ha ha ha, Xiaobai, don't you two come on the road. You're here? Okay, the road's gone. Yang, who was watching the show from the sidelines, said, I was guarding the pagoda well, but you guys just had to come and deliver 2 heads to me. Yang grievance. JPG Xiaoxinan looked at the post-match data and laughed so hard that he almost slammed the table. Qishua's jungler, 0-4-2 Fang Xingqing's mid laner, 033. Those who didn't know would think that this was a bronze game. Xiaoxinan sent the video to the group. Reporter Zhao, let's enjoy the world-class Nakano joint action. Reporter Zhao, go and take a look. Zhou, world-level tandem. Is it from the Korean division? I'll go take a look. Old Sue, Northern Shepherd is having a mock competition with a foreign team. Rain, Xiao's habit of sharing videos. Please continue. I Sol Chen, I'll go take a look too. A moment later. Sean the Northern Shepherd, split. JPG, Zhou, I finished reading, cover mouth snicker. JPG, Suzhua, ha 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 ha. JPG, Rain, at first, he thought that it would be a learning material for foreign experts, but when he clicked on it, he heard Fang Jingqing and Qi Shua arguing in the live chat. Then, he saw Fang Jingqing step aside and let Xia Yuan hit Qi Shua with a big move. Qi Shua went up to start a team fight, and Fang Jingqing flashed and ran away. The pro players in the group couldn't stop laughing and tagged the 2 players. Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing couldn't help but complain when they saw the message in the group chat. I'm very square, I'm really square right now. Tianhing Shuayue, hurry up and start the next round. I'll enter the ranking after you start. Tianhing Shuayue, I don't want to be your opponent again. I'm very square, do you think I want to be your opponent? My winning streak was ended by you. Roll eyes. JPG, Tianhing Liang, Yi Xiaoyang tried hard not to laugh out loud. Qi Shua's friends were too interesting, especially Fang Jingqing. The two of them had a tacit understanding since they were young, and it was quite rare for them to be on opposite sides for so many years. It seemed that Tianhing would be in a tough battle against Jingzhi in the future. After all, Qi Shua couldn't guess Fang Jingqing's thoughts, and Fang Jingqing couldn't guess Qi Shua's intentions. And Yi Xiaoyang's train of thought was similar to Qi Shua's. That meant that Yi Xiaoyang and Fang Jingqing might also have a tacit understanding of each other. Therefore, when they fought Jingzhi in the future, they would first ask Qi Shua to guess where Fang Jingqing would go to support them. Qi Shua guessed the top lane, so everyone went to the bottom lane. If Qi Shua guessed that Fang Jingqing was not attacking the dragon this time, then Fang Jingqing must be stealing the dragon. Qi Dui bought it back, and the villa was by the sea. The topic section was filled with thousands of ha-ha-has. At first, the old fans who felt regretful that Fang Jingqing and Qi Shua didn't join the same team all said, fortunately, they didn't join the same team. The netizens who once thought that Suzhua, Qi Shua, Fang Jingqing, Xia Yuan, and Chen Qianhua's 5-man team could win the world championship in the S6 season also realized that it was an illusion. A 5-man team couldn't even enter the domestic playoffs, let alone the world championship. Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing could crush all 3 teams with their own strength. Fang Jingqing quickly started the next round. Qi Shua waited for him to start the game before he continued to press the rankings. This way, they wouldn't be placed together. He didn't want to screw up again. It was tiring. Without Fang Jingqing's interference, the following rankings went smoothly. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang had a tacit understanding. They won 3 rounds in a row and only went offline to sleep at 1:30 p.m. The next day, Tianhing started their daily training. Coach Lin opened the PowerPoint in the conference room and analyzed, our next opponent is Team Bob. In the preseason, their record was 8 consecutive losses and they were ranked last in Group B. However, their previous results don't represent the future. They will definitely review and summarize their results during this time. We can't underestimate any of our opponents. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. Coach Lin continued, there's still 1 week left. During this week, everyone will continue to train within the team and play against Team 2 to get used to the lineup. He paused and looked at Qishua. In the next game, will Qishua take the wild seed? Qishua said, continue with the double C and let Xiaoyang and Xiaoxing get used to the rhythm of the game as soon as possible. There was no need for the teams in Group B to use the system that Tianheng was best at. The professional league was like this. Many teams would hide some of their more powerful tactics and lineups and use them in key matches to catch their opponents off guard. It was still the second week of the regular season. They could let Xiaoxing get used to the rhythm as soon as possible. Ace lineups like Double Fly and Double Wolves that had been practiced for a long time would definitely be brought out in Group S. Coach Lin nodded and said, okay, then we'll continue to design the lineup around the midlaner and archer. Xiaoyang's, Lord of the Abyss, debuted and got 5 kills. He's too good. He'll probably be banned in the next game. Yi Xiaoyang said, I'm already prepared for, Lord of the Abyss, to be banned. It's okay. I have a lot of heroes. I can take other mages. Yi Xiaoyang's hero pool was very deep now. Other than the 8 national heroes, he played the others well. However, MOBA games were a 5v5 team competition, not a one-man show. Yi Xiaoyang changed to a midlaner hero. The other teammates also had to choose suitable heroes to coordinate with him. In terms of lineups, the coaching team was actually seizing the time to study them. Coach Lin took out 2 sets of systems that the coaching team had studied and said, in the next week, everyone should seize the time to practice these 2 lineups. They're very similar to the midlaner roaming lineups that we practiced before. I believe you'll be able to adapt quickly. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The second week of the first round of the League of Gods regular season officially began. The game in Tianheng was scheduled for Friday night at 7 p.m. The venue was Xi'an City, located in the southernmost part of China. It was still winter in Beijing in February, but the average temperature in Xi'an City, located in the southern island, was already as high as 26 degrees Celsius. Everyone in Tianheng boarded the plane wearing down jackets. When they got off the plane, they were all sweating from the heat. They all ran to the bathroom to take off their jackets and sweaters. They were only wearing short sleeves. As soon as they stepped out of the door, the sea breeze blew in their faces. Qingxing couldn't help but feel moved by the warm weather. Yan's winter is so comfortable. I'm going to retire here in the future. Coach Lin looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You're only a teenager and you're already thinking about retiring? Qingxing laughed and said, I'm thinking about it in advance. The esports arena in Xi'an City was shaped like a big shell. It was very distinctive. The official hotel for the event was a famous local resort. It had a private beach, and from the room, one could see the endless coastline. The buffet was also full of seafood. Qingxing was a northerner, so he was very excited when he saw oysters and abalones. He ate while praising the wise decision of dividing the regular season into 4 venues. The players could also taste delicious food from all over the world while competing. One day later, the competition officially began. The temperature in Xi'an City was comfortable. Tianheng's first game had made a name for itself, so there were obviously more spectators than the previous game. The attendance rate was over 70%. The big screen in the backstage preparation room was broadcasted to the audience. Yi Xiaoyang saw that there were people in the audience holding up the Tianhuan squad's flag. There were also newly made posters. On the posters were cartoon versions of the 5 members of the Tianhuan squad. Next to the avatars were 5 large icons, a drop of water, a ball of fire, the sun, the moon, and a star. They really looked like a neat family. He also saw his fans in the audience. The posters were printed with the head of his ragdoll cat. There were also slogans such as Little White Poop Picker Camp, Yang Yang will win, and Lai Yang is the world's most handsome Omega. Qishua saw the slogans and said gently, your fans are very passionate. Yi Xiaoyang sighed and said, there are quite a lot of people. In his previous life, he had an astonishing number of fans. In this life, he was still a newcomer. He became famous in his debut game with 5 kills. This was only the second game, but there were already hundreds of fans cheering for him. The speed at which his popularity rose was like sitting on a rocket. But these were not important. The results of the esports players were the key. If they couldn't win the championship, what was the point of having a lot of fans? Xiaoyang took a deep breath and said with a smile, since there are fans here to cheer for us, then we have to play even harder. We have to be worthy of the ticket price. Xiaoyang reached out his hand and looked at his teammates. Come, let's do our best, everyone. Qishua placed his hand on the back of Xiaoyang's hand. The warmth from Xiaoyang's slender and fair fingers made Qishua's heart warm up. But very quickly, his teammates also placed their hands on his. Qishua calmed himself down and said in a low voice, let's do our best. Xiaoyang had a bright smile on his face. Beat them up. Qingxing followed suit and shouted, beat them up. Compared to Qishua's calm encouragement, Xiaoyang's way of cheering before the game was more hot-blooded and could better motivate his teammates. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Xianxia City Esports Center. This is the second week of the first round of the 10th season of the Divinity Wars. Today's match is between Tianhuan Squad and Team Bob. Let's welcome the contestants with a warm round of applause. The 5 members of Tianhuan Squad wore short-sleeved team uniforms. They walked onto the big stage and bowed to the audience. The atmosphere of this match was obviously different. The moment the 5 of them walked onto the stage, the audience erupted into deafening screams. Go Tianhuan! Captain Qi, I love you! Yang is so handsome! Yang, look at me! Xiaoyang looked down the stage and saw a few girls in the VIP seats. They wore fluorescent headbands in the shape of little suns and held posters of kittens in their hands. Xiaoyang smiled and waved at them. The 3 of them immediately screamed excitedly. The contestants entered the soundproof room, and the match soon began. In the first round, Team Bob's coach directly banned Lord of the Abyss. They didn't dare to release a Pentakill Lord of the Abyss. Tianhuan Squad continued to ban support. Team Bob followed suit and banned Qishua's Blood-Clothed Thorn. The commentator laughed and said, Captain Qi once used Blood-Clothed Thorn to get a Pentakill. Liang used Lord of the Abyss to get a Pentakill. This time, the ban position was given to Tianhuan's jungler and mid laner. Tianhuan is the blue team. What will they be fighting for? As soon as the commentator finished speaking, Tianhuan Squad's Illusionist was insta-killed. Xiaoyang's Illusionist also took the national server's target. Since you guys banned Lord of the Abyss, I'll choose a different kind of stinger. Let me tell you what a one-wave kill is. If you repost, please indicate the source. Butterfly Spirit's reminder, please save it after watching. It will be more convenient to watch it again. Chapter 89, Strange Lineup, Illusionist, was very common in online games. It controlled the opponent and killed them in one move. It was a typical one-wave style stab. It was the easiest to control among the stab heroes. Players with bad hands especially liked to train it. However, this kind of hero didn't appear often in the Pro League. This was because Illusionist had a fatal flaw: its big move could be shared. In other words, in a 1v1, Illusionist could kill most of the fragile heroes. However, in a small group battle or a large group battle, Illusionist's big move would be shared by the surrounding enemies. It would create an awkward situation where no one can kill after a combo. Moreover, Illusionist didn't have the refresh after killing the enemy like Lord of the Abyss. Usually, after a set, Illusionist would have no skills left and would be as fragile as a small soldier. Team Bob's coach was a little surprised. Tianheng directly took Illusionist on the first floor. How dare he? Illusionist appeared in the Pro League. It was usually chosen to deal with the cumbersome Frost Goddess. It would have an advantage in lane battles. However, if Tianheng was chosen on the first floor, the other side could choose another mid laner to deal with him. Coach Bob thought for a while and said decisively, use King Cobra to deal with him. The reason was simple. King Cobra could summon 4 small snakes. Once Illusionist's big move was released, it would be shared by the small snakes. Then, he would never be able to kill King Cobra. On the contrary, the small snakes could chase and bite him, quickly stacking the poison status. The illusionist would be easily poisoned to death. King Cobra, a summoner, was the biggest nemesis of illusionist. Bob's mid laner rubbed his hands excitedly. I heard that Little White's illusionist is from the national server? King Cobra, also took the national server's logo. He took illusionist on the first floor. He's not putting us in his eyes. Bob's jungler laughed and said, he got a pentakill with the help of his teammates last week. He's probably too arrogant. Both sides continued to BP. Tianheng took illusionist, paladin, and machine gun hunter from the first 3 floors. As paladin was a swing position, he could be a support, top laner, or jungler. However, the mid laner and archer had already been decided. Thus, in the second stage, Bob began to target the top laner and banned Old Chin's Black Dragon Knight. Tianheng 4th and 5th floor selected Death's Chain and Blessed Priest. Coach Bob froze for a moment. Priest of Blessings could only support, which meant that Death's Chain would be the jungler, and Paladin would be the top laner. The coach hesitated for a moment and chose a team formation. Tianheng's team of 5 began to quickly swap heroes. Paladin was swapped to the first floor and given to Qin Yizhu. Death's Chain was given to Qi Shua. Illusionist was the mid laner, Blessed Priest was the support, and Machine Gun Hunter was the archer. Many question marks appeared in the livestream. How long has it been since Death God's Chain appeared on stage? He should have been crippled long ago. This hero's damage output is not good at all. It's like scratching an itch through a shoe. Did Qi Shua sleepwalk to S6? Wake up. It's S10. With only an illusionist and a machine gunner, the damage output in a group battle shouldn't be enough, right? Illusionist was useless in a team battle. The 2 commentators looked at each other and said doubtfully, Tianheng's team battle output is weak. The top laner is very tanky, but he doesn't have much DPS. As for the jungler, during S6, Qi Shua used Death's Chain many times to win the MVP title. However, we all know that S7's skill changes changed this hero to the sewer. The female commentator said, that's right. This hero hasn't appeared in the Pro League for a full 3 seasons. Sewer heroes were unpopular heroes that had been hacked into pieces by the officials and were basically unplayable. Death's Chain also had a glorious moment during S6, but after the skill changes, the damage of the big move was halved. His DPS wasn't enough, and his body was very fragile. He rarely appeared in the Pro League in subsequent seasons. Commentator, Tianheng's team formation only has 2 DPS in the team battle. Illusionist, S big move is split and can't kill anyone in a team battle. Can they only rely on one archer? The audience was also full of doubts. The match began. In the first battle for the jungle buff, Blessed Priest, S support was relatively fragile. The opposing support, Forest Messenger, had the ability to heal. Tianheng would be at a disadvantage if they fought. Therefore, Tianheng took the initiative to avoid it and went for their own red. Team Bob probably thought that Tianheng would invade the blue buff, so they went to defend their own blue. The 2 sides successfully avoided each other. Qi Shua was still playing like a tool. He gave the first red to the archer, and the first blue to the mid laner. Then, everyone saw, the support, Blessed Priest, used a purple chain to tie, illusionist, to the mid lane to clear the minions. The support level 1 follows the mid lane. This is a common strategy. 2 people clearing minions is always faster than 1 person. After clearing the minions first, the mid laner can roam around to support. Team Bob's support is following the archer. Little Star at the bottom lane is 1v2. He should be able to withstand the pressure. That's right. Machine Gun Hunter is born with high attack speed. His Q skill can continuously fire bullets from a long distance and clear the minions on a lane. Moreover, his defense is relatively high. If he hides under the tower, he won't die for the time being. Following the analysis of the 2 commentators, in the game, Yi Xiaoyang and Xu Jiang in the mid lane quickly cleared the minions and seemed to be heading for the bottom lane. Team Bob's mid laner immediately sounded the alarm. Mid laner miss. Be careful of the bottom lane. The 2 players at the bottom lane quickly retreated. However, the audience with God's perspective could clearly see that Yi Xiaoyang and Xujiang did not go to the bottom lane. They took a step towards the bottom lane and gave the opposing mid laner a false vision. Then, they circled around the jungle to the top lane. Old Qin's paladin had low attack and was very slow in clearing minions. When Yi Xiaoyang's side finished clearing the 6 minions in the mid lane, Old Qin had only killed 2. Thus, the mid laner came to the top lane and helped Old Qin clear the remaining 4 minions. The rewards for the last hit were all taken by the mid laner. The commentator said, Tianheng is in the middle lane this round. The top laner gave 4 minions to the illusionist. The Pro League was not like ranked matches. If you randomly went to your teammate's top lane and blindly killed minions, you would be scolded to death by the coach. Thus, Yi Xiaoyang dared to go to the top lane and kill minions. It must have been because the team had communicated with him beforehand. Paladins did not have any damage output anyway. They just needed to make 2 pieces of defensive equipment and give all their economy to Yi Xiaoyang. Thus, when Yi Xiaoyang returned to the mid lane after a wave of support, he was more than 100 yuan higher than the opposing mid laner. He was also 1 level higher. The opposing mid laner was surprised to find that the support was actually following Yi Xiaoyang. Team BOB's mid laner realized that something was wrong. They are playing a combination of mid and support in this round. The archer has been released. Team BOB's jungler immediately said, understood. I'll go and kill their archer. A moment later, Team BOB's jungler was the first to reach level 6. He opened the game interface and looked, oh wow. Qi Shua was only level 4, this way, wouldn't it be easy for him to go to the bottom lane and kill Qingxing with his teammates? Team BOB's jungler quickly ran to the bottom lane and crouched down. In the live chat, Yi Xiaoyang reminded him, Little Xing, the opposing jungler is level 6. He'll definitely catch you. Qingxing said, I'll be careful and hide under the tower. Yi Xiaoyang said, don't hide under the tower. Go and put on a show. We'll be there soon. Qingxing froze for a moment. Put on a show, alright. He had to listen to Brother Yang's words. Thus, Qingxing tiptoed out from under the tower and pretended to kill the last 2 minions. He moved slightly forward and just happened to walk into the range of the opposing jungler. The opposing jungler immediately seized the opportunity and used a big move to stun Qingxing. However, before he could follow up with his damage output, a chain suddenly stretched out from the bushes and forcefully hooked him over. Yi Xiaoyang, who had been waiting there for a long time, exploded with his hand speed. With a WQR combo, purple light shards exploded in front of his chest and the opposing jungler was instantly killed. First blood, instead of killing, he was killed. BOB's jungler. F***CK. There are 3 people in the bushes. Actors. Captain BOB frowned, bottom lane support, pay attention to your vision. His support teammate felt wronged, they went around their own jungler. I didn't see them at all. The captain comforted him, it's okay. Let's do it again. After reviving, the jungler quickly rushed to his own jungler to collect mana. Halfway through, he suddenly heard the kill sound in his ear. Tianheng Liang, illusionist, killed BOB Xiaobo, King Cobra. This wave of kills was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. BOB's mid laner was clearing the junglers with 4 small snakes in the middle lane when a black hook suddenly appeared from the bushes. The cold chain of the Grim Reaper's chain instantly hooked him over and tied him up. Then, what awaited him was the illusionist's burst. The illusionist had the highest critical hit and only needed 1 second to kill someone. After crouching in the bottom lane, the opposing jungler was gone. After another wave of sneak attacks in the middle lane, the opposing mid laner was also gone. Then, Yi Xiaoyang ran to the top lane to kill the junglers in the top lane. The 2 commentators were stunned for a moment before they finally realized the mystery of Tianheng's lineup. This is a wandering wave attack. Nakano huddles together and crazily grabs people to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. At this time, the audience finally realized what was so good about Tianheng's strange lineup. The support, Priest of Blessing, used a chain to tie up the mid laner. It could add mana to the mid laner and increase spell damage so that the mid laner would not lack mana. His damage output would also increase by a level and was equivalent to a pendant for the mid laner. Although the jungler, Grim Reaper's chain, did not have high damage output, his Q skill could hook people over from a distance and bind them. Your King Cobra had 4 small snakes that could share the damage? I'll avoid your small snakes and lure you over to kill you. After Priest of Blessing reached level 6, its big move could increase the speed of the entire team. Xujiang's support equipment was also a team acceleration equipment, which meant that there were 2 teams with acceleration. Yi Xiaoyang also dropped a pair of acceleration shoes. The speed of this support was so fast that it could fly, thus, the audience saw the jungler, mid laner, and support, the 3 of them colluding with each other. They huddled together and ran all over the canyon, crouching in the grass to ambush. After killing Bob's mid laner in the middle lane, the 3 of them quickly ran to the jungle and snatched the opponent's blue buff. Immediately after Yi Xiaoyang's big move was off cooldown, the 3 of them accelerated and ran to the bottom lane like a gust of wind. Qi Shua's hook was thrown from a distance. At a tricky angle, it directly hooked the fragile archer behind the support. Yi Xiaoyang released a combo, purple shards flew everywhere, and the archer was gone. Tianheng started to fight the minions. After killing the minions, he ran to the middle lane to clear the minions. When his big move was ready, he accelerated and ran to the top lane. Bob's top laner realized the danger and quickly retreated to the bottom of the tower. However, Qi Shua hid in the grass at the side of the tower. With a Q skill, the familiar black chain forcibly hooked the top laner crouching under the tower. Yi Xiaoyang used a combo, and Bob's top laner was gone. Bob's players were speechless. F***CK. Where the hell did they come from? Wasn't this kind of guerrilla warfare too disgusting? It was useless to hide under the tower. Qi Shua's hook was accurate, and Yi Xiaoyang's hand speed was also very fast. Thus, the audience saw the 3 of them hugging together and speeding through the canyon, quickly reaching their destination. Qi Shua hooked one over, and Yi Xiaoyang killed one. This method was like, Qi Shua, come, kill him. Yi Xiaoyang, okay, he's gone. After killing him, they invaded the jungle to snatch resources. When their big moves were off cooldown, they changed routes and hooked another one, continuing to kill. The commentator didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ahem, can these 3 be called the disaster team? Who will be the next disaster? The opposing mid laner has been hooked again. He's used flash. It's a pity that the illusionist used an E skill to control him and kill him over the tower. He can dodge Qi Shua's hook, but he can't dodge Xiangyang's control. It's difficult. The netizens in the broadcast room were also amused by this playstyle. Please enjoy the performance of Tianheng's 3-man disaster team as they scourged their opponents all over the canyon. Tianheng's damage output was indeed not enough, but they didn't fight a team. They just played guerrilla warfare and killed you in one wave. Xujiang, we have a 4-wheel drive, full of horsepower, and run very fast. After killing the bottom laner, we'll kill the middle laner, and after killing the middle laner, we'll kill the top laner. As a result, Bob's 3 lanes all collapsed, the commentator said excitedly. Under the fast-paced guerrilla warfare of Tianheng's 4-wheel drive and scourging people all over the canyon, the economic gap between the 2 sides has been pulled open to 5,000. What surprised us was that little star, who was left alone in the bottom lane, didn't die even once. Because Bob's mid laner and jungler were killed several times by Tianheng's 3 players, they didn't have time to catch Little Star. Little Star's development is very easy because he hasn't died even once. His economy is 1,000 higher than the opposing archers. The mid laner's equipment is even more luxurious. He has already taken 10 kills. Not only did Bob's 3 lanes collapse, but the player's mentality was also about to collapse. 15 minutes into the game, Yi Xiaoyang had taken 10 kills. What did this mean? It meant that when their players respawned online, they would be sent home by the elusive illusionist after clearing a wave of enemies. Yi Xiaoyang's 3-piece set of equipment had been completed, including a staff, a magic book, and a magic crystal ball. He also used the remaining money to make 2 pairs of shoes. A pair of acceleration shoes and a pair of cooling shoes. Was this scientific? Making 2 pairs of shoes, were you trying to escape from Earth? Seeing this, everyone realized that Tianheng's strategy for this game was very clear. Qi Shua, Yi Xiaoyang, and Xujiang formed a team and quickly roamed around to catch people. Xingxing and Qinizhu were left alone. Although it was very dangerous for an archer to be left alone, offense was the best defense. If I killed your jungler, mid laner, and archer, would my archer still be in danger? Xianxia happily cleared the bottom lane and developed. No one had time to catch him. He also quickly pushed the outer tower at the bottom lane. Then, taking advantage of Brother Yang's instant kill of the opposing mid laner, he ran to the middle lane tower and pushed it. Then, he changed positions with Old Qin and pushed the top lane tower while Brother Yang killed the opposing top laner. Xianxia, I am a heartless tower pushing machine. The economic gap was getting bigger and bigger. Bob was a little confused by this strange playstyle. By the time he reacted and wanted to forcefully push the middle lane, it was already too late. Both sides were in a 5v5 team battle. Qishua directly passed through the crowd and hooked the opposing archer, who was instantly killed by Yi Xiaoyang, really in an instant. In less than a second, he disappeared. There was no time to react, the 5v5 became a 5v4. They lost members before the team battle began. This team battle couldn't be fought at all. So what if Bob's lineup was very strong in the team battle? Let's understand the archer's vanish skill. If you can't deal damage, you'll just die and go home. The first game ended quickly in 18 minutes. The final score was simply unbearable. Illusionist, 12 kills. The damage ratio was 45%. He was undoubtedly the MVP, although the illusionist in this game wasn't as cool as the Lord of the Abyss's 5 kills. The illusionist who moved quickly, destroyed 3 lanes, appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and instantly killed people. He was the most terrifying existence in the canyon. If you didn't even know where he was, you would be dead. This kind of skill gave a huge psychological threat and pressure. In the later stages, Bob's players didn't dare to leave the tower. Unfortunately, even if they didn't leave the tower, they would still be hooked out by Qishua or killed by Yi Xiaoyang. In the first game, Bob suffered a crushing defeat. The two casters looked at each other. Facing Tianheng's style of moving quickly and killing people in one wave, is there any strategy to deal with it? The other caster shook his head. The tempo is too fast. The Priest of Blessings itself has acceleration, and the support equipment it drops is also acceleration equipment. It's equivalent to a 4-wheel drive. You can't catch up if you chase, you can't dodge if you dodge. Unless you choose a more flexible lineup and go around the back to kill the opposing mid laner. Or, the second piece of equipment can be directly made into a magic defense equipment, so that the illusionist can't kill people. But if the second piece of equipment is made into a magic defense equipment, the damage output is too low. How to break through this lineup? At this time, the coaches watching the game live broadcast were all having headaches. They didn't expect a sewer hero like Death's Chain to be used as a tool. With Illusionist as the core, the combination of hooking and killing people was very strong. It wasn't enough to ban Yi Xiaoyang's Lord of the Abyss, but also Illusionist. But then wouldn't all of Qishua's heroes be released? After the two sides rested for a while, the second game began. Bob was on the blue side this time. During the BP stage, the coach began to hesitate. Who should he ban? Lord of the Abyss had just gotten a pentakill last week, so he didn't dare to let it go. However, Tianheng's Illusionist system was also very disgusting. It activated acceleration all over the map. Wherever he ran, he would kill. Bob's rhythm was quickly broken. After a while, Coach Bob submitted his options. The first ban position was given to Lord of the Abyss. The second ban position was actually given to Illusionist. The two casters were speechless. The netizens in the live broadcast room all laughed. F***CK, Tianheng's new mid laner supreme VIP treatment, even banning 2 mid laners. Coach, you can do it. It seemed that Tianheng had a mid laner who left a psychological shadow in their opponents' hearts. It was common to encounter illusionists in ranked games, but today was the first time I discovered that illusionists could play such a trick. They appeared and disappeared unpredictably and killed the opponent 12 times. If I were the coach, I would F***King ban him too. Ha ha ha, Qishua must be very happy right now, right? It was the first time he encountered a jungler who wasn't banned. Qishua was indeed in a complicated mood. In the S9 season, his jungler had been banned for an entire year. However, in the S10 season, the coaches realized that Tianheng's lineup around the mid laner was also very disgusting, so they began to ban the mid laner. This was the first time in many years that he had released all his junglers. When Coach Lin saw this, his eyes were a little hot. He finally knew why Qi Shua insisted on pulling Yi Xiaoyang into the Tianheng squad. Xiaoyang was like a sharp sword that could help Qi Shua break through the situation and make the opponent wary of Tianheng's mid laner. Naturally, Qi Shua's pressure would be reduced. Wasn't Captain Qi going to take the wild cores, assassin, thief, king of fighters, ninja? Wasn't he going to take all the wild cores he had released? Many netizens in the bullet screen were doubtful. However, Qi Shua still didn't take any wild cores. There was no need for him to play against the team with the worst results in Group B. Xiaoyang could handle it. In the second game, because Yi Xiaoyang's Lord of the Abyss and Illusionist were both banned, Tianheng's lineup around these two mid laners was naturally unable to be used. What hero would Yi Xiaoyang choose? The netizens were full of anticipation. The next moment, they saw Yi Xiaoyang lock in the mid laner he often used, Sea Goddess. At the same time, Xujiang chose the acceleration support, Blessed Priest. He had used this support in the previous game, and it felt pretty good. The regular season wasn't an overall BP used heroes could be used again as long as the opponent didn't ban them. As soon as this lineup was chosen, Team BOB's coach's head buzzed. Operations lineup. Tianheng used this lineup in the S9 playoffs and won a small game against Northern Shepherd. Sure enough, the jungler chose fighter. It had a lot of displacement and was fast, so it could be used to carry. With Tianheng's lineup, Sea Goddess slowed down the opponent, and Blessed Priest gave acceleration to the teammates. The effect was that I ran faster, and you ran slower. We just had to speed up and break your 3 lanes. The difference between strong teams and weak teams was often in operation. Many weak teams in the league looked fierce when they were fighting, but they often won the team battle but couldn't end the game. They were often overturned. In the end, it was because they had a poor understanding of lane operations. The team with the best operations was the Korean team. Coach Lin tested the operation lineup in the regular season today. He also wanted to see if Tianheng's operations could be played well after Xiaoyang's mid laner was replaced. After all, Xiaoyang's style leaned towards sharpness. He liked to use magic to break the opponent. Xujiang was better at this kind of control-type mage. Dragging the rhythm and slowly leading the lane was a great test of the player's patience. The game just now was too smooth, so Coach Lin wanted to cool everyone down. It turned out that Yi Xiaoyang could control the opponent to death when he played this kind of control-type mage. When he played with magic, he would suddenly come out and insta-kill you, making the opponent gnash their teeth in hatred. When he played as a control-type mage, he would throw a slow spell at your feet. You couldn't catch up to him, and he would kite you from a distance. It was especially annoying. Team BOB's players were kite by continuous water-slowing spells. Finally, they couldn't take it anymore. So, 10 minutes into the game, Team BOB's 5 players suddenly came to the middle lane to kill Yi Xiaoyang. The top laner flashed over and stunned Yi Xiaoyang. The jungler rushed under the tower and used a combination of punches. The mid laner and archer attacked from a distance. With the power of 5 people, they finally insta-killed Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang, thank you. I'm a fragile mid laner. You used so many skills to kill me? There's no need, right? The netizens in the broadcast room were about to die of laughter. Yangyang's supreme VIP treatment included, Coach Lin consecutively killed 2 mid laners, the opposing team's 5 players ganged up to kill the mid laner. Ha 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 ha, the one who enjoyed this treatment before was Qi Shua. This season, a great demon king appeared in Tianheng's mid lane. Shouldn't they focus on the mid lane? I don't know why, but I wanted to laugh when I saw Yangyang being killed by 5 people. I'm obviously his fan. 5 people ganging up to fight a boss, Xiaotian, who was watching from the sidelines. Couldn't help but sigh, our team too was also like this before. Sigh, Brother Yang's playing style can easily leave a psychological shadow on people. Yanbin deeply agreed, that's right, it's too infuriating. In the first game, he wandered around the map and killed Team BOB's players a total of 12 times. Team BOB's players had already accumulated a bellyful of anger. In the second game, he used Sea Goddess to slow them down. How could they tolerate this? They couldn't help it. In the mid lane, Team BOB's 5 players ganged up to kill Yi Xiaoyang and sent him home. Qi Nizhu quickly filled in the mid lane to guard the tower, while Qi Shua took the minions and stole the top tower. Tianheng's operating level was far superior to their opponents. Under Qi Shua's command, they split up into 3 groups and pushed forward. Team Bob's 3 outer towers were quickly destroyed, and the resources in the jungle could not be defended. In the crucial wave of dragon, Team Bob's 5 players still wanted to kill Yi Xiaoyang. In the end, the moment the opposing jungler rushed over, Yi Xiaoyang flashed over the wall and threw a big move behind him. A large area of water was placed under his feet, causing Team Bob's 5 players to collectively slow down. His teammates immediately followed up with crowd control. Qingxing very comfortably hid in the distance and dealt damage. Team Bob's 5 players were wiped out. Although they lasted for 20 minutes in the second game, they ultimately lost as expected. Team Bob's captain sighed and said, "Tianheng seems to be able to enter Group S. We really can't beat them. In the past, when we played against Tianheng, we knew to target their jungle. But this season, Tianheng's mid lane is very strong, and their tactics have completely changed." At this time, the coaches of the other teams in Group B who were watching the live broadcast were all having headaches. What would they do when they encountered Tianheng? Would they be able to eliminate both the Lord of the Abyss and the Illusionist? However, Yi Xiaoyang's control-type mage was as good as Zhu Jiang's. He could integrate himself into Tianheng's operating system and drag out the opponent's death. Yi Xiaoyang alone had 8 heroes who had obtained the national server standard. Moreover, some of the strong heroes who trained in private must have hidden treasures. Ban the mid laner, Qi Shua's jungler was released. Ban the jungler, Yi Xiaoyang's Lord of the Abyss and Illusionist's mid laner were not easy to deal with. The coaches in Group B had the same idea at the same time. Could they ban Yi Xiaoyang? Almighty mid laner, esports, source. Chapter 90 Black Hot Search. Tianheng beat Bob in 20. This result was within the expectations of many. After all, Bob was the bottom team in Group B. If Tianheng couldn't even beat Bob, then they should be prepared to be eliminated. Yi Xiaoyang won the MVP award in the first round with 15 kills and 0 deaths. Although he was killed by a 5-man team in the second round, he had 12 assists and his participation rate was 100%. He contributed the most to the team, so the MVP award was given to him. During the interview, the reporter said excitedly, "Welcome Liang to our interview booth." Yi Xiaoyang nodded politely to the reporters. The reporter said, "Today you won 2 MVPs in 2 rounds. Including the MVP in the first round, you have won 3 MVPs so far and are number 1 on the MVP leaderboard. Do you have anything you want to say to everyone?" During the Pro League, there would be various leaderboards, such as the kill leaderboard, assist leaderboard, economy per minute ranking, and MVP ranking. The most important one was the MVP ranking. The player who won the most MVPs each season would win the MVP award, Most Valuable Player of the Season. This was similar to the MVP award, Most Valuable Player of the Finals, and was the most valuable individual trophy. The championship trophy proved the strength of the team, while the MVP award proved the strength of a player. As long as you won this award, your value would increase several times over. Qi Shua was the MVP of the S6 season, and Yi Xiaoyang also wanted to win the MVP award for the S10 season. Of course, the competition for this award would be very fierce. After all, every team had an ace player. If the MVP count was tallied, he might not necessarily win against others. Yi Xiaoyang took the microphone and said with a smile, 3 MVPs doesn't mean anything. S10 has just started, and many teams don't have matches scheduled for the first week. Tianheng has matches in the first 2 weeks, and we just happened to win. Therefore, my MVP count is temporarily number 1. This is nothing to be proud of. The reporter followed up with another question. Then are you confident you can win the MVP award? Yi Xiaoyang said calmly, "Of course. I think many players dream of winning the MVP award, right?" The reporter nodded. That's right. A contestant who doesn't want to win an award isn't a good contestant. Next, there's another question. We all know that Xiaoyang is the streamer Xiao Bai, and we also know that you have won the national server standards of 8 heroes. The netizens are very curious. Other than these 8 heroes, do you know how to play other heroes? Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, I'm not very familiar with the other heroes, so there's no need to ban the coaches. The coaches of Group B were confused. As if I'd believe you, it was impossible for a pro player to only know 8 heroes. Therefore, Yi Xiaoyang's words were clearly a joke, but it also gave the coaches of Team B a headache. How deep was his pool of heroes? It couldn't be that all the mid laners were strong, right? After the interview, everyone in Tianjing returned to the hotel by car. On the way back, Qingxing was very excited. My brother Yang is all round. He knows how to play all the mid laners. When he meets Tianjing in the future, the opposing coaches won't even know how to ban the heroes. Lin Feng sat in the back row in a good mood. Tianjing hadn't been so proud in a long time. Would you believe that 2 mid laners were consecutively banned in the BP stage? In the past, it was always the crazy banned jungler. This showed that Xiaoyang's appearance had made the coaches of the alliance feel threatened. In future competitions, Tianjing could consider more lineup combinations. They could try all kinds of tricks. After all, after Xiaoyang pulled most of the aggro, Qi Shua was liberated. Coach Lin took out his notebook and quickly wrote and drew, deducing some lineups in his mind. The car quickly returned to the hotel. Coach Lin struck while the iron was hot and called everyone to review the game. After a simple summary, he let everyone go back to rest. When Yi Xiaoyang returned to his room, it was only 9:30. It was still early, so he opened the live broadcast room. He had to make up for the 30 hours of live broadcast time every month. When professional players started live broadcasting, they had to find time in between. Today was Friday. At 9:30 p.m. many students and office workers were on holiday at home. Not long after Yi Xiaoyang opened the whale platform, millions of people flooded into his live broadcast room. Today was a day without Kitty. Hurry up and let your cat out so I can give it a kiss, Yi Xiaoyang said. Good evening, everyone. I'm at the hotel. Kitty is not with me. Many people in the live broadcast room became Kitty's online poop picker. Kitty was not there today, so everyone was quite disappointed. Yi Xiaoyang explained, every time Tianjing goes out for a competition, I leave Kitty at the base. Don't worry, there are a few ladies at the base who help take care of it. Yang, good job. MVP for 2 rounds today. I've never watched a professional league before, but I watched it for you. You played very well. I'll watch it for a long time in the future. After watching the interview, can Yang compete for this season's MVP award? There are already 3 MVPs now. I think Yang has the ability to do so. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, of course I want to win the MVP award, but there are so many experts in the league. I can only say that I'll try my best. I might not win it. Amidst the cheerful comments, a few comments that started a war suddenly popped up. A rookie who won 3 MVPs is so arrogant? What a joke. The MVP award is contested by all the players in the league. How dare a rookie say that? Do you think Captain Feng, Zhou, Sister Ping, and Old Su are dead? This streamer really knows how to boast shamelessly. He thinks he's a god just because he won 3 MVPs in Group B. Are all rookies these days so arrogant? Yi Xiaoyang frowned. The group of people that popped up in the comments section didn't look right. Was it a group of anti-fans from a certain organization? Xiao Rui was watching the livestream. When he saw the comments that started a war, he banned more than a dozen accounts in a row. However, such comments continued to pop up endlessly. Yi Xiaoyang received a private message from Xiao Rui on his cell phone. Bro, these people must have opened a lot of alternate accounts to spam the chat. I can't even ban them all. What's going on? Why does it feel like there's a large number of anti-fans? Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, maybe it's because I've been too high profile since my debut that some people are jealous of me. They're banning their IPs. He ignored the comments and continued to click on the leaderboard. Everyone, don't pay attention to these comments that are starting a war. Let's continue with the leaderboard and teach our new friends how to use the illusionist. Yi Xiaoyang's livestream lasted for 3 hours and only ended at around 12 a.m. sharp. Tianjing had an 8 a.m. flight back to the imperial capital, so he had to sleep early and wake up early to catch the flight. He had just finished showering and was about to go to bed when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He opened the message and saw a row of horrified emoticons from Xiao Rui. Bro, look at the trending topics on Weibo. Link. Yi Xiaoyang opened the link and had a look. It was a trending topic with his name attached. Hashtag congratulations to Tianheng Liang for winning the Season 10 MVP award. Hashtag this topic was full of mockery, and it was obvious that it was deliberately posted by someone with ulterior motives. Yi Xiaoyang clicked on Weibo. The blogger had less than 100 followers and only shared news about the alliance's official competitions every day. It was obvious that this was an alternate account and did not have any daily updates. The Weibo post also included 2 out-of-context screenshots of the post-match interview. The reporter turned to him and asked, "Are you confident that you'll win the season's MVP award?" Yi Xiaoyang smiled. "Of course I am." In addition to the 2 screenshots, there was also a short essay posted on Weibo. "I'm stunned. Tianheng Liang is really arrogant. He debuted with a pentakill and was praised by the media as the arrival of a new god. Does he really think he's a god? How can a newbie be so arrogant and boastful? Does he not care about the gods of the alliance?" Below this comment, there were many comments that echoed the sentiment. "I've long disliked him. He's enjoying the best treatment in Tianheng just because he's the only Omega player in the league. The junglers gave him mana and money the whole time. If it were me, I would also win the MVP." His MVP was raised by Qi Shua and Old Qin. Upstairs, don't forget about Qing Xing. The whole team raised him. I also watched today's game. Yi Xiaoyang crazily leached troops from all 3 lanes and also ate resources from the junglers. His money was more than 2,000 yuan than the opposing mid-laner. With such a big difference in finances, even a challenger mid-laner could kill him indiscriminately. His teammates gave him so much money to fatten him up. I don't know what he's so proud of. He even said that he could win the Season 10 MVP. How shameless. The scolding in the comment section was getting worse and worse. Because this Weibo post was forwarded and liked too many times, it became a trending topic. Yi Xiaoyang's fans noticed that someone was slandering him, so they went to Weibo to argue. Yang only said that he was confident. He didn't say that he would definitely win. What are you getting so worked up about? I'm confused. The reporter asked if he was confident that he would win the award. Did he say that he wasn't confident? He also said during his live stream that there are many experts in the alliance. He might not be able to win the MVP, but he would try his best. The blogger definitely didn't watch his live stream. Are you taking his words out of context? The 2 sides argued in the comment section and directly changed the topic to today's top 10 trending topics. Yi Xiaoyang had been in the limelight recently. Some people didn't like him and wanted to take the opportunity to slander him. Although most players in the esports circle only focused on competing, they still had money and the media behind them. It was impossible for the entire circle to happily applaud the arrival of a new god. His appearance meant that the S10 season's Best Newcomer award was likely to be snatched by him. Then, those who had the ability to compete for the Best Newcomer award would definitely not be convinced. In today's interview, the reporter casually asked a question and he casually answered, but it was taken out of context and twisted to say that he didn't respect the veteran players, spoke arrogantly, thought highly of himself, and considered everyone else beneath him. Yi Xiaoyang didn't respond. He had always been too lazy to care about these things. Sometimes, the more you explained, the more agitated the anti-fans would get. Pretending not to know was the best way to deal with it. However, Qi Shua, who was browsing Weibo before going to bed, couldn't sit still when he saw this trending topic. He quickly scrolled through the comments below the trending topic and frowned more and more. He had been scolded many times in the past few years. Every time, he was very calm and didn't even look at the anti-fans. But he didn't know why, but he was very unhappy when he saw the anti-fans scolding Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was a player he had spent a lot of effort to get into the Tianhuan squad. His performance in the past 2 weeks was outstanding, so it was normal for him to cause a small number of people to argue. However, it was obvious that this overwhelming smear was done on purpose. Qi Shua reposted Weibo with a sullen face and left a comment, "Liang's performance was too outstanding, so it made some people jealous, right? Instead of trying to slander our new mid-laner, why don't you think about how to play against our Tianhuan next? Using fake reviewers to slander a player and play psychological warfare is too low level." Qi Shua's fans, holy shit. Captain Qi is so strong. Qi Shua had always been a calm and steady captain in everyone's hearts. In the past, when he was scolded and appeared on the trending topic, he didn't care. Who would have thought that this time, he would take the initiative to stand up for Tianhuan's new mid-laner? Many fans instantly felt at ease when they saw Captain Qi's protective attitude. The CP fans used their imagination to the fullest and silently posted countless sweet little essays. Yi Xiaoyang was already preparing to go to bed. But when he refreshed his phone, he saw Qi Shua's comment. Yi Xiaoyang, Captain Qi was too strong-willed. He smiled and sent a message to Qi Shua, Captain Qi is so strong-willed. JPG, Qi Shua sent a voice message. In the quiet night, his low voice amplified in his ear, as if it had the power to calm people down. Don't take it to heart. Your performance has been too good recently, so it's inevitable that people will be jealous. In the esports scene, only losers get scolded. It's rare to get scolded after winning. Obviously, someone hired fake reviewers to slander you. Yi Xiaoyang also sent a voice message, it's okay, I've always been big-hearted, so I don't mind at all. Qi Shua heard his laughter and couldn't help but smile. Xiaoyang was really big-hearted, he could still laugh in this situation. The opponent's underhanded operation originally wanted to suppress the newcomer, affect the newcomer's mentality, and make the newcomer perform abnormally in the game. It had to be said that this poisonous trick was very effective on newcomers with poor mental fortitude. However, Yi Xiaoyang was someone who could still smile and say thank you when he was marked by alpha. Affect his mentality? He was thinking too much. Qi Shua said, there must be someone behind this. I suspect it's Yaoguang. Yi Xiaoyang was puzzled, Yaoguang Esports Club? Yes, the capital behind Yaoguang is an entertainment company. They're very rich, and their boss is a rich second-generation heir. He's very good at manipulating public opinion and creating hype. Do you remember when Xia Weiyu jumped ship during the S9 transfer period? I remember. Xia Weiyu suddenly left the team, and Yaoguang Esports Club was scolded by his fans for several days. Xia Weiyu was very strong, and he was the team captain. Why couldn't he reach an agreement with the club? Yi Xiaoyang thought carefully and quickly understood, could it be that Yaoguang wants to promote a new god? So they squeezed out Xia Weiyu? That's very likely. Yaoguang wants to create a new god this season. If you're in the limelight too much, it will affect their new god's popularity. They have a competition this weekend, and their new player's debut match. The timing is also right. There could only be one Best Newcomer award this season. If Yaoguang wanted to spend a lot of money to create a new god, Yi Xiaoyang's existence would be a huge threat to them. Before their own newcomer debuted, they would splash dirty water on their most powerful competitor? They would let their opponent appear on the trending searches and leave the impression that Tianheng's newcomer was extremely arrogant and condescending. At that time, Yaoguang's newcomer would be humble, polite, lively, and cute. If he was a little more handsome and got 3 or 5 kills, wouldn't his popularity surpass Yi Xiaoyang's in an instant? What a good trick! Yaoguang was indeed the owner of an entertainment company. They brought the entertainment industry's tricks to the esports scene. Yi Xiaoyang chuckled and said, don't worry, Captain Qi, these public opinions won't affect me much. Since they took the initiative to splash dirty water on me, then I can only return the favor on the field. Chapter 91, Yaoguang's newcomers. The next morning, Yi Xiaoyang and his teammates set off for the airport. The team leader had booked a car in advance to send them off. Yi Xiaoyang smiled at Qi Shua and took the initiative to sit next to him. Qingxing sat next to Yi Xiaoyang across the aisle. Qingxing, who had dark circles under his eyes, peeked at Yi Xiaoyang from the side. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Yi Xiaoyang noticed his little movements and couldn't help but say, Little Xing, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold it in. Qingxing asked cautiously, Brother Yang, did you see the trending topic last night? Yi Xiaoyang said, the one who congratulated Liang for winning the MVP of the 10th season? Everyone, it seemed like he already knew. Qingxing habitually went to bed at 3 last night. Before going to bed, he searched Weibo and saw that someone had scolded Brother Yang and made it to the trending topic. Qingxing couldn't take it lying down. He put on an alias and scolded the anti-fans for a while. Unknowingly, it was 5 o'clock, so he decided not to sleep. He got up, washed his face, and ate breakfast before rushing to the car to gather. The young boy had obvious dark circles under his eyes and looked listless. Yi Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. Don't tell me you didn't sleep last night because you used an alias to scold someone? Qi Shua followed Yi Xiaoyang's gaze and looked at his disciple. Xing immediately retracted his head. No, I don't have that many aliases. Coach Lin walked over from the front row and sat in the seat near them. He looked at Yi Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, don't take last night's trending topic to heart. After I saw it, I left a message for the club's public relations department. The trending topic has already been removed. With this kind of topic, it's obvious that someone is deliberately slandering you. Xing was stunned for a moment and raised his head in confusion. Don't tell me it's Bob? He was defeated by 20 of us and was not convinced, so he bought the water army to attack Brother Yang? Coach Lin shook his head. It can't be Bob. With their strength, they know very well that they can't beat Tianheng. I'm guessing. He looked at Qi Shua and whispered, it's Yao Guang, right? Qi Shua nodded. Yes, I think so too. Xu Jiang and Qi Nizhu pricked up their ears. Xu Jiang said, when Xia Weiyu suddenly transferred, I found it strange. He was one of the top 3 ADCs in the league, but he left just like that. Qi Nizhu gossiped, I've seen Yao Guang's new shooter this season. He's pretty average? Coach Lin said, the shooter that came out in the preseason was Xia Weiyu's substitute last season. His skill is pretty average, but I'm guessing that they're still hiding a trump card. Yao Guang's first game in the regular season is scheduled for this Saturday, which is 4 p.m. this afternoon. The shooter that they're really supporting should be playing. Coach Lin looked at Yi Xiaoyang and explained, Yao Guang's team is a little complicated. Their boss doesn't understand esports, but his family is extremely rich. He spent a lot of money to invest in an esports club and bought a lot of good players to form a team. The outside world has been saying that they don't get along well with each other. Qi Shua said calmly, S8 is a newly formed team, so their foundation isn't solid enough yet. But because the boss is very rich, the players that he bought back at a high price are all pretty good. S8 got second place and S9 got fourth place. This season, they should be aiming for the championship. Yi Xiaoyang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. From the looks of it, Xia Weiyu's departure from the team must have been due to a disagreement with the club's higher-ups. The club sold him for a good price and simply gave him up to promote a new god. Some bosses loved esports and respected the esports players. They worked hard together for results and championships. But there were also many bosses who valued the commercial value of the players more. Yao Guang's boss, in particular, had an entertainment company behind him. The idea of paying a high price for a player to become a star was completely typical of the entertainment industry. Yi Xiaoyang looked out of the window. On the way to the airport, there were palm trees that were unique to the south. The blue coastline merged with the distant sky. The beautiful seaside scenery made him feel much more relaxed. Fortunately, he came to a team like Tianheng. The major shareholder, Mingxing, was Qi Shua's master and a former world-class mid-laner player. He gave Yi Xiaoyang enough respect. Yi Xiaoyang knew that it wouldn't be so easy to win the championship. In this world, not everyone was happy about his arrival. But it didn't matter. The god of the esports circle never relied on hot topics and internet water army hype. It relied on the players themselves to win one match after another. When the Tianheng team returned to the base, it was already noon. After lunch, the coach let them do their own activities. There was no training today and they could rest for the day. This was because Tianheng had a bye this week and no matches were scheduled. The next match was in 2 weeks, so they had plenty of time. The competition system for Clash of Gods wasn't as tight as the LPL and KPL in my previous life. Since there were no spring or autumn competitions, the competition schedule for the first half of the year was relatively long, from late January all the way to the end of May. During the bye week, the players could take the opportunity to relax. There were no training tasks today, so Yi Xiaoyang went back to take a nap. When he woke up in the afternoon, he received a message. Xu Jiang had created a small group called Tianheng's Family. There were only 5 people in the group: Zhu Hua, Jiang Shui, Lai Yang, Shuai Yue, and Fan Xing. This name was exactly what the netizens had said: water and fire are incompatible with the sun, moon, and stars. Xianxia said mysteriously, "This is a small group that I created in private. Please don't leak any of our messages. If anyone gets scolded by the coach, you can come here to complain." Xianxia, "You're making it sound like an underground organization." Xianxia popped up and said, "It feels a bit like the group that skipped class behind the head teacher's back." Xiaoyang wondered, Xianxia suddenly creating this group? It can't be that simple, right? Xianxia said, "I have an idea, but it's not convenient to tell the coach, so I've asked you guys to discuss it in private." Qi, what idea? Xianxia said, "Isn't Yao Guang trying to create a god? They even hired a troll army to slander our Yang. If we don't teach them a lesson, will they really think that our Tianheng rookies are easy to bully?" Xiaoyang did not mind this slandering incident, but his teammates were all speaking out for him. Qi directly stood out to confront them. Little Xing used an alias to scold the netizens, and Xianxia had more ideas and created a group discussion in private. It looked like his Tianheng teammates already treated him like family. Everyone had been getting along well during this period of time. Xianxia and Qianxia also felt that Xiaoyang's addition had completely changed the Tianhuan squad's predicament. Of course, they also liked having such a powerful teammate. Xing was even more so. He was now Xiaoyang's big fan. Xiaoyang asked curiously, "Do you have any good ideas?" Xianxia, "Isn't Yangyang's Goddess of Destiny very good?" Xiaoyang, "So, you want me to choose Goddess of Destiny to beat them up?" Xianxia sent a laughing emoji covering its mouth. "Let them know that this season's best newcomer award belongs to our Tianheng. Goddess of Destiny's classic line, 'This is destiny, don't try to resist.' Xiaoyang, snatch the bamboo shoots. Once you say this line, the other side will be furious after being killed." Goddess of Destiny was also known as the Goddess of Fortune-telling. When online gamers chose her, whether they could kill or not depended on fortune-telling. It was like pulling out a blind box. But in the hands of Xiaoyang, this mage hero with the highest control difficulty, he could still play it to perfection and catch people off guard with one set of moves. If Lord of the Abyss came to kill you, you could at least see his shadow. If Goddess of Destiny wanted to kill you, you couldn't even see where she was. A bunch of fancy charms would fall from the sky and you would be gone. This kind of long-range mage with high explosive power was the nightmare of all fragile heroes. Qianxia sent a row of thumbs up in the group. Xianxia's idea is good. Goddess of Destiny's voice lines are the most infuriating. Also, didn't they scold Xiaoyang for eating Captain Qi's mana buff? Goddess of Destiny doesn't have a mana bar. Yang can still kill him even if he doesn't eat mana. Qi said calmly, "We haven't practiced a team battle system against Goddess of Destiny. But little Xiaoyang's idea is good. I'll mention it to the coach tomorrow and let the coaching team come up with a lineup as soon as possible." Xiaoyang's heart warmed and he said in the group, "Thank you, everyone. I know that every time I win the MVP, it's because everyone gives me money and kills. Hug you." Qianxia sent a silly smile emoji. "As long as we can win, it doesn't matter who wins the MVP." Xianxia, "That's right. After Yang came to Tianheng, it's much easier for us to play. You deserve to be the MVP. Seriously, try to win the MVP award in the S10 regular season. I think it's possible." Qianxia, "I think so too. Although the competition is fierce, as long as we win enough games in the regular season and Xiaoyang wins more MVP awards, he'll definitely be in the top few. Xing, my brother Yang is the best player in my heart. He deserves to be the MVP." Qi looked at the messages in the group with mixed feelings. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to integrate into the team so quickly. The esports scene was indeed a place where strength spoke louder than words. Xiaoyang was able to gain the recognition and respect of his teammates because he was strong enough and his teammates were willing to let him carry. Thinking about Xiaoyang standing on the podium and holding up the MVP of the season trophy, Qi chest couldn't help but heat up a little. At that moment, Xiaoyang standing on the podium would definitely be very dazzling, right? Qi had won this award in S6 before. At that time, it was his master who helped him and gave him kills when necessary. The MVP award wasn't about a player's performance alone. It also depended on the support of his teammates. Therefore, this season, he would do his best to help Yi Xiaoyang win this award that could prove his worth the most. Seeing that it was almost 4 p.m., Qi Shua said, "Is everyone free in the afternoon?" Everyone asked, "What's up, Captain Qi?" "Qi Shua, come to dorm 301. Let's watch the match at 4 p.m. together." A moment later, old Qin came over with peanuts, melon seeds, and walnuts. Xujiang and Qingxing followed closely behind. Little White was very excited when she saw so many people coming to her home and rubbed herself against everyone. Yi Xiaoyang took the initiative to pour drinks for everyone. The 5 of them sat on the sofa in the living room and turned on the big TV to watch the live broadcast. It was a holiday today, so there was no need for them to go to the training room. In private, they watched the live broadcast in Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's dorm room. Without the coaches around, they had more freedom. Moreover, there was Little White Cat to rub shoulders with everyone. This was Group A's match, Yaoguang vs Wolf Pack. After Yaoguang's team of 5 went on stage, Yi Xiaoyang noticed that the newcomer standing in the shooter position was very handsome. When he smiled, he was very polite and could be ranked in the top 10 in the league. It was no wonder that the boss wanted to promote him. Qin Yizhu lamented, "This new shooter is much more handsome than Xia Weiyu." Xu Jiang complained, "Since when did the esports scene have to rely on one's looks to make a living?" Yi Xiaoyang hugged Little White and patted her head as he said, "It's definitely not possible to only have a face and no skills. But what if he's handsome and strong? It's normal for the club to want to promote him." Yao Guang's new shooter this season was quite handsome. It was just a matter of how good he was. The match soon began. Group A's match was obviously better than Group B's. Both sides fought back and forth. In the first group battle, Yao Guang's new shooter, YG Yumao, played tricky positions and scored 3 kills in one wave. In the early stages of the game, it was easy for a shooter to have a good economy after getting 3 kills. Yao Guang also had a support close to him as a bodyguard. In the later stages of the group battle, the shooter attacked crazily from a distance and wiped out Wolf Pack. Yao Guang won the first round. As expected, the MVP award was given to YG Yumao. In the second round, Wolf Pack eliminated Yumao's Holy Spirit Archer. In the end, Yumao took another hero, Sharpshooter. The sharpshooter's Q skill was called Aimed Shot. It could store up to 5 bullets and fire a shot after aiming from a distance. In the later stages of the game, it could kill a brittle skin with 1 shot. However, if it missed the target, it would be awkward. This hero was very squishy, but its critical hit was very high. It was a test of accuracy. A good sharpshooter could be called God of Guns and could kill a person with 1 shot. A bad sharpshooter would be aiming at empty air after all his teammates died. He would be scolded to death for having 0 damage output in a group battle. Yumao dared to choose this hero in the competition. He must be very skilled. Reality proved this. His skill hit rate was more than 80%. 4 out of 5 bullets could hit a person. It was quite scary. He took advantage of the opportunity to shoot suddenly and then headshot. Such a long-range shooter was a huge threat to the squishy players in the back row. The front row could not take 2 shots from him. In the last group battle, Yumao hid in the bushes in the distance with the help of his teammates. He aimed and shot continuously. As his teammates killed the opponents, he killed 1 person with 1 shot. He actually got a pentakill in one go. The commentator shouted excitedly, "Oh my god, pentakill! The second pentakill of the season has been born." Yao Guang's rookie, Yumao, took ahead with 1 shot. 5 shots in a row. Every move was a kill. Not a single bullet missed. He is worthy of being called the God of Guns. This season's rookies are really amazing. In front, there was Liang from Tianhuan squad. Abyss Dominator turned the whole game upside down and got a pentakill. Behind, there was Yumao from Yaoguang squad. Shot after shot, all 5 bullets hit and got a pentakill. Let us congratulate Yaoguang squad for winning the competition. The bullet screen was full of 666 comments. If not for Yi Xiaoyang's pentakill, Yaoguang's rookie would be worthy of being called the Emperor Star. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaoyang stole his limelight. Yi Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes slightly. This rookie is not bad. If the opponent was too weak, there was no point in directly beating them to death. If the shooter was strong enough, Xiaoyang would have a stronger desire to kill the opponent. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After Yaoguang's match, a large number of articles appeared on the internet. Titles such as Rookie Marksman Yang Jingyu, Crowned God with 5 kills in debut, Birth of a New God in S10 season. YG Yumao becomes famous in first battle. Qi Shua and Coach Lin's guess that Yaoguang Club wants to promote a rookie was correct. Yaoguang had a lot of money behind them, so they must have spent a lot of money on media channels. The rookie they wanted to promote was really good, and he just happened to get a 5 kills, so they could use this opportunity to hype things up. Not long after, the official League of God Wars released the highlights of today's match. Every day, the officials would release these highlights, but the number of reposts today was exceptionally high. In less than half an hour, there were more than 100,000 reposts, and the topic became a hot search. The comments section began to be sarcastic. No wonder Xiaoyu transferred, the new marksman is much better than him. He's also more handsome. Good luck, newcomer. When Xiaoyu was leading, Yaoguang only got second place at most. I think you can win the championship this year. These comments were all directed at Yaoguang's former captain, Xiaoyu. There were definitely passers-by or Xiaoyu's anti-fans who were deliberately fanning the flames, but Xiaoyang guessed that most of them were paid by the internet water army. If they wanted a rookie to replace Xiaoyu, they had to convince the fans that the rookie was better than the former captain in all aspects. Xujiang read the Weibo posts and couldn't help but complain. Xiaoyu was cautious and conscientious during his time in the team, and he didn't make any big mistakes, right? Is there a need to make things so ugly? Qin Yizhu laughed. If I remember correctly, Yueying is in Group S this season, right? The two teams won't meet for the time being, so they probably want to use this opportunity to hype things up and attract Xiaoyu's fans to support the new marksman. Xiaoyu had debuted 2 years ago, and his looks were average, so he didn't have that many loyal fans. When passers-by saw that the new shooter was handsome and powerful, there was a high chance that they would support him. It could only be said that Yaoguang Club was very good at the tricks of the fan circle. However, by doing this, they had offended 2 powerhouses. Did he really think that he could win the championship this year? Wouldn't it be unsightly if he was beaten to a pulp? At this moment, Qi Shua's phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw a private message from Suzhua. Yaoguang, did you watch today's competition? Qi Shua, I just finished reading it. Suzhua said, many of the people scolding Xiaoyu on Weibo are his family's troll army. I suspect that they were also the ones who slandered Yi Xiaoyang yesterday. Yi Xiaoyang has been in the limelight recently, so they're trying to create negative public opinion to overshadow Yi Xiaoyang. Qi Shua, I guessed it. Suzhua, stupid boss. Are they trying to create an idol boy group in the esports scene? The boss with a background in the entertainment industry was indeed unique. His tricks came one after another. This season, Yaoguang's 5 players were indeed quite good-looking. They were all around 18 years old and were in their peak form as esports players. They were not weak, were handsome, and looked pleasing to the eye. Wasn't this the idol boy group of the esports scene? Who knew? They might even find a television station to film a variety show for the group in the near future. Maybe they could write a group song and have the fans sing it together before every match to create mental pollution for their opponents. Qi Shua found it a little funny and casually sent a message, don't worry about that. Just focus on the competition. Suzhua, you guys too. Hurry up and come to Group S. I can't wait to play against you guys. After this match, Yaoguang Yumao's Weibo followers quickly increased to 3 million. The other team members also had over 1 million followers. This wave of publicity was very effective. Unfortunately, no matter how much publicity they did, they still could not compare to Yi Xiaoyang's popularity. Yi Xiaoyang started out as a live streamer. Before his debut, he already had 5 million followers on Weibo. Who could compete with him? Among his fans, there were also a large number of netizens who did not follow esports and only watched live streams, or fans who liked kittens. These were all accumulated from his daily live streams of ranked matches. They would not climb the wall to support some newbie shooter. After watching this match, his teammates went downstairs to eat. Shua chatted with Yi Xiaoyang alone for a while. Most of the players in the esports scene are still focused on the competition. But every year or two, there are always some strange bosses who don't understand esports at all. They think that they can win the championship just because they have the money. Don't pay attention to them. We'll train as usual. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, okay. There are still 3 matches left in Group B. Should we try to win in a row? It was already the beginning of February, and the regular season was in its 2nd week. Tianhuan squad had a buy-in. The 3rd week. There would be a match in the 4th, 5th, and 6th weeks. After these 3 matches, the group stage would be over. At that time, the top 2 teams in Group B would be promoted to Group A according to the rankings. Shua said, for the next 3 matches, I suggest that you choose more magic cores. I'll give you some leeway. Yi Xiaoyang was a little surprised. Captain Qi, you mean to let me win more MVP awards? Shua nodded. Yes, it's relatively easy for us to play Group B. You just need to use the mid laner to set the pace. If you choose a mage with strong DPS, it'll be easy for you to play well and win the MVP award. In Group A, it's definitely not enough to rely on the mid laner alone. In Group S, the combination of mid laners and junglers may not be able to win. The number of times you win the MVP award will decrease. Yi Xiaoyang asked doubtfully, actually, Captain Qi also has the ability to compete for the MVP award. If you choose the assassin-type mid laner, your results will be better than mine, right? Shua had been doubted for so many years. This season, his opponents would finally stop targeting him. If he could win the MVP award, it would also prove that he had not regressed and shut up those haters who were scolding him. However, he wanted to give this opportunity to Yi Xiaoyang. There was only one MVP award in each season, and there could only be one MVP award in each round of the competition. Shua and Yi Xiaoyang both had the ability to compete for this award. However, if the 2 Tianhuan players competed for the MVP award, the final result would be that neither of them would be able to enter the leaderboard. Yi Xiaoyang had won the MVP award 10 times in 10 rounds. Compared to Shua and Yi Xiaoyang, who had won the award more often, it was obvious. I won this award in S6. There's no need to compete with you. Shua paused and looked gently at Yi Xiaoyang. Besides, in my heart, you have the ability to win this season's MVP award. I understand. Yi Xiaoyang smiled at Shua. Thank you for your concession, Captain Qi. Shua looked into his eyes and his heart skipped a beat. He looked away in embarrassment. You don't have to thank me all the time. We're teammates. There's no distinction between each other. Yi Xiaoyang nodded happily. Then I won't be angry anymore. Shua nodded. Let's go eat. There's a Group S match tonight. We can watch it. This season, the teams that had entered Group S in the preseason included Xianxia, Ice Soul, Yueying, Northern Shepherd, Huowen, and Luo Divine Temple. Group S matches were usually scheduled on Saturday and Sunday to ensure viewership ratings. Yi Xiaoyang and Shua sat together on the sofa in the living room to watch a Group S match. Group S was very strong. If they stayed in Group B for too long, they might not be able to keep up with the pace of Group S. Therefore, during the regular season, they had to keep an eye on the Group S matches to see the lineups and playstyles of these strong teams. After watching the match, the 2 returned to their rooms to sleep and continued training the next day. As they had a bye in the 3rd week, they had 2 weeks to prepare for the next match. Their opponent was CYC, a team that had good results in Group B. Coach Lin followed Shua's suggestion and got Yi Xiaoyang to choose Nuclear Sorcerer. Coach Lin said, CYC is a veteran team. Although they haven't won any awards after several years of competition, their players are very experienced. They are the strongest team in Group B other than us. As long as we can take down this team, we won't have anything to worry about in the next match. He opened the latest scoreboard on the Alliance's official website and said, Tianheng and CYC both have 4 points. We have 2 matches of 20 points. CYC has 1 match of 20 points and 1 match of 21 points. We have a higher net score than CYC. Therefore, in theory, as long as we win against CYC, we will definitely advance to Group A. Chengxing was not good at math, so he didn't understand how the points were calculated. He only knew that Tianheng had a total of 5 matches in Group B. They had already won 2 matches with 20 points. If they won another match with 20 points, they would definitely advance to Group A, therefore, the next match was very important. They could not afford to be careless. Xianxia rubbed his hands in anticipation. He looked at Yi Xiaoyang and said, I believe that Brother Yang can lead me to victory. Yi Xiaoyang looked at him with a smile. Just don't die too many times. Xianxia said, don't worry. I'm very fast now with my blink. You guys killed me until I had a conditioned reflex. 2 weeks passed quickly, and the alliance's scoreboard changed again. As CYC won another match in the 3rd week, their total points increased to 6 points. Tianheng was still at 4 points. Everyone knew that the match between these two teams would determine Group B's advancement list. The 4th week's match was scheduled in the bustling first-tier city of Rongqing, Friday night at 7 p.m. The match began. The commentator said excitedly, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rongqing Esports Center. This is the God Wars official Pro League Season 10 Regular Season 1, Week 4, match venue. Today's match is between Group B CYC and Tianhuan Squad. Let's take a look at the points of the two teams. CYC has played 3 matches so far. Their score is 20/20/21. Their total points are 6 points, and their net score is 5 points. They are temporarily ranked first in Group B. Tianheng has played 2 matches. Their score is 20, and their net score is 4 points. They are ranked second. Therefore, today's match is between the 2 strongest teams in Group B. They will fight for the first place in Group B. Tianheng had made a name for itself 2 weeks ago. Today's match was more than 70% full. There were more cheering banners, posters, and light sticks than the previous match. Before the match began, a young lady took a loudspeaker and shouted at the top of her lungs, Tianheng, you can do it. The fans next to her also shouted with her. The fans were so excited that their voices broke. The 2 commentators laughed. Thank you for your enthusiastic cheers. The first match is about to begin. Let's take a look at the BP segment. Tianheng was randomly assigned to the red side this time. They will be banned later. Which hero will CYC's coach ban first? CYC's first ban was directly given to Lord of the Abyss. As expected, Yi Xiaoyang's pentakill Lord of the Abyss was still not released today. As usual, Tianheng banned support to reduce the pressure on Xianxia in the bottom lane. CYC's second ban was not given to Illusionist, but to Priest of Blessings. This ban was actually very important. The reason why the Illusionist system was so disgusting was not because of the Illusionist itself, but because of the 4-wheel drive acceleration support. Sometimes, to ban a hero, you had to see where the opponent's core was. Although Yi Xiaoyang's Illusionist had taken 15 kills in the last match, without Xu Zheng's 4-wheel drive acceleration, their fast guerrilla tactics would not have been able to play. At the same time, Tianheng's operation system, Sea Goddess plus Priest of Blessings, was also lacking in speed. Therefore, CYC banned the team's acceleration support, Priest of Blessings, and broke Tianheng's 2 systems in one go. It seemed that the opponent had specially studied Tianheng and came prepared. Coach Lin was not to be trifled with. One set of lineups could not be used repeatedly. They had already prepared for it. CYC's first floor chose Frost Goddess, a well-rounded mid-laner with ice control and explosive AoE skills. It could cooperate with teammates to quickly push the tower and defend the high ground. Commentator, CYC's first pick is Frost Goddess. The Illusionist is better against Frost Goddess. In the last match, Liaoyang's Illusionist took 15 kills. It was very scary. I wonder if Tianheng will take it this time. Tianheng did not take it. They would not use the same strategy repeatedly. Moreover, with the acceleration support banned, the Illusionist could not play guerrilla tactics. Tianheng's first floor directly took the Destroyer Fortress hero, and the second floor took the Trap Hunter jungler. The 2 commentators were a little confused. Trap Hunter jungler? What kind of strategy is this? We all know that Trap Hunters usually work together with the Goddess of Flames to fight in a positional battle system. This is the first time I've seen a Destroyer mid-laner. Tianheng has a lot of new lineups this season. Let's look forward to their performance in this round. Butterfly Spirit's reminder, please save it after watching. It will be more convenient to watch it again. Almighty Mid Laner, Esports, Source, Chapter 93, Tianheng's Strategy Trap Hunter. Was also a sewer hero. He rarely used it because his skill mechanism was very special. He could create hidden traps on the ground. Opponents who walked into the trap would be grounded for 2.5 seconds. Although the crowd control time was long, it was not instantaneous. One had to predict the opponent's movements in advance to place the trap. Moreover, this hero was very difficult to coordinate with his teammates. It was possible that his teammates wanted to kill A, but the trap trapped B instead. There was no damage in the early stages, and there was still no damage in the later stages. He was purely a control-type tool. Why did Tianheng choose him today? What kind of new playstyle did they have? The audience was puzzled but also full of anticipation. The two teams' lineups were quickly decided. Tianheng's top laner was still Black Dragon Knight, Jungler Trap Hunter, Mid Laner Destroyer Mage, and the bottom laner duo was Support Seraph and Archer Machine Gun Hunter. Team CYC's lineup was more comprehensive. Their top laner was Blade Edge Will, who was stronger at killing people. Their jungler was Ice Dragon, and their mid laner was Frost Goddess. Their bottom laner was the common combination of Forest Messenger and Holy Archer. The two commentators said, Tianheng's lineup is very novel. We haven't seen it in previous games. CYC's lineup is easier to understand. It's a classic ice team. The jungler Ice Dragon can freeze one person, and the mid laner Frost Goddess can freeze an area. If the two heroes seamlessly control the opponent, they can freeze the opponent for up to 4 seconds. So in this game, Liang and Fanxing, the two main positions, have shared skills with Purification to dispel crowd control. Let's look forward to the first game. The live broadcast cut to the game and the game officially began. 1 minute and 30 seconds ago, both teams were playing conservatively and did not break out into a level 1 team battle. In the first round of buffs, CYC actually went to counter the red buffs. They had clearly studied Tianheng's game and found that Qi Shua had killed the red buffs more often this season. If he went to counter the red buffs, he was more likely to encounter the weak Trap Hunter. As long as they killed Qi Shua, his tool would not be able to carry the rhythm. But in this game, Tianheng had to fight the blue buffs first, and the two teams coincidentally missed each other. Xujiang noticed that the other side was invading and drew a symbol on the map. The other side is turning red. Qi Shua said decisively, let him go. I'll steal from them. He immediately abandoned the blue buff and went around the river to steal the red buff. When he returned to his own blue zone, he destroyed the blue buff and called out to Yi Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang, take the blue buff. Yi Xiaoyang used his Q skill to easily deplete the mana. The bullet screen of the livestream was flooded with comments, Captain Qi gave into blue. Basic operation. This season, all the blue buffs were from Yang Yang. Had Captain Qi not received any blue buffs, sigh, looks like Tianheng has completely abandoned the wild core lineup in order to groom a new mid laner. For the past few matches, Qi Shua had been playing as a tool. Netizens were wondering if Tianheng had given up on wild core. But in reality, Tianheng had only hidden many more powerful lineups for Group S. After Yi Xiaoyang obtained the blue buff, it was very comfortable to clear the troops. After clearing the troops, he went to the top lane to support Old Qin and also to freeload the troops. This was also agreed upon in advance. Because Trap Hunter's damage output was too weak in the early stages, Destroyer Mage could not insta-kill anyone. The first minion was directly released. Qi Shua also rushed to the top lane and pushed the enemy back under the tower, chipping away a little of the defense tower's HP. The two commentators could not help but say, Tianheng is playing a bit passive in this round. They directly released the minion in the first wave. It looks like they also know that Trap Hunter is too weak in team fights. They can't beat the enemy at all. CYC took the bottom lane and Tianheng took the top lane. Is this what they mean by avoiding the battle in the early stages? Avoiding the battle is not what CYC wants to see. Because CYC's double ice system is very strong in team fights. They want to team fight with you in the early stages. Freeze one and kill one. They forcefully pushed the bottom lane. Beautiful, Tianheng's archer is frozen. The archer has been cleansed. Fanqing's reaction was very fast. The moment he was frozen, he immediately dispelled the crowd control and escaped. However, the support was killed by the enemy tower. CYC's archer got a kill. The two commentators were excited, and even the live audience applauded excitedly. As a veteran team, CYC also had some fans. Their strategy of teaming up to attack the minion and pushing down the bottom lane tower was quite effective. Not only did they take down the minion, but they also killed Xianxia in a 4v2 at the bottom lane. Originally, they wanted to kill Xianxia, but Xianxia's reaction was too fast. The moment he was frozen, he was cleansed and escaped. Xianxia took the initiative to cover the rear to help Xianxia. In the end, he was killed by CYC. Tianheng continued to avoid the battle until Qi Shua finally reached level 6 and learned the AoE trap skill. Yi Xiaoyang also made the first strong magic equipment. Tianheng began to push the middle lane. CYC was eager to fight a team fight head-on. The five of them also began to quickly gather in the middle lane. At this time, CYC's economy was leading by 2,000, which was a small advantage. However, Yi Xiaoyang's economy was the highest in the game. He took a lot of jungle resources, and Old Qin also gave him some minions. The second highest economy was CYC's archer. He took down 1 HP, and with his stable development, his equipment was not much different from Yi Xiaoyang's. However, in the early game, the mage's damage was definitely higher than the archer's. This was because if the archer's attack speed was not up, the mage's attack speed would be slow. They were finally going to fight. The two commentators immediately became excited. Let's watch the team battle between the two sides. CYC will attack first. They only have one target, Tianheng Liang. CYC's thought process was very clear. Kill the enemy's mid laner first. Tianheng's mid laner was too annoying. This was the consensus of all the coaches in Group B. CYC's jungler threw a freeze over. Frost Goddess followed up with W's freeze. Yi Xiaoyang instantly activated Cleanse. Cleanse could remove crowd control and make himself immune to crowd control for the next 5 seconds. The timing of this skill was not right. It was very likely that the opponent would freeze you after you used Cleanse, or the opponent would freeze you and you would not be able to use the skill. Yi Xiaoyang's reaction was very fast. Almost as soon as the enemy jungler attacked, he used the skill in advance. Therefore, the enemy jungler's crowd control was not able to control him. Frost Goddess wanted to control him again, but he cleverly avoided it with a snake move. The commentator said, "Beautiful. Liang's movement is too agile." He avoided the enemy's key crowd control. CYC's double ice crowd control missed, and Tianheng immediately counterattacked. Old Qin's Black Dragon Knight jumped into the crowd and used taunt, dragging the enemy's front row to the ground. Then, Chu Zhong's Blazing Angel flew over. Blazing Angel's support could use the big move Angel's Heart to carry the enemy to a designated position. However, after being carried over, the enemy could not be controlled, and the enemy could immediately escape. Therefore, this support was usually paired with a teammate. Next, the netizens saw a miraculous scene. Xiujiang found the CYC archer hiding in the distance and used a big move to carry him over. He carried the archer to the trap that Qi Shua had set up in advance, and the archer was instantly frozen and could not move. Immediately after, the Destroyer Sorcerer used 6 balls of black fog, Destroyer Judgment, Tianheng Liang, Destroyer Sorcerer, killed CYC Lulu, Holy Spirit Archer, the CYC archer who was carried over and killed. The audience in the live stream, this trick was too dirty. Wasn't the Holy Spirit Archer standing very far away? Why couldn't we hit you? The support would carry you over and carry you to the jungler's trap to kill you instantly. Tianheng's 3-man disaster team began to perform again. Ha ha ha, if I were the enemy's archer, I would faint from anger. F***ck, you hid so far away. You couldn't reach me, so you carried me over to kill me? I finally know the use of trap hunters. They were punished to stand so that the enemy could not move. It was convenient for the mid laner to slaughter them. CYC's captain was speechless. The team battle had just begun, and the archer was already dead. How were they going to fight? He could only say speechlessly, "Retreat, retreat, retreat." This was a 5v5 team in the middle lane. Because the archer was carried over and killed, CYC had no choice but to retreat. Did you think that was the end? Tianheng's performance had only just begun. After killing the archer, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang began to invade the enemy's jungle. Although the trap hunter did not have high damage, the control duration was very long, especially in a jungle like this. It was very convenient for him to perform. There were many obstacles in the jungle and the roads were narrow. If he placed a few traps on the road, he would definitely be able to control them. CYC's jungler was just about to run over to use the blue buff when he suddenly stopped. Not good. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. A hidden trap under his feet froze him in place. Immediately after, 6 balls of black fog flew over from the distant wall and attacked his chest. Tianheng Liang, Destroyer, killed CYC's Dreamy, Ice Dragon. CYC's jungler wanted to vomit blood. How could that be? The trap was hidden. He could not see it at all. He also did not know when Qi Shua had set up the trap in the jungle. Yi Xiaoyang had been hiding nearby. When he saw that he had been trapped, he immediately made a move to kill him. Who said that trap hunters and their teammates did not cooperate well? Look at the cooperation between Shua and Liang. It was as if their brainwaves were in sync. After CYC's jungler revived, he immediately said, "Support, go to the red buff jungle and check for traps." Since Qi Shua had set up traps in the blue buff jungle, there should be traps in the red buff jungle as well, right? That was what everyone thought. Thus, the support ran to the jungle and personally stepped on the traps. After all, the support had thick skin and would not die easily if he stepped on the traps. The result of the support's departure was that the archer in the bottom lane was temporarily left alone. CYC's archer carefully crouched under the tower to finish off the creeps. He planned to go home after clearing this wave of creeps. However, Xujiang suddenly jumped over the tower and flashed under the tower from a very long distance away. He carried the archer out and placed him on the trap that Qi Shua had set up in advance. Yi Xiaoyang easily took the fragile archer's head with a big move. Tianheng Liang, Destroyer, killed CYC's Lulu, Holy Archer. CYC's archer was about to break down. They're so annoying. Captain, so, where was the trap? From the spectators' perspective, they could see that Qi Shua's trap was actually following Yi Xiaoyang's movements. When Yi Xiaoyang went to support the bottom lane, he would go to the bottom lane to set up the trap. Because the trap only lasted for 30 seconds, it was impossible to set it up randomly in the canyon. If he set it up where Yi Xiaoyang went to catch people, he would gain the most benefits. The two commentators didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can Tianheng's lineup be called a punishment system? The trap immobilizes the player for 2 seconds. The Destroyer's big move will definitely hit. Stand still and let the mid laner kill you? Ahem, it doesn't matter if you stand far away. Let my support carry you over as punishment. The netizens, the furthest I've ever gone is Tianheng's strategy. Tianheng has changed drastically this season. It's such a weird lineup that it's hilarious. If I were the archer on the other side, I would have shut myself up. It's useless no matter how far I hide. I'll be carried over by the support as punishment. Don't come over. CYC was fully prepared for this round, but they didn't expect Tianheng's strategy to be so weird. Since the mid laner, the Destroyer, had no crowd control, the CYC archer skill was flash. In the end, Xujiang's support rushed over and carried him away. He didn't have time to use flash before he was punished and lost his life. CYC's archer started to doubt his life. The number of times he was punished for skipping class in school was less than the number of times he was punished by the trap hunter today. The key was the dragon team. CYC's archer saw Xujiang's seraph and was so scared that he jumped over the wall to save his life. However, this time, Xujiang's target wasn't the archer, it was the opposing mid laner. The frost goddess was about to release her skill when she was caught off guard and was punished. 6 balls of black fog hit instantly, and the frost goddess was gone. The mage was instantly killed. How could the dual ice system fight? CYC had no choice but to let go of the dragon. In the end, they only managed to drag on for 20 minutes before Tianheng destroyed the crystal with the dragon's buff. The commentator was all smiles. Congratulations to Tianheng squad for winning the first round. This penalty standing style is really an eye-opener. The trap hunter hero was probably underestimated by the major teams. Together with the support with strong displacement and the mid laner with high explosive power, they can make a very scary combo. The MVP of this round is still Tianheng Liang. The team's damage output is 45%, and the big moves hit rate is almost 100%. The Terminator Sorcerer took 10 kills. Yi Xiaoyang's skill hit rate as a Terminator Sorcerer was already very high. Moreover, with today's lineup, if the opposing team couldn't move, it would be like hitting a wooden dummy. If he could even hit a wooden dummy, he might as well delete his account and stop playing. A 100% skill hit rate sounded scary, but it was actually with the help of Qi Shua and Xu Jiang. Qi Shua had a very good view of the overall situation. He could predict the opponent's movements and set up traps in advance. Xu Jiang's capture was also very immoral. Every time, he would bring back a squishy or low-health player for Yi Xiaoyang to kill. Yi Xiaoyang took off his headphones and smiled as he gave his teammate a thumbs up. The essence of Tianheng's lineup could be summed up as, stand still and don't move, okay, you're dead. This match's punishment style and the illusionist's rapid guerrilla warfare in the previous match made Tianheng's Scourge trio famous. The coaches of Team B had a headache. Playing against Tianheng was a form of mental torture. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Tianheng's response: there was a 10-minute break after the end of the first game. The CYC coach immediately came to the soundproof room and said, "The last game is over. Don't think too much and adjust your mentality." The players had different expressions. The archer who had been hugged and killed several times had the worst expression. The coach patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Tianhuan's punishing style is indeed a little immoral, but think about it carefully. The Blazing Angel's hugging skill, the Grim Reaper's hook, and the Black Dragon Knight's taunt are actually all based on the same logic. They all use displacement to forcefully control the enemy and pull them over to kill them. In the end, they are just support pulling people, jungler control, and seamless control. Tianheng must have practiced this system for a long time, so it's not wrong for us to lose to them. As long as the archer had Purify and the jungler had the support step on the traps, they wouldn't have been able to play so smoothly." Although the coach's words were after the fact, after listening to his analysis, everyone's expressions improved slightly. It was normal to lose to the opponent when encountering such a strange strategy in a game. The coach said, "Tianheng's recent strategy has been to raise the mid laner and let the mid laner take the kill and win the MVP. So in the next game, we'll avoid the front line and directly destroy the side lane." The CYC captain asked, "Destroy the bottom lane? I don't think Fanqing is very strong." The coach shook his head. "No, Fanqing is protected by Xujiang, so it's not easy to kill him. They all say that the top laner is an orphan. In the next game, we'll focus on the top lane and destroy their top laner." The CYC coach's thinking was not wrong. Didn't you always give the mid laner money in the top lane? Destroy your top lane, and then you give? You don't have any money to give. The second game began quickly. In this game, Tianheng was the blue side, so they had priority. Coach Lin continued to ban strong support to reduce the pressure on Little Star. The first CYC ban was still Lord of the Abyss, and the second ban was Priest of Blessings. The two games were about the same, and the commentator couldn't help but say, "Aren't they afraid that Tianheng will continue to use the same punishing style? Or has the CYC coach thought of a way to deal with it? Personally, I don't think Tianheng will use the same lineup for 2 games in a row, right?" Tianheng's first pick, Xing's Gunner, Machine Gun Hunter. This hero's attack speed was fast, and his bullets cleared the troops quickly. He would not be suppressed in the lane. CYC then chose Light of Blessing as support and mid laner, Great North Sea Monster. Commentator, The commentator said, Translation, commentator translation. Light Blessing translation, and Light Blessing Light translation is Blessing translation. Lin. What's more, his ultimate skill can dispel crowd control effects, and his teammates are immune to crowd control for 1.5 seconds. His opponents won't be able to use their crowd control skills. That's his translation. Not only can this support prevent Tianheng's punishing style from being used, but it will also be difficult for the gunner to be killed instantly. With a set of shields and an ultimate skill, the gunner will be able to escape, right? Let's see what Tianheng will take. Tianheng's second pick is top laner, Black Dragon Knight. This top laner is Qin Yizhu's most frequently used hero, and his win rate is also very high. The third pick is support, Mechanic Expert. Machine Gun Hunter and Mechanic Expert are also common tower pushing combinations. Tianheng didn't choose mid laner or jungler. They should be targeting them in the second stage. In the first stage, Tianheng chose top laner and bottom laner, and CYC chose mid laner and bottom laner. In the second stage, Tianheng started to ban the opposing top laner, and CYC started to ban the mid laner crazily. Illusionist couldn't come out, and Destroyer should go to the small black room. Commentator, CYC directly banned 3 mid laners. Are they targeting the mid laner? What other hero will Liang take? In Tianheng's soundproof room, Coach Lin said, the opposing team chose support that can remove crowd control. Our control chain can't be used. This game revolves around the bottom laner's operation to push the tower. Or do you want to play something else? Yi Xiaoyang said, their support can remove crowd control, but there are some that can't be removed. For example, poisoning. Coach Lin looked at him. You want King Cobra? Yi Xiaoyang smiled. I don't like King Cobra. Take another one. In CYC's soundproof room, the coach was full of smiles. Our support that can remove crowd control directly broke Tianheng's support and jungler's control chain. The mid laner Sea Goddess's speed reduction is useless. Let's see what other flowers Yi Xiaoyang can choose. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiaoyang really did choose a flower. The CYC coach's smile froze. Flower Goblin? Flower Goblin? The two commentators also exclaimed and looked at each other. Flower Goblin mid laner with a paladin as a jungler? Is this the rhythm of a paladin as a bodyguard to protect the Flower Goblin and plant flowers all over the canyon? The CYC coach's temples were throbbing. Tianheng really has a lot of dirty tricks. The broadcast room was filled with ellipses. F***ck, this disgusting hero actually came out. Planting flowers all over the place. Stepping on flowers would cause you to be poisoned. If you equip it in the later stages, being bitten by a man-eating flower would cause you to lose half of your HP. Too annoying. I'm traumatized by man-eating flowers. I hate encountering this hero the most when playing ranked games. Flower Goblin wasn't an unpopular hero. On the contrary, because she was an enchanting older sister, she was beautiful, and her voice was very sexy. She was quite popular with netizens, and there were many official skins. The annoying thing about this hero wasn't that she could insta-kill you with a set of big moves, but that she could scatter her man-eating flower seeds all over the canyon. Every man-eating flower could cause magic damage to the enemy who stepped on it and stacked a poison status. It was too annoying to play a game and have to avoid man-eating flowers all over the ground. The BP between the two sides ended quickly. In this game, Tianheng's lineup was no longer combo control, support, and archer to push the tower in the bottom lane. The top laner played by himself, and the mid laner and jungler were definitely going to cause trouble. As expected, as soon as the game started, Qi Shua brought Yi Xiaoyang to invade CYC's blue buff. Flower Goblin was a very strong hero in a level 1 team because her man-eating flower seeds was a Q skill. When she went out to the river, she could collect 5 seeds, which were equivalent to 5 attacks. Other mid laners could only hit the opponent once at level 1, but she could hit them 5 times. Although the damage of each seed was very low, 5 hits could stack a poison status. In the early stages, no one had any magic defense equipment, so the poison damage was very scary. This was why the poison squad was very strong in the early stages. The CYC captain immediately said, avoid the battle and go against the blue buff. The idea was good, but it wasn't easy to implement. As soon as the CYC jungler ran into Tianheng's blue buff area, he was immobilized by a mechanical soldier from the support, Mechanic Expert, followed by a shield attack from the top laner, Black Dragon Knight. The CYC jungler said, the opponent is guarding the blue buff. The mid laner and top laner teammates immediately went to help. However, Zhujiang and Old Qin's heroes were all tankers with thick HP. They could drag it out for a long time in a 2v3. In the end, before the battle in Tianheng's jungle ended, Flower Goblin, who had a blue buff, came to the scene. Beside her was a tall paladin bodyguard. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua dealt with the blue buff very quickly, and no one interfered. Flower Goblin, who had obtained the blue buff, was already level 2. In addition to the Q skill, man-eating flower seeds, she had also learned the W skill, poison fog diffusion. Yi Xiaoyang came to the blue buff area and saw his hand speed explode. 1 flower, 2 flowers, in the blink of an eye, 5 flowers surrounded the CYC players who came to counter the blue buff. As expected, the CYC mid laner flashed and jumped over the wall to escape. The top laner and jungler had short legs and were trapped in the flowers. The W skill, poison fog diffusion, emitted clouds of purple mist from the flowers. Poisoned, poisoned. Seeing the poison status stacking up, the two gritted their teeth and stepped through the flowers. They narrowly escaped with 3 stacks of poison status and returned home with low HP. Yi Xiaoyang defeated CYC in this wave, and Qi Shua took his blue buff. Then Qi Shua went to fight for his red buff. The two snatched the 3 buffs and began to develop happily. Xianxia started off with 3 buffs. The opposing mid laner also flashed. What a steal! Flower Goblin's hero is relatively strong in the early stages. If you step on all 5 flowers, you can stack up to 5 stacks of poison. However, this hero is extremely difficult to control. You have to be fast in planting and have to place your seeds accurately. Otherwise, it's easy for experts to dodge. It's not recommended for players with slow hand speed to practice. Ahem, yes, I'm not good at this hero. The bullet screen was flooded with comments. I get it. It's not a hero that can be learned by us with bad hands. I only know how to plant flowers in a straight line. I know how to surround and kill in a cross, but I don't know how to use my hands. Yang 666. I thought he only knew how to play 8 servers, but he actually knows how to play Flower Goblin. In the first wave, they made a wrong judgment in the jungle, causing the opposing team to steal the buff. This was very common in the professional league. CYC quickly adjusted their mentality and began to clear their troops. In this round, they wanted to grab the top laner and defeat Xianxia. Lil Dino was directly released, and the 4 of them huddled together to grab the top laner. Xianxia was naturally no match for the 4 of them. He was killed by the tower. The sound of first blood rang in his ears. Xianxia scratched his head and said, "There are 4 people on the top laner. How much hatred do they have?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "They want to break through the top laner. Do you want to help?" Qi Shua said calmly, "Old Qin, hold on for a while. We'll pave the way and push the outer tower." There was nothing wrong with CYC's strategy. If Qingxing was not easy to kill, then they would forcefully kill the top laner and push the top laner. Then they would invade the opposing blue buff jungle and snowball. However, Xianxia was not in a hurry to help Xianxia. Instead, the 4 of them pushed the bottom laner and pushed CYC's bottom laner duo home. In the end, CYC pushed Tianheng's top laner tower, and Tianheng pushed the opposing bottom laner tower. The 2 towers exchanged. It seems like no one is at a disadvantage? I'm guessing that CYC's initial plan was to suppress the mid laner's development by suppressing the top laner. In the end, the mid laner didn't go to the top laner and only went to the jungle? Yes. In this game, the paladin didn't just have a blue buff. After reaching level 6, Qi Shua even gave all the small monsters in the jungle to Liang. It can be said that he's the ultimate bodyguard. Liang's economy became the highest in the game. Tianheng's strategy of feeding the mid laner will be difficult to deal with in the later stages unless we forcefully kill the mid laner to break their rhythm. CYC's captain obviously realized this and immediately pressed the gather button in the middle lane. Kill the opposing mid laner. The support they chose in this game could give teammates shields and dispel crowd control skills. There were no crowd control skills. However, the top laner was a tank with crowd control skills. The jungler also had crowd control skills. He could charge into the crowd and forcefully kill the mid laner. Sure enough, once the 5v5 team battle began, CYC's frontline crazily charged at Yi Xiaoyang. The top laner flashed over to beat him up. The jungler moved over to stun him. Did this mean that they would not stop until they killed him? Yi Xiaoyang, he was scared. He ran away, however, he did not flash back to escape. Instead, he flashed in the opposite direction and directly appeared beside the opposing mid laner and archer. Then, his hand speed exploded. The CYC players were stunned when they saw him flash back into the crowd. Before they could react, they saw a field of flowers appear around them. Yi Xiaoyang's flower demon was equipped with a limited skin, Phantom of the Flower, that had just come out last year. His clothes were purple, and so were the flowers. The poisonous fog emitted by the flowers was purplish-black. The visual effect was very unfriendly. The game's map was dark to begin with. A large group of purplish-black man-eating flowers appeared in the dark. They emitted a strange purplish-black poisonous fog. Accompanied by an enchanting voice, "I'll give you a flower. Don't thank me." CYC's mid laner and archer only wanted to curse at this moment. F***CK. A type of plant. The netizens in the livestream were about to die of laughter. "Great Demon King, don't come over. I don't want your flower. I can't afford it. Please don't give it to me. Don't plant it, don't plant it. There are purple flowers all over the canyon. I'm going blind." They could lose the team battle, but Yi Xiaoyang had to die. Flashing into the crowd and releasing poisonous flowers, was that too immoral? CYC's mid laner and archer were quickly stacked with 5 stacks of poison. His man-eating flowers covered a large area. After activating flower diffusion, they continued to spread. This visual effect was really disgusting. The support's big move was useless. The Light of Blessing could remove control effects, such as freezing, dizziness, and immobilization. However, being poisoned was not a control effect. It was only a negative status and could not be removed directly. The coordination and restraint between heroes was also a skill. Tianheng saw that they chose to remove control effects. He would directly use poison on the mid laner. "Let's see how you deal with it." CYC's members had not yet equipped their magic defense equipment. 5 stacks of poison was not enough to withstand. Every step they took, their health dropped. Double kill, triple kill, in the blink of an eye, even the support with thick skin was poisoned to death by Yi Xiaoyang. As for the top laner and jungler who rushed up to kill Yi Xiaoyang, they thought that he would flash and run away. They did not expect him to reverse flash and rush into the crowd to kill. Did he King treat the mid laner like a warrior? They did not kill the mid laner in one shot. Instead, they were controlled by Qi Shua and Qi Nizhu. The 4 melee players fought 2v2 for a long time without a clear winner. The backline was already dead. The CYC captain gritted his teeth. "Retreat, retreat, retreat." In today's match, he probably said retreat, retreat, retreat the most. Yi Xiaoyang, who had obtained a triple kill, took off on the spot. He cooperated with Qingxing and Xujiang to push down the opposing tower in the middle lane and plant the flowers in the opposite jungle. "Your backyard is my backyard." Yi Xiaoyang used his actions to tell the other side this truth. Soon, CYC's jungle was completely destroyed. In a narrow place like the jungle, there were man-eating flowers at the intersection. The opponents could not pass at all. If they did, they would be poisoned. Tianheng's economy started to roll in like crazy. Yi Xiaoyang made 6 godly equipment in less than 20 minutes. Qi Shua also made 4 defensive equipment with super resistance. Qingxing followed along and pushed down towers. His economy also rose. In the later team battle, CYC wanted to find an opportunity to kill Yi Xiaoyang. However, under Qi Shua's protection, they could not kill him. Both sides started a team battle at the Dragon Pit. Yi Xiaoyang's flowers were planted in a large area in the blink of an eye. The seeds of the man-eating flower spread with the wind, accompanied by a strange purple poison. Sister Flower Demon's gentle voice said, "I'll give you a flower. Don't thank me." "Thank you so much." The 5 CYC players wanted to vomit blood at this moment. The coach watching the game below the stage had mixed feelings. He chose Light of Blessing as support. He wanted to break Tianheng's support and jungler combo control strategy. However, in this game, they did not control. They relied on their mid laner's explosive hand speed to poison you. The support could not get rid of the poison. The jungler and top laner could not kill Yi Xiaoyang. This loss was really infuriating. The game ended in 20 minutes. Yi Xiaoyang once again won the MVP title. In this game, Qi Shua had given him a lot of leeway. However, in a situation where the support and jungler were not controlled, he relied on his extremely strong awareness and hand speed to plant the purple man-eating flowers all over the canyon and poison the group of people on the other side, 8 national servers. That was just a stepping stone he used to attract the big teams in the early stages. In the 3 months of training in Tianheng, he had already mastered all the mid-laner heroes. There was no way to ban them all. Butterfly Spirit's reminder, please save it after watching. It will be more convenient to watch it again. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Congratulations to Tianhuan squad for winning this match with 20 points. The MVP of the second match is still Lai Yang. His flower demon took 10 kills and didn't die once. With such a record, he deserves to be the MVP of the match. Let's give Tianheng another round of applause. Currently, Tianheng has 20 points in all 3 matches in Group B. They have a net score of 6 points and are in first place. Let's take a look at Group B's rankings. The big screen displayed the points of the 6 teams in Group B. Tianheng has 6 points, CYC team has 4 points, AT team and MID team have 3 points, TNG team has 1 point, and BOB is currently at 0 points. Tianheng will face the last 2 opponents in Group B in the next 2 weeks, AT team and MID team. In theory, as long as Tianheng doesn't lose 2 matches in a row in 0-2, they will definitely advance from Group B. Yes, AT team and mid team both lost to CYC in 12. Therefore, on paper, the possibility of Tianheng overturning these 2 teams is relatively small. Of course, we can't be too sure. Tianheng has really made people sit up and take notice of them this season, especially with the addition of their new MID, Lai Yang. Tianheng's tactics have become richer and more innovative. Let's look forward to Tianhuan squad's performance in the upcoming matches. At the same time, let's give our applause to CYC team for their outstanding performance in this match. When Qi Shua took off his headphones, he heard deafening screams and applause in the stadium. He looked down the stage and saw a group of fans waving their posters excitedly in the back row of the audience. There were also fans shouting, "Yang Yang, marry me," and "Yang Yang, I love you." Yi Xiaoyang's popularity was like the sun in the sky. Not only did he have more than 10 million fans on Weibo, but more and more fans came to the stadium to cheer for him. Because he was Omega, many fans called him Yang Yang's wife. Qi Shua turned around to look at Yi Xiaoyang. He had also just taken off his headphones. A thin layer of sweat had formed on his forehead after 2 consecutive matches. His hair was slightly damp, and it hung softly beside his ears. As her head was lowered, half of her fair neck was exposed. There was a pheromone-blocking patch on her neck. This was also a detail that Yi Xiaoyang paid attention to every day when he went out. The last mark was in January. Based on previous experience, the mark that Qi Shua gave to Yi Xiaoyang should last for 3 months, which meant that it would need to be added again at the end of April or the beginning of May. According to the Professional Alliance's schedule, there were 2 more matches in Group B. AT and MID teams were not as strong as CYC, so there was nothing to worry about in Tianheng. It would be the end of February after the match. After that, they would enter Group A, including the round robin and the elimination round. They would still need around 7 weeks. This also meant that before they entered Group S in May, he would have to add another mark to Yi Xiaoyang to ensure that it would not affect Group S's matches. As Qi Shua's imagination ran wild, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly turned around, and their eyes met. Qi Shua's heart skipped a beat. Yi Xiaoyang noticed that Qi Shua was looking at him. He smiled at Qi Shua, opened his arms, and hugged Qi Shua. Qi Shua was speechless. Yi Xiaoyang said seriously, "I'm the MVP of both matches." "Thank you, Captain Qi." Qi Shua's heart was beating ridiculously fast. This was the first time an Omega had taken the initiative to hug him. There was a faint scent of shower gel on the other party's body. It was different from the pheromones in his memory, but it still smelled good. Qi Shua was tempted. He was about to say something when Yi Xiaoyang let go of him and turned around to hug Xing. "Little Xing, you didn't die even once today." Xing excitedly gave him a thumbs up. "My brother Yang is awesome." Then, Yi Xiaoyang hugged Xujiang again. "Thank you, Ah Jiang. Your blazing angel is awesome." Xujiang smiled. "You're awesome." You're giving the other team flowers like crazy. I think the CYC players are going to be traumatized. Chinizhu also laughed. I gave you a flower. Don't thank me. Ha ha ha, how wicked. Qishua was speechless. He was overthinking things. This was just an encouraging hug between teammates after a match. Yi Xiaoyang had a good sense of propriety. There was no intimate physical contact, only a simple pat on the other's arm. Even in the eyes of the audience, a hug between an Omega player and an Alpha player wasn't a big deal. After all, Yi Xiaoyang's hug touched points and patted on the shoulder in encouragement. It was the calm appearance of a good teammate. However, the moment when Yi Xiaoyang gently hugged him, Qishua almost couldn't control himself and stretched out his hand to hug the other party tightly in his arms. It was probably the possessiveness caused by the mark, right? Qishua took a deep breath to calm his heartbeat. He stood up and said calmly, "Let's go and shake hands." The 5 players from Tianjing were led by Qishua to the soundproof room of the CYC team to shake hands. This was basic etiquette after a match. When the CYC captain shook hands with Yi Xiaoyang, he couldn't help but joke, "Thank you for the flowers." Yi Xiaoyang said, "Don't be angry. If you want, I'll give you another bouquet." The CYC team was speechless. "Let's not. We're afraid we'll have nightmares tonight." The 5 players from Tianjing bowed and left amidst the applause of the audience. The reporters originally wanted to interview Yi Xiaoyang after the match, but he had been the one interviewed in the previous 2 matches. Yi Xiaoyang didn't want to be the only one in the limelight, so he suggested that the coach go over. So, Coach Lin came to the interview room. "Welcome to the interview room, Coach Lin from Tianjing." "Hello, everyone." Lin Feng was finally able to hold his head high. His smile was brighter than ever. "We found that Tianjing's tactics this season are very different from before. Many netizens are asking on the message board if your coaching team's tactics revolve around the mid laner. That's not it. Our mid laner is very good, but the match is a 5-player game. The coaching team will also consider the hero pool that each player is good at. Then, they will combine and match to find the best plan. I'm curious, how deep is Tianjing Liaoyang's hero pool?" "That's a secret," Coach Lin said with a smile. When the other coaches saw this interview, they wanted to vomit blood. "Don't keep it a secret, Tianjing has too many secrets. We can't afford to keep them." Was today's penalty style and flower-giving style a spur-of-the-moment lineup, or was it practiced in advance? Of course it was practiced in advance for a long time. We prepare carefully for every match. For example, Qishua and Xujiang have practiced countless times in private. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to connect so well. There's another issue that everyone is very concerned about. We all know that Tianjing used to have a wild lineup, but this season, all 3 matches so far have been mid-laners. Is Tianjing planning to give up on the wild? After all, the junglers have been targeted too badly. Coach Lin sighed and said, "If the coaches of the other teams didn't specifically target Qishua, we wouldn't have changed our strategy and used Qishua as a tool to set the pace for the mid laner." What he meant was, "Who told you to target Qishua? We'll use Qishua as a tool to raise a mid laner to beat you. As for whether Qishua's wild will come out or not, that will depend on the situation in the future." Coach Lin smiled and said, "But the good news is that during the BP period, the opposing coaches won't continuously ban junglers." This sentence was like a warning bell, and it made the scalps of many coaches in the league tingle. When the coach of Northern Shepherd saw this, he couldn't help but complain, "Lin Feng, that old fox. What he means is that even if the opposing coaches don't ban junglers, Tianjing can still take the wild at any time, right?" Of course. The fact that Qishua's standard has dropped is just a guess from the outside world. As for what his standard is, we actually don't know. Zhao Xinping calmly said, "Don't forget how Tianhuan S6 entered the world competition." Nakayama tandem? That's right. If Qishua still maintains his S6 status and works with Yi Xiaoyang's tandem, then he'll be the most difficult to deal with, Zhao Xinping said. F***CK. Zhao Sanan wanted to bang his head against the wall. If Xiaobai signed with Tianjing, wouldn't he be the matchmaker? Zhao Sanan was indignant. Why did I send such a strong partner to the opponent? You're not bad as a matchmaker. Here's a flower for you. Don't thank me. Zhao Xinping pushed a vase of flowers on the conference room table to her brother. Sis, don't be like this. Zhao Sinan wanted to cry but had no tears. If Yi Xiaoyang dares to pick Flower Demon when they fight Northern Shepherd, I'll kill him even if I have to risk my life. The Liang you're talking about is really good, Xiaoan suddenly interrupted. Do you have a way to deal with him? Zhao Sinan immediately turned to look at Xiaoan and met his deep blue eyes. The latter smiled mysteriously and said, we have a lot of strong mid-laners in the European division. We can just use our tandem to kill them. When the time comes, I'll pick Fatin as the mid-laner, and he won't be able to suppress me. Xiaoan's idea is not bad. We can study it, the coach said excitedly. Tianheng is still in Group B. Are we going to study it now? Xiaoan was puzzled. Ahem, Tianheng is not ordinary this season. I have a feeling that they'll win all the way from Group B to Group A, and become the biggest boss of Group S in the later stages. It's better to study it in advance and be prepared, the coach said. I agree. Zhao Xinping said, Northern Shepherd is in the top 3 in Group A, so they don't have to worry about being eliminated. We can take some time to study Tianheng's strategy. Maybe it'll give us some inspiration. Sister, you're always right. Zhao Sinan immediately flattered. At the same time, the coaches of Xianxia, Fire Tattoo, Ice Soul, and other teams were also paying attention to Tianheng's competition. In the past, the coaches of Group S would not watch Group B's competition at all. After all, the strength of the teams in Group B was almost the same as that of the King's Game and the Diamond's Game. Instead of watching Group B, it was better to watch the live broadcast of the League abroad. But this year was different. Group B had a boss that was fighting monsters to level up and develop, Tianhuan Squad. Therefore, the coaches of Group S all watched Group B's competition. Then, everyone was a little speechless by Tianheng's various strange lineups and tricks. Of course, with the strength of the teams in Group S, they were not afraid of Tianheng's strange lineups. What they were afraid of was, Tianheng was hiding in even more powerful lineups. After all, there was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. There was no need to use the strongest system to fight Group B, right? If a mid-core lineup could beat Group B so badly, who knew what Tianheng's stronger system would be like? All the teams began to study Yi Xiaoyang's style, guessing how Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua would work together. Tianheng had not yet entered Group S, but they had already become the focus of the coaches of Group S. For the next 2 weeks, Tianhuan arranged for 2 consecutive matches, one against AT team and one against MID team. As Coach Lin had predicted, the strength of these 2 teams was not strong. It was very easy for Tianhuan to beat them. He just needed to use the core lineup and let Yi Xiaoyang wander around crazily, leading the way to push the tower. It was very difficult for the teams in Group B to kill Yi Xiaoyang, who was protected by Qi Shua. As long as Yi Xiaoyang's economy rolled up, he would become the most terrifying boss in the game. The archers in Group B were almost traumatized by his killing. Tianhuan swept through Group B, winning all 5 matches in a row. With 10 points, he was ranked first in Group B, and without a doubt, he was promoted to Group B. With the help of his teammates, Yi Xiaoyang also ranked first in the MVP rankings with 9 MVPs. During the regular season, Group B's matches were the first to finish. On March 15, Group B's matches were all over, and Tianheng was promoted to Group A. This time, it was the coaches of Group A's turn to have a headache. How should they punish Tianheng's Demon King of the mid-laner? All-round mid-laner, esports, source. All-rounded mid-laner, esports, source, Chapter 96, confirmation of the promotion list after the end of Group B's matches. Group A and Group S also finished their final matches over the weekend. Yi Xiaoyang returned to Tianheng with his teammates. Everyone watched the matches in the conference room for 2 days until the weekend at 10 p.m. The league finally released the points and individual rankings for the first stage of the regular season. Group S's first place was Northern Shepherd. Zhao Xinping, Zhao Sinan, and the new mid-laner, Xiaoan, worked well together. Northern Shepherd had no weaknesses in the top, middle, or bottom lane, so they were exceptionally strong this season. Group S's 2nd to 4th place did not have much of a difference in points. They were Xianxia, Ice Soul, and Huawen. Xianxia's double carry system was still difficult to crack. Fang Jingqing and Xia Yuan's tacit understanding had been established since the youth training camp. They had been partners for 5 seasons, and their brainwaves were synchronized, unlike Qi Shua's. Ice Soul was still strong, and they relied solely on their team to stabilize their position in Group S. Hua Wen, on the other hand, was obviously strong as a mid-laner. He had no weaknesses in jungler, archer, top laner, or support, so his lineup was more comprehensive. Group S's 1st to 4th place would remain in Group S for the second stage, while the 5th and 6th place would be eliminated to Group A. The eliminated teams were Yueying and Luotian Temple. Yueying had Suzhua, a strong top laner, and Xia Weiyu, who had just transferred over. Coach Lin was not surprised that their team was eliminated. He analyzed, maybe it's because of the change in members, and the team hasn't fully adapted. Suzhua's top laner and Xia Weiyu's bottom laner can't work well together? The top and bottom laners were too far apart, so they couldn't provide support immediately. Qi Shua said calmly, Group A's Yao Guang has advanced. There will definitely be people cursing Xia Weiyu. Yao Guang's advancement was within expectations. Yao Guang was also a strong team that had taken 2nd place in Group S8 and 4th place in Group S9. They only had a change in archer, and the new archer was quite good. Although Yao Guang's boss had created gods in the entertainment industry, the players in the esports industry were speechless. But it had to be said that the new god they were supporting had some skills. On the individual MVP rankings, Yi Xiaoyang was ranked 1st with 9 MVPs, Yao Guang's Feather was ranked 2nd with 8 MVPs. Furthermore, Yao Guang was in Group A, so theoretically speaking, the MVP of Group A would be even harder to obtain. Yao Guang won 5 consecutive victories in Group A and entered Group S as the first in Group A. Yao Guang's team Xia Weiyu, Shu, and Lu Zhu's 4. As expected, Yao Guang hired a water army to add fuel to the fire. More than half of Xia Weiyu's fans left to support the handsome newcomer, leaving only his die-hard fans. Yi Xiaoyang felt sorry for this player. He looked at Qi Shua and said, Xia Weiyu must be under a lot of pressure, right? Yueying's team was relegated after the transfer. Also, Yueying's team will be relegated to Group A. We'll have to face your old friend in advance. Qi Shua said, Old Su should have expected this result. He even messaged me 2 days ago that we don't have to wait for Group S. We can play in Group A. The second stage of the group competition won't be easy. In the first stage of the regular season, the top 2 teams in the group would advance directly, while the bottom 2 would be relegated. There were no choke matches. In the second stage, there would be a choke match. It was a match between the relegated teams and the promoted teams to compete for a spot in Group S. It was to ensure that only the top teams entered Group S. Yueying and Luo Divine Temple, who had been relegated from Group S, were the top 8 players from last season. Their strength was about the same as Tianheng from last season. After Yueying joined Xia Weiyu, they had yet to show their true strength. Tian Huan was going to play against them in Group A. It seemed like he had to make some preparations. The match schedule isn't out yet. Let's rest for 2 days. Coach Lin paused and looked back at everyone. Group A definitely can't rely on the mid laner to lead the tempo like Group B. We need to come up with a stronger lineup. Xiaoyang and Qi Shua should go to the international servers duo matches to get a feel for it. I'm worried that the coaches in Group A, especially the strong teams like Luo Divine Temple and Yueying, are already studying Tianheng ahead of time. Lin Feng's worries were not without reason. Just like how Tianheng had been watching Group S matches, the coaches in Group S were all shrewd. They were definitely watching Tianheng, who had undergone a major overhaul this season. After all, they were old rivals, so no one dared to underestimate each other. On March 18, the group announcement for the second round of the regular season was posted on the league's official Weibo. Group S consisted of Northern Shepherd, Xianxia, Ice Soul, Huawen, Yaoguang, and Wolf Clan. Group A consisted of Luo Divine Temple, Yueying, Blood Eagle, Ji Xian, Tianheng, CYC. Group B was filled with weak teams. If they did not advance, they would be eliminated in the third stage. Among them, Group A had the greatest change. 2 teams had fallen from Group S, while 2 had been promoted from Group B. There were only 2 teams with old members. The coaches of these 2 teams were so worried that they could not sleep. A boss had climbed up from Group B, while 2 bosses had fallen from Group S, The following matches were going to be difficult. The next day at noon, the team members who had slept in went to the cafeteria for lunch. They saw team leader Tang Can rushing over to inform them, "Everyone, pack up after lunch and head to the recording studio." Everyone looked at her in confusion. Tang Can smiled and said, "Have you forgotten about the Silver Dragon Cup? Previously, our Tianheng won the Silver Dragon Cup, and the reward included the Silver Dragon Group's annual endorsement. The club has already negotiated the endorsement price. With the rest of the week, everyone has time. Take some time to film the advertisement." Team 2 Jianbin could not help but ask, "Do we have to go as well?" Tang Can said, "Of course. The Silver Dragon Cup was won by you. The endorsement is given to the entire Tianheng Club. Everyone can film a short advertisement." The youths of Team 2 were extremely excited. Xing also had a look of anticipation. However, Yi Xiaoyang had a calm expression. He did not look too willing to go. The products endorsed by esports players were limited. They could not let esports players advertise lipsticks and skincare products, right? Most of them were electronic products, snacks, and drinks. The Silver Dragon Group was a famous technology company in China. They had self-developed mobile phones, computers, and all kinds of supporting smart speakers, keyboards, mice, headphones, and other peripherals. They invested in the Silver Dragon Cup and collaborated with the champion team every year. They had a good reputation in the industry. Qi Shua saw Yi Xiaoyang's lack of interest and could not help but ask in a low voice, "You don't want to go?" Yi Xiaoyang smiled helplessly. "I'm not that interested in the advertisement, but I'll try my best to cooperate." Yi Xiaoyang had also filmed advertisements in his previous life. To be honest, he would rather play ranked games for a day than stay in the studio for a day. After all, he was not a professional actor. He could smile at the camera for a few photos, but he had to read lines for a moving advertisement. Just thinking about it made him feel awkward. But they had no choice. The club had accepted the endorsement, so they could only bite the bullet and do it. After lunch, the Tianheng Group took a car to the designated studio. The young lady from the Silver Dragon Group who was in charge of contacting the Tianheng project was very enthusiastic. She first asked everyone to prepare in the lounge. Then, she sat down and handed out the script to everyone. "You can take a look at the script first and get a general idea of the process. You'll be shooting in groups later. Find out who your partner is." Qi Shua opened the script and looked. The two names Shuayue and Lai Yang were written on the script. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately read on seriously. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang were endorsing two types of products. One was the new laptop computer that the Silver Dragon Group had developed this year. This series of computers was high-end and had high specs. It was equipped with an independent graphics card and the most advanced processor. It could smoothly run all kinds of large-scale 3D online games, including the current most popular MOBA game, Divinity Wars. The design of the computers was also beautiful. There were black gold, silver, red, blue, and many other colors to choose from. Of course, the price was also relatively high. When Yi Xiaoyang saw the promotional image, his interest was piqued. "This computer looks pretty good. The specs should be top-notch, right? I want to buy one too. Is there an internal discount?" The young lady next to him kindly said, "No need to buy it. Our company will give each of the 10 contestants in Tianheng a top-notch gaming laptop." Cheers immediately rang out in the lounge. Qin Yizhu shouted, "Silver Dragon Group is so generous." Xujiang raised his hand and asked, "Can I choose the color? Can I choose red?" Everyone, Xujiang, who was cold on the outside, actually liked red. Qingxing raised his hand. "I want red too. It looks cool." Qi Shua asked Yi Xiaoyang in a low voice, "What color do you like?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "I like the white one." Qi Shua agreed. White is quite simple and pretty. I'll choose black." The young lady said, "Other than the computers, our company will also give everyone a set of peripherals, including mechanical keyboards, mice, and noise-canceling headphones. It will have Tianheng's logo and each contestant's game ID written on it. You can choose the color and mechanical axis. Everyone can tell Sister Tang Can when the time comes, and she'll do the calculations." Tangkan said, Silver Dragon Group has given Tianheng a year's worth of sponsorship funds, so everyone's peripherals will have to be replaced with new ones. After we do the calculations, we'll hand it over to them for production, and they'll be done very quickly. In the next competition, everyone can bring new keyboards and mice. On the custom-made keyboards, other than the Tianheng Squad's logo and the contestant's name, there would also be Silver Dragon Group's logo. They were sponsoring Tianheng, so they could also advertise their products. If the Tianheng Squad became famous and popular, it would naturally increase the sales of their computers, headphones, keyboards, and other electronic products and peripherals. It was a win-win situation. Yi Xiaoyang followed everyone to take a look at the keyboards that the person in charge had brought over. They felt pretty good. Yi Xiaoyang said, then I'll take the white ones for my computer and keyboard. Qi Shua chose the black one for everyone. Xujiang and Qingxing chose the colorful backlit keyboards. Of course, if there were too many lights during the competition, they could be turned off. Old Qin chose the blue one. Everyone's keyboards were only a little different in color. The design, the patterns on the edges, and the logo were all the same. When the time came, the Tianheng team's logo and each contestant's game ID would be printed on the side. Yi Xiaoyang thought, if I can bring this exclusive set of keyboards and mice to the international competition, Silver Dragon Group really had good foresight. They must have made a huge profit from their investment, right? After everyone chose their favorite computers and peripherals, Su Qimon, the person in charge of the Silver Dragon project, led everyone to the dressing room and arranged for a makeup artist and stylist to tidy up their appearance. Makeup hadn't been part of the previous competition. In the group stages of the regular season, most of the contestants appeared on camera without makeup. Anyway, they would only show their faces at the beginning of the competition, so no one bothered to waste time on such things. Shooting an advertisement was different. The high-definition camera in the studio and the glaring spotlight could clearly capture the moles on everyone's faces. If they were too ugly, the advertisement would become a dissuasion advertisement. Fortunately, the contestants in Tianheng were all above average in terms of appearance, so a little makeup was all that was needed. Qi Shua was a little impatient. He hated being in close contact with people. Moreover, when he was putting on makeup, the makeup artist had to sweep his face with a brush. Qi Shua suppressed the displeasure in his heart and closed his eyes to cooperate. At that moment, he heard the beta girl next to him whisper to Yi Xiaoyang, if you look at him up close, Yang is really handsome. His skin is so good too. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, thank you. The makeup artist said, your eyelashes are so long. You don't have to wear false eyelashes. I'll help you. Don't move. Yi Xiaoyang grunted and sat still obediently. Qi Shua opened his eyes and looked to the side from the corner of his eye. He was sitting very close to Yi Xiaoyang, so he could clearly see Yi Xiaoyang's thick eyelashes. The makeup was in the final stage. Yi Xiaoyang's face was slightly tidied up, and the contours of his face looked more delicate. His lips were smeared with a little lipstick that enhanced his complexion. It was a moist light pink and looked very natural. Qi Shua's throat was a little dry. He quickly looked away and closed his eyes. He had always thought that he was a very cold person and wouldn't be interested in Omega. But why was it that when he saw Yi Xiaoyang, he couldn't help but want to get close to him? His relationship with Yi Xiaoyang was only temporary and not permanent. Logically speaking, the temporary mark should not have such a big impact on Alpha. Moreover, more than a month had passed, and the scent of the pheromones left on each other had long disappeared. From time to time, he would have some strange thoughts. Could it be that he and Xiaoyang? Are you tempted? Qi Shua could not help but frown slightly. The makeup artist was drawing his eyebrows, but when Qi Shua frowned, the eyebrow pencil flew to his forehead. The makeup artist. Captain Qi, don't frown. Yi Xiaoyang was already done with his makeup. When he heard this, he couldn't help but look over curiously. Then, she saw that Qi Shua's right eyebrow had been drawn with a fork. It became a Y shape. Yi Xiaoyang, Captain Qi, you look so funny right now, ha ha ha. Not only did he laugh at Qi Shua, but he also took out his phone to take a photo of Qi Shua as a souvenir. Qi Shua, Alpha's ears turned slightly red, as if he was embarrassed. The makeup artist comforted him, it's okay, I'll wipe it with a cotton pad and redo it. Captain Qi, don't frown, relax. Qi Shua, okay. He closed his eyes and let the makeup artist do as she pleased. The makeup artist wiped away his crooked eyebrows and redid them for him. Then she helped him fix his hair. Yi Xiaoyang stood next to him and praised, Captain Qi is so cool. Captain Qi is indeed the face of Tianheng. A boy's lips did not need to be painted with a bright color. It was mainly to enhance his complexion. The makeup artist chose a very light lipstick color and applied it to Qi Shua. She smiled and said, it's done. Qi Shua said, thank you. After that, he stood up. However, before he could get up, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly walked over and said, wait, don't move. Qi Shua sat back in his chair and looked at him in confusion. Yi Xiaoyang reached out and helped him tidy up the two messy strands of hair on his forehead. Okay, let's go to the studio. Omega's fingers gently slid across his forehead. The gentle touch made his heart skip a beat. Qi Shua looked up and met Yi Xiaoyang's clear eyes with a smile. Yi Xiaoyang still had a calm expression that said, you're welcome for helping a brother. On the other hand, Qi Shua's heart was beating faster and faster. He pretended to be calm as he stood up and walked side by side with Yi Xiaoyang to the studio next to them. The bright lights in the studio shone on Yi Xiaoyang's face. Qi Shua looked at Yi Xiaoyang's smiling face and couldn't help but think that Xiaoyang looked really good when he smiled. His Omega was really the most handsome. Being in a relationship now would affect the training and competition, and it wouldn't be good if word got out. When the season was about to end, he would tell Xiaoyang to get into a serious relationship. When the time came, he would bring Xiaoyang back to meet his parents. The engagement could be discussed later. Qi Shua had already planned for the future. Yi Xiaoyang was still joking with Xujiang, who had just finished putting on her makeup. You and little Xing have the same aesthetic standards. The computer and keyboard you chose are so popular. Xing said, red is more auspicious, right, Brother Chu? Xujiang smiled and said, that's right. In this way, the computers and keyboards that Tianheng will be endorsing will be, top laner Orphan Melancholy Blue, middle laner Black and White Couple, bottom laner Red Rainbow Light. Xing added, fire and water are incompatible? Qi Nizhu applauded and praised, good poem, good poem. Yi Xiaoyang, where did this bunch of jokers come from? Xujiang was just joking, just like how his 100 Ways to Die from Xing video was also a joke. But Qi Shua focused on the line middle laner Black and White Couple. He and Xiaoyang already had a lot of couple items. For example, the Black and White Wolf King figurines sent by Team 2 were a pair. The computers and peripherals that they chose for this endorsement were black and white, and they both happened to be a couple. Sure enough, Xiaoyang and he had a telepathic connection. At this moment, Su Qimon walked over and said, everyone, get ready. We're going to start filming in groups. The computers that Tianheng's home team were endorsing were Silver Dragon Group's new Future TY series high-end gaming laptop, which happened to come in 4 colors, black, white, red, and blue. This time, the script for the advertisement was designed. The first scene was of Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang sitting together and playing games. An indoor set was set up in the studio to simulate the atmosphere of Tianheng's training room. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang sat down side by side, turned on their laptops, connected their keyboards and mice, and started playing games. The cameraman, you guys just go into the training room and practice. Make sure your hand speed is fast. The camera will take close-ups of your fingers. As for the game footage, we'll ask you for some training material. It's best if there are highlights like 5 or 4 kills. We'll change it later. After all, it wasn't realistic to wait for them to play a ranked match on set. The best way was to finish filming first and change it later. The cameraman continued, after the game, look at each other and smile to celebrate your victory. Then, read your lines according to the script. Yi Xiaoyang looked down at the script and said, understood. For the esports players, this was their natural performance, so it wasn't difficult. They just had to stare at the computer and play games. The cameraman would take close-ups of the computer, keyboard, and their fingers. Yi Xiaoyang randomly chose a Lord of the Abyss and went to the training room to torture the AI. His fair fingers seemed to be dancing on the keyboard, vividly displaying the crisp sound of the mechanical keyboard and its excellent resilience. Qi Shua also chose A jungler hero that required hand speed. Together with Yi Xiaoyang, they tortured the AI. The two good-looking players didn't say anything. Just sitting there and playing games was pleasing to the eye. Moreover, the visual effect of the black and white computer and keyboard was very harmonious. The cameraman, cut. This scene is very good. Get ready to read your lines. Yi Xiaoyang exited the training room, and a golden notification box of victory popped up on the computer screen. Yi Xiaoyang turned around and happened to meet Qi Shua's gaze. The two looked at each other and smiled. Qi Shua said indifferently, "Is this the Silver Dragon mechanical keyboard?" Yi Xiaoyang read his lines seriously. "Yes. Every input has a crisp sound, and the rebound is excellent. After playing a high-intensity ranked game, my fingers don't feel tired at all." Qi Shua's lips curled up slightly. "In the future, when we play ranked games, we'll use this." Yi Xiaoyang's fingers gently stroked the white mechanical keyboard, and he turned around with a smile and read his lines. "The Silver Dragon mechanical keyboard is the best choice for ranked games. It will help you reach King of Glory as soon as possible." It was a simple conversation, and the advertising message was a little awkward. But Yi Xiaoyang had filmed even more awkward commercials in his previous life with the Alliance's financial backer. This line was read quite smoothly, and he didn't forget his lines or jam at all. At first, Su Qimon was worried that the newcomers in Tianheng would frequently NG, and that they wouldn't be able to complete today's task and would have to continue filming tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaoyang was very calm. He faced the camera and didn't feel nervous at all. The cameraman rubbed his hands excitedly. "Very good, pass." Yi Xiaoyang's camera sense was very good. When he turned around to read the advertising message, his eyes just happened to be facing the camera. There was no deviation, and his smile was very natural. The camera caught him gently stroking the keyboard with his fingers. His slender and fair fingers stroked the keyboard gently, as if he was caressing precious jewels. The close-up shot was extremely beautiful. Yi Xiaoyang's hands could be used as a hand model, so it was simply a bonus for him to shoot a keyboard commercial. Su Qimon looked at the footage on the camera and thought excitedly, "This keyboard commercial will definitely sell out." Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua's filming went very smoothly. In addition to the keyboard, the two of them also filmed a laptop commercial. Because it was a gaming laptop, the consumer base definitely valued the game's performance the most. The two of them also played a large-scale 3D online game alone. Then, the two of them picked up their laptops and stood back-to-back in front of the camera. Qi Shua was 10 centimeters taller than Yi Xiaoyang. The visual effect of this height difference was very good. Qi Shua held a black laptop in his hands. The laptop's lightweight could be seen when it was closed. Yi Xiaoyang's white laptop was open. One opened and the other closed. Of the two of them, one had a serious expression, while the other had a bright smile. After the camera was aimed at their faces, Yi Xiaoyang opened his mouth and read smoothly, "Future T73 series laptops, equipped Wisconsin TH and Northern Territory 8090 standalone graphics card and an i73 processor, can smoothly run a variety of large-scale games." Qi Shua nimbly turned the laptop in his hands. "Future technology, endless possibilities." The director rubbed his hands excitedly. "Pass. That was great." The two of them sighed in relief at the same time and put their laptops aside. Yi Xiaoyang was, after all, very experienced. Today's script for the commercial was quite simple. There was no need to jump around, and all the actions were done on the spot. It was a piece of cake for him. The next group was different. Xianxia was so nervous that his cheeks were red. He frequently made mistakes and said, "Silver Dragon mechanical keyboard, ranked black, no, what choice?" Xujiang reminded him from the side. "The only choice." The director coughed. "You two switch. Xujiang, who has long lines, will read. Xianxia, who has short lines, will read." Xianxia felt like he had been pardoned. "That's great." After the switch, things went a lot smoother. Xujiang was also very experienced. He turned on the colorful backlight on the keyboard. And as he tapped on the keyboard, he recited his lines. The mechanical keyboard has 13 regions, and you can customize more than 1000 RGB lighting effects. The bottom of the keyboard can be set with ambient light. This cool keyboard makes the game even more exciting. Yi Xiaoyang, needless to say, Xujiang and Qingxing's colorful keyboards and various lighting effects could really bring out the atmosphere when playing games. It should be very popular with young people. As for old Qin, he was also alone for the commercial. The blue backlight of the keyboard and computer had a strong sense of technology. It was suitable for old Qin, who pretended to be deep but was actually funny. Today's commercial shoot went very smoothly. On the way back, everyone hugged the unopened computers and keyboards that the company had given them. They were very satisfied. Qingxing couldn't help but ask, "Can our Tianheng endorse a mobile phone? Just send us a mobile phone." "Qin Yizhu, can we endorse snacks? The kind that is guaranteed for the whole year." Tang Can didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "We'll send you everything." "You're dreaming." Qingxing chuckled and whispered to Tang Can, "Sister Can, I've seen the information. Brother Yang's birthday is coming soon. It's his first year in Tianheng. We definitely have to celebrate his birthday, right?" Tang Can looked at the back of Yi Xiaoyang's head as he lowered his voice and said, "Of course. We'll prepare in private and give him a surprise." Yi Xiaoyang's birthday was March 25th. He was an Aries. Aries was the first constellation after the beginning of spring. It liked freedom and loved to accept challenges. His personality was also more in line with the characteristics of an Aries. After he joined Tianheng, the atmosphere of the Tianhuan squad became more relaxed and lively. It was not as oppressive as last season. Everyone wanted to celebrate his birthday. Yi Xiaoyang was still unaware of all this. Almighty Mid-Laner, Esports, Source. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ji Shua would never forget when Yi Xiaoyang's birthday was. It was written clearly in the registration information, and Qi Shua happened to overhear Qingxing and Tang Can's secret conversation about his birthday. After returning to the dormitory, Qi Shua closed the door to his room and turned on his computer to search online. What present should he get for Xiaoyang? For the first time, Qi Shua was a little worried. Yi Xiaoyang was now a small local tycoon. The 5 million signing fee from Tianheng had already been transferred to his account, so he could buy anything he needed. But buying it himself and getting it as a gift were two different concepts. Qi Shua thought about it carefully and eliminated some options. Flowers and handicrafts were out of the question. Yi Xiaoyang didn't look like the gentle Omega who liked flower arrangements and handicrafts. Clothes, belts, shirt cufflinks, and other clothing items were too intimate. It wouldn't be too late to give it to him later. Besides, Yi Xiaoyang wore casual clothes at the base and the team uniform when he went out. He didn't care about these things. Qi Shua had originally planned to give him a laptop, but in the end, the Yinlong group gave everyone one. What else was more practical? He looked down at his phone. That's right, his phone. If he remembered correctly, Xiaoyang's current mobile phone was a popular model from 2 years ago. Electronic products were updated very quickly. His mobile phone looked quite new, but it was already somewhat outdated. Qi Shua made up his mind and drove to the store early the next morning. The store opened at 8 o'clock. A tall, handsome man wearing a cap and mask came to the counter and pointed at the latest foldable phone. "Do you have this phone in stock?" The store assistant smiled. "Yes, we do. This is a limited edition that we launched this year. It costs 25,000 yuan and has the latest processor and camera. The foldable screen is also the latest technology from our company. It doesn't have any creases. It can be opened as a pad or folded as a phone. The body is very thin and light. You can take a look." The store assistant took out a prototype from the counter. Qi Shua picked it up and tested it. It was really good. The internet praised this phone to the skies, but the price dissuaded most people. This was a representative of high-end models. It was very small when folded and easy to carry. When unfolded, it was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was very convenient to watch live streams, check Weibo, and play mobile games. Xiaoyang should like it, right? Xiaoyang thinking about this, Qi Shua immediately. Quicksand silver and soft gold. 2 colors. The shop assistant was stunned for a moment. "Sir, do you want both?" Qi Shua nodded. N. The store assistant immediately beaming. Are you going to use these colors? Then the two colors you chose are really suitable. It's a very matching couple color. Xianxia coughed lightly, his ears burning. He didn't choose the colors couple colors be couples us? He really couldn't appreciate the other rose red and forest green colors. The back of this phone had been specially treated. Under the light, it looked like a layer of fine quicksand. The same effect applied to the gold color. The two phones were indeed very attractive. Xianxia Translations paid the bill without hesitation and returned to the base with the two phones. Soon, it was the 25th of March. Yinlong Corporation was very efficient. They sent the custom-made mechanical keyboards and mice to Tianjin Club. The mechanical axes had been made a long time ago. They only needed to change the exterior and keycaps. It wouldn't take more than a few days. The Tianjin team members received their favorite keyboards and arranged them neatly in the training room. They opened the game and tried out the new keyboards. Because the internal mechanical axes were the same as the previous keyboards, they got used to it very quickly. They were good enough after 2 rounds. Xianxia Translations excitedly said, I feel like I can kill 3 or 4 people with this new keyboard. Just then, Coach Lin walked into the training room and smiled. Let's have a break tonight. Everyone, take a day off. Let's go out for dinner and improve the food. The crowd cheered. A break? That's great. Everyone knew why they had a break tonight, but Xiaoyang was still in the dark. At 6 p.m., everyone walked to a high-end restaurant nearby. Tang Can had booked a private room in advance. Xiaoyang went to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. As soon as he pushed the door open, fireworks exploded above his head with a bang. It was like colorful fragments of a wedding scene falling from the sky and fluttering down onto Xiaoyang's head. Happy birthday, Xiaoyang! Happy birthday, brother Yang! Xiaoyang, F***CK. You guys are making such a big scene. Is it really a surprise and not a shock? Xiaoyang was stunned. After a moment, he scratched his head in confusion. Today is my birthday? Xianxia looked at him helplessly. Yes. You don't even remember your birthday. Are you careless or muddle-headed? Xiaoyang thought carefully. The 25th of March was indeed his birthday. He had been so busy with training these past few days that he had forgotten about it. The birthday party prepared by his teammates was very festive. The room was filled with colorful ribbons, and the words Happy Birthday Tianjin Liang were pasted on the wall. There were also a few cute balloons and a big cake in the middle of the table. This was probably Xujiang and Qingxing's aesthetic. Xiaoyang smiled and said, Thank you, everyone. Warm applause sounded around him. Coach Lin walked up to Xiaoyang and said gently, Xiaoyang, this is your first birthday after joining Tianjin. Everyone has prepared a birthday party for you and wants to celebrate it properly. Xiaoyang used to celebrate his birthday when he was on GD. Sometimes he didn't even buy a cake and treated his teammates to barbecue skewers. He didn't care about these things. However, he was still a little touched by his Tianjin teammates' efforts. Xiaoyang's gaze swept across the birthday party. These balloons, ribbons, and other things must have been secretly bought by them and made by themselves, right? There was also a sticker in the name section that was crooked. Xiaoyang walked up to the table and looked at the 3-tiered cake. He couldn't help but exclaim, this cake is too big. Qingxing said excitedly, my brother Yang's face must be the biggest. Xiaoyang turned around and looked at him. Xiaoxing, did you order a wedding cake by mistake? Everyone burst into laughter. Qingxing lowered his head and said with a red face, I went to the cake shop and told them that I wanted the biggest and most expensive cake, so they made it for me. Does it look a little like a wedding cake? Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted the little guy's shoulder gently. That's right. I've never seen such a big cake in my life. This birthday party is really impressive. Qingxing chuckled. As long as you like it, brother Yang. Xianxia looked at this joyous scene and couldn't help but smile. He walked up to Xiaoyang and whispered, blow out the candles first and make a wish. There were a few candles on the cake. Xianxia lit them up. Qingxing turned around to turn off the lights. Everyone around them immediately saying, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." One of the guys was so excited that he sang out of tune and cracked his voice. In the dark private room, the warm candlelight illuminated the surroundings. Yi Xiaoyang looked at these familiar faces. It had been more than half a year since he was reborn into this world. At first, he couldn't adapt to it. Now, he had completely accepted this new world, new games, and these lovely teammates around him. He was so lucky to be able to join such a warm family like Tianheng. Yi Xiaoyang put his hands together and made a wish. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, he hoped that this season, Tianheng could overcome all obstacles and return to the championship throne. He could also realize the championship dream that he couldn't realize in his previous life. After he made his wish, Yi Xiaoyang smiled and blew out the candles in one breath. There was applause around them. Xianxia ran over to turn on the lights. Yi Xiaoyang took a knife and cut the cake. It was really difficult to cut a 3-layered cake. Qi Shua took the initiative to help him. Yi Xiaoyang cut the cake layer by layer and gave everyone a piece. Everyone returned to their seats to eat the cake. Qi Shua hated desserts, but this was a birthday cake personally given to him by Xiaoyang. He still gave him face and finished his share of the cake. The waiter started serving the dishes. As the birthday boy, Yi Xiaoyang was arranged to sit in the middle. He even wore a happy birthday headband on his head, which made him look quite cute. Xianxia took the initiative to hand him a beautifully wrapped box. "Brother Yang, this is your birthday present." Yi Xiaoyang asked curiously, "What about a present?" Xu Jiang also gave him one. "I prepared one too." Qin Yizhu said, "I've got one too." The youngsters of Team 2 collectively gave him a box. "This is our token of appreciation." Yi Xiaoyang was flattered. "It's just a birthday celebration. There's no need to be so extravagant." "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your generosity." Qi Shua said in a low voice, "I'll give it to you when we get back." Xu Jiang joked, "Captain Qi, what are you giving me? Why are you keeping it a secret?" Qi Shua coughed softly. "It's nothing. It's just something practical." Yi Xiaoyang was about to open the present when Xianxia said, "Let's open it when we get back." Yi Xiaoyang could only suppress his curiosity. After dinner, he and Qi Shua carried the presents back to the dormitory. Little White thought that Yi Xiaoyang had gone out to hunt for her, so she excitedly surrounded the presents and meowed. Yi Xiaoyang sat cross-legged on the sofa, took a pair of scissors, and began to open the presents. He first opened the one from Xianxia. Then, the smile on his face froze. There was a colorful crystal ball in the box. When the switch was turned on, it would automatically spin and play music. When you touched the surface of the crystal ball, it would change color. There were 7 colors to choose from. Yi Xiaoyang. Xianxia, there must be something wrong with your sense of beauty. You gave your brother a colorful crystal ball. Then, he opened the one from Xu Jiang. There was a cute blue buff pendant in the box. Yi Xiaoyang picked up the plush pendant and said with a smile, "Xu Jiang is a little more reliable. He knows that I like blue buff, so he bought me a blue buff pendant." This was an official limited edition accessory, so it should be quite difficult to buy. Perhaps it was a treasure from Xu Jiang. After all, Xu Jiang used to play as a mid-laner and liked blue buff as well. Next, he opened the presents from Team 2's children. It was an oversized box with a bunch of parts inside. They looked like Lego bricks and had to be pieced together by themselves. There was a picture inside. After piecing it together, it turned into a 3D model of the God Wars Canyon. It should be a limited edition product made by the maker of Lego bricks and God Wars games. It was quite collectible. However, it was very troublesome to piece it together. It would take at least a month to finish it. He would have to wait until the off-season to slowly piece it together. What did old Qin give him? Yi Xiaoyang opened it up curiously to take a look. It was a blue thermos flask. Yi Xiaoyang nearly spat it out. Old Qin also liked to bring a thermos flask with him when he was training. He would brew tea and put peanuts, melon seeds, and walnuts on it. He was already entering retirement early at such a young age. Yi Xiaoyang rubbed his temples and said, "The presents I received today really cover all kinds of styles." He looked up at Qi Shua and said with a smile, "Captain Qi, did you also prepare a present?" Qi Shua turned around and went back to his bedroom to get a box. He handed it to Yi Xiaoyang and said, "Happy birthday." Yi Xiaoyang opened the box and his eyes lit up. "A cell phone?" Qi Shua said, "Yes. Your cell phone has been used for 2 years, right? Why don't you get a new one?" Yi Xiaoyang said excitedly as he unwrapped the package. "A corner of my cell phone screen was knocked off some time ago. I was wondering if I should get a new cell phone. This one must be very expensive, right?" He had seen an advertisement for this cell phone recently. It was the most high-tech cell phone at the moment and cost more than 10,000 yuan. It was light and thin and could be folded multiple times. When it was unfolded, it could be used as a pad to browse the web or watch videos. It was very convenient. Yi Xiaoyang pressed the power button and lowered his head to study the new cell phone. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. Qi Shua's heart softened when he saw how seriously he was studying it. He asked in a low voice, "Do you like it?" Yi Xiaoyang nodded. "I like it very much." Qi Shua said, "It's good that you like it. The price is nothing. I know that you don't lack this money." Yi Xiaoyang looked at him with a smile. "Thank you, Captain Qi. I won't be angry and accept it then. To be honest, I didn't expect that you would celebrate my birthday with me. You even made so many preparations. I'm really happy to have met all of you." Qi Shua said gently, "Of course, your birthday is very important. I'll celebrate your birthday with you every year from now on." Yi Xiaoyang froze for a moment. Didn't this sound a little off? Of course, his birthday was in March, which happened to be during the regular season. Qi Shua would be on the team to celebrate it with him, so it didn't seem like a problem. So Yi Xiaoyang nodded and said, "When is Captain Qi's birthday?" Qi Shua said, "At the end of December." Yi Xiaoyang said, "Then it's when the season is almost over?" "I've also prepared a gift for Captain Qi." Qi Shua wondered if he could get a more memorable gift. For example, our first kiss? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the night of March 25th, Yi Xiaoyang logged on to Weibo and found that there were tens of thousands of birthday wishes in his private messages and comments section. His registration information had been submitted to the officials, so Weibo would display his birthday. Some fans had also made some promotional videos for him. They had cut out all the clips of Yi Xiaoyang killing people in the 5 matches in Group B. They had also added some hot-blooded music and the title, Mid Laner Demon King. The video often showed 3 or 5 kills, and it really looked like the Demon King was bullying children. "Happy birthday to our Demon King Lai Yang. I'm very happy to have met Yang in this year's league. You're my favorite professional player. Happy birthday, Yang. Remember this day, and we'll celebrate your birthdays with you in the future. Good luck, the rookie's performance is so good. I believe you can make history." Yi Xiaoyang looked at the fans in the comments section and felt warm inside. He used his new phone to send a message, "Thank you, everyone, for your birthday wishes. The happiest thing this year was joining Tianheng, becoming a professional player, and getting to know all of you. I'll continue to work hard in the new year and strive not to disappoint everyone's expectations of me. As soon as this message was sent, countless fans immediately left messages wishing him a happy birthday. The topic #Happy Tianheng Liang birthday hashtag quickly became a trending topic. Qi Shua immediately reposted his Weibo, "Happy birthday. We're also very happy to have you in Tianheng." As a result, Qi Shua's fans also knew that it was Yi Xiaoyang's birthday today, and they all ran over to send their blessings. Many netizens sent gifts to Yi Xiaoyang in the livestream. Whale Streaming's Big Bro Little Wei and Big Bro Mumu also ran over to send him gifts. Yi Xiaoyang's livestream quickly shot to the top of the gift list. One was a trending topic, and the other was the top of the gift list. This birthday was really impressive. At the same time, #Sun Moon shining together #Superforum. Some sharp-eyed sisters saw Yi Xiaoyang's new Weibo post change their phones, and Qi Shua's new Weibo post change their phones. They immediately took a screenshot and posted it in the topic area. Yang and Yu changed their phones at the same time. Everyone clicked on it to take a look. Indeed, when Yi Xiaoyang posted on Weibo yesterday, the message in the bottom left corner was still from TCX30. This was a very popular cell phone from 2 years ago, and its price was within 5,000 yuan. However, when he posted on Weibo today, the bottom left corner was from HMV40 Pro Soft Gold. Xianxia was the same. A few days ago, his phone was still the flagship model from last year. Today, when he reposted Yi Xiaoyang's Weibo, his phone changed to from HMV40 Pro Quicksand Silver. F*CK. This phone costs 25,000 yuan, right? Is it HM's latest foldable phone? Both of them changed their phones at the same time. Could it be that HM sponsored the Tianhuan squad, sister above? That's definitely not the case. Look, Fire and Water and Star have also reposted their Weibo posts. Their phones haven't changed. Only Yu and Yangyang's phones have changed. Could it be Ye's birthday present for Yangyang? That's possible. Yangyang used a passionate gold color, while Ye used a low-key silver color. They were a couple's phone, a perfect match. Ah, a couple's phone. So sweet, I'm going to eat it. The CP fans liked to take the sweet out of the details. Anyway, everyone was just trying to be cute. As long as they didn't harass the main characters, no one would care about them. Xianxia team also had the Land of the Square Circle CP fans who liked Feng Feng and Yuan Yuan, but no one cared about them either. The CP fans were the first to discover that Yi Xiaoyang and Xianxia had changed their phones at the same time. At lunchtime the next day, the teammates also discovered it. When Xingxing saw Yi Xiaoyang take out a new phone, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yang, you changed your phone? This phone must be very expensive, right? I remember that it costs more than 10,000 yuan." Xianxia was also sitting next to them. When he heard this, he whispered, "I went to buy it with Xiaoyang." He didn't say that it was a birthday present. After all, he had given Yi Xiaoyang tens of thousands of yuan, while the other teammates had given him small souvenirs that were worth hundreds or thousands of yuan. The most important thing about a birthday present was the thought. There was no need to compare. Xiaoyang only needed to keep it to himself. Yi Xiaoyang glanced at Xianxia and immediately understood what he meant. He smiled and said, "A few days ago, my phone was knocked to the ground by Xiao Bai and the screen was broken. Since Captain Qi also needed a new phone, we went to buy a new one." The other teammates also came over to study their phones. Old Qin sighed. "I can't bear to part with such an expensive phone. I've already used mine for 4 years. Xujiang teased him. "You're already living a retirement life in advance. An old phone is enough." Old Qin scratched his head. What's wrong with saving for retirement? He was usually very frugal, but he never treated himself badly when it came to food. He bought snacks by the box. At this moment, Coach Lin Feng walked over. Everyone's phones rang at the same time, indicating that they had received a group message. Lin Feng sat at the table with a tray in his hand. He looked at everyone and said, "The league schedule is out. I've sent it to the group. Everyone, take a look." The second stage of the competition officially began on April 4th and ended on May 7th. The competition schedule was even tighter than the first round. None of the big teams had a bye week. Thursday to Sunday were the competition days, and there would be 3 matches on the weekend. After the group matches were over in 5 weeks, the final round would be the elimination round. The schedule for Tianheng in Group A gave Lin Feng a headache. April 4th, Sunday 1900 hours p.m., Tianheng vs Yueying. April 10th, Saturday 1500 hours p.m., Tianheng vs SCYC. April 17th, Saturday 1500 hours p.m., Tianheng vs Jishuan. April 24th, Saturday 1500 hours p.m., Tianheng vs Blood Eagle. May 2nd, Sunday 1900 hours p.m., Tianheng vs Luo Divine Hall. In the week of early May, the second stage of the group matches ended. Tianheng vs Luo Divine Hall's match was the final match. The weekend of May 8th and 9th was the bracket match. After the bracket match ended, Group B would be eliminated. The remaining Group A and Group S would compete in the third round of the playoffs. Xujiang could not help but complain after reading the schedule. Our schedule is to fight a boss at the beginning. The opponents in the middle are slightly weaker, and then end with a boss battle? Qinizhu gave a thumbs up. That's a brilliant summary. Tianheng's first opponent in Group A was Yueying, and their last opponent was Luo Divine Hall. These 2 teams were relegated from Group S, and were in the top 8 last season. They were indeed worthy of being called the boss of Group A. Fight a boss at the beginning, and fight a boss at the end? The league schedule was clearly not random, but deliberate to increase the suspense. This was because only 2 teams in Group A could advance to Group S. In terms of strength on paper, it was likely that Tianheng, Yueying, and Luo Divine Hall would be chosen. Qingxing noticed another key point: for this round, our matches are either on Sunday night or Saturday afternoon. There aren't any Thursdays or Fridays, right? Coach Lin said, there are more spectators on the weekend, so of course we have to arrange for highly popular teams to ensure the viewership ratings. Our Tianheng wasn't favored in the beginning, so Group B's matches were scheduled on weekdays. Now, it's different. Our popularity has returned, and our strength has been recognized. It's normal for this round of matches to be on the weekend. Tianheng had matches every week, so there was almost no time to rest and adjust. Under the intense pressure of consecutive matches, the mentality of the players was very important. Sometimes, after losing a match, their mentality would collapse, and it was very likely that they would lose consecutively. After lunch, everyone rushed to the meeting room for a meeting. Previously, as their opponents for the next match had not been confirmed, it was difficult for them to do targeted training. They played casually with Team 2's children every day to maintain their feel and competitive state. Now that their opponents were out, the coaching team had to prepare a lineup to deal with them. During this period of time, the Tianheng coaching team led by Lin Feng had studied the data and styles of all the opponents in Group A. After confirming that their next opponent would be Yueying, they immediately prepared a lineup. Lin Feng opened the PowerPoint presentation and said seriously, Yueying is an old opponent, so everyone should be familiar with them. This season, they changed their members. Xia Weiyu replaced their original marksman after transferring. After our coaching team carefully studied them, we found that their playstyle in Group S in the first stage was different from last season. Lin Feng took a few screenshots of Yueying's matches in the first stage and played them on the big screen. He explained to everyone, Suzhua is the strongest top laner in the professional league. He is good at tank-type and warrior-type heroes. He can often escape alive in 1v2 or 1v3 situations. He likes to pick heroes with strong survivability to carry the lane and play a crazy game of operation. If the opponent sends 2 people to catch him, they won't be able to kill him. If they send 3 people to catch him, then Yueying's head-on team battle will be outnumbered, and it will be easy for the opponent to collapse. Lin Feng looked at Qi Shua. Captain Qi should be the most clear about this. Qi Shua nodded. Yes, old Su is indeed not easy to deal with. For such an outstanding lane player, if you tried to catch him, you might not be able to kill him. If too many people went, it would be easy for the team to collapse in a head-on team battle. If you didn't catch him, he could directly carry the top laner to victory, Qi Shua said. After Xia Weiyu joined this season, their operation and playstyle has been pushed to the extreme. Suzhua and the top laner will lead the lane, Xia Weiyu and the support will push the tower crazily at the bottom laner, and the mid laner will choose a tool to resist the pressure and roam together with the jungler. Lin Feng said, based on our analysis of Yueying's 5 consecutive Group S matches, we found that their level 6 jungler's first wave of roaming has a 70% chance of helping the top laner. Yi Xiaoyan understood. Yueying is playing around the top laner? The jungler is working together? Lin Feng said, yes. After all, their top laner is very good. As long as the jungler goes over to help once and kills the opposing top laner to establish an economic advantage, Suzhua will be able to quickly carry the top laner. As for the bottom laner, after Xia Weiyu joined, their ability has obviously become stronger. Xia Weiyu is the most cautious archer in the league. So far, Yueying has played 12 matches in Group S, and Xia Weiyu's death count is less than 24. This was Group S, a group of world-class players. Beimu had Zhao Sinan, who was quite fierce in the back row, Jingzhi's Fang Jingqing, who was very strong in soloing, and Zhou Jiawen, who could insta-kill a low-health archer with a big move from Huowen. Under the great threat of so many players, Xia Weiyu's death count was only 2 per match. For a low-health archer, this was a very good record. Yi Xiaoyang was puzzled. Yueying's top laner is very strong, and Xia Weiyu's bottom laner is also very strong. How did they get eliminated from Group S? Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, this is the key. Their top and bottom laners haven't been working together for a long time, so their tacit understanding isn't enough. The rhythm of their laners hasn't been adjusted well, so it's easy for them to get separated in the team battle. Previously, they lost 2 crucial team battles in Group S and were ranked 5th, so they were demoted to Group A. For the opponents in Group S, Yueying's disconnection in the team battle was indeed fatal. However, in Group A, Yueying was still very strong. Because Tianheng's team battle could also be disconnected, Qingxing and Xiaoyu would be under a lot of pressure. Qinizhu and Suzhua would be under even more pressure. Both the top and bottom laners could be suppressed. Lin Feng looked at Yi Xiaoyang. For Yueying, our coaching team's idea is for the mid laners to work together and use the mid lane as a breakthrough point. Yi Xiaoyang also had the same idea. Quickly breaking through the mid lane, freeing up the mid laner, and making use of the mid laner's agility to support the top and bottom laners to reduce the pressure on their teammates. This was the best way. If the mid laner was restricted, they could only rely on Qi Shua to support. Qi Shua and Qinizhu would team up to fight Suzhua, and Suzhua would summon his own jungler to help. In a 2v2, they might not be able to defeat Suzhua. However, with Yi Xiaoyang and the opposing mid laner, they might not be able to defeat Suzhua in a 3v3. Qi Shua looked at Yi Xiaoyang and said in a low voice, Suzhua is the most difficult top laner to kill in the entire alliance. We might not be able to kill him, but we just need to defeat him and prevent him from leading freely. Yi Xiaoyang nodded and said, understood. At the same time, at Yueying's base, Suzhua leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, I didn't expect to run into an old friend in the first game. Xiaoyu was sitting next to him, writing and drawing with his head down. Xiaoyu would take a notebook with a green cover every time he had a meeting and take notes on it. He was as focused as if he was listening to a lecture. Suzhua turned his head to look at him curiously and found that the boy's handwriting was very neat and tidy. It was as if he had taken down all the key points that the coach had just explained. Yueying's coach said, Tianheng this season is different from before. In the past, when we played against Tianheng, we would invade the jungle like crazy and suppress Qi Shua's development. However, Qi Shua did not use the jungler this season. He used a tool to protect the mid laner. Their core this season is the mid laner. Therefore, after discussion, the coaching team has decided that in the game against Tianheng, we will go all out to destroy the mid laner. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On April 3rd, the Tianhuan squad arrived in Glacier City ahead of schedule. The first match of Group B was also scheduled to be held at the Glacier Arena. It was still winter at that time, and the entire city was covered in crystal-clear ice sculptures. There was even a heavy snowfall on the day of the match. It was now April, and the flowers were in full bloom. The trees on the streets were also sprouting new buds. It was a scene of everything coming back to life. Qingxing would excitedly take videos every time he participated in a competition in another city. Yi Xiaoyang was not interested in admiring the scenery outside the window. He sat in the car drowsily. When the car arrived at the entrance of the hotel, Qi Shua whispered in his ear, "We're here. Wake up." Yi Xiaoyang rubbed his eyes and woke up in a daze. Qi Shua casually helped him pick up his backpack from the luggage rack and slung it over his shoulder. Yi Xiaoyang then stood up and got out of the car with Qi Shua. They usually only stayed for 2 to 3 days when they went out for competitions. Their luggage was very light, and they only brought a change of clothes, pajamas, and toiletries. This time, they even brought a new keyboard and mouse. Yi Xiaoyang was too lazy to carry a suitcase. He always brought a backpack to carry his things. Qi Shua often took the initiative to help him carry his luggage. Yi Xiaoyang used to help his teammates carry their things when he was a captain. He did not think much of Qi Shua's help. Everyone arrived at the hotel lobby and was checking in with the team leader when they heard a hearty laugh. Qi Shua, what a coincidence. You guys just arrived too? The first website was PSM, it was the captain of the Yueying squad, Suzhua. Qi Shua turned around and saw the Yueying squad walking over with their luggage. Suzhua walked at the front. He quickly walked over to Qi Shua and hugged Qi Shua. The two captains were friends, but the other team members were not familiar with each other. They greeted each other angrily. Yi Xiaoyang's gaze landed on Xiaoyu. She happened to be looking at him as well. their eyes met. Xia Weiyu smiled at Yi Xiaoyang and took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello, Liang. Yi Xiaoyang shook his hand. Hello. This was Yi Xiaoyang's first time seeing Xia Weiyu up close. Xia Weiyu was a beta boy. He looked much better in person than in the publicity photos. His facial features were gentler, and he gave people the impression that he was very polite. His personality seemed to be more introverted. After shaking hands, he did not say anything and consciously stood behind his teammates. Yao Guang's club gave up on him and turned to a newcomer. Perhaps they felt that such a player would not become popular easily. He would be nervous when he stood in front of the press, and he would only answer, yes, that's right. However, there were many introverted nerds like Xia Weiyu who were not good at socializing in the esports industry. Su Zhuo asked from the side, what's your lineup for tomorrow's match? Tell me in advance and I'll ban you. Qi Shua said, you guys can continue to ban junglers. Su Zhuo laughed and said, guess who the coach wants to ban the most? Qi Shua was puzzled. Who? Su Zhuo glanced at Yi Xiaoyang and said, Tianheng, Liang. Send your team's player to the ban position, ha ha ha. Yi Xiaoyang was speechless. This Captain Su was really thick-skinned. But it could be seen that he had a good relationship with Qi Shua. He could even joke around before the match without any scruples. The two team leaders quickly checked in. Before anyone could go upstairs, they saw a few familiar faces at the entrance of the hotel. It was Fang Jingqing, Xia Yuan, and the others from Jingzhi's team. Su Zhuo greeted them. Fang, you guys are here too. Fang Jingqing wore a pair of sunglasses and walked with a swagger, like a superstar. Xia Yuan smiled and came over to greet Su Zhuo and Qi Shua. She said, Jingzhi's match this week will also be held at the Binghai Sports Center. It will be the next match after your match. Fang Jingqing took off his sunglasses and yawned as he said, you guys are starting at 7 p.m., right? Hurry up and finish the match. Don't drag it out. In the second stage of the league, there were 3 matches per day on Saturday and Sunday. 3 p.m., 7 p.m., and 9 p.m. The regular season was a BO3. If there were 20 matches, the match would end in 2 matches. If the first 11 matches were tied, there would be a third match to determine the winner. Under normal circumstances, a match would end in about half an hour, and 3 matches would take about an hour and a half. The match at 7 p.m. would end before 9 p.m. Fang Jingqing's team's next match would last until 11 p.m. However, in a continuous match like this, accidents could happen sometimes. If Tianheng and Yueying's match was too close, they might not be able to finish after 2 hours. Then Jingzhi's next match would have to be delayed. Su Zhuo lowered his voice. If I remember correctly, Jingzhi's opponent this week is Yao Guang? Fang Jingqing raised his eyebrows. What are you trying to say? Su Zhuo joked, then you better not lose. If you lose, you'll be blacklisted on the hot search list. Fang Jingqing pushed up his sunglasses and said, do you think we can lose? Yi Xiaoyang wasn't far from the two of them, so he happened to hear their conversation. Yao Guang's team had a strange style this year. They were secretly playing dirty tricks by hiring internet trolls to blacklist Xia Weiyu and Yi Xiaoyang. Everyone knew about this. Qi Shua looked at Yi Xiaoyang and said, let's go. Su Zhuo shouted from the side, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want to chat a little longer? Qi Shua said calmly, we'll chat on the field. Su Zhuo said, then go back and wash your neck clean. I'll come back later to take your head. Su Zhuo had a forthright personality and always liked to joke around. Qi Shua didn't mind. He waved at him and led his team members to the hotel to check in. Yi Xiaoyang's room was arranged to be a single room opposite Qi Shua's. Qi Shua handed his backpack to him and said gently, go back and have a good rest. Yi Xiaoyang took the backpack and said casually, the match between Jingzhi and Yao Guang in Group S is scheduled after yours. Can you guys stay behind to watch it? Qi Shua asked, you want to watch it? Yi Xiaoyang said, yeah, Yao Guang's new shooter is pretty good. I want to see if he can withstand the pressure of Jingzhi's lane. Qi Shua thought for a moment and said, alright, tell the team leader and coach to stay backstage after the match and return to the hotel after watching Jingzhi's match. If Qi Shua said it in front of him, the coach would be more likely to agree. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Thank you, Captain Qi." Qi Shua smiled. "You're welcome. I want to watch this match too. Go back to your room and rest. Sleep early." Yi Xiaoyang turned around and opened the door. "Good night, Captain Qi." The next day, everyone slept until noon. After getting enough energy, they went to the hotel's conference room to connect to their laptops and play some ranked games to keep their hands clean. After dinner, they walked to the nearby Binghai Sports Center. There was a sea of people at the venue and there were no empty seats. Yi Xiaoyang still remembered the first time he came to this venue. The auditorium was only about 50% full. Today, it was full. There were banners and posters of all kinds of colors. It was as if it was a celebrity concert. Today's teams were very popular, especially the two matches in the evening. Tianheng, Yueying, Xianxia, and Yaoguang were all top 8 players from last season. No wonder the venue was so lively. Yi Xiaoyang followed his teammates to the backstage preparation room. Soon, 2 familiar official commentators appeared on the big screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Binghai Sports Center. Welcome to the official God Wars Professional League, the first week of the 10th season of the regular season. Tonight, there will be 2 matches here. At 7 p.m., Group A, Tianheng vs Yueying. At 9 p.m., Group S, Xianxia vs Yaoguang. The players of both teams for the first match are ready. Let's welcome them in with a warm round of applause." Yueying's 5 players went on stage first and entered the soundproof room. Tianheng's 5 players followed closely behind. The fans soon realized that the keyboards in their hands had changed. Qin's was blue, jungler and mid lane were black, and bottom lane was bright red. The bullet screen was immediately flooded with comments, "Fancy keyboards. Why didn't they change the colors? They must have changed their sponsors. The keyboards were different from the previous ones. It should be the Yinlong 77. Captain Qi just bought the black one. It's not bad. Melancholy blue for top lane, double fiend for mid lane, and fancy for bottom lane, ha ha ha." Tianheng's idiotic family name and colorful keyboards are hilarious. The fans in the live broadcast room were jeering and making fun of them. Tianheng's 5 players were calm. They connected their new peripherals to their computers. Then, the audience noticed that Xujiang's and Qingxing's keyboards lit up with colorful lights. Everyone was speechless. It was blinding. In order not to affect their teammates, the 2 of them consciously turned off the lights. The equipment in the soundproof room was being adjusted. The commentators quickly introduced the players from both teams. During the second round of the regular season, when each player was introduced, a basic data would appear on the big screen. It was similar to a player information card. It included KDA score, kill count, MVP number, win rate, and hero pool. When it was Tianheng's mid lane, Yi Xiaoyang's turn, the data on the table caused the audience to scream. Tianheng Liang, a newcomer in the S10 season. His data panel is beautiful. That's right. His KDA score is above 8 points per game. He has 68 kills. He has won MVP 9 times. He is currently ranked first. His win rate is 100%. Of course, Tianheng hasn't lost a single game. All 5 players have a win rate of 100%. However, Liang's hero pool is very deep. There is Abyss Lord, Illusionist, Frost Goddess, Ocean Goddess, Flower Demon. He seems to change heroes every game. I wonder what hero he will take today. After the players were introduced one by one, the equipment in the soundproof room was adjusted. The referee raised his hand to signal the director. The 2 commentators excitedly said, "Both sides are ready. Let's enter the first round of BP." The first round of BP, Tianheng's blue team. Priority ban. Coach Lin held a notebook and said as he drew, "Ban Shield of Radiant Light." Qin Yizhu, who was sitting in front of the first computer, did as he was told. When it was Yueying's turn, everyone thought that Yueying would ban the mid lane or jungler. However, to everyone's surprise, Yueying's first ban was the top lane. He directly banned Qin's most commonly used Black Dragon Knight. Sure enough, they were going to fight around the top lane. Tianheng's second ban continued to ban the strong support Doomhammer. Yueying banned Paladin. Paladin could go top lane and be a support. It could also be used by Xianxia as a jungler to protect his teammates. This ban broke many of Tianheng's protection systems, but this way, the mid laner and jungler were all released, the commentator said in surprise. Yueying is really daring. He released both mid laners and junglers. They probably have a special tactical arrangement? The first round of BP is only targeted at the top lane. Qin might give them priority to break through. Yes. After all, Captain Su's top laner is very strong. It seems that Yueying will focus on the top lane in this round. In the first round, they would ban 2 players and choose 3 players each. The choice of position would also depend on the competition between the 2 coaches. Because if you don't choose in the first round, you might be targeted in the second round. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, take the top and bottom lane first. The mid laner will be last. He was very confident in Xianxia and Yi Xiaoyang's hero pools. Even if the opponent continued to ban the mid laner in the second round, they didn't need to worry. But if they didn't take the top lane, Qin might be targeted to death. On the first floor of Tianheng's team, they chose the top lane Steel Body. This was also a hero that Qin was more familiar with. It had high defense and could withstand beatings. At least, it wouldn't be solo killed. When it was Yueying's turn, they directly chose the bottom lane Machine Gun Hunter and Mechanic Expert. Tianheng followed closely with the bottom lane Forest Messenger and Holy Spirit Archer. Yueying's third choice was the top lane hero Kung Fu Master. Kung Fu Master? The commentator said excitedly. This is also one of Captain Su's famous heroes. His ability to carry is very strong, he has many displacement skills, and his big moves can automatically recover health. He's a very difficult hero to kill. Both sides left the mid laner and jungler to enter the second round. Let's see how the coaches will deal with it. In the first round, both sides tacitly chose the top and bottom lane. The mid laner didn't choose either. In the second round, they would definitely target the mid laner and jungler crazily. Tianhuan banned Frost Goddess and Saint Necromancer, 2 mid laners who could play as tools. Yueying banned Stealth Thief and Lord of the Abyss, 1 jungler and 1 mid laner. Tianheng quickly locked onto the heroes, the 4th floor locked on the jungler Succubus, and the 5th floor locked on the mid laner Nightmare. The 2 commentators looked at each other excitedly. The Nakano combined combo? That's right. This is the Nakano combined combo that was popular for a period of time in the S6 season. The mid laner jungler is a double thorn. Although it's a little fragile, it's very, very fierce. Is this the rhythm of the early game? The netizens in the livestream were also excited. F*CK, Captain Chi's Thorn has been revealed. He finally stopped playing as a tool. Tears. JPG, these 2 heroes had been nerfed before. They weren't as strong as S6, but they could still cooperate well. The Nakano combined combo. Tianheng hadn't taken the best system in Group B yet. Now it's here. Yueying considered for a while and chose Pugilist as the jungler and Storm Goddess as the mid laner. The lineups of both sides were finally decided. On Tianheng's side, Succubus, Nightmare, and the Nakano combined combo would lead the rhythm. The bottom lane would heal plus late-game Archer, and the top lane would resist pressure. Yueying would use Kung Fu Master to lead the top lane. The mid lane and jungler would control the tool, and the bottom lane would push the tower. One side would fight with you, and the other side would push the tower quickly. In Group A, the competition between the 2 teams from the BP stage was full of gunpowder. The match was about to begin. The 2 commentators said excitedly, "Dear viewers, the guessing channel for this match has been opened. Everyone can use guessing coins to guess the result of the match on all major live broadcast platforms. Because guessing coins could be exchanged for skins and peripherals, the spectators who often watched the Pro League were very enthusiastic about guessing. Sometimes, if they guessed correctly, their guessing coins would double. However, if they guessed wrong, they might lose everything. For today's competition, the number of netizens supporting Tianheng and Yueying was about the same. I've invested 100,000 coins in Tianheng. I've invested all my savings. Please don't lose. 50,000 yuan invested in Tianheng, 50,000 yuan invested in Yueying. Do you think I lost or profited? Carrot, you guys are so rich. I lost everything last time and only have 200 lots left as a reward. The netizens were discussing the results of the quiz. On the big screen, the match was officially loaded. The commentator prompted, "The match is about to begin. Let us cheer on the two teams once again." Deafening cheers rang out at the scene. After the game world was loaded, the 5 Tianheng players immediately split into 3 groups and came online. After the new version of the game, 5 people could go to a certain path in 1 minute and 30 seconds. They could each go their own way and see where the other party was going. The position of the supports first I was very important. If it was placed in the upper half of the jungle, it could protect the top and mid laner. If it was placed in the lower half of the jungle, it could prevent the opponent from catching their own archer. Xianxia was used to being the first to protect Xianxia. He set up his vision in the bushes that they had to pass through at the bottom of the road. In the middle lane, Xianxia focused his vision on the left side of the river. This position could protect Qishua's blue buff and ensure that the opponent did not steal his blue buff. The Qishua bureau was open for business. Yueying did not invade. Their level 1 team was not strong, so both sides were at peace. This time, Qishua was no longer playing as a tool. He needed to quickly reach level 6 to learn ultimate skills. Thus, he did not give the first wave of blue buffs to Xianxia, but took them for himself. Yueying, pugilist, gave the first red buff to the top laner. Yueying was on the red side, and the red buff spawned in the upper half of the map, close to the top laner. Suzhua gained 2 levels after receiving the red buff. Qinizhu, who was at level 1, quickly used his level advantage to push Qinizhu back down the tower. However, the hero chosen by Old Qin had thick skin and flesh. Suzhua could not kill him. Xiaoyu was very cautious in the bottom lane. His positioning was very fast, and his last hit was very accurate. He hid behind his own support and quickly cleared the troops. After clearing the troops, both sides began to fight for the small crabs in the bottom lane. Qingxing took advantage of his long arms and quickly killed the crab. In the end, Xiaoyu suddenly fired a volley of bullets from afar. She calculated the health of the crab and killed it. Qingxing, after half a day, it was snatched away by Xiaoyu. On the road, Qinizhu was suppressed under the tower and couldn't get out. Suzhua quickly killed the river crabs. On the side of the middle lane, both sides ran over to fight for the river crabs. The early 3 river crabs gave a lot of experience. The opposing and mid laner had just killed the crabs when Xiaoyang suddenly used a Q to control the opposing. Qishua stepped forward, punished the opposing and snatched the crabs, and left. In the early fight for the 3 river crabs, Tianheng took the middle lane, Yueying took the top and bottom lanes. Yueying had a slight advantage. However, 100 yuan doesn't have a big impact on the economy. The key is in the first wave. Qishua came to the bottom lane and quickly dropped the red buff. He was the first to reach level 6. The S10 season had been more than a month ago, and this was the first time the netizens had seen Qishua start with 2 buffs. The fans in the live stream had mixed feelings. Qishua had 2 halos, 1 red and 1 blue. It had been a long time since they had seen such a big card. Poor Qishua. He finally got 2 buffs today. Don't give them away. Let's celebrate Tianheng Shuoyue finally getting 2 buffs and regaining the dignity of the wild with 2 buffs in hand. The wild was very good at catching people. The blue buff could accelerate the cooldown of skills, and the red buff could stick to the opponent. Qishua quickly wandered to the bottom lane and pressed the attack prompt. Xujiang's forest messenger had a soft control that could be used to confine the opponent with vines. When he saw Qishua coming from behind, he immediately used his W skill to control the opponent, but Xiaoyu was very smart. As if he had sensed danger, he instantly used purification and retreated to the bottom of the tower. Qishua's control was out of range and couldn't control him. Xiaoyu was a very cautious shooter. It wasn't easy to kill him. Qishua came to the bottom lane mainly to prepare for the fight for the first dragon. In the blink of an eye, the well-nurtured Yi Xiaoyang reached level 6. Top lane Suzhua also reached level 6. Just as Yi Xiaoyang was about to support the bottom lane, he suddenly heard Qinizhu's prompt. Top laner miss. Yi Xiaoyang was vigilant and immediately retreated. Suddenly, Storm Goddess, who was hiding in the bushes on the right, blew a tornado toward him and blew Yi Xiaoyang back to the middle of the river. Immediately after, the wild pugilist jumped on his face and slashed at Yi Xiaoyang with his sword. Kung Fu Master, who had rushed over from the top lane, held a sharp sword and slashed at the fragile mage. Yi Xiaoyang was speechless. What happened to the top lane? Did the three of you come to the middle lane to play fight the landlord? The three members of Yueying's team worked together and instantly reduced Yi Xiaoyang to a sliver of health. Yi Xiaoyang decisively used purification and returned to the bottom of the tower with AW skill. However, Suzhua didn't let him go. He followed up with Flash and instantly killed the low-health mage under the tower. First blood, YY Old Su, Kung Fu Master, killed Tianheng Liang. Nightmare. The live audience was stunned. The two commentators were stunned. 3 people working together to kill the mid lane? That's too fierce. Ha ha ha, is Liang's aggro that high? Ahem, mid laner Jiaoda, wild stun, top laner tanking the damage from the tower and flash into the tower to kill Liang. This is really the VIP treatment. Yi Xiaoyang was speechless. Thank you. 31, flash into the tower to kill me. Good job. The moment Yi Xiaoyang was attacked, Qi Shua had already rushed to the mid lane. When he arrived at the scene, he could only collect Yi Xiaoyang's corpse, but, in order to kill Yi Xiaoyang, Suzhua tanked the damage from the tower and didn't have time to retreat after killing him. At this time, Suzhua only had half of his health left. Qi Shua's gaze turned cold. He used an E-skill behind Suzhua and followed up with a burst, instantly killing the low-health top laner. Tianheng Shuayue, Succubus, killed YY Old Su, Kung Fu Master. The audience applauded enthusiastically. The comments in the stream went crazy. 3 people killed Yang by jumping over the tower. Can you not be so cruel to Omega players? I wanted to laugh. Liang's reputation as the demon king of mid laners in Group B must have spread. Yueying wasn't targeting the top laner, but the mid laner. Yueying's jungler didn't help the top laner in the first wave, but ran to the mid lane with the top laner. Yang died so miserably. Qi Shua avenged Yang. Yi Xiaoyang praised in the live chat, beautiful. The two commentators said excitedly, the opening was fierce. Yueying's side killed the mid laner, but Qi Shua's support was very fast and killed Old Su. Tianheng didn't lose out in this way. What do the two sides think of the first dragon? Qi Shua didn't go to the dragon. Yueying's side probed twice and found that Qi Shua was wandering around nearby, so he retreated. After all, Yueying's jungler wasn't level 6 yet. A moment later, Suzhua and Yi Xiaoyang revived at the same time, and Yi Xiaoyang returned to the mid lane. Suzhua led the line at lightning speed on the road and disappeared after leading a wave of lines. Qi Nizhu immediately said, top laner miss. Yi Xiaoyang, no way, again? Captain Su, are you targeting my mid lane? Yi Xiaoyang immediately returned to the bottom of the tower and used his E-skill to explore the grass. Sure enough, a piece of cloth slid past his vision. It was the brown battle robe of a pair of Kung Fu Master. Storm Goddess and Fighter should be hiding in the grass. They wanted to wait for another wave. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, are they going to play fight the landlord until the end? They're targeting my mid lane. Today's mid lane was really lively. 3 people weren't enough to catch one wave, and they wanted to do it a second time. The next wave of minions in the mid lane was about to arrive. As long as the minions entered the tower, the other 3 could split up and fight the tower to kill Yi Xiaoyang again. Qi Shua immediately gathered his teammates. Support the mid lane. Xujiang and Qingxing quickly cleared the minions and rushed over. Qi Nizhu quickly ran to the mid lane after clearing the minions. Yueying's duo in the bottom lane came. The game inexplicably became a 5v5 in the mid lane. The two commentators held back their laughter and said, today's mid lane is like a market. There are so many people. Wave after wave, they're all running towards the mid lane. Yueying's game originally revolved around the top lane. After all, they like to use the top lane as a breakthrough. In the end, they're doing the opposite today. They're teaming up to suppress the mid laner. They're doing this because if the mid laner is suppressed back home, Tianheng won't be able to use the Xianxia alliance. The premise of the Xianxia alliance was that the mid laner could roam freely and catch people with the jungle. Today, the mid laner couldn't even protect himself, so how could he catch people? Offense was the best defense. Yueying's strategy of 3 teaming up to kill the mid laner had indeed interrupted Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua's rhythm. It prevented Yi Xiaoyang's level 6 support from roaming up. However, Qi Shua's side responded quickly. You want to kill the mid lane? Then we'll protect the mid lane. Qi Shua decisively said, yes. We can't let go of the mid lane and the outer tower. At this moment, both sides' support was level 6, and their core nurturing point was level 7. The first wave of the 5v5 team battle was about to begin. The live audience sat up nervously. The minions from both sides converged in the mid lane. The long-handed archers hid in the distance and quickly cleared the minions. Suzhua was just about to let Storm Goddess start the team when 2 shadows suddenly flashed in front of him. Succubus could choose one person to attach to and use the charm skill to stun the opponent for 1 second. After successfully attaching, Succubus could immediately pull the designated teammate to his side and quickly move the 2 of them. As long as he could kill the enemy, the attachment skill could be refreshed and he could continue to search for the next enemy. He could attach to his teammate and escape. The reason why the Xianxia alliance of Succubus and Nightmare was strong was that both heroes were assassins and had displacement skills. Furthermore, they could move as a duo. There was a series of dazzling actions on the screen. The live audience saw 2 shadows suddenly flash, as if they had disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, Succubus had already attached to YY Rain. He had also brought Nightmare over. The jungle brought the mid laner to kill the archers. Xia Weiyu was very alert. The moment he saw himself being attached, he wanted to use Purification to escape. However, Yi Xiaoyang's Nightmare's sleep skill was seamlessly linked with Qi Shua's charm. Before Xia Weiyu could use Purification, Yi Xiaoyang had fallen asleep on the spot. Qi Shua immediately used his hand speed to reduce the opponent's health to a minimum. Together with Yi Xiaoyang's Nightmare Descent, he used Nightmare Descent. The black fog of Nightmare quickly surrounded the opponent. The 2 of them worked together and instantly killed the crispy archer. Tianheng Liang, Nightmare, killed YY Rain, Machine Gun Hunter. Suzhua did not sit back and watch as his archer was killed. He used his big move and rushed over, wanting to kill the crispy archers. Seeing that Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang were both at critical health, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly used W to teleport into the bushes. Qi Shua immediately used Attach and laid on Yi Xiaoyang's back. Yi Xiaoyang quickly brought Qi Shua back to the base of the tower. Xujiang activated his Heal skill and the 2 of them quickly recovered to full health. Suzhua was speechless. Fuck. They were so close to losing their health, the live audience did not see what had happened. They only saw Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang suddenly disappear. Xia Weiyu was killed, and then the 2 of them returned to the base of the tower. The commentator said, "Director, let's replay it in slow motion." A slow-motion replay of the team battle appeared on the screen. Only then did everyone realize how well Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang worked together. It was as if their brainwaves were synchronized. Qi Shua first stunned the enemy and pulled Yi Xiaoyang over. Yi Xiaoyang seamlessly used Stun to control the enemy. The 2 of them worked together to kill the archer. Then, Yi Xiaoyang used Displacement to escape. Qi Shua attached to him and was safely brought back home by Yi Xiaoyang. You pull me to kill, I pull you to retreat. Originally, there was only one displacement skill. But when the 2 of them worked together, it was like 2 displacement skills. Their skills were connected perfectly. The 2 of them quickly moved and took the enemy's head from thousands of miles away. Then, they quickly returned to the safe zone. Coming and going without a trace, this was the scary thing about the twin assassins. Xia Weiyu was the most difficult archer to kill in the alliance, but he was instantly killed by this disgusting combination. He even had to listen to their painful voice messages. Succubus, I'm coming for you. King of Nightmares, you're tired. Take a nap. King of Nightmares, don't have nightmares. Xia Weiyu, don't come for me. I'm not tired. I don't want to sleep. Yueying's core DPS had died, and the middle lane's minions had also been cleared out. It was not rational for them to go for a tower kill in a 4v5 situation. Suzhua decisively said, let's retreat. Xia Weiyu was waiting for her resurrection in the crystal. She took the initiative to say, "Sorry, it's my fault." Su Shua couldn't help but complain, "What do you mean by your fault? Once targeted by these two scourges, not even a deity can escape." Xia Weiyu, that was true. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's skill synchronization rate was astonishingly high. The two of them instantly flew behind Xia Weiyu. The skill synchronization took less than 0.1 seconds, and their brainwaves were synchronized. It was as if one person was controlling the skill. Su Shua thought for a moment and said, "This duo is too disgusting. We can't let them roam the jungle together. After Xiaoyu revives, go to the bottom lane and finish off the minions. Then, immediately turn to the middle lane. We'll forcefully take down the middle tower." Xia Weiyu quickly went to the bottom lane after reviving. The mechanic specialist and machine gun hunter's tower push style combination cleared the soldiers extremely quickly. The machine gun hunter's Q skill could clear a wave of soldiers with a row of bullets. After clearing the soldiers, he quickly moved to the middle lane under the protection of the support. The Kung Fu master on the top lane was also very fast. Su Shua also rushed to the middle lane as soon as possible. Yueying chose a hero who could clear the troops quickly in both the top and bottom lane. This way, they could take advantage of the time difference. At this time, Su Shua and Xia Weiyu had already rushed to the middle lane, but Tianheng's top lane and bottom lane had not been cleared yet. Yi Xiaoyang looked at the group of people across from them and said helplessly, "We have 5 people in the middle. Here it comes again. Are they going to play mahjong in the middle lane today?" Qi Shua glanced at the middle lane and said, "Quick support." However, by the time Tianheng's top and bottom lanes were cleared of troops, Yueying had already taken the initiative to form a team. The support used the interference skill to temporarily disable the defense tower. Su Shua leaped over the tower and slashed at Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang moved his soul, and W jumped over the wall to the bushes at the side. Then, he turned around and used sleep to lock Su Shua under the tower. A sound effect sounded in her ear. "You're tired. Take a nap." "Su Shua, I'm not tired at all. I just want to kill you." Yi Xiaoyang's escape route was very wretched. He climbed over the wall from the bottom of the tower to the bushes. The opposing jungler had his eyes on him, so he directly jumped over to stun him. But the next moment, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly disappeared. Upon closer inspection, they found that Qi Shua had arrived at the scene. Yueying's mid laner, Storm Goddess, was hiding in the bushes, waiting for an opportunity. Qi Shua sneaked up behind her and pulled Yi Xiaoyang over with a Q skill. Then, Yi Xiaoyang's hand speed exploded with a series of combos, and Nightmare descended, and the opposing mid laner was instantly killed. Yueying's mid laner said gloomily, F***ck, that's even possible. Originally, Captain Su had jumped over the tower to kill Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang had used a displacement skill, and the jungler was also crouching at the side. This wave was over. Who would have thought that Qi Shua could actually save someone like this, using killing to save someone? Was that reasonable? After Qi Shua killed someone, his possession skill refreshed. He aimed at the opposing jungler and possessed him again. Then, with another Q skill, he continued to pull Yi Xiaoyang over. Yueying's jungler, Pugilist, was very fragile to begin with. In this game, he was a tool and didn't have any good equipment. The two of them hung on him, and after a series of skills, the Pugilist instantly fell to the ground. Tianheng Liang, Nightmare, killed YY Feng Feng, Storm Goddess, Tianheng Liang, Nightmare, killed YY Long, Pugilist, double kill. Yi Xiaoyang actually got a double kill. Qi Shua used his possession skill and flew around with Yi Xiaoyang, killing 2 people in a row. This wave of maneuvers made one's scalp tingle. The live stream was filled with 6666, Yang said, "I'm surrounded. Captain Qi, give me a hand." Okay, number 3034. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yueying's counterattack. After losing the first game, Xia Weiyu did not feel good. He took the initiative to say, "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Su Shua interrupted him. "Don't blame yourself. No one will blame you. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang were hiding and ambushing. If it were any other archer, they would have been killed in one shot. That being said, in the last crucial group battle, It was indeed because Xia Weiyu was out of touch with the team that Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang found the opportunity to circle around and kill him. The coach quickly walked into the soundproof room and comforted everyone. It's okay. Let's get ready for the next game. Suzhua frowned slightly and looked at the coach. It looks like forcing the middle lane won't work. Every time we try to kill Yi Xiaoyang, we have to pay a high price. Tianheng is determined to protect the middle lane. The coach had a better view of the situation from below the stage. Every time Yueying fought a group battle in the middle lane, Qi Shua would be the first to go and support them. They had fought 2 rounds of 5v5 group battles, but they had not been able to gain any advantage. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's coordination between the jungler and jungler was very good. They were always able to find a breakthrough point in a headwind. Since Tianheng was determined to protect the middle lane, there was no need for them to be stubborn and fight them head-on. The coach said, in the next game, let's take out one of the flanks first. Suzhua rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a good idea. He leaned over to the coach and whispered, how about this? After a few minutes of rest, the second game began quickly. Yueying was the blue side in this game, so they were given priority to ban. They still did not ban junglers and midlaners because Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's hero pool was very deep. It was useless to ban 1 or 2 of them. The 2 of them could choose other combinations. Moon Shadow's first ban continued to target Qin Yizhu's Black Dragon Knight, while the second ban targeted the archer, Holy Spirit Archer. On Tianhuan's side, he sent Suzhua's Kung Fu Master, who was good at playing the game, and Vampire Duke, who was good at solo fights, into the ban. Commentator, Nakano is still out. Let's see which hero Yueying will first pick. Yueying's first comment immediately locked onto the top laner, Sword and Blade Will. The commentator was stunned for a moment before saying, this is a warrior top laner. His ability to cut to the back is also very strong. He's a very skillful hero. He can fight 1 against 3 in a team battle. Looks like this round, Yueying is going to take the initiative to fight? Old Qin thought for a moment and said, I'll take the Paladin. It's more tanky. Coach Lin nodded. Okay. I'll take the Paladin and Machine Gun Hunter. Machine Gun Hunter was fast at clearing troops. He was Xia Weiyu's best hero. Tianheng's side could break their tower-pushing combination if they snatched him. The support position continued to be healer to protect Qingxing. Yueying's bottom lane combination was Light of Blessing, to dispel crowd control, and Wind Spirit, the most agile archer with a lot of displacement. In the second phase, both sides began to target the midlaners and junglers. Qi Shua's Succubus, that had been continuously possessed in the previous round, was banned. Yi Xiaoyang's Lord of the Abyss was still not released. On the other hand, Lin Feng eliminated 2 midlaners. The lineups of both sides were quickly determined. Tianheng, Paladin, top laner, King of Fighters, jungler, illusionist, mid laner, forest messenger, and Machine Gun Hunter, bottom lane. Yueying, Sword and Blade Will, top laner, fighter, jungler, frost goddess, mid laner, Light of Blessing, and Wind Spirit, bottom lane. The 2 commentators analyzed, Tianheng's mid laner and jungler are all assassins. The mid laner and jungler are still working together to set the pace. The top laner can resist pressure, and the bottom laner can heal and push towers. Their thinking is still quite clear. Yueying's top laner, jungler, and mid laner all have crowd control. Their fighting ability is very strong. The archer, Wind Spirit, can jump around when Gale mode is activated. He has many movement skills and is very difficult to catch. The match between Xianxia and Yaoguang was very intense. Yaoguang's archer was a newbie, but the other 4 players were all veterans from last season. Last season, Yaoguang had taken 4th place in the league. This season, their overall skill level was still up to par. However, Xianxia, Fang Jingqing, and Xia Yuan's dual support system, once developed in the later stages, would cause explosive damage. There was simply no way to deal with it. Yaoguang had a hard time killing Fang Jingqing, and Xia Yuan was even harder to kill. In the end, after 20 minutes, they couldn't win no matter what they did. Fang Jingqing used Giant Demon Devour to instantly kill Yaoguang's archer from a long distance. Yi Xiaoyang couldn't help but applaud. Beautiful. His prediction is too accurate. Yi Xiaoyang had specially trained the giant demon of the North Sea a while ago. He could release a giant demon from a long distance, opening its bloody mouth to devour enemies around it. If the skill was released accurately, it could kill a crispy skin in one bite. If not, it would just eat air. Just now, during the team battle, Yao Guang's archer was moving quickly. Fang Jingqing predicted his next position and released the giant demon in advance. Therefore, from God's point of view, it was very much like Yao Guang's archer had voluntarily walked into the giant demon's mouth. Qingxing couldn't help but laugh. Haha, that Yumao walked into the giant demon's mouth and was killed. But thinking about it again, if he met Xianxia in the future, would he be the one walking into the giant demon's mouth? Qingxing couldn't laugh anymore and lowered his head in embarrassment. Coach Lin sighed. Fang Jingqing is a mid-laner who is very good at seizing opportunities. Xiaoyuan's archer is also world-class. Xianxia's dual support system is still very strong. Both of these development points are not easy to deal with. This match had indeed shown the strength of Xianxia's dual support system. The square and circle combo survivability was extremely high, and they could maximize their damage output in a team battle. Fang Jingqing would use his ultimate move on the enemy's key figure to create an opening. Xiaoyuan was in charge of the follow-up. His positioning was extremely wretched. Xiaoyuan, who had developed in the later stages, shot out poison arrows one after another. Even the tanks in the front row could not withstand his attacks. The first match ended with Xiaoyuan's triple kill in the team battle. In the second round, Fang Jingqing took the classic Fortress Mage, World Destroyer Mage, and quickly farmed his economy. After he had made enough mage equipment, Fang Jingqing began to support him quickly. Together with Xiaoyuan, they destroyed Yao Guang's bottom lane. As Yi Xiaoyang watched his brilliant maneuvers, he could not help but wonder if he would be able to take advantage of this world-class center in a one-on-one match in the future. The premise of Nakano's joint operation was that he had to clear out the minions first and go to Qi Shua to gain an advantage. Once he was suppressed during the matchup period, he wouldn't be able to leave. Therefore, in a 1v1 in the middle lane, they had to withstand the enemy's firepower. What hero should he use to fight Fang Jingqing? Seeing Yi Xiaoyang lowering his head and seriously pondering, Qi Shua asked in a low voice, "What are you thinking about?" Yi Xiaoyang came back to his senses and said, "I'm thinking about what hero to use to fight against Fang Jingqing." Qi Shua said, "It's still early to fight against Xianxia. We can slowly study it." Coach Lin overheard their conversation and could not help but say, "Xianxia's results in Group S are very stable. You guys are already studying your opponents in Group S. It seems like you guys are very confident in advancing from Group A?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "Coach, do you not have confidence in us?" Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course I'm very confident in you." After watching Qi Shua's interview today, Lin Feng also felt a long-lost passion. Their Tianhuan squad had won the championship 3 times in history. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. It was already 1 a.m. when Yi Xiaoyang returned to the hotel. He slept until noon the next day. After washing his face, he was about to go downstairs to the buffet restaurant for lunch. When he went out, he bumped into Qi Shua, who was coming out of the room opposite. He must have just taken a shower. His hair was still wet, and his handsome face was expressionless. But when he saw Yi Xiaoyang, his face quickly softened, and a trace of gentleness appeared in his eyes. "Did you just wake up?" Yi Xiaoyang nodded. "Yes, I slept too late last night." Qi Shua said, "Let's go eat first." The two of them walked side by side to the restaurant and happened to see Xie Weiyu eating silently by the window. Yi Xiaoyang took the initiative to greet him. "Xiaoyu, you're alone." Xie Weiyu smiled at Yi Xiaoyang and said, "I just woke up. Captain Su and the others should still be sleeping." Yi Xiaoyang took a plate, picked up some of his favorite dishes and pastries, and turned to sit opposite Xie Weiyu. Qi Shua also walked over with a plate. Xie Weiyu asked softly, "Yang, what time is your flight?" Yi Xiaoyang said, 3 p.m. "After lunch, we'll pack up and get ready to go to the airport." "What about you guys?" Xie Weiyu, "We'll be leaving around 4 p.m. Yi Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, "It'll probably be 6 or 7 p.m. when we arrive at the base. There shouldn't be any training scheduled tonight. If you're free, let's play ranked games together. Xiaoyu smiled gently. Okay, I'll contact you when I get back. Qi Shua heard the two of them calling Xiaoyu and Yangyang affectionately, and an inexplicable feeling of displeasure arose in his heart. When did they become so close? They even made an appointment to play ranked games together tonight. Although Xiaoyu was a beta, and it was impossible for her to have mutual attraction with Yi Xiaoyang, in this era, marriage and love were already free. There were many beta and omega players together. Qi Shua suddenly realized. Was this reaction of his because he was jealous? Xiaoyang was just making friends normally. Xiaoyang. Both of them had been dissed by the internet water army. And Yi Xiaoyang felt sorry for Xiaoyu's suffering, so he took the initiative to chat with Xiaoyu and added Xia to play ranked games. In the professional league's group chat, so there was no need to think too much of a. Qi Shua suppressed the displeasure in his heart and changed the topic. Your next opponent is the Blood Eagle battle team, right? He sat next to Yi Xiaoyang and ate with his head lowered, his face emotionless. Xiaoyu thought that Qi Shua was unwilling to talk. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment before she replied politely, yes, Captain Qi next Saturday at the Yan Esports Center, the same day as yours. Qi Shua said lightly, this team ranked 4th in Group A in the last round. As long as Yueying plays as usual, it won't be a problem to beat them. It's best to win the game 2 o'clock. The final ranking of the group depends on the net score. Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, I know. Then they had nothing to say, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Yi Xiaoyang glanced at Qi Shua and continued to chat with Xiaoyu. Your Yueying team is broadcasting live on Little Bear TV, right? How long do you broadcast every month? Xiaoyu said, we need 40 hours. I haven't finished my live broadcast task this month. Yi Xiaoyang said, that's good. Call me when you're free tonight. We'll play in pairs and start a live broadcast. Xiaoyu chuckled and asked, do you want to carry me to victory? Yi Xiaoyang, do you still need me to carry you? Why don't you carry me to victory? The meal was very uncomfortable. Qi Shua couldn't even remember what the food tasted like. Rationally, he knew that Xiaoyang should have his own friends. But emotionally, a strong sense of possessiveness kept jumping in his mind. He wanted to mark out a territory and circle Yi Xiaoyang alone, telling everyone that he was his. Alpha's possessiveness was really scary. He had to control himself a little. He couldn't make Yangyang feel disgusted. Qi Shua suppressed the awkwardness in his heart. When he returned to his room after dinner, he suddenly stopped at the door and pretended to be calm. He asked, are you going to play in pairs with Xiaoyu tonight? Yi Xiaoyang said, yes, Xiaoyu often broadcasts alone. He doesn't have many friends in the alliance. I'm quite fond of him. Anyway, we have to make up for the duration of the broadcast. It's not a big deal to play ranked games together. Yi Xiaoyang liked Xiaoyu very much. He had left the team, transferred to another team, and been demoted from Group S. After so many twists and turns, he had been criticized by the internet water army every day. Any other player would have had a mental breakdown. But Xiaoyu was still very calm when he played the game. He didn't make any obvious mistakes. An opponent like that was worthy of respect. Yi Xiaoyang didn't have many friends in this world. Other than his teammates in Tianheng, he wasn't familiar with the players in the other teams. Xiaoyu was the first friend that he had taken the initiative to reach out to. Xiaoyu was more introverted. He ignored the disputes of the outside world and quietly played his own game. He gave off a very comfortable feeling when interacting with him. Usually, he would play in pairs with Qi Shua during team training. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua already had a good understanding of each other. In their free time, they could also change their minds and see what it felt like to play together with a shooter like Xiaoyu. Qi Shua said, call me when we're playing tonight. Yi Xiaoyang looked up at him. Captain Qi, you're going to stream too? Qi Shua said, I don't have enough time to stream. I'll stream with you guys. Yi Xiaoyang said. Alright. However, the 3 core players of the mid, jungler, and archer team were all playing together. It was very easy for them to run into a professional team when they were playing in a 3-platoon. He didn't want to be matched with people like Feng Jingqing and Zhao Sinan again. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Yi Xiaoyang said, "Why don't we go to the international server?" Qi Shua said, "Sure. When we go back, we'll buy a name change card and change the names of our alternate accounts." After the two of them finished discussing, Yi Xiaoyang went back to his room and sent a message to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, how about we go to the international server tonight? Do you have an account for the international server?" "Yes. Captain Qi said he's coming too. Let's play in a 3-platoon. Alright." At 3 p.m., the plane took off on time. The members of the Tianhuan squad took a nap on the plane. When they returned to the Tianjing base, everyone was full of energy. Coach Lin had everyone eat dinner before calling them for a meeting to review the previous day's match. The first round's mid/jungler combination and the third round's jungler combination played very well. The second round's loss was analyzed. By the time all the reviews were done, it was already 10 p.m. Coach Lin said, "The next match's opponent is CYC. We've played against this team in Group B before. They aren't too strong, but we can't be careless. It's best if we can take them down 2 o'clock. In the later stages of the competition, the group rankings would be based on the net score. A 2 o'clock score would give them 2 points, while a 2-1 score would only give them 1 point. Group A still had strong competitors like Luotian Temple and Yueying, so they couldn't be careless in any match." Coach Lin said, "You must be tired from the flight today. We'll start training tomorrow. 1 week is enough." CYC was their defeated opponent in Group B. It was impossible for them to suddenly increase their strength in a short period of time. As long as they played normally, there wouldn't be any problems in the next match. Therefore, Coach Lin wasn't in a hurry to let everyone train in the middle of the night. After the meeting, he let everyone go back to rest. Yi Xiaoyang returned to the dormitory and sent a private message to Xiaoyu before opening the live broadcast. Whale Platform's Little White's live broadcast lit up again. Yi Xiaoyang had announced on Weibo that he would be streaming after 10 p.m. tonight. Many people were waiting. The moment he appeared, the live broadcast's bullet screen was filled with many old friends who came to see him. Xiaoyu wasn't very popular on Little Bear TV. On the contrary, he had many haters. Previously, he had turned off the bullet screen during the live broadcast, but today, he mustered up the courage to turn it on. Xiaoyu said, "Tonight, I'll play ranked with Yang in the international server." The bullet screen was filled with a row of question marks. Yang? Tianjing's Liang? Is Xiaoyu close to Yang? If I remember correctly, Liang wanted to flash over and kill you before he died. If you don't kill him back, why are you playing ranked with him? Could it be that the previous game was just an act? After you joined Yueying dropped to Group A. Don't you know the reason? So he's an actor. I understand. Yi Xiaoyang and Xiaoyu were already in the team room. He used his new phone's tablet mode to open Little Bear TV's platform and saw the bullet screen. Yi Xiaoyang was a straightforward person. He was annoyed by those people's sarcastic remarks and simply said, "A competition is a competition, and friends are friends. If you have a good relationship in private, you have to be an actor in a competition and give a few kills to the other side. Do you think the league's disciplinary committee is blind? Don't you know that you'll be banned for fixing a competition?" Yi Xiaoyang, conspiracy theories every day. You're really bored. Yi Xiaoyang, the esports circle isn't the entertainment circle. There's no best acting award at the end of the year. The netizens in Xiaoyu's live stream, "This Omega is so fierce, she doesn't use profanities when scolding people, and her live stream won't be banned." When Xiaoyu heard Yi Xiaoyang scolding the anti-fans, she chuckled and said, "It's fine, just ignore them." Yi Xiaoyang, "Okay, I'll pull Captain Qi in." Wait a moment. The live stream became even livelier. F***CK, Nakano Archery 3rd Platoon. Are you guys going to the international server to bully noobs? 3rd Platoon will definitely be matched with 3rd Platoon. I feel like we're going to run into a professional team again. And at this time, the North American and European players should be waking up soon, right? Many of the Japanese and Korean players are also in the international server at this time. But if you have 3 core players in the Nakano Archery team, how are you going to split the money? A team's finances were limited, so it was impossible to split it evenly. Usually, if a team had 2 core players, it would be enough for them to develop. If there were 3 core players, it would be very difficult for them to develop in the early stages. Yi Xiaoyang, I'll be a tool. Almost at the same time, Qi Shua also said, I'll be a tool. The two of them had telepathy once again as they said the same thing at the same time. The netizens in the live stream were dying of laughter. Yang Yang and Captain Qi are fighting over being a tool. Xiaoyu, why don't you guys stop fighting over it and let me be a tool? Ha ha ha, I've never seen a tool before. Xia Weiyu did not expect the two of them to say the same thing at the same time. She just watched the show in silence. Then she heard Yi Xiaoyang say, you can be a tool. But Qi Shua said at the same time, you can be a tool. Xia Weiyu, are you guys still going to fight or not? The fans in the live stream were laughing so hard that they were about to choke. On tacit understanding, ha ha ha, there's no one else who can synchronize their brainwaves. Why don't Captain Qi and Yang Yang have a game of rock paper scissors? Whoever loses will be a tool? You two go and fight first. Once you have a result, come and pull Xiaoyu into a team. Don't be so lovey-dovey here. Yi Xiaoyang gently rubbed his temples. Captain Qi, you take the wild core. I'll protect you as a tool. I can also support the shooter. Qi Shua did not argue anymore. Okay. Finally, the discussion came to a conclusion. Yi Xiaoyang pressed down on the ranking. A moment later, the three of them entered the ranking room. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's alternate accounts on the international server often changed their names, so no one recognized them. Today, Qi Shua changed it to CC7673, Yi Xiaoyang changed it to YY8998, and Xia Weiyu's alternate account was relatively easy to recognize. It was Rain001. The two IDs that appeared in the team channel were also very unfamiliar. One was ZJZ555, and the other was SN333. The messy combination of English numbers made it very difficult to recognize them. However, a line of English characters suddenly popped up in the team channel. ZJZ555, for F, are you Xia Weiyu? 4th floor, are you Xia Weiyu? Xia Weiyu was stunned. He had always been playing solo in the international server, so he was not very famous. No one could recognize him unless they were from the Chinese server. Looking at the name ZJZ555, Xia Weiyu simply turned on his mic and asked, Reporter Zhao? A loud roar came from beside his ear. F*CK, ha ha ha, it's really you. Xia Weiyu, SN333 directly sent an emoticon. Break. JPG, the one who sent the emoticon was definitely Xiao En, the international friend of the Northern Shepherd team. It seemed that Zhao Sinan and Xiao En had been playing in the international server duo and had coincidentally bumped into Yi Xiaoyang's third team. The five of them were grouped into the same team. Xia Weiyu turned on his mic and said, Shuayue and Lai Yang are here too. Zhao Sinan had just poured himself a cup of coffee and was about to take a few sips. When he heard this, he spat it all over the screen. F*CK. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang were here too. Can you kill your teammates in ranked? He really wanted to kill Qi Shua and snatch Xiao Bai. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and turned on his mic. Hello. Zhao Sinan had mixed feelings. Hello, Xiao Bai. The five of them looked very strong when they were grouped together, but the economic competition between the 5 core players would become the most troublesome problem. The situation was a little chaotic. Yi Xiaoyang took the initiative and said, Xiao En, you'll be the mid laner. I'll play support for Xiaoyu. Qi Shua also changed his mind and said in a low voice, I'll take the tool player. I'll protect the double C. Originally, Yi Xiaoyang wanted Qi Shua to take the wild seed. However, if Qi Shua took the wild seed, it meant that Zhao Sinan and Xiao En would have to give up resources to him. Northern Shepherd's flanks and mid laners were very strong. Moreover, Xiao En was a player from the European region. Out of courtesy, they should let Xiao En play the C position. More importantly, Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua tacitly wanted to see the strength of Xiao En, the mid laner. Zhao Sinan wiped the coffee off his computer screen and said straightforwardly, Alright, Captain Qi will be in charge of this game. Come on, quickly take the hero. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 20 stars and above of the international server's King of Kings were all Smurfs of professional players. It was normal to bump into professional teams, but they didn't know which gods they would bump into in this round. The BP phase soon began. Xiaoyang was on the first floor. He took the initiative to ask in the live chat, "Does anyone want to steal a hero?" Zhao Sinan on the third floor sent a help, "Please help me steal, Vampire Duke, 15 uses, 100% win rate." Little Zhao's warrior side lane was still very strong. Vampire Duke was a typical top laner hero that could tank, attack, and cut the back line. After using a big move, his normal attack could recover health. If his mechanics were good enough, he could 1v2 or even 1v3. Xiaoyang helped him steal the top laner. The first and second floors of the opposing team directly chose Mechanic Expert and Machine Gun Hunter to push the bottom lane tower combination. It was our turn to choose. Xiaoen on the second floor chose North Sea Giant Monster. Xiaoyang continued to ask, "Xiaoyu, what archer are you going to take?" Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "Let's take Wind Spirit." Xiaoyang asked, "What about Captain Qi?" Qi Shua said, "I'll take Fighter as a support." Xiaoyang said, "Okay, then I'll take a tankier support to cooperate with you guys." He chose Radiant Shield on the third floor. He could raise his shield to block damage for his teammates. He could also use his shield to stun the enemy and force the team. It was a support with strong protection and a tankier body. The lineups for both sides were quickly chosen. They were all the more common heroes in the rankings. Their support, Radiant Shield, was a tankier. The top laner, Vampire Duke, was a fierce warrior. The jungler, Fighter, was a support with crowd control. The mid laner, North Sea Giant Monster, had explosive damage. The archer, Wind Spirit, was flexible. The lineups they chose would have no problem even if they were in the Pro League. It was comprehensive and the economic distribution was also more reasonable. Although Qi Shua was in charge of this match, Captain Qi was too quiet. Xiaoyang was in charge of livening up the atmosphere and choosing the lineup in advance so that they could work together better. The opposing team's lineup was equally good. The bottom lane, Mechanic Expert, and Machine Gun Hunter, were a common combination to push the tower. The middle lane, World Destroyer Sorcerer, was a long-range cannon and King of Fighters was a wild core. The top lane, Black Dragon Knight, was more of a tool and could give some resources to the jungler and mid lane. The focus of both sides' lineups was different. Our side had Xiaoen's mid laner, Xiaoyu's archer, and Zhao Sinan's top laner. These three players needed to develop, and Qi Shua and Xiaoyang took the initiative to become tools in this game. On the other side were the mid laner, jungler, and archer. The match interface quickly loaded. Xiaoyang opened the board and saw that the opposing mid was called Cici and the jungler was called King. The names in the international server could be repeated, but there was only one player above 20 stars who dared to be called King. Zhao Sinan obviously thought of this as well. He said in shock, F***CK, the opposing team is Chui He from Korea's ATB, right? Chui He's registered ID in the Korean region was also King. He was known as the King of the Jungle. Last year in the S9 World Series, Korea's ATB team defeated our country's Xianxia. Later on, they won continuously until the finals and became the S9 World Champions. Chui He was also named the MVP, most valuable player in the finals, of the S9 World Series. Team ATB's mid laner combination, Chui He and Pu Yuanqi, was touted as the world's best mid laner. Even in China, many of their fans respectfully addressed them as Emperor He and God of Tin. There were also people who said, Fong Fong and Captain Zhou, these mid laners only know how to show off in China. In front of my God of Tin, they are nothing. Comparing Qi Shua to Emperor He? That's an insult to Emperor He. He's not worthy. Some netizens, because China didn't win the World Championship, belittled their country's players. It was a common practice among anti-fans to praise foreign players and belittle domestic players. After last year's World Series, such comments were everywhere. Unexpectedly, in today's random ranking game, our hidden score was too high, and we were matched with this pair of bosses. It was a pity that Qi Shua didn't choose a mid laner, and Xiaoyang didn't choose a mid laner. they couldn't compete with them directly. Everyone was streaming, so Yi Xiaoyang couldn't say anything. He and Qi Shua fell silent at the same time. They knew very well that if Tianheng made it to the World Series one day, the so-called Emperor He and God of Tin in the Korean region would be their strongest opponents. Xiao En thought of this person and said, Cui He, the captain of last year's world champion team? Jiao Sinan said, that's right. That Cici is probably Pu Yuanqi. They often play together as a duo. He carefully looked at the other 3 IDs and said, fortunately, the other 3 are probably not their teammates. They were also randomly matched. I don't know these people. Xiao En, are you familiar with them? Xiao En carefully looked at the IDs in the matchup panel and suddenly thought of something. She said, the mid laner is the archer and support of Team Amants from the European region. I remember now. That's their ID on the international server. Xia Weiyu was speechless. Yi Xiaoyang pulled him into a ranking game, but he was matched with world-class bosses, Cui He plus Pu Yuanqi, a world-class combination of mid laner and jungler. The mid laner and support of the European team in the mid laner. Wasn't it too difficult for him to survive in this game? Could he survive for a few more seconds? Should he go back and write a book, Survival of the Archer? Yi Xiaoyang comforted him. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Xia Weiyu, okay. Although Yi Xiaoyang debuted later than Xia Weiyu and just started playing, he was older than Xia Weiyu. Xiao Yu was only 19 years old. Yi Xiaoyang treated him like a younger brother and called him Xiao Yu. If they were directly matched with the entire ATB team, they would not be able to play this game. However, the opponents were also randomly matched. The Korean and European regions did not speak the same language, so they could not directly play the game. Therefore, it was not certain who would win this game. Originally, everyone was just playing casually. Now, everyone was serious. The bullet screen of the players' livestream rooms was flooded with comments. Xiao Bai, do your best. Destroy the Korean mid laner. What are you guys thinking? Xiao Bai is a support in this game. Is he going to use his shield to hit the opposing mid laner's head? This is the first time I've seen Xiao Bai play support. Our Xiao Bai's support must be very fierce. The kind that jumps on the opponent's face. Xia Weiyu's bullet screen was completely different. Xiao Yu, how many times do you want to die? This game is too difficult. The opposing mid laner is from the world champion team. You 5 miscellaneous players will definitely be destroyed. I want to see how many times Xia Weiyu will die in this game. Don't get a score of 0 to 10. That's embarrassing. Xia Weiyu turned off the bullet screen to ensure his safety. The game interface was loaded. As the commander, Qi Shua quickly made arrangements. The mid laner will support the top lane. The jungler will attack the bottom lane. Break through from the flank first. It was easy to overturn if they were pushed directly. Rolling from the flank was also a common strategy when playing against strong teams. Jiao Sinan and Xiaoan were teammates. The two of them would attack the top lane while Qi Shua would help the bottom lane. Both flanks would not collapse easily. Jiao Sinan simply said, okay, send more signals to communicate. Yi Xiaoyang and Xia Weiyu came to the front lane to clear the enemy troops. Qi Shua started the game with a red buff. He said, Archer, take the red buff. Although Yi Xiaoyang and Xia Weiyu were close and he kept calling her Xiao Yu, Qi Shua felt a little jealous. However, as a professional player, he would never let his emotions affect his decisions in ranked matches. He also would not interfere with Yi Xiaoyang's relationship with his friends. He still had this bit of grace. Letting the red buff be given to the archer would make the pressure on Xia Weiyu much easier. Xia Weiyu went over and took the red buff. He politely said, thank you, Captain Qi. Qi Shua replied with a okay and turned to fight for the blue buff. At this moment, Jiao Sinan suddenly said irritably, F*CK, 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 the other team is fighting for the blue buff. I'll go and interfere with them. Xiao En said, the other team has 3 players. Yi Xiaoyang immediately rushed to the other team's jungle to scout the jungle. Qi Shua tacitly sneaked over from the river and followed Yi Xiaoyang to get rid of the other team's blue buff. Zhao Sinan and Xiaoan pretended to fight for the blue buff to interfere with the other team's blue buff. Then, they quickly retreated. With this cooperation, Qi Shua got the other team's blue buff. It was not a loss even if their blue buff was countered. The river crab in the middle lane refreshed. Xiaoan signaled at the middle lane and the other team's jungler came to snatch the first river crab. Qi Shua rushed over to snatch the river crab. The two teams fought for a while in a 2v2. The other team's Cui He and Pu Yuanqi were fixed teammates. Qi Shua and Xiaoan were playing together for the first time, so they were not as good as the other team's jungler. The other team's jungler took the opportunity to snatch the crab. In the bottom lane, Yi Xiaoyang was scouting the jungle while protecting Xia Weiyu's development. Since Xia Weiyu got red at the beginning of the game, it was easier for her to fight. Yi Xiaoyang believed that Xiaoyu would not be killed so easily, so he walked away from time to scout the jungle and scout the area. Assisting and protecting the archer did not mean that one had to stay beside the archer all the time. Vision was very important. If the other team's jungler crouched in the bushes that one had not explored and suddenly attacked, the archer's fragile body would not be able to withstand it. Since Yi Xiaoyang had checked the bottom half of the jungle, Xia Weiyu's development was very easy. She even cooperated with Yi Xiaoyang to snatch a small river crab. Her level was one level higher than the other team's archer. The other team's jungler quickly reached level 6. Xiaoan signaled, "Mid laner, miss." Qi Shua immediately rushed to the bottom lane and signaled at the same time, "I'm on my way." Yi Xiaoyang replied, "Roger that." As soon as Qi Shua arrived at the scene, the other team's jungler suddenly jumped over from a distance and punched Xia Weiyu. The king of fighters, was a strong controlled jungler. He could stun a group of people with one punch. Xia Weiyu's positioning was already very agile, but he could still control it. Cui He was indeed a world-class jungler. His prediction ability was very strong. Xia Weiyu was instantly purified and rolled back to the bottom of the tower. At the same time, Yi Xiaoyang raised his shield, the other team's mid laner followed and released a black fog that attacked Xia Weiyu's chest like a python. Yi Xiaoyang's shield blocked the black fog. The other team's jungler wanted to continue chasing but was stopped by Yi Xiaoyang with his shield. Qi Shua arrived and stunned the other team's jungler with a Q skill. Xia Weiyu quickly ran back to the bottom of the tower and shot 2 arrows at the opposing team's jungler, the king of fighters. The king of fighters was crippled. When he realized that he couldn't kill him this time, he turned around and retreated. It was a 4v3 in the bottom lane. However, because Yi Xiaoyang blocked the critical damage with his shield, Xia Weiyu's purification was fast enough, and Qi Shua's support was also timely. Xia Weiyu managed to save his life and return home with low HP. At the same time, the top lane gained an advantage. The other team's 4 players were in the bottom lane, which meant that the top lane could fight 2v1. Zhao Sinan had snatched the river crab in the early game and had just leveled up to level 6. He directly used his lifesteal skill to kill the opponent's Black Dragon Knight, and left it with low HP. Xiaoan added damage from the side and successfully took the kill with a series of neat combos. The two of them retreated separately. First blood, Xiaoan took the first kill. Yi Xiaoyang praised, "Beautiful." Xiaoan said very gentlemanly, "It's Captain Qi's good arrangement." It was a 3v4 in the bottom lane to resist the pressure, and a 2v1 in the top lane to establish an advantage. Qi Shua's tactical arrangement in the first wave of support did work. This was because he knew that the opponent's mid laner would definitely come down to catch the archer first. Even if Xiaoan came to the bottom lane, he might not be able to kill the opponent's mid laner. It was better to open a gap in the top lane first. Although Zhao Sinan didn't want to praise Qi Shua, he had to admit that Qi Shua's vision of the big picture was indeed very good. If it were him, he might have let Xiaoan go to the bottom lane for a 4v4. At the Korean ATB team's base, Cui He frowned and said, "Which division are they from? They have good awareness." Pu Yuanqi said, "It's 10 p.m. There are more players in the Chinese division at this time." Cui He was a little confused. "I've never seen these IDs before." Pu Yuanqi said, "They rarely come to the international server. The most famous one in the international server is Zhou. Zhou Jiawen had been killed by them countless times in the international server. It was said that Zhou was the best mid lane in the Chinese division. It was just SOSO. Cui raised his eyebrows and said, continue to catch the bottom lane. Pu Yuanqi said, I wasn't level 6 just now. I'll go and kill their archer in the next wave. Wind Spirit, if not restricted in the early game, would be very flexible in the later stages of the game. If they couldn't catch him, he could drift around and deal tons of damage. In the first wave of mid-laner coordination, Cui thought that he and Pu Yuanqi could kill the opponent's archer. He rushed too quickly, and his teammates in the bottom lane couldn't keep up with their pace. In the end, the opponent's support blocked the critical damage with a shield, causing them to fail to catch and kill the archer. But they weren't in a hurry. They would soon let the opponent's archer know what a world-class mid-laner coordination was. 5 minutes into the match, the first dragon spawned. At this time, the opponent's jungler had plundered a lot of resources and was already level 7. The mid-laner and archer had learned their ultimate skills at level 6. The top laner had not reached level 6 because he had been killed once. The support was also not at level 6. On the other hand, Qishua's jungler had given up some of his resources to the archer and was only level 5. Zhao Sinan, Xiaoen, and Xia Weiyu had all reached level 6. If it was based on levels, they would be at a disadvantage. Qishua's level was 2 levels lower than Cui's, and his equipment was much worse. Moreover, Qishua was a tool in this game and had no DPS ability. He could not be compared to the king of fighters, who could insta-kill people. However, Yi Xiaoyang felt that this team could be fought. Their top laner was already level 6. Zhao Sinan's Vampire Duke could recover health when he used his ultimate skill. If he could cooperate with Xiaoen to kill the opponent's archer and Yi Xiaoyang could protect their archer from being insta-killed, then Xia Weiyu could rely on his flexible positioning to deal high damage in the team battle and make up for Qishua's lack of DPS in the jungler. The role of the support in the team battle was also different. The opponent's support was strong in disrupting tower pushing, but their support could use his shield to block damage and protect the archer better than the opponent's support. Whether this team battle could be fought or not had to be taken into account from all aspects. Yi Xiaoyang quickly analyzed the situation and said, we can fight this team. I'll go and line up my vision. Everyone, get ready to support. Zhao Sinan said, okay, I'll come over as soon as I clear the troops. The enemy's support had set up vision near the dragon's spawn point. Yi Xiaoyang went to clear it, and the enemy's support was also preparing for a team battle with the dragon. The two of them clashed and pulled at each other in the bushes. Neither of them could kill the other. Yi Xiaoyang realized that the top and middle laners had been cleared, so he immediately put a gathering sign at the dragon pit. Zhao Sinan quickly circled around from the side of the jungle. Qishua crouched in the grass above the dragon pit, and Xia Weiyu stood at the back, ready. They were all world-class players, so their sense of support was very strong. The 5 people from both sides quickly arrived. Qishua said calmly, don't be in such a hurry to form a team. Play a backhand. Yi Xiaoyang thought so too. Letting the other side start first would make our counterattack more stable. After all, Yi Xiaoyang hadn't reached level 6 yet. He didn't have any crowd control skills to start a party. If little Zhao went to start a party, he would be easily controlled. As expected, the opposing jungler was very confident. He immediately used a long-range ultimate skill on Xia Weiyu's face. He knew very well that the archer had just been caught by him and had already used flash. As long as he could stun the archer with one punch, the mid-laner, Pu Yushi, would follow up with a burst of attacks, and the fragile archer would be instantly killed by him. However, to his surprise, almost at the same moment that he jumped onto Xia Weiyu's face, Qishua, who was hiding in the grass, suddenly rushed over and interrupted his follow-up combo with a Q skill. Yi Xiaoyang's reaction was synchronized with Qishua's godly reaction. He quickly raised his shield. Spell of Destruction, the opposing mid-laner, Pu Yushi, used a burst of hand speed to form a combo. 6 balls of black fog fiercely rushed towards Xia Weiyu. In the end, they all hit Yi Xiaoyang's shield. The jungler and support worked together to protect the archer. Their tacit understanding was like synchronized brain waves. Xia Weiyu wasn't an idiot. When he saw Xiaoyang raise his shield to block the attacks for him, he immediately activated Gale. Like a nimble elf, he quickly moved away from the opposing jungler to pull away. basic attack, enhanced basic attack. The archer's damage output was simple and crude. Xia Weiyu's green arrows landed one after another. After the match, Zhao Sinan and Shaoan were automatically ejected by the system since they were randomly matched. However, Qi Shua, Yi Xiaoyang, and Xia Weiyu were still in the third row and remained in the room. Yi Xiaoyang praised with a smile, "Xiaoyu is awesome. You got 3 kills in the Highland team, MVP." In this match, Xia Weiyu's damage output was over 45%, with 6 kills, 0 deaths, and 3 assists. It was a beautiful record. As long as a fully developed archer did not get killed in a team fight, their damage output in a team fight would be considerable. Sometimes, they could even single-handedly turn the situation around. This was also the reason why Yi Xiaoyang wanted to kill Xia Weiyu when he was playing against Yueying. When Xia Weiyu heard Yi Xiaoyang praising him, he quickly said modestly, "It's all thanks to your good support and protection. Otherwise, I would have been killed 7 or 8 times already." Yi Xiaoyang said, "That's not necessarily the case. Your positioning is still pretty awesome. You were able to dodge the skills with your flash." Everyone was streaming, so it was not good to comment on the Korean players. It was enough for them to know. It was just a ranked match and not an official match, so there was no need to make a big deal out of it. Xia Weiyu changed the topic. "Are we still going to continue playing ranked matches?" Yi Xiaoyang did not want to expose the formation system that he and Qi Shua had secretly practiced. It was too easy for them to run into international experts in their third row. The previous match had been nerve-wracking, so it was better to take a break first. It was just a live broadcast, so there was no rule that stated that they had to play ranked matches. Yi Xiaoyang said, "Why don't we play the entertainment mode?" Xia Weiyu agreed. "Sure. What entertainment mode do you want to play?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "Clone mode." Qi Shua. He had never played the entertainment mode before. Actually, other than the ranked matches, there were also some fun entertainment modes for everyone to pass the time. The entertainment modes did not count for points, so winning or losing did not matter. The Clone Wars was one of them. Their team would choose a hero on the first floor, and 5 identical heroes would be cloned in other positions. They would fight against the 5 identical heroes on the other side. They would be split into 3 lanes, top, middle, and bottom. Qi Shua was not interested in this kind of entertainment mode, but if Yi Xiaoyang wanted to play, of course, he was willing to accompany him. Qi Shua silently pressed the ready button. Yi Xiaoyang changed his ranking room and went straight to the entertainment center. He clicked on the clone battle and was soon matched with a match. For this round, Qi Shua was on the first floor. He would be the one to determine the hero. Qi asked, "Choose?" Yi Xiaoyang asked, "Little Yu, what do you want?" Xia Weiyu said, "Captain Qi, you can decide." "The netizens? Are the 3 of you kicking the ball around?" Qi Shua could not kick the ball out anymore, so he simply chose Yi Xiaoyang's favorite hero, Illusionist, on the first floor and asked, "Is this okay?" Yi Xiaoyang said straightforwardly, "Sure, give me 5 Illusionists." After the players on the first floor and the teammates on the other floors confirmed, the heroes of the 5 players became Illusionist. The match began. Qi Shua's Illusionist brought retribution to the jungle. Yi Xiaoyang's Illusionist dropped a support crystal and followed Xia Weiyu to the bottom lane. The 5 players on the other side were cloned, machine gun hunters. They were good at clearing troops, but their bodies were very fragile. The pace of the entertainment mode was faster than the ranked matches. Qi Shua reached level 6 in just a few minutes and went to the bottom lane to attack. The 3 of them crouched in the grass and suddenly rushed out with a combo, instantly killing 2 fragile players on the other side. The 2 players on the other side did not even have time to react and were instantly killed. Then, the 3 of them formed a team to counter blue. After that, they crouched in the middle lane and used a combo to kill the players on the other side. After killing the middle lane, they ran to the jungle and killed the machine gun hunter on the other side who was in charge of the jungle. At noon the next day, Coach Lin sent a message in the group. "Everyone, gather at the training room at 3 p.m. sharp. We have a mock competition with the Korean team." The day before yesterday, Coach Lin said that Tianheng should be able to easily win against teams like CYC, Jixin, and Blood Eagle in Group A. They could take the opportunity to train with the Korean team. They didn't expect Coach Lin to be so efficient. Xianxia asked in the group, which team? Yi Xiaoyang also typed, which team? 2 messages popped up at the same time. Everyone was used to the synchronized brainwaves of Tianheng's Nakano. Xujiang sent a laughing emoji and said, I wanted to ask too, but I'm not as fast as you two. Coach Lin said, tip team. The strongest team in the Korean division was the ATB team led by Cui He and Pu Yuanqi. They were last year's world champions. Coach Lin's tip team used to be a powerhouse team in the Korean division. However, their performance declined and they were eliminated from the playoffs last year. They didn't get a spot in the World Series. Yi Xiaoyang and Xianxia happened to know their captain. They had bumped into Zhou Jiawen and Kim Minjun when they were playing ranked matches in the international server. Kim Minjun was the captain of TIP. He had learned some Chinese from Zhou Jiawen and often played with Zhou Jiawen in the international server. Coach Lin said, TIP didn't do well last season, but this season, their new marksman and mid-laner from the youth training camp are very good. They are doing well in Group A and have hope of getting into Group S. The first website was PSM. Lin Feng paused and said, I wanted to invite the champion team, ATB, but they ignored me when I messaged their coach. It seems like they look down on Tianheng. Yi Xiaoyang laughed and said, yesterday, when I was playing ranked with Captain Qi, we bumped into Cui He and Pu Yuanqi. They're really quite arrogant. Not only do they look down on Tianheng, they don't even care about the teams in the entire Chinese region. They probably think that playing a mock competition with us is like a king bullying a bronze. It's really boring. Coach Lin sighed. Sigh, we can only blame ourselves for not working hard enough to win the championship. These words sounded a little sad. It was quite difficult for Lin Feng to arrange for a mock competition at the international level. He couldn't even arrange for the champion teams of the various regions. He could only arrange for teams that were about as strong as Tianheng. In the Korean division, TIP was a team that could enter the playoffs but might not necessarily win the prize. They were similar to Tianheng, so when Lin Feng sent the message, they agreed very quickly. Xianxia asked, how many rounds? Coach Lin, as usual, will play 2 rounds and practice our lineup. After lunch, everyone quickly gathered in the training room. Coach Lin looked at everyone and said, the captain of Korea's TIP team, Kim Minjun. Xianxia has fought with him before. You should know his strength very well. Xianxia said, yes, Kim Minjun's style is more stable. He's a typical developmental jungler. He won't play too fiercely in the early stages, but as long as his economy takes off, he'll quickly find an opportunity to destroy a lane and snowball it. Coach Lin nodded and said, this season's TIP team is much stronger than last season. Jungler Kim Minjun has rich experience in competitions. Mid-laner Xianxia has a deep pool of heroes. Archer Han Xianxia is a newcomer who debuted this season. Her performance is very outstanding. She has already won several MVP awards and has the strength to compete for the Best Newcomer award in the Korean division. When Xingxing heard this, he couldn't help but secretly lower his head. They were both newcomers, but Han Xingxia's performance was outstanding and she could win the MVP award. He, on the other hand, had been relying on Brother Yang and his master to win. It was really embarrassing. Coach Lin. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the end of the training session, Xingxing went back to practicing his hero. There were many archer heroes. He used to play jungler with his master. After switching to archer, he focused on practicing a few heroes commonly used in the league. His hero pool was not deep enough and could not be compared to an all-rounder like Yi Xiaoyang. Although it felt good to win without doing anything, he could not win every game, right? Moreover, the training match with Korea's TIP team made him realize that he might become Tianheng's weakness in future matches against strong teams. He might become the opponent's breakthrough. He did not want to be a burden to everyone. Yi Xiaoyang and Xingxing's seats were right next to each other. Yi Xiaoyang turned his head and found that the young man's face was incomparably serious. He was staring at the computer screen and his hands were rapidly typing on the keyboard. The colorful light was flickering with his typing, looking very hot-blooded and cool. The computer screen showed the training camp. Xingxing was practicing his support and maneuvering. He was also secretly practicing some of the less popular archers in the league. Yi Xiaoyang could not help but smile. He liked Qi Shua's disciple. The little guy was very hardworking. Before the league started, he was tortured by Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua every day. He died hundreds of times. Xujiang's 100 Ways to Die of Qingxing had been edited into a series. The more he was tortured, the stronger his mentality became. In the beginning, when he was killed, his eyes would turn red and he looked like he was about to cry. Now that he was killed, he could stand up immediately. He was as lively as a cockroach that could not be killed. Qingxing had been improving silently. However, Tianhing's Nakano was too strong and overshadowed his brilliance. Yi Xiaoyang saw that he was practicing seriously and said, "It's boring to practice alone. I'll practice with you tonight." Qingxing was stunned. He turned to look at him. "Brother Yang, do you want to fight me one-on-one?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "I'll take you on as a mid-laner. Try and see how you can dodge the various skills in the mid-lane." Their previous practice had consisted of Yi Xiaoyang, Qi Shua, Xujiang, and Qingxing playing 2v2, simulating a scenario where the mid-laner and jungler worked together to grab the bottom lane. Yi Xiaoyang and Qingxing had not practiced 1v1 before, but in fact, 1v1 could improve the finer details of their mechanics. For example, without any support or protection, how could one avoid the 6 balls of black fog from the Destroyer Sorcerer? How should the North Sea monster's ultimate move, Devour, be positioned? If he was familiar with these details, it would not be so easy for the opposing mid-laner to kill Qingxing with a big move in the future. Yi Xiaoyang used to torture his own team's shooters in the same way when he was with GD. In the end, GD team's archer was oppressed and became the world's most difficult archer to kill. Archers needed to have the ability to protect themselves and escape. They couldn't rely solely on the support's protection, because the support also had to consider the vision and the team. They couldn't just keep an eye on you. Sometimes, the support had to go up and start a team, so archers could only pray for themselves. Qingxing's eyes lit up. "Sure, Brother Yang, practice with me tonight." That night, Yi Xiaoyang started the PK mode of the training camp. He switched to various mid-laners to play 1v1 with Qingxing. He even patiently explained the Destroyer Sorcerer's black fog flies in an arc. When he uses his big move, don't run too far away. Run in the opposite direction and in front of him. This way, the black fog will slide past you. The North Sea monster's big move requires a 0.3-second channeling time. Mid-laners with strong awareness will predict your movements and use his big move. If you don't have a flash, you have to think of how to dodge. The training camp could adjust the data at any time. Yi Xiaoyang and Qingxing piked in the middle lane. If they died, they would immediately get back up and continue. A fully equipped mid-laner could instantly kill an archer. In a team battle, whether it was a fortress sorcerer or a spellcaster, they were a huge threat to the archer's survival. Qingxing tried to think of ways to avoid Yi Xiaoyang's skills. At first, it was difficult to avoid, but after dying many times and under Yi Xiaoyang's patient guidance, he learned some lessons. Yi Xiaoyang patiently coached Qingxing. Sometimes, he even purposely went easy on Qingxing so that he could avoid his skills. Qingxing's reaction was very fast, and his movements became more and more agile. His survival rate under Yi Xiaoyang's big moves also gradually increased. Qi Shua watched this scene with mixed feelings. Yi Xiaoyang was really like a captain, not a newbie at all. Sometimes, he would suspect that Xiaoyang was a hidden expert who was deliberately pretending to be a newbie, but no matter how he checked Yi Xiaoyang's resume, he was still a newbie who had just started playing games last year and had no experience in major competitions. There were many things that couldn't be explained by just saying that he was careless. Qi Shua couldn't just ask directly. Perhaps, when the two of them were together in the future and Xiaoyang trusted him enough, he might get a different answer if he asked about Xiaoyang's background. For now, there was no need to get to the bottom of it. Qi Shua suppressed his doubts for the time being and let Yi Xiaoyang continue to help him train his disciple. In the following days, Tianhing's team of 5 played mock matches with Team 2 every afternoon to practice their lineup. At night, Yi Xiaoyang would take Qingxing to the training camp alone for PK. Qingxing used to learn how to play jungler under Qi Shua, so he was very familiar with all kinds of jungler heroes. However, he didn't have a deep understanding of the mid laner, so he was often one-shot by the opposing mid laner in team battles. Yi Xiaoyang took him to the special training alone, and the results were very good. Yi Xiaoyang helped Xing figure out how to one-shot more than 20 mid laners. Yi Xiaoyang even patiently demonstrated to him the differences between the skills released by different skin effects. For example, the legendary skin of the Destroyer Sorcerer released 6 very cool black skulls. Once the Christmas limited skin was changed, it would become a red cannonball, and there would be visual errors. You had to get used to the different skin effects in advance to avoid being dazzled and unable to see clearly. Professional players all had their own favorite skins. Changing skins would change the special effects and colors of the skills. It seemed like a small factor, but in a competition, even the slightest difference could change the outcome. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Tianheng and CYC met again in Group A. Although CYC had improved in this competition, they realized in despair that Tianheng had improved even faster. Especially the archer position, which was very difficult to kill. Not to mention the mid laner, who was still the demon king in their minds. CYC was shaved bald by Tianheng once again. In the third week of the second round of the regular season, Tianheng defeated Zhishuan 2020s. In the fourth week, Tianheng defeated Sanguine Eagle 20-20. At this point, Tianheng had finished 4 out of 5 matches in Group A. Only one match against Luo Divine Hall was left, and it was scheduled for this weekend. The matches of the other teams in Group A had all been completed. At present, the bottom 3 teams in Group A were destined not to advance, but the top 3 teams were still undecided. In the group stages of the God Battle, the winning score was calculated according to the number of matches won. The net winning score was the number of matches won minus the number of matches lost. For example, 20 was 2 points, 21 was 1 point, 02 was minus 2 points, and 12 was minus 1 point. The ranking rules were based on the winning score first, then the net winning score. The current rankings of Group A made the audience nervous. Tianheng won 4, lost 0, net winning score, 7, 20 in 3 matches, 21 in 1 match. Luo Divine Hall won 3, lost 1, net winning score, 5, 20 in 3 matches, 12 in 1 match, lost to Yueying. Yueying won 3, lost 2, net winning score, 3, 20 in 2 matches, 21 in 1 match, won against Luo Divine Hall, 12 in 2 matches, lost to Tianheng, Sanguine Eagle. The other 3 teams had less than 2 wins, so there was no possibility of them advancing. Yueying had finished all 5 matches, and their net winning score was behind Luo Divine Hall. However, Yueying had won the match against Luo Divine Hall 21-20. Finally, there was only the match between Tianheng and Luo Divine Hall left to be played in Group A. This match would determine the advancement of the second stage of Group A. If Tianheng lost to Luo Divine Hall on February 12, Luo Divine Hall and Tianheng would advance. If Tianheng won against Luo Divine Hall on 21/20, Luo Divine Hall's net winning score would be 4, and Tianheng and Luo Divine Hall would advance. If Tianheng won against Luo Divine Hall on 20/20, then according to the rules of the match, Luo Divine Hall and Yueying would have 3 net winning points. However, as Yueying had defeated Luo Divine Hall in the group stage, Yueying would advance. Different scores would result in different results. The attention on this match even exceeded that of the final match of Group S. After all, everyone was looking forward to the final team that would advance in Group A May 2, Sunday night, 19 p.m., Tianheng vs Luo Divine Hall. The venue was arranged at the Yan Esports Center, and it was the last match of Group A. Yueying's team had just finished a match yesterday, so they did not return to their team. Instead, they stayed in Yan City to watch Group A's last match before returning. After all, the outcome of the match was closely related to them. On the day of the match, Suzhua led his team to the venue and prepared to go to the backstage lounge to watch the match. They bumped into Yao Guang's team members and coaches in the corridor. At 19 p.m., Tianheng vs Luo Divine Hall's match would be the final match of Group A. At 21 p.m., Yao Guang vs Huan would also have a match, which would be the final match of Group S. Yao Guang's entire team arrived at the venue ahead of time, and unfortunately, they bumped into Suzhua's team. When the two teams met in the corridor, the atmosphere immediately turned awkward. Yao Guang's 5 players pretended not to see them and walked around the corner into the lounge. Xie Weiyu's face was pale as he lowered his head slightly. Su Zhuo frowned and whispered, "A bunch of ingrates. They didn't even greet their former captain. What if *** king idiots. Don't get angry over such people." At this moment, Tianheng's team members walked over. Xie Weiyu heard someone shouting at him, "Xiaoyu, are you here to watch the match as well?" Xie Weiyu's mood immediately turned for the better when he saw Yi Xiaoyang smile. He ran over to greet him. "We finished our last match yesterday. Coach said that we should stay for one more day and wait for Group A's results to be released before we go back." Su Zhuo turned around and hugged Qi Shua. He smiled and said, "All the best for the match later." Qi Shua said, "Yeah, the results are hard to say, but we will do our best." Luo Divine Hall was also a strong team. They were one of the top 8 teams last season. Although they had lost to Yueying in Group A, allowing Yueying to clinch a victory due to their carelessness, resulting in them winning 3 and losing 1, the team's overall strength was not to be underestimated. Yi Xiaoyang leaned over to Xie Weiyu's ear and whispered at a volume that only the two of them could hear, "Our little Xing has improved a lot recently. I have to thank you." Xie Weiyu was stunned. "What are you thanking me for?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "Recently, he has been following Yueying's match recordings to learn Wind Spirit's positioning from you." Xie Weiyu reacted and looked back at Qingxing. Qingxing was following behind Yi Xiaoyang. When he saw Xie Weiyu looking at him, he scratched his head with a silly smile. Xie Weiyu said softly, "Little Xing is quite talented. His reactions are very fast. I can't gain much of an advantage against him." Yi Xiaoyang said, "Yeah, although he's still lacking compared to you, he's quite hardworking." Xie Weiyu had mixed feelings. They were clearly rookies, so why did Yi Xiaoyang always have the attitude of a big brother? He debuted 2 years earlier than Yi Xiaoyang, but strangely, in front of Yi Xiaoyang, he was more like a younger brother who was being taken care of. Xie Weiyu was very puzzled. Yi Xiaoyang patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'm going to prepare. Watch my exciting performance later." He wasn't humble at all. Xie Weiyu smiled, "All right, all the best." Tianheng's team came to the preparation room. Coach Lin gave a final pre-match speech, "Everyone, relax and play today. Even if 0-2 loses this match, Tianheng will definitely advance. However, the result of the match will affect Yueying and Luo Divine Hall's advancement. So, everyone should do your best. Don't go easy on them." Everyone nodded to show that they understood. If they deliberately went easy on them, they would definitely be scolded by the netizens. They would think that they were manipulating things behind the scenes. There might even be conspiracy theories about whether a club had bribed Tianheng. So, they had to do their best in this match to convince the netizens. At 7 p.m., the last match of Group A officially began. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the An Esports Center. This is the God Wars official Pro League second round, Week 5. The match between Tianheng and Luo Divine Hall will determine the final ranking of Group A. Next, let us introduce the contestants from both sides. The two commentators quickly introduced the players. In the soundproof room, everyone was using the time to adjust their computers. Coach Lin stood behind everyone with a notebook in hand. Tianheng's 5 players did not look nervous. Even Qingxing, who usually had a tense expression, was smiling in a relaxed manner today. They had already won 4 matches. Even if they lost this match, they could still advance, so the players did not feel any pressure. Both sides are ready. Let us begin the first round of BP. The screen showed the match. In the first round, Luo Divine Hall was randomly assigned to the blue side. Their first ban was the Priest of Blessings. This support was the key to Sky Huan's ability to deal with the slow operations and the roaming formation of the illusionists. Banning him was equivalent to destroying 2 of Sky Huan's systems. Coach Lin continued to ban Shield of Radiant Light as support. The opposing team immediately locked Lord of the Abyss in a small black room, while Coach Lin banned support Seraph. This was a strong control-type support that could seal people in place and prevent them from moving. Tianheng's BP this season is usually to ban support in the first stage to reduce the pressure on the bottom lane. However, when the other teams play Tianheng, they will not continuously ban junglers. That's right. In the past, when everyone played Tianheng, they would crazily ban junglers. This season, they will target support, mid laner, and top laner. This is because everyone has realized that there is no end to the jungler heroes. Shuayue can still fatten up the mid laner by choosing a tool jungler. Once a harvester like Lord of the Abyss becomes fat, there is no way to stop it. Let's see what both sides will choose first. Luo Divine Hall took the top laner Black Dragon Knight. This was a method of replacing ban with pick. Didn't Xianxia like this hero a lot? I won't ban, but I'll snatch it first. You won't be able to pick it either. When it was Tianheng's turn, the first and second floor directly took the Wind Spirit, Archer and Deer Spirit support. The two commentators looked at each other in surprise. They're actually using this duo. The Deer Spirit is a very fragile support, but it's very strong in solo defense. It can jump onto its teammates and give them a shield that prevents them from being controlled. However, this hero, Deer Spirit, can't take the initiative to start a team. His control skills are also slow and soft. In this case, Tianheng's frontline might not be calm enough. It won't be easy to fight a team with a weak lineup. On the second and third floors of the Luo Divine Hall, they took down the Forest Envoy and Poison Warlock duo. The idea behind this duo was that the Poison Warlock would attack quickly to stack poison on the opponent, while the Forest Envoy would be responsible for healing. The opponent kept losing HP, while our side kept regaining HP. It was a battle of attrition, and they would frequently beat the opponent back to the ground, snowballing to establish an economic advantage. On the third floor of Tianheng, they chose Paladin to tank the damage. In the first phase, both sides decided on the top and bottom lanes. The middle and jungle would be left for P2. The Luo Divine Hall coach did not hesitate to ban Stealthed Bandit and Pugilist, a jungler and a jungler. Lin Feng consecutively banned World Destroyer Sorcerer and North Sea Giant Demon, two cannon mages. The mid laner and jungler have been banned from many versions of the strong heroes. At this moment, it's time to test the hero pools of both sides. On the blue side of the Luo Divine Hall, the mid laner, Frost Goddess, was first taken. When it was Tianheng's turn, the fourth and fifth floors took down the two heroes, Solar Sorcerer and Sword Immortal. Solar Sorcerer. Liang actually chose a melee sorcerer for this round? Is this the current lineup? Tianheng's support is rather fragile. The mid laner can start a team with a melee sorcerer. As for the jungler, Sword Immortal, he has a lot of movement and is very difficult to control. He needs to have explosive hand speed to kill small monsters and gain passive skills. It's easy to screw up. That's right. Sword Immortal's jungler is very unstable. After stacking 5 layers of passive skills, he can move agilely and quickly kill the opposing hero. But once he can't respawn, he will be sending himself to his death. The Luo Divine Hall coach frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Use Demon Hunter to fight Sword Immortal." Demon Hunter was a jungler with the longest attack range. It could hunt enemies from a distance and use big moves to pursue them. Sword Immortal was very agile. If a jungler with short legs was chosen, he would not be able to reach him. Choosing Demon Hunter was a good counter. The coach paused for a moment before saying, "For this round, keep an eye on their jungles. Don't let Xianxia develop." The match began. The Luo Divine Hall had indeed invaded the jungles to snatch Xianxia's blue buff. Sword Immortal was as fragile as paper in the early stages. There was no way to fight this wave. Xianxia immediately released his blue buff and quickly collected the red buff. The Luo Divine Hall had tacitly split into 2 teams at the beginning of the game. The top team had 3 players to counter blue, while the bottom team had 2 players to defend blue. As a result, the Luo Divine Hall had 3 buffs at the beginning, while Xianxia only received 1 buff. 3 buffs at the beginning. It's a small advantage. Yes, the Luo Divine Hall jungler is 1 level higher than Shuayue. The river crab in the middle lane might be lost. Just as he finished speaking, the Luo Divine Hall jungler used Retribution to snatch the river crab in the middle lane. His level was 2 levels higher than Xianxia's. Tianheng was caught in a small headwind at the beginning of the game. However, this small difference in economy was not enough to affect the battle. The difference was only in the jungler. As long as no one died, the economy of the mid, archer, and top laner would not fall behind the opponent. When the first dragon spawned, Xianxia was only level 4, while the opponent's jungler was already level 6. Yi Xiaoyang asked, "Are we going to fight the dragon?" Xianxia said straightforwardly, "Let it go. I'll go against Red Face." The result of letting the dragon go was that the economy gap was even greater. The two commentators were somewhat anxious. The Luo Divine Hall's economy is 1,000 yuan ahead, and the jungler's position is 500 yuan higher than the opponent's jungler. If Tianheng continues like this, the economy gap will only increase. Xianxia calculated the timing of the buff's refresh and stole a red from the opponent's side. After killing the dragon, the opponent immediately huddled together and pushed down the tower. The jungler, Demon Hunter, placed a hunting mark on Xianxia. The poison warlock immediately followed up with a poison arrow barrage. Xianxia was instantly poisoned by 3 stacks. He decisively used flash to escape. They could not afford any more deaths. As Xianxia had cleared a large number of creeps before returning home, the Luo Divine Hall only managed to take a small amount of health off the tower with their remaining minions. As for Xianxia and Yi Xiaoyang, they took the opportunity to invade the opponent's jungle and recoup some of their losses. Both sides steadily developed. The Luo Divine Hall once again organized an attack on Xianxia's blue buff. At this moment, Xianxia was already level 6, while Yi Xiaoyang was already level 6. Xianxia placed a gathering mark in the jungle. Old Qin and Yi Xiaoyang immediately rushed over. It was a 3v3 team battle in the jungle. The overall economy of the Luo Divine Hall trio was higher than that of the Tianheng trio, so they naturally fought fiercely. The top laner, Black Dragon Knight, directly used Black Dragon Roar to charge at Xianxia's face. The Demon Hunter followed up with a locking mark, crippling Xianxia. At this moment, a golden beam of light emitted from Xianxia's body. It was the Paladin's substitute skill. As a defensive-type tank, the Paladin could take all damage for his teammates for the next 3 seconds by activating the substitute skill. That was to say, all the skills that hit Xianxia would be transferred to Old Qin. The Paladin began to lose HP, but Xianxia managed to preserve his life. Yi Xiaoyang, who had been waiting by the side, suddenly used an E-skill to teleport over. The gigantic wheel in his hand smashed into the Frost Goddess, who was hiding in the bushes. The Luo Divine Hall mid laner had been hiding there all this time, preparing to use a skill to freeze someone. When Yi Xiaoyang suddenly charged at her, she reacted quickly and hurriedly used flash to escape. She turned around and used the W skill, 3 feet of ice, in a bid to freeze Yi Xiaoyang. However, Yi Xiaoyang cleverly slid to the side, dodging her freeze. The golden wheel spun rapidly, creating a golden halo around the Frost Goddess. As one of the few melee mages in War of Gods, the Sunwheel mage's fighting style was as ferocious as a warrior's. She would stick close to her opponent's face and use the wheel to beat them up. Her rapid stacking of normal attacks caused the sun mark on the Frost Goddess to increase to 5 stacks. After the stacking of the spell's critical hits, every normal attack would cause the fragile mage's HP to plummet. Seeing the Frost Goddess being chased by Yi Xiaoyang, Xianxia, who was a distance away, used 3 consecutive teleportations to take her head off. First Blood, Tianheng Shuoyue, Sword Immortal, killed SSD Feifei, Frost Goddess. Almost at the same time, another message popped up. SSD Luoshan, Demon Hunter, killed Tianheng Candle, Paladin. Old Qin had just helped Xianxia tank the damage and was quickly crippled. The Luo Divine Hall duo had joined forces to kill him. In this 1v1 exchange, both sides had lost a player, so it was not a loss for Tianheng. Xianxia, who had been suppressed all this while, had obtained the first kill. Furthermore, he had killed the opposing mid laner. Yi Xiaoyang could also take the opportunity to snowball. The Luo Divine Hall failed to counterattack and had no choice but to retreat. Xianxia's economy was gradually improving. And the result of the Luo Divine Hall's crazy jungler was that Xianxia in the bottom lane developed very comfortably. No one came to catch him. Happiness came so suddenly. During this period of time, he had learned the positioning of Xia Weiyu's Wind Spirit, so he was very familiar with this hero. Although the opposing bottom lanes, Poison Warlock, could stack poison, as long as he paid attention to his positioning and did not get hit by 3 consecutive arrows, he could withstand it. When his HP fell below half, he would return and fight steadily. Xianxia, who had not died once, had completed his core attack at the 12th minute of the match. As for the Luo Divine Hall's 3 consecutive junglers, they were repelled by the combined forces of Yi Xiaoyang, Qi Shua, and Qin Yizhu. Old Qin had been killed twice, but Old Qin had focused on tanking. It did not matter if he died twice, but the crux of the matter was that the opposing mid-laner had been killed twice by the combined forces of Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua. Ice Goddess was a relatively clumsy hero to begin with, so she did not have any displacement abilities. Yi Xiaoyang had fiercely charged at her and stuck close to her. The Ice Goddess, who was surrounded by a golden sun, could not withstand such a violent melee mage. There was also the jungler who was waiting for an opportunity to finish her off. The Luo Divine Hall realized that something was amiss and immediately changed their strategy. Grab the archer. Wind Spirit has matured. However, it was too late to grab Xianxia at this moment. This was because Tianheng's mid laner and jungler would help the bottom lane. It was a 4v4 team battle in the bottom lane. Tianheng looked rather fragile, making it difficult for them to withstand it. However, Xujiang's Deer Spirit suddenly jumped nimbly onto Yi Xiaoyang's Sun Mage. Yi Xiaoyang flashed into the crowd and smashed the gigantic golden wheel in his hand at the Poison Warlock. The Luo Divine Hall wanted to control him, but when Deer Spirit supported a teammate, it could give the teammate a shield that was immune to control, increasing the teammate's HP and increasing the teammate's critical strike rate. This soft support was equivalent to a piece of equipment. Yi Xiaoyang charged forward with the support, quickly scattering the Luo Divine Hall's formation. The opposing Poison Warlock was left with low HP and turned to run. Qi Shua's Sword Immortal had already leveled up a few times in the jungle. Bai Jian was as elegant as an immortal as he quickly moved from a distance. With a swipe of his Poison Warlock's head, he instantly returned to his original position. He truly came without a trace and left without a trace. On the other side of the battlefield, the Luo Divine Hall's mid laner had joined forces to kill the archer. The Frost Goddess control skill had been dodged by Xianxia's jump. The Demon Hunter wanted to kill Xianxia, but Xianxia had activated his wind state to quickly jump back to the bottom of the tower. He was as nimble as a bouncing rabbit. The duo had chased after Xianxia all day, but they had failed to kill him. Instead, they were crippled by Xianxia from a distance. Yi Xiaoyang continued to pursue the opposing mid-laner with the piece of equipment that was Xujiang. Qi Shua once again leveled up his passive and rushed over to cripple the Frost Goddess, helping Yi Xiaoyang take the kill. The Demon Hunter had no choice but to retreat from the jungle. It was a 4v4 team battle in the bottom lane. Tianheng had killed 2 people and repelled the Luo Divine Hall's attack. The 2 commentators said excitedly, "Tianheng's lineup is very interesting." On the surface, the support, Lu Ling, is used to protect the archer, but in the actual team battle, we realized that the support is supposed to follow the mid laner. That's right. The support jumps directly to the mid laner, allowing the mid laner to charge into the crowd without any fear. This is the fierceness of a melee mage. As for the archer, Wind Spirit, even without the support's protection, it is not easy to die if he moves agilely. The jungler, Sword Immortal, is the same. As he has many moves, he is also not easy to catch. The core of Tianheng's match is not the jungler or the archer, but the mid laner who initiates the team battle. This was the confusion of the lineup. Sword Immortal was a very annoying jungler. The Luo Divine Hall's strategy of attacking the jungle from the start was not wrong. However, they had neglected the fact that Tianheng's true starting point was the mid laner. The person that the support needed to protect was also the mid laner. Yi Xiaoyang led Xujiang in a rampage. If the Luo Divine Hall did not kill him as soon as possible, their backline would be wiped out by him. But if they were to focus fire on him, then the Sword Immortal and Wind Elf, these 2 very flexible damage output points, would be able to deal explosive damage without any worries. The Luo Divine Hall's captain was having a headache. He realized that towards the end, even though they had an economic advantage, they were still helpless in the team battle. The Luo Divine Hall's lineup was too cumbersome, while Tianheng's lineup was very agile. In the critical wave of the dragon battle, it was a 5v5 tussle between both sides. Yi Xiaoyang's Sun Will Mage started the team battle once again. With Xu close protection, he jumped into the crowd opposite him with a control immune shield. With a blazing sun's radiance, the golden will swept out like a hurricane, stunning all the enemies in its path. Qin Yizhu followed closely and jumped over, using divine protection to take on the damage for Yi Xiaoyang. With Xu shield protecting him and old Qin's substitute taking on the damage, Yi Xiaoyang could boldly charge forward. Not only did he instantly scatter the opposing team's formation, the fragile, Frost Goddess, was also insta-killed by him. The other Luo Divine Hall members quickly focused their attacks on Yi Xiaoyang. In a blink of an eye, old Qin, who had taken on the damage for others, was the first to collapse. Yi Xiaoyang's shield was also shattered. The opposing support immediately used a control to pin Yi Xiaoyang to his spot. Yi Xiaoyang, who had treated the mage as a warrior, finally stopped and could no longer move. However, everyone focused their attacks on Yi Xiaoyang, leaving Qingxing unattended. Little Star was frantically moving around the periphery. As he jumped, he fired. In a blink of an eye, the Luo Divine Hall's front line was crippled. Qi Shua had already refreshed his passive and launched a surprise attack from afar. The master-disciple duo had often trained together in the past, so their tacit understanding was very high. Qi Shua used a great summon to take down the opposing archer before using his Q to stun the opposing jungler. Qingxing immediately aimed at the opposing jungler and shot 2 arrows. Qi Shua's Q continued to stun the opposing jungler. Qingxing hurriedly aimed at the jungler and shot 2 more arrows. Tianheng Shuayue, Sword Immortal, killed LSD Xiaoyin, Poison Warlock. Tianheng Fanqing, Spirit of the Wind, killed LSD God Luo, Demon Hunter. Tianheng Fanqing, Spirit of the Wind, killed LSD Universe, Black Dragon Knight. Tianheng only had Qin Yizhu and Yi Xiaoyang die. As for the Luo Divine Hall, 4 people were killed, leaving only 1 support. Yi Xiaoyang attracted the enemy's firepower while Qi Shua and Qingxing quickly moved around the periphery to clean up the battlefield. Tianheng's Close Combat Mage was a flexible lineup that opened the team, causing the Luo Divine Hall's team battle to collapse. Congratulations to Tianheng for winning the first match. The MVP of this match is Tianheng Liang. He opened the team battle beautifully several times, scattering the opposing team's formation. He's clearly a mage, but he's as fierce as a warrior. This is the terrifying aspect of a solar mage. Of course, Tianheng's other contestants also performed very well. Old Qin took the damage for others in a timely manner. Xu support, as well as Qi Shua and Little Stars reaping from the periphery. We realized that Tianheng's team's teamwork is much better and smoother than in the previous match. That's right, Little Star managed to deal 40% damage in the team battle. Coach Lin, who was sitting in the audience, could not help but feel his eyes heat up when he saw this scene. This lineup required the tacit cooperation of the 5 people, and not just Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang to set the pace. If the team battle was disconnected, Yi Xiaoyang would die too quickly. If he rushed in and opened the team battle, Tianheng would suffer an avalanche. But the facts proved that the 5 of them were getting more and more tacit. Especially in the final dragon battle, the 5 of them were like a rope that was twisted together. Old Qin helped Yi Xiaoyang withstand the damage from the opponent's big move at the most opportune moment. Xu quickly followed Yi Xiaoyang to open the team battle, while Qingxing and Qi Shua hid far away. After their opponents used their key skills, the master and disciple duo would work together to clean up the battlefield. Tianhuan's 5 people were like gears connected one after another, tightly fitting together and operating smoothly. This team battle had destroyed the Luo Divine Hall. This was an excellent team. They did not just rely on Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang to set the pace, but everyone was able to play their part. Even Qingxing, who was once Tianheng's weak point, had chosen to be an agile archer. Without any support or protection, he was able to move around nimbly. As he dodged skills, he quickly shot arrows. He managed to deal 40% damage in this match. Lin Feng had underestimated Xu in the past. He had always let Xu protect Little Star, which limited Xu performance. In fact, Xu support could try out more ideas, and not just be Qingxing's sidekick. For example, in this match, Xu had supported Yi Xiaoyang to open the team battle. The results were unexpectedly good. In today's match, Coach Lin realized that, this season, Tianheng had the strength to compete for the championship of the division. They had not been to an international competition for a long time. This year, they had to go to the international competition to take a look. After losing the first round, the Luo Divine Hall coach quickly came to the soundproof room. From a bird's-eye view of the match, Tianheng had improved a lot over this period of time. From the beginning, the mid-laner led the tempo, to the mid-laner working together to open up the situation, Qi Shua's jungler reappearing, and today, the entire team had a tacit understanding. During the team battle, the 5 people worked together to seamlessly link their skills. Especially the archer Qingxing, his performance was commendable. Tianheng's growth was alarming. Once the Luo Divine Hall lost the second round, they would not be able to advance from Group A with their current points. Therefore, they had to think of a way to win the second round. The coach frowned as he quickly calmed down and said, "This Liang player's hero pool is very deep. Directly banning the mid-laner hero will not be enough. Let's target the bottom lane in the second round and break through from there." Regardless of how one looked at it, the bottom lane was Tianheng's weakest lane. If they opened up a gap in the bottom lane, allowing their own archer and support to frequently interfere with the development of the middle lane, Yi Xiaoyang would not be able to lead the tempo. In the second round, the BP phase was completely different from the first round. The Luo Divine Hall had consecutively banned Wind Spirit, an agile archer, and Machine Gun Hunter, an archer that could clear troops quickly, forcing Qingxing to choose Sacred Spirit Archer. There were only a few strong jack-of-all-trades archers in the version, and the other archers had to be paired with special systems. If Qingxing had chosen Sacred Spirit Archer, the Luo Divine Hall could have easily taken down Poison Warlock, Archer and Assassin, Jungler, specifically targeting him. Sacred Spirit Archer was very fragile, and could not deal any damage in the early stages. How would Tianheng deal with this? The audience stared anxiously at the big screen. In the end, Tianheng's first floor did not snatch the archer, but directly took Paladin. The Luo Divine Hall coach was delighted as he immediately took down Poison Warlock, Archer and Stealthed Bandit, Jungler. This way, regardless of which archer Qingxing chose, the jungler could circle around and kill him. Tianheng took Archer and Thunder Goddess. The two commentators looked at each other in confusion. Thunder Goddess and Archer. Thunder Goddess' lightning damage can splash around, and Archer's fire arrow can also cause splash damage after activating his ultimate skill. So, is Tianheng using the splash flow strategy? In the viewing area backstage, Suzhua couldn't help but complain, Tianheng has so many tricks up their sleeves this season. Thunder Goddess, as a mid-laner, paired with Archer, as an archer, with a double C splash style, it would be very fierce in a team fight. However, the two heroes don't have displacement skills. Their self-preservation abilities aren't strong enough, and they can easily be killed by the opposing jungler. Xie Weiyu analyzed seriously, however, the Luo Divine Hall jungler chose Stealthed Bandit. Using Stealthed Bandit in front of Captain Qi might not be able to kill him, right? Suzhua laughed and said, "That's true." In the second phase, the Luo Divine Hall consecutively took out 2 supports. Qi Shua took out Hero, a tool jungler. Following that, Tianheng chose Dark Angel. This was a mana tank hero that usually went up top. Didn't Tianheng take Paladin just now? Wait a minute, Paladin is going to be a support in this round. It's a tactical confusion. In the first round, Old Qin took Paladin to go up top. The opposing coach thought that Paladin would still go up top, but in the end, Paladin was sent to Zhujiang, and Old Qin chose Dark Angel. Seamless team formation. Tianheng is going to fight with you in this round. Paladin could jump over to pull others apart, and could also substitute to protect his teammates. Dark Angel's ultimate skill, Dark Curse, could forcefully immobilize opponents within range and reduce their defense. Hero was a tool jungler. He was a hero that relied on his legs to deal damage. He could kick a target far away, or kick in the opposite direction, sending the opponent's weak HP into their encirclement. With 3 starting points, with the addition of the mid-laner and archer to provide splash damage, Tianheng's lineup was practically written with a line of words, "I want to team up with you." In this round, the Luo Divine Hall crazily targeted the bottom lane due to the BP phase. They continued taking out Poison Warlock and Forest Envoy, a pair of heroes that had great endurance. The jungler, Stealth Bandit, could threaten the opposing team's duo. The top laner, Vampire Duke, could both tank and attack, while the mid laner, Storm Goddess, was a crowd control hero. On the surface, it looked like both sides were evenly matched. Tianheng was strong in starting a team, all sorts of crowd control, while the Luo Divine Hall was strong in endurance, all sorts of lifesteal and healing. It all depended on who killed the opposing team's DPS first in a team battle. The match began. The Luo Divine Hall did not crazily counter junglers this round. Qi Shua's tool also conscientiously continued to buff his teammates until the Luo Divine Hall jungler reached level 6 and made his first grab. The Stealth Bandit could turn invisible and could not be found on the map. However, Qi Shua had a premonition that the opposing jungler would definitely grab the bottom lane. Qi Shua had already stared at the bottom lane and was lying in ambush in the bushes. Just as the Stealth Bandit circled around to finish off Qingxing, Qi Shua suddenly jumped out of the bushes and sent him flying with a kick. The Stealth Bandit was indeed a jungler. His explosive power was astounding. As long as the Stealth Bandit was hit by his combo, the fragile hero would either die or be crippled. However, Qi Shua's understanding of the Stealth Bandit it was like he had a god's perspective. He could accurately calculate the timing of the Stealth Bandit's invisibility and even take a detour. The effect of this scene was very comical. Just as the Stealth Bandit popped his head out to kill Qingxing, the human hero descended from the sky and sent him flying with a kick. It was like a hero saving a damsel in distress in television dramas. The live broadcast room was filled with comments on the bullet screen. Qi Shua, eat my shadowless kick, how dare you grab my disciple? I'll send you flying with a kick. Shua kicked the bandit in front of Liang. Liang stunned the bandit with a bolt of lightning from the sky. The poor bandit was kicked after failing to grab someone, and then he was struck again. What a tragedy! Qi Shua had indeed seen Yi Xiaoyang coming over to provide support, so he kicked the Stealth Bandit to Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang was unable to reach him, so he was able to stun the opposing bandit with a bolt of lightning. Qingxing immediately followed up with damage, and the two of them quickly crippled the opposing bandit. The Goddess of Storm's tornado blew towards them, but as the bandit had been kicked away by Qi Shua, the Luo Divine Temple's mid laner and jungler did not connect their skills. The archer was too far away, so the bandit had no choice but to return home with low HP. The Luo Divine Temple did not gain any advantage in the next few attempts. It was indeed too difficult to play a stealth bandit in front of Qi Shua. Qi Shua was able to predict your thoughts clearly. Wherever the stealth bandit went, Qi Shua would follow. It was like a 1v1 in a basketball match, where he would focus on your defense. At the moment the bandit appeared, he would immediately kick him away, preventing him from connecting. The Luo Divine Temple coach felt more and more upset as he watched. He never expected that Tianheng would choose a tool like Hero, who had no damage output, to jinx their stealthed bandit. The bandit had no way of closing in on the opposing duo. Under Qi Shua's protection, Yi Xiaoyang and Qingxing quickly developed and produced core equipment. The top laner was too far away, so it was impossible for him to frequently support the bottom lane. The jungler could not break through from the bottom lane, and the team battle in the later stages of the game depended on the top laner's performance. Perhaps the Vampire Duke could open up the situation by forcefully cutting into the back lane. The Luo Divine Temple coach clenched his fists nervously. Coach Lin Feng, who was also in the spectator area, had a smile on his face and looked relaxed. Tianheng had been practicing the team battle system of Thunder Goddess and Archer for some time. He believed that the combination of Xiaoyang and Qingxing would give everyone a pleasant surprise. At the 12th minute of the match, both sides were in a stalemate. Luo Divine Temple's stealth bandit could not kill Tianheng's duo, but Qi Shua's tool, Hero, was similarly unable to kill Luo Divine Temple's damage output. Both sides were dragging on, but the kill ratio was still at 0-0. When Luo Divine Temple saw that they could not open up a gap in the bottom lane, they immediately switched to the top lane. They killed Old Qin in a 3v1 and pushed the outer tower. Qi Shua organized an attack on the bottom lane. They killed the opposing archer in a 4v2 and pushed the outer tower down. Both sides exchanged towers, but no one was at a disadvantage. At the 15th minute of the match, Qi Shua set up a gathering sign in the middle lane. The top and bottom lanes immediately gathered in the middle lane. The 5 of them pushed the middle tower, forcing Luo Divine Temple to defend. Suddenly, Xu pressed the Initiate Attack notification. The tall and burly paladin decisively charged into the crowd to force a team fight. Old Qin immediately followed up and used a dark curse to lock the 3 opponents in the middle lane. Qi Shua kept circling the perimeter. The opposing bandit wanted to switch to the archer, but was kicked away by Qi Shua, who was constantly on guard. The opposing bandit charged at Qingxing, but was dodged by Qingxing, who flashed into the bushes. Yi Xiaoyang immediately began channeling his ultimate move, 5-blow thunderstruck. A mass of dark clouds spread out in the sky, followed closely by purple lightning crackling down, striking the 3 people in front of him unconscious. A lightning chain symbol appeared on the trio's bodies. Qingxing took the opportunity to shoot out a fire arrow with his ultimate move. The flaming arrow split into 2 in the air, and then into 4. They shot straight at the group of people connected by the lightning and exploded. Archer relied on his ultimate move to deal damage. After the fire arrow split, it could deal a considerable amount of AoE splash damage. If the opponents were scattered, the fire arrow would not hit too many people. On the contrary, the more concentrated the opponents were, the more each fire arrow would splash around, dealing more damage. At this moment, Xujiang and Old Qin's combo controlled the opponents together. Yi Xiaoyang's lightning bolt struck the 3 opponents together, leaving them charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Furthermore, it added a lightning chain. Damage to the 3 of them. Even ordinary skills could be transmitted through the lightning chain. This was the Goddess of Thunder core combo. An archer's fire arrow would scatter in all directions, and the damage from the scatter would be double the damage after being conducted by lightning. Qi Shua was protecting by the side, preventing the opposing jungler and top laner from cutting into the backline. Qingxing's environment for dealing damage was excellent. His ultimate move dealt full damage, 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, sharp arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot over in a densely packed manner. Sparks flew in all directions, as if it was raining fire. The 3 of them had been crippled by the Goddess of Thunder combo, so after Qingxing dealt full damage, Forest Envoy could not recover his health even if he used his ultimate move to recover. Tianheng Fanqing, archer, killed. LSD Feifei, Goddess of Storms. Tianheng Fanqing, archer, killed. LSD Little Yin, Poison Warlock. Tianheng Fanqing, archer, killed. LSD Double Bean, Forest Envoy. The Luo Divine Hall's top laner finally caught up to Qingxing, who had flashed into the bushes. With an explosive combo, he killed Qingxing. However, 3 people from the Luo Divine Hall had died in a blink of an eye. Even though Qingxing was killed, he had dealt enough damage to get 3 kills before he died. In the past, he died with grievances, but this time, he died peacefully. After his death, Qingxing said excitedly, "I killed 3. It's not a loss at all." Yi Xiaoyang praised, "Little Xing, well done." In this team battle, 1 for 3, Tianheng's economy soared. Yi Xiaoyang's, Goddess of Thunder, was equipped with luxurious equipment, while Qingxing's, archer, was finished with his damage output. The Luo Divine Hall jungler was being watched by Qi Shua from the beginning, so he could not kill Qingxing. The top laner wanted to kill Qingxing, but he was blocked by Xujiang's substitute skill. Tianheng's economy was rapidly growing, and they were snatching resources as they forced the team battle. In the crucial team battle, the Luo Divine Hall was unable to deal with the 2 damage dealers, Qingxing and Yi Xiaoyang. They were once again dealt full damage by the duo's lightning chain plus fire arrow. The dense lightning bolts and the overwhelming rain of fire announced the end of the match. In the live broadcast studio, Tianheng's fans were so excited that they filled the screen with comments. There was lightning and fire. It was like a scene from a movie, being struck by lightning until they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside, followed by being burned to ashes by the fire arrow. Being struck unconscious together before being roasted into skewers? Tianheng's lightning chain was very strong. Tianheng was really strong this season. Water, fire, sun, moon, and stars, charge forward. Charge to Group S, charge to the finals. In the commentator stands, the 2 commentators were also excited. Congratulations to Tianheng for winning this match. The MVP of this match is given to Fanqing. Little Star's archer's performance was indeed outstanding. In 2 consecutive crucial team battles, he dealt full damage with his fire arrow and achieved 45% of the team's damage output. Of course, Liaoyang's mid laner's performance was still commendable. The lightning chain connected the opposing team's squishy skin together every time. Zhuhua and Jiangshui's teamwork was seamless, and Shuayue was guarding and protecting from the side. Tianheng was able to win this match because the 5 of them worked very well together. The matches in Group A have been completed. Let's take a look at the current standings. The final standings in Group A were revealed. Tianheng had won 5 consecutive matches, so there was no doubt that they were the first to advance. Yueying had won 3 matches and lost 2 matches, while Luo Divine Hall had won 3 matches. Both teams had the same net score, but as Yueying had defeated Luo Divine Hall in the group stage, Yueying was ranked at the front and had the priority to advance. Once again, congratulations to Tianheng for winning all of Group A's matches to advance to the next round. I believe that today's match will let everyone have a new understanding of Tianheng's team. Tianheng has improved tremendously this season. Their future is promising. Let's look forward to Tianheng's performance in the elimination round. In the second stage of the regular season, there would be a knockout round. The bottom 2 teams in Group S would cross over with the top 2 teams in Group A. The team with the highest points would enter Group S, while the team with the lowest points would drop back to Group A. The knockout round was set up to prevent the weak teams from entering Group S and the strong teams from dropping into Group A. After the match, the Tianheng team returned backstage and went straight to Yueying's lounge. Suzhua immediately walked up to Qi Shua and hugged him, smiling, "Good job." Yi Xiaoyang took the initiative to sit beside Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smiled at him, "Your lineup today was quite interesting. You won beautifully." Yi Xiaoyang said softly, "Next up is the knockout round. We'll be fighting Yao Guang." Xiaoyu quickly adjusted his mood and said, "I'll do my best." The 2 teams stayed at the venue to watch the last match of Group S, Yao Guang vs Huowen, and lost in the end. At this point, the second round of the regular season was over. Group S, Yao Guang lost 4 and 1-1. Wolf Clan lost 5 and 1-0. They were facing the risk of being relegated. Group A, Tianheng and Yueying were qualified to advance. These 4 teams would be placed in the knockout round and compete against each other. In other words, Tianheng vs Yaoguang and Wolf Clan, Yueying vs Yaoguang and Wolf Clan, and the top 2 teams in Group A and bottom 2 teams in Group S would compete against each other. In the end, Group S would be decided based on the number of wins and the number of wins. The knockout round was scheduled for next weekend at the Star City Esports Center. Suzhua took the initiative to treat everyone to supper. The members of the Tianheng and Yueying teams went to a nearby hot pot. Qi Shua, Suzhua, Yi Xiaoyang, and Xiaoyu sat at the same table. Suzhua said straightforwardly, "Wolf Clan has lost 5 times in a row in Group S. They are not strong enough to stay in Group S. It should not be difficult to beat them. The key is still Yaoguang." Qi Shua, what do you think? Qi Shua said faintly, "In the elimination round, the points of all 4 teams will be reset to 0. The top 2 teams will be selected based on the number of wins and net points. If we beat Wolf Clan, it would be best if we could get 20 points and get 2 points. If we beat Yaoguang, as long as both of our teams beat them, they will undoubtedly be relegated." Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Yaoguang is not weak. Their results in Group S are not good, but they just can't keep up with the pace." Everyone turned to look at him. Xiaoyu's face was pale, but he spoke very seriously, "I have led this team before. Yaoguang's top and mid laner are all very good players. This season, the marksman Yumao, although Yi Xiaoyang finished for him, although he is very arrogant, he does have some skills. His sharpshooter is very good. He is very accurate at long-range sniping and has even gotten a pentakill." Xiaoyu forced a smile and nodded, "Yes. So we can't be careless." Suzhua frowned, "This little brat has just debuted, and he is already so arrogant. Their boss is even more disgusting. He often buys a water army to create hype. He publishes one article after another and has bought a lot of media outlets. I think we should not surf the internet for the next week. Who knows, we might see some negative news about ourselves." The arrangements for the elimination round were quickly released. May 8, Saturday night, 1900 hours Tianheng vs Yaoguang. 2100 hours Yueying vs Wolf Clan. May 9, Sunday night, 1900 hours Yueying vs Yaoguang. 2100 hours Tianheng vs Wolf Clan. After these 4 games, 2 new members of Group S would be officially admitted according to the rules of the number of wins and net points. The remaining 2 would be demoted back to Group A. The week passed very peacefully. Tianheng also seized the time to practice their lineup. On Friday morning, everyone flew to Star City. Yi Xiaoyang was bored on the way to the hotel. He opened Weibo and saw a trending topic, #God Wars S10 Marksman Strength Rankings. #A blogger with the ID God Wars Professional Statistician posted a ranking that compared the performance of each team's marksman this season, including the number of kills per game, KDA score, MVP number, and so on. Ranked first was Zhao Xinping's sister from Northern Shepherd. She had won a total of 11 MVP awards. Ranked second was actually Yaoguang's marksman, Yu Mao. He had won 10 MVPs, including the 8 MVPs he had won in Group A and the 2 MVPs he had won in Group S by winning a few rounds. He had an average of 7 kills per game and a KDA score of 9.5. His record was very impressive. Ranked third was Jingzhi's marksman, Jzim Round. Xia Yuan had won 6 MVP awards. It was not that he was bad, but more than half of Jingzhi's MVP awards had been taken away by Fang Jingqing. They obviously had no intention of fighting for the MVP award this season. They would not give in to each other. Whoever wanted to take the award would take it. Further down were the marksmen from Group S and Group A. Group B had been eliminated and would not be included in the statistics. Xia Weiyu was ranked 6th. As for Chongqing, he was ranked last. Chongqing's statistics were indeed pitiful. He had only won 2 MVP awards and only had 3 kills per game. Most of the marksmen were the core of the team's damage output. Tianheng's mid laner had performed too well and had lost most of their kills to Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang had won the most MVP awards, so Chongqing's ranking among the marksmen was poor. In fact, it was meaningless to single out a single position on the ranking. Every team's situation was different. The key reason why Tianheng's marksmen had a poor record was that their mid laner had won too many MVP awards. For example, Jingzhi's Xia Yuan was ranked lower than Yaoguang Yu Mao. Did that mean that Xia Yuan was worse than Yu Mao? Yaoguang versus Jingzhi, didn't they still lose? Moreover, so what if they won more MVP awards in Group A? If they couldn't win the MVP award in Group S, it meant that they were still not good enough. Yi Xiaoyang glanced at the comments section. Sure enough, a group of fans had started to brainlessly praise Yaoguang's new marksman. Yu Mao was still a rookie, but he had won 10 MVP awards. How amazing! Feather was the most eye-catching shooter of the season with 5 kills in his debut. Last season, the top 3 marksmen in the league were Bai Xinping, Jingzhi Yuan, and Yaoguang Xiaoyu. This season, the top 3 marksmen should be Bai Xinping, Jingzhi Yuan, and Yaoguang Yu Mao. Xiaoyu was already done for. His record was so bad that it was unbearable to look at. Putting him and Sister Xinping together was an insult to Sister Xinping. After he went to Yueying, Yueying's results dropped drastically. He was simply a cancer to the team. You're all talking about Xiaoyu. Did no one notice Fanqing, who was ranked last? Tianheng's little Xingxing had won the most times in the league this season. Little Xingxing was either dying or on his way to death. Tianheng's bottom lane had been turned into a dead lane by him. If not for his master being the captain of Tianheng, would he have been able to play in the starting lineup? Liang was still quite good, but Xingxing was the weakest marksman in the league. No one would have any objections, right? Who asked him to have an amazing master? His master's master was also a shareholder of Tianheng. If he was placed in any other team, he would be scolded to death. If he was placed in Tianheng, he could just lie down and win. Tianheng Fanqing, he could just lie down and win. Yi Xiaoyang frowned. The timing of this ranking was too coincidental. During the Pro League, the officials would release a ranking of all the players. The sudden release of the marksman ranking today highlighted Yaoguang Yu Mao's excellent results and Xia Weiyu's and Chongqing's terrible results. You couldn't just look at a single position when looking at the statistics. This was a principle that all pro players understood. If you singled out Qin Yizhu, he would also be the top laner in the Pro League. This was because his role in Tianheng was to carry, resist pressure, and take damage for his teammates. He would definitely die a lot. But the netizens didn't care about this. They took the opportunity to mock Xiaoyu and Xing. It was hard not to think too much about this. Moreover, the style of the comments was very strange. Some pretended to be Zhao Xinping's fans and took the opportunity to trample on Xiaoyu. They said that Xiaoyu wasn't worthy of being compared to the top marksman in the league. Some pretended to be Jingzhi's fans and mocked Xing. They even made up a rhyming phrase, Tianheng Fanqing, he could just lie down and win. There were always a lot of keyboard warriors and anti-fans online. But most of the time, they were picked out and scolded when they lost a match. For example, if Tianheng lost, it would be Xing's fault. It was normal for anti-fans to suddenly appear and scold him. But today, Tianheng didn't even play a match. They had won the previous match beautifully. Suddenly, a bunch of people came out and scolded Xing as the league's noblest marksman. This was a little strange. Yi Xiaoyang sent the link to the topic to Qi Shua and typed, "Is Yao Guang behind this again?" Qi Shua, most likely. I saw it just now. The timing of this ranking was very clever. Yi Xiaoyang frowned. We have a match tomorrow. Don't let little Xing see it. It will affect his mental state. Qi Shua. He already saw it. Yi Xiaoyang turned his head and saw Xing picking up his phone and scrolling through Weibo. His face was very pale. Little Xing had a habit. Every time he went to a new city for a match, he would take photos and post them on his WeChat moments as a souvenir. But everyone had been to Star City many times. Last year's playoffs were hosted here. There was nothing to take photos of on the way from the airport to the hotel, so he was bored and started scrolling through Weibo. He happened to see this topic. The league's noblest marksman. His record was so bad that he couldn't even look at it. If his master wasn't the captain of Tianheng, he wouldn't have been able to play in the starting lineup. Tianheng Fanqing. His ability won by lying down. Those mocking and ridiculing comments made Xing's face turn uglier and uglier. The teenager's fingers stiffened as he held his phone. His eyes were a little red. These words were like needles that stabbed into the depths of his heart and poked his most sensitive nerve. He had been winning by lying down. If it weren't for Brother Yang and his master, he wouldn't have been able to turn the tide. He was indeed the weakest player in Tianheng. Suddenly, his phone was taken away. Xing looked up and saw Yi Xiaoyang smiling. Don't keep staring at your phone. Think about what to eat later. In the front seat, the team leader, Tang Can, who already knew about this, immediately followed the topic. We won't be eating at the hotel tonight. I booked a restaurant for everyone. Let's go eat lobster. There was a burst of cheers in the car. Xing took a deep breath and pretended to be relaxed. Okay, I like lobster too. No one took the initiative to mention this matter. The group of people had dinner happily. After returning to the hotel, Qi Shua was about to talk to Xing when he heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Yi Xiaoyang standing at the door. Captain Qi, do you want to talk to little Xing? After all, he's still young. If his mentality is affected by this matter, I'm worried that he will make mistakes tomorrow. The two of them thought of the same thing again. Qi Shua whispered, I was just about to go. Let's go. In the room next door, Xing had just washed his face. He turned on his laptop and was about to log into Weibo when the doorbell suddenly rang. He opened the door and saw Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang standing at the door. Xing was stunned. He scratched his head and said, Master, Brother Yang, are you looking for me? The two of them walked in. Yi Xiaoyang said bluntly, did you see the topic on Weibo? Xing lowered his head. Yeah. Yi Xiaoyang patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, you really took it seriously? This is obviously Yao Guang's psychological warfare. It's not like you don't know how they used to slander me. Xing was stunned. Huh? Is it Yao Guang's doing? He thought that some netizens had really made this shooter ranking list. The data on the list was indeed correct. His record was really ugly at the moment. Qi Shua looked at his disciple and said calmly, they wanted to slander Xiaoyang before, but they realized that Xiaoyang was too arrogant to slander, so they changed their target. The game is tomorrow. If your mentality collapses and you make mistakes during the game, Yaoguang will be able to win Tianheng and keep their position in Group S. Do you understand? Qingxing was stunned. Can they do that? Yi Xiaoyang said, there are 18 teams in the Pro League. There will always be some weird clubs that don't play by the rules. Don't take this to heart. Your record isn't good at the moment. It's not because you're weak, but because everyone is looking out for me. They want me to be the MVP of the season, so they gave me a lot of kills. Qingxing remembered the discussion in the group. They did say that they wanted Xiaoyang to be the MVP of the season. At this moment, his phone rang. A message popped up in the Tianheng family group that Xujiang had created. Jiang Shui, little Xing, are you there? I'm here to find you. I made the 3rd episode of the 100 Ways to Die series. Fanqing, Candle, I'm here too. I just went to the supermarket to buy a lot of snacks. The doorbell rang again. Qingxing opened the door and saw Xujiang and Qi Nizhu. Seeing that Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang were also there, the two of them were stunned for a moment and exchanged a knowing look. After entering the house, Xujiang opened the video he made on his laptop and played it for Qingxing, the 3rd episode, Little Xing's Way to Die collection. It's a compilation of all the clips of you being killed in Group B and Group A. The music is even sadder. Qingxing was originally sad, but when he heard the sad music, he laughed. Brother Chu, you're too much. Yi Xiaoyang reached out his hand and gently rubbed Qingxing's head. Don't think too much. We'll always be by your side. They want to break your mentality before the game. Don't fall for their trick. Qingxing felt a warm current in his heart. He nodded seriously. Okay, I know. I won't think about it anymore. Tomorrow, we'll beat Yaoguang. Qi Nizhu, that's right. Beat Yaoguang. When Coach Lin came over, he saw that all 5 members of Tianheng were there. He was stunned for a moment and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sai, as a coach, I'm supposed to do the psychological counseling for the team members before the game. You guys beat me to it again? Xujiang suggested, Coach, you can just give us half of your salary next month. Qi Nizhu, that's right. Give us half. Coach Lin walked over and looked at Qingxing. He saw that the little guy's expression had returned to normal and there was a smile in his eyes. Obviously, this matter was over. Coach Lin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then I won't say much. Tomorrow, everyone, do your best. He took the initiative to extend his hand. Everyone immediately folded their hands and shouted in unison, Tianheng, do your best. The coach and the team members left Qingxing's room one by one. Qi Shua was the last to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and looked at Qingxing. Qingxing was walking everyone out. When he saw his master look at him, he immediately froze. The teenager's legs were together and his posture was upright, as if he was about to salute. He was really afraid of his master. Qi Shua's lips curled up slightly. He said in a low voice, I'm not an emotional person. Letting you play in the starting lineup has nothing to do with whether you're my disciple or not. It's because your talent is outstanding enough. You're the best player in Tianheng's training camp. Qingxing was stunned for a moment. He looked up at Qi Shua in disbelief. Don't worry about those rumors. From this season onwards, you're not just my disciple. Qi Shua paused and looked at the teenager in front of him gently. You're also my teammate. You're not just my disciple, you're also my teammate. This simple sentence was the greatest recognition for Qingxing. He had decided to become an esports player and join Tianheng because he was a fan of Qi Shua. Therefore, he had shamelessly acknowledged Qi Shua as his master and learned to play in the jungle from Qi Shua. But now, he was no longer Qi Shua's fan, disciple, or follower. He was Qi Shua's teammate. He needed to fight side by side with Qi Shua. He needed to face all the setbacks and difficulties together with Qi Shua. He needed to grow and mature as soon as possible. He needed to become his master's assistant, not a little disciple who was protected by Qi Shua. Qingxing looked up at Qi Shua. The teenager's eyes were red, but his expression was resolute. He took a deep breath and said seriously, I know. Don't worry, Captain Qi, I won't screw up during the game. Qi Shua smiled and patted the teenager on the shoulder. Good luck. Outside the door, Yi Xiaoyang watched this scene with mixed feelings. Qi Shua was really a good captain. Wasn't it the good fortune of the people of Tianheng to have met Qi Shua? Tianheng did not have the strength to become a world champion at the moment. However, Yi Xiaoyang believed that with Qing Xing's growth and Xu Zhang's adaptation to the support position, Tian Huan would eventually become a team of 5 people working together as one. They would have no weaknesses and would be indestructible. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Tianheng vs Yaoguang May 8, Saturday afternoon. After dinner, the Tianheng team headed to the Star City Esports Center. Yi Xiaoyang had been here twice before. The first time was when Boss Qi pretended to be a coach and tricked him into watching the match between Fire Mark and Xianxia. The second time was to watch the match between Tianheng and Baimu. This time, he went backstage as a contestant. As soon as they went backstage, they bumped into an acquaintance, Whale Platform's host, Yao Mu. Yao Mu met Yi Xiaoyang's eyes in the crowd and immediately walked up to him with a smile. Xiao Bai? What a coincidence. The two often teamed up for live broadcasts, but this was the first time they had met in real life. Yi Xiaoyang greeted her angrily. Hello, big sister Mu. Are you here to commentate today? Yao Mu smiled. Yeah, I guessed that I would see you backstage. She then introduced the man beside her. Brother Dong, we'll be commentating today's match together. The male commentator, who was wearing a white shirt, shook hands with Lin Feng and Qi Shua. Good luck for the match later. Little Mu and I will go to the front desk to prepare. Lin Feng said, okay, you guys go ahead. Brother Dong, whose ID was Dong Yu, was a very experienced commentator. He had been active in the Professional Alliance since the S3 season. He was from the same generation as Qi Shua's master. Usually, he would only be invited to commentate for heavyweight matches such as the semi-finals and finals. He also often commentated on international competitions, so his English was very fluent. Qi Shua was quite surprised that he would appear backstage. It seemed that the Professional Alliance took today's match very seriously. Yi Xiaoyang joked, Big Sister Mu, please be merciful later. Don't scold us. Yao Mu smiled gently and gestured to Yi Xiaoyang to do your best. Yi Xiaoyang nodded, and the two commentators took a large stack of information and turned to the commentator's seat on the second floor to prepare in advance. The Tianheng crowd went to the backstage lounge. The big screen in the waiting room was broadcasting the situation at the stadium in real time. The number of fans who came to the stadium today was even more than the regular season, and the entire stadium was more than 70% full. Someone in the back row pulled up a huge support poster with the faces of the 5 Tianheng players drawn on it. Even Yi Xiaoyang's ragdoll cat was drawn on it. The fans were quite attentive. The camera panned to the VIP seats in the front row. Qi Shua spotted an acquaintance and said in a low voice, Look over there, your brother is here too. Yi Xiaoyang followed his gaze and saw Qin Rui sitting in the third row of the audience. He was holding a fluorescent sign that read Go Lai Yang, and wore a small sun-shaped headband on his head. Yi Xiaoyang's heart warmed as he said, I haven't seen him in a long time. After the elimination round, I want to go home and bring some gifts for Xiao Rui. Qi Shua said, okay, your house is nearby. Just ask for leave from the coach. The game was about to start. Coach Lin stood up and reminded everyone, relax and don't be affected by the outside world. Let's use our strength to speak on the field. There's no need to waste our breath on them. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. At 1840, the camera panned to the commentator's seat. Yao Mu was wearing a pure white dress with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She smiled gently and said, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Star City Esports Center. This is the venue for the second round of the S/A elimination round of the official League of God Wars. The S/A elimination round is still a BO3 system, but unlike the group stage, it will use the overall BP mode. That is, the heroes that have been used can't be used again. It will be a test of the hero pool of the players. Yes, this arrangement is fairer and ensures that the teams that enter Group S are the stronger ones. Because entering Group S in the second round is equivalent to entering the top 8 of the playoffs. Next, let us invite the players from both sides to the big stage with warm applause. The big stage of the Star City Esports Center was like a stamen in the center of the petals. The design of the suspended stage was very high-tech. When the players entered, they would take a transparent elevator down from the second floor. The middle of the big stage would be lit up with dazzling lights. There would also be light flowing around the edge of the AH section of the auditorium, like a flower petal slowly blooming. The elevator stopped in the middle of the stage. Tianheng's 5 players, dressed in neat team uniforms, walked out side by side and bowed to the audience. Immediately after, Yaoguang's 5 players also came to the big stage. The screams below the stage were equally deafening. This team was very good at marketing and hype, and their popularity was quite high. The live host warmed up the crowd and said, as per the international practice, there will be a pre-match segment for the elimination round. Which side will go first? Who will give the other side a warning? The microphone was passed to Yaoguang. Yumao took it and said with a smile, "We won't be angry in today's game. We'll crush you and let you know the difference between Group S and Group A." The audience resounded with deafening screams and applause. This Yumao was indeed handsome up close. He was tall and strong, the type who could rely on his face to make a living. In addition, he was supported by the club and had some strength himself. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. In this pre-match segment, it was very common for both sides to mock each other. It was all for the sake of the live broadcast. However, Qi Shua was too lazy to look at Yaoguang. He looked at Yumao expressionlessly. Seeing that no one from Tianheng was going to answer, the host's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He laughed dryly and said, "Does anyone from Tianheng have anything to say?" Yi Xiaoyang smiled and took the microphone. He said, "Thank you for letting me win." The audience? Yaoguang's players? The bullet screen in the live broadcast was about to go crazy. "Xiao Bai's, thank you for letting me win," came again. Ha ha ha, these 2 words instantly killed Yumao's nonsense. Ayuga, who was said to have let me win .. by Xiao Bai last time, had become a dead fish. Xiao Bai smiled and said, "Thank you for letting me win. Quickly light a candle for Yaoguang." Yaoguang's fans were also mocking and ridiculing him. Liang was indeed as arrogant as he was in the teleportation. He didn't even play, and he let me win. Just wait for Tianheng to be slapped in the face. The pace of Group S and Group A were worlds apart. "You guys should just stay in Group A." The host saw that the atmosphere was about to get out of control and hurriedly said, "Then, please enter the soundproof room. I look forward to everyone's exciting performance." The scene cut back to the commentator's seat. Yao Mu said, "Let's introduce the players of the 2 teams today." Following the introduction of the commentator, each player's information panel appeared on the big screen. At the same time, the camera in the soundproof room took close-up shots of the players' faces. Tianheng Candlelight. As the frontline of Tianheng this season, they often choose tank heroes to tank or be the team's tool. Their battle record is not very impressive, but Tianheng has won many team battles. Their top laner is also very important in starting the team and taking damage. His contribution to the team cannot be ignored. Tianheng Shuoyue. The very popular Qi Dui. Currently, he has 2 MVP appearances and not many kills. However, his team participation rate is 95% and he has 89 assists. He is ranked in the top 3 in the league. As a jungler, his assists are higher than many teams' supports. I can only say that he is too good at being a tool. The camera was pointed at Qi Shua. Qi Shua was expressionless. He had an indifferent attitude that said, "You can take whatever you want. It's none of my business." The fans in the live broadcast were about to die of laughter. Qi Dui is a tool. He gives buffs and kills every day. Shuoyue, why don't I switch to support? Looking at Liang's battle record, almost all of Yu's kills were given to Yang. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xiaoyang's interface was shown, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was blinding. Tianheng Liang, the new mid laner of Tianheng Squad S10 who debuted. A player who has given us many surprises. Currently, he is ranked first in the league in total kills. Tianheng has played 10 games of 20 games and he has 96 kills. The average number of kills per game is 4. 8. No wonder he is called the Demon King of the mid laner, a kill harvester. Yi Xiaoyang saw the camera in front of him light up and waved at it cooperatively. The screen zoomed in on his smiling face, and the stadium erupted in excited screams again. He's really killing people in every match. Yamu felt a sense of pride in her heart. When she spoke, her voice raised a few decibels. He has 5 kills in his debut, and he has often won the MVP in subsequent games. So far, Liang has won 16 MVPs and is the #1 MVP in the league. Tianheng Liang has won so many MVPs, and a large part of the reason is that they crushed Group B and won all the way here. If they had been in Group S from the beginning, they would not have had such a smooth run. Yes, Liang is temporarily in first place. Whether or not they can keep it is still a question. I hope Liang can continue to work hard. Tianheng Jiangshui adapted well after switching from mid laner to support. He also has a lot of assists and is in the top 5 of the league's assists. Xu Jiang's performance in the previous games was also commendable. He has done very well in several team battles. Tianheng Fanqing, a newcomer who debuted this season. So far, he has only won 2 MVPs and has not won many kills. However, Tianheng's resource allocation is obviously focused on the mid laner. This record is understandable. Yamu said, I watched the previous games. Little Xing has been improving. I look forward to his performance today. The stadium was filled with thunderous applause. Although there were many haters and paid posters online scolding Xing, Tianheng's fans liked Little Xing very much. Moreover, he did not make any big mistakes in the previous games and had been conscientious in his output. A newcomer must be given some space to grow. Liang was a rare example of a newcomer turning into a demon king. The 2 commentators quickly introduced Yaoguang's contestants. Yaoguang Yumao, debuting with a pentakill this season. He often won MVPs in subsequent games and is currently 3rd on the MVP list. This newcomer is very talented and has a very deep pool of heroes. Yes, his damage output per game is as high as 44%. He is Yaoguang's core damage output. We can see that the players on both sides are ready and are about to start the first round of BP. The BP interface appeared on the big screen. The overall BP was also a test for the coach's strategy. The heroes used in the first round could not be used in the second round, so they could not only consider the immediate situation, but also the subsequent plays. In this round, Yaoguang was randomly assigned to the blue side and had priority to ban. They directly banned the archer, obviously wanting Yumao to blow up the bottom lane. Xing's Wind Elf and Archer, which he had played well during this period of time, had been eliminated. Coach Lin, on the other hand, had eliminated Radiant Shield and Blessed Light, 2 supports with strong protective abilities. Yaoguang directly took the Archer, Sharpshooter, which was also Yumao's famous hero. He debuted with a pentakill and sniped from a distance, leaving a person with low HP with 1 shot. When it was Tianheng's turn, the Archer, Vampire Princess, and the support, Forest Messenger, were chosen on the 1st and 2nd floor. Yao Mu's eyes lit up and said, Tianheng's thinking is good. Sharpshooter, can't kill in 1 shot in the early stage. Vampire Princess, can drain HP after using her ultimate, and Forest Messenger, can heal. Even if the opponent snipes a few times, as long as his HP recovers, he can steadily develop. Brother Dong nodded and said, yes. However, Vampire Princess relies on her ultimate, and her attack range is medium. She will be at a disadvantage if she goes up against Sharpshooter with long hands. One had long hands, the other had short hands. Yumao could hit Xing, but Xing could not reach him. They were indeed at a disadvantage. However, as long as Xing did not die and could withstand the pressure, he could join the team in the late stage. Yaoguang decisively chose to ban the mid laner from the 2nd and 3rd floor. The jungler, Demon Hunter, and the mid laner, World Destroyer, were heroes with long hands. Brother Dong said, is this the poke style? The so-called poke style was to use the advantage of long hands to exhaust the opponent from a distance when the opponent could not reach them. This way, in the team battle, the opponent would have 5 full HP, and the opponent would have 5 low HP. It would be easy to collapse. Yamu said, to deal with the poke style, you need to go around to the back and cut off the opponent's DPS. Otherwise, the team battle will be very difficult, and you will be kited by the opponent from a distance. Will Captain Qi take the wild core? Or will Tianheng's third floor continue to protect the unit? Tianheng's third floor chose, Body of Steel, a tank that was very tanky. If you snipe me, you can only take off a layer of my HP. You can stand in front of me and block the damage. Brother Dong said, it seems that Tianheng chose the bottom lane for the first stage. The mid laner will be the last to be chosen. Yao Guang's coach was delighted. He immediately banned the Stealth Thief, who was a huge threat to the backline, and the Lord of the Abyss, who could flash to the backline with a shadow. Tianheng side banned the 2 top laners, Paladin, and Vampire Duke. Yao Guang quickly locked the top laner, Dark Angel, and the support, Seraph. Yao Mu said, this is going to be a poke style to the end. The Dark Angel can also control the opponent from a distance. In the soundproof room, Coach Lin said, Yao Guang has chosen a good lineup. It seems like he has practiced hard. The top laner can lock people from a distance, the jungler can stun people from a distance, and the mid laner and archer can poke to wear people down. Before the team battle even begins, we will be crippled by them. He looked at Yi Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, continue to take the goddess. Is that okay? Yi Xiaoyang smiled. No problem. Qi Shua said calmly, before they wear us down, we can kill one of them. Coach Lin nodded. Okay, the 4th and 5th floor will take the heroes. Tianheng's 4th and 5th floor quickly locked the heroes. Jungler, Ninja. Mid laner, Goddess of Destiny. There was a burst of screams, and the comments in the live broadcast room were densely packed. F***ck, even the fortune-telling goddess came out. Whether or not the Goddess of Destiny can win depends on fortune-telling. The ninja's ability to cut the backline is not as good as the Stealth Thief, but the clone can avoid the opponent's snipe. This is a good choice. Xiaobai's live broadcast room. Xiaobai's Goddess of Destiny. I'll light a candle for the opponent in advance. Yao Guang's coach saw this, and the smile on his face froze. Why did he feel like his BP had been predicted by the opponent? Yao Guang's coach took a deep breath, ignored the uneasiness in his heart, and said, they chose an explosive mid laner like Goddess of Destiny because they want to kill our backline. Support, pay attention to the protection, and keep an eye on the opposing mid laner. Both sides had chosen their heroes. Yao Guang's lineup was a classic poke style. Sharpshooter, Demon Hunter, and World Destroyer were heroes with long-range attacks. The top laner, Dark Angel, could both tank and attack. The support, Seraph, could provide a defensive shield. His big move could also give his teammates a resurrection skill, allowing them to immediately stand up and recover 30% of their health. It was equivalent to having a resurrection armor. In Skyhuan's lineup, the bottom lane, Vampire Princess, and Forest Messenger, could heal, the top lane, Steel Body, could tank damage, and the jungler, Ninja, and mid lane, Goddess of Destiny, were heroes with strong burst damage. Yao Mu analyzed, both sides have their own strengths and weaknesses. Yao Guang can kite and consume energy, while Tianheng can instantly burst. It just depends on whether Yao Guang cripples Tianheng first, or if Tianheng destroys Yao Guang's damage output first. Brother Dong agreed, yes, from the looks of it, both sides have a 50% chance of winning. The key is who grasps the opportunity in the team battle. Let's enter the first match between Tianheng and Yao Guang. The match screen loaded. Tianheng's side was relatively conservative in the beginning because there were no big moves. However, Yao Guang was very fierce. This was because the sharpshooter SQ skill could store up to 5 bullets. She could aim and snipe from afar. As long as she could snipe someone, she could reduce half of the HP of the brittle skin. 2 bullets could kill one. Yumao and Ling Tong came to the bottom lane together and hid in the bushes. Xujiang focused his vision on the bottom lane's river. Qingxing had just peeked out when suddenly, a long-range bullet shot out from the bushes and accurately hit Qingxing's head. Qingxing immediately retreated. Although he hated Yao Guang's marketing methods, he couldn't help but admit that Feather still had some skills. Sharpshooter's snipe hit rate was very high. With this snipe, Xianxia lost half of his health. Xiujiang quickly came to protect him. Sharpshooter's second shot was about to kill Xianxia, but Xiujiang blocked it. The bullet hit Xiujiang, and Xianxia, who was hiding behind him, managed to survive. The two quickly retracted their crystals to recover their health. Yumao frowned. This support blocked it in time, or else I would have gotten first blood. His teammate, Ling Tong, laughed. Don't worry, we'll kill them later. At the same time, Qishua's jungle was invaded. On the other side, the solo, jungler, and mid laner were fighting for mana, while Qishua, Yi Xiaoyang, and Qinizhu were defending. Both sides were in a 3v3 fight for a while. At the start of the game, everyone only had one skill, so the damage was not enough. Yao Guang's team did not have the upper hand, and Tianhing's team did not manage to kill them. The two junglers were pulling each other, and when the blue buff was left with 1200 health, Yi Xiaoyang seized the opportunity and suddenly threw a Q skill. Together with Qishua's punishment, they instantly killed the blue buff. Mumu said, Liaoyang's and Shuayua's brainwaves are synchronized again. Their skills were used almost at the same time. The opposing jungler wanted to use punishment to steal the blue buff, but it was too late by 0.1 seconds. Brother Dong said, yeah, Yao Guang's invasion was unsuccessful, and it also affected the rhythm of the junglers' farming. At the start of the game, when both sides were fighting for the blue buff, the side that did not get it would affect their own development speed. Yao Guang's jungler did not get the upper hand this time, so he immediately went back to farming for his own red. When he finished farming for the red and came to the mid lane to get the river crabs, he was one step slower. Yi Xiaoyang had already coordinated with Qi Shua to kill the river crabs. Tianhing's jungler had a slight advantage. However, in the bottom lane, Xianxia and Xiujiang were suppressed, and they could not get the river crabs either. Their level was one level lower than the opposing team. Xianxia could not be blamed. Any archer who went up against a sharpshooter would be suppressed in the early game. This was because the sharpshooter's attack range was very long, almost double that of other archers. He could aim and snipe from under the tower, and one bullet could take away half of the opponent's health. If the opponent was not careful and got hit twice, they would be dead. Xianxia was very careful with his positioning, and Xiujiang kept blocking bullets for him. After 2 waves of minions, Xianxia and Xiujiang returned with low health. In the live broadcast room, Yao Guang's ghostwriters started to mock them again. Tianhing Fanqing was really not good. They were suppressed so badly, they were beaten back in just a few minutes after the start of the game. Come on, Yumao. Take down Fanqing's dog head in the next wave. As a popular archer in this version, the sharpshooter had a very high appearance rate in the league. Xianxia rarely chose him, not because he did not know how to play, but because Tianhing had not studied a kiting formation system around the sharpshooter. However, as a professional player, Xianxia was very familiar with the skills of these archer heroes. He calculated the number of bullets that the opposing team had. After 5 shots, the sharpshooter would fall into a short skill gap and have no bullets to use. Xianxia took advantage of this time to clear the minions and try not to pull too far behind the opposing team's economy. Both junglers quickly reached level 6. Qishua reached level 6 before the opposing jungler because he had snatched a river crab at the start of the game. Yi Xiaoyang reached level 6 before the opposing mid laner because he had gone to the top lane to provide support and took advantage of old Qin's minions. Yao Guang's support, Ling Tong, immediately reminded him, the opposing mid laner is almost level 6. Let's retreat. The coach asked him to focus on the opposing mid laner, so he had to remind him. At the same time, he rushed to the river bushes and squatted there to check his field of vision. At this time, Xianxia only had half of his health left and was carefully clearing the minions. As long as he aimed at him, a bullet could kill him. Yumao hid in the bushes and said confidently, let's retreat after I kill him. It was easy to kill him with 1 bullet. Yumao believed in his skill's accuracy. He narrowed his eyes, aimed, and flicked his snipe, bang. A clear and crisp gunshot was heard as the bullet was shot straight out. Sharpshooter's sound effects were completely different from shooting in the air. Players could judge whether they had hit their opponent based on the sound effects. They could even use the difference in sound effects to scout the bushes and see if there was an ambush. Therefore, when playing sharpshooter, players had to turn on the in-game sound effects. From the sound effects, it was obvious that he had hit someone. Yumel was delighted. However, there was no kill notification on the screen. He took a closer look. It was Zhujiang again. This annoying support appeared out of nowhere and blocked in front of Qingxing. Forest Messenger lost half of his health. Qingxing managed to stay alive. If this dragged on, the opposing mid laner would come to support. Yumel frowned and quickly retreated. However, before he could retreat, a golden talisman suddenly fell from the sky and hit his head. Yumel realized that something was wrong. He quickly used Purification to escape. The support, Seraph, rushed over and cast a shield on him. Unfortunately, he only took one step back. What awaited him was Ninja's backstab. The masked man in black had been guarding the path of his retreat for a long time. A sharp long sword suddenly stabbed out from behind. It triggered a critical hit and cut through his shield. His health instantly dropped by a third. The next moment, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly flashed over. He used a Q skill to seal him, followed by an E skill to switch forms, followed by a QWR attack. Yumel did not even see his movements clearly. His health instantly evaporated. First blood. Tianheng Liang, goddess of destiny, killed YG Yumel, sharpshooter. This wave of kills was so fast that it caught him off guard. The audience felt Yumel's health instantly drop from 80%. The sound effects of Goddess of Destiny's kill rang in his ears. This is destiny. Don't try to resist. Yumel, F***CK. How could these two support him so quickly? Yumel could not help but ask, where's the support's vision? Where did they come from? Ling Tong was speechless. They circled around from the jungle. Look at Goddess of Destiny's equipment. She made swift shoes. Swift shoes could increase movement speed when out of combat. It was the fastest pair of shoes for support. Mid laners usually made cooldown shoes and mage shoes. Very few made swift shoes because they did not deal enough damage. However, Goddess of Destiny's hero mechanic was very special. Her damage depended on her level. She did not rely on equipment. As long as she reached level 6 and learned a big move, she would be able to switch between dark and light forms. Every skill would stack magic damage. The more skill she used, the stronger her magic would be. If her hand speed was fast enough, Goddess of Destiny's combo could deal amazing damage. In the previous wave of support, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang cooperated very well. Yi Xiaoyang used a crowd control to trick Yumel into using Purification. Qi Shua used Ninja's clone to quickly catch up. A series of critical hits broke his shield and lowered his health. Goddess of Destiny followed up with an instant kill. The two of them were too fast. In an instant, the sharpshooter's health bar was emptied. Yumel took a deep breath and said with a serious face, "It's okay." Again. One kill did not mean anything. Once his economy improved, he would definitely be able to snipe the enemy and make them run for their lives. After Yumel revived, he quickly rushed to the bottom lane. Yao Guang's current team leader, Z. Yi, organized a wave of attacks and pressed the gather sign at the dragon's respawn point. The team members quickly gathered and got into formation. Tianheng's team of 5 had also gathered. Mumu said, "It seems that neither side wants to let go of the dragon." Brother Dong analyzed, "The economic gap between the two sides is not that big. If it's a team fight, it's hard to say who will win." Yao Guang initiated the team fight first. The jungler, Demon Hunter's lock on this wave is very ingenious. Demon Hunter had the longest attack range among the junglers. He suddenly circled to the back and froze Tianheng's back row. Qingxing, Yumel was hiding in the distance and had already taken aim. When he saw this, he immediately fired. A crisp bang sounded beside his ear. Qingxing's health bar was immediately reduced by half. Mumu said, "The sharpshooter's position has been destroyed. Is Tianheng still going to take the team fight?" This was the most disgusting part of a poke-style lineup. Before they could reach the other side would shoot from afar and destroy their key damage output position. This team fight would be very difficult. In most cases, when the damage output position was destroyed, the commander would choose to retreat to prevent the team fight from turning upside down. However, Tianheng did not retreat. Qingxing jumped to the side with a flash and used his ultimate skill, Blood Sacrifice. The sharp arrows in his hand emitted a blood-red glow and shot at the opposing jungler, Demon Hunter. Vampire Princess's ultimate skill could drain health. He had just been shot to half his health bar, but when he used his ultimate skill, it drained health again. At the same time, Xujiang used his ultimate skill to help Qingxing recover his health. Seeing that Qingxing's health bar had been reduced to half, he used his ultimate skill to drain health and support healing, and his health bar recovered. Yao Guang's jungler obviously would not let him go and continued to chase after him. Yu Mao narrowed his eyes and aimed at Qingxing. He shot from afar. With a bang, Qingxing was hit again. This time, his health bar was reduced to about 5%, and his health bar glowed red, indicating that he was on the verge of death. The opposing mid laner, World Destroyer Mage, used his ultimate skill and 6 balls of black fog rushed toward Qingxing. Xujiang quickly moved while healing. The moment the black fog suddenly appeared, Xujiang jumped forward. He used his body to help Qingxing block this critical wave of damage. Waijitsong, World Destroyer Mage, killed Tianhing Jiangshui, Forest Messenger. With Xujiang down, Qingxing had no one to protect him, and he was being chased by the opposing jungler. It was very dangerous. However, the audience with God's View realized that Tianhing's jungler and mid laner were quickly circling behind. Qi Shua used Shadow Clone and unknowingly circled behind the opposing mid laner. Qi Shua narrowed his eyes and stabbed with the sharp long sword in his hand, Ninjutsu, Afterimage, Fatal Slash. This explosive combo was very cool. The ninja and his shadow merged into one, and the long sword in his hand pierced the opponent's chest at lightning speed. A glaring flower of blood bloomed on the World Destroyer Mage's chest. He instinctively wanted to escape, but Qi Shua followed up with a displacement skill. Earthmeld, Ninjutsu, Whirlwind Slash. The ninja in black was as fast as a gust of wind. He darted behind the opposing mid laner and decapitated him. The ninja was an assassin jungler that was very difficult to control. The timing of ninjutsu, earthmeld, and shadow clone was very particular. Qi Shua was obviously very familiar with this hero, and he instantly killed the opposing mid laner. At the same time, Yi Xiaoyang was also circling behind Qi Shua. However, their targets were not the same. Qi Shua had his eyes on the opposing mid laner, while Yi Xiaoyang had his eyes on the opposing marksman. Yu Mao, you sniped twice at my little Xing and hid in the bushes. You think it's very easy to attack, right? What you didn't know was that although a marksman's snipe could cripple his opponent, it would also expose his own position. Yi Xiaoyang searched in the opposite direction of the sniper's path and soon found Feather hiding in the bushes and aiming. Yi Xiaoyang's gaze turned cold, and his fingers quickly typed on the keyboard. His hand speed was shockingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already typed out a complicated combo. Colorful charms fell from the sky, gold, silver, black, and red, like fireworks. Yu Mao didn't even have time to react before his health bar was emptied. Yao Guang's support didn't have time to react either. He didn't even have time to equip Yu Mao with a shield or activate his resurrection skill before Yu Mao collapsed. Tianhing Shuoyue, ninja, killed Waijitsong, World Destroyer Mage. Tianhing Liang, Goddess of Destiny, killed Yiji Yu Mao, sharpshooter. The two messages popped up on the big screen almost at the same time. Ninja's deep and calm voice sounded in Tsong's ear. Do you think you can escape? Goddess of Destiny's cold voice sounded in Yu Mao's ear. This is destiny. Don't try to resist. The two players who were insta-killed, the live audience applauded thunderously, and Tianhing's fans screamed in excitement. Mumu hurriedly said, the mid laner and jungler are attacking the backline. It's too fast. The caster turned on the slow-motion replay, and everyone could see clearly that Qi Shuoyue and Yi Xiaoyang had split into two teams. Qi Shuoyue insta-killed the mid laner, and Yi Xiaoyang insta-killed the archer. This method seemed to be mocking Yao Guang. Your backline is as fragile as paper. We can kill one each. Brother Dong analyzed. Liaoyang's Goddess of Destiny started with a light form. She used a Q skill to control Yu Mao so that Yu Mao couldn't escape. Then, she used a WEQWR combo to insta-kill him. As an experienced commentator, Brother Dong could tell what skills the players used through the light effects. After the slow-motion replay, he analyzed the sequence of Yi Xiaoyang's combo. However, the audience was still dumbfounded. The live stream's bullet screen was filled with question marks. What combo? Is this something we can understand? This combo is also called Health Bar Vanish. Goddess of Destiny's burst is really strong, but I still can't understand this hero. I only know that colorful charms flew all over the sky. Then, Yumao disappeared. This is a hero that requires a lot of hand speed and awareness, so don't play it. Your Goddess of Destiny can only rely on fortune telling, but Liuyang's Goddess of Destiny can instantly kill the enemy. Qi Shuoyua's ninja was also very cool. The ninja in black went around the backline and insta-killed the opposing mage. Shuoyua, Liuyang is the best. Where are the Yaoguang fans? Why aren't you saying anything? You're still scolding Little Star. Open your dog eyes and look. Little Star didn't die this time, but Yumao is dead. Qingxing really didn't die. This didn't make sense. The opposing jungler went around the backline to cut him, and he was sniped twice by Yumao. In the end, Qingxing used his ultimate skill to recover his health. Of course, Xujiang helped him block the key skills. Old Qin also ran over and used Steel Body to help him. This was the key to Qingxing being able to survive until the end of the team battle. The opposing jungler failed to cut him down and was shot by Qingxing instead. He had no choice but to retreat. In this team battle, Tianheng had profited greatly. Qi Shua led his teammates to quickly kill the little dragon, and Tianheng's economy began to overtake Yaoguang's. Yaoguang learned his lesson and didn't take the initiative to start a team battle. He let the archer and mid laner develop quickly. The destroyer sorcerer and sharpshooter were very scary heroes in the later stages of development. The destroyer sorcerer's ultimate skill could insta-kill the enemy's squishy HP, and the sharpshooter's snipe could even kill the front line. However, would Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang let you develop in peace? Don't even think about it. Yi Xiaoyang, who had made sprint shoes, was very fast in providing support. Qi Shua's ninja could use Shadow Clone to speed up. After Yi Xiaoyang cleared a wave of junglers, he ran straight to the bottom lane. After Qi Shua cleared a wave of junglers, he immediately ran to the bottom lane. The bottom lane was like a game of mahjong, and it was very lively. Yumao sniped Qingxing with one shot. Just as he was about to fire a second shot, a golden talisman fell from the sky again. This is fate. Don't try to resist. Yumao, who was insta-killed, heard the goddess of fates mocking voice again. F***ck, this support speed is like sitting on a rocket. Yi Xiaoyang's speed in clearing junglers was faster than the opposing mid laner, and Qi Shua's jungler was faster than the opposing jungler. In addition, Yi Xiaoyang had made sprint shoes, and Qi Shua had positioning skills. The two of them were always a few seconds faster than the opposing mid laner when providing support. As a result, every time Yaoguang's mid laner and jungler wanted to provide support at the bottom lane, by the time they arrived, their teammate was already dead. They could only rush over to collect Yumao's corpse. Yaoguang's captain realized that the situation was getting worse and worse, and immediately changed his strategy. Change lanes. Yumao, you go to the top lane. Arong, change lanes to the bottom lane and quickly push the top tower. Yumao was killed 3 times in a row, and he gradually became anxious. His economy was also in a state of semi-collapse. After changing lanes, the pressure was reduced a lot. He worked together with the support to quickly snipe old Qin back home and forcefully push Tianheng's top tower. However, at the same time, Yaoguang's bottom lane defense tower was also pushed by Qingxing. Qi Shua said, "Turn to the middle lane." Qingxing brought the minions forward and went to the middle lane with Xujiang. The middle tower could not be released directly. Once it was released, the jungler would quickly fall. Yaoguang's 5 players were forced to defend. Their formation was very long, and the sharpshooter's snipe was always able to hit Qingxing, who was extremely far away. At this time, Yumao's equipment was also completed, and a snipe could directly kill Qingxing. Logically speaking, if his teammates immediately followed up and attacked, Qingxing would definitely die. However, Qingxing just could not die. Every time the sharpshooter killed Qingxing, Xujiang would heal Qingxing. The luxuriously equipped Forest Messenger could directly heal his teammates to full health with a big move. Yumao did not have time to shoot a second shot. After shooting a bullet, his position would be exposed, and he would immediately be counterattacked by the opponent. your Seraph, gave him a shield, but it was useless to add damage reduction. The ninja's critical hit would instantly destroy your shield. It was also useless to revive, you would just die again after reviving. Qi Shuai used stealth to instantly destroy Yu Mao's shield, and Yi Xiaoyang directly blinked over to kill him. Tianheng's Demon King Nakano personally told Yu Mao what the marksman's vanishing skill was. In this 5v5 team battle in the middle lane, Yu Mao suddenly died again. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shuai were closely watching him. As long as he dared to sneak attack, the two of them would immediately find his position, bypass the support's protection, and directly kill him by jumping over the tower. This is fate, don't try to resist. Do you think you can escape? After Tianheng's Demon King killed Yu Mao by jumping over the tower, they split up and quickly retreated. Tianheng's Qingxing's HP was full again. Yu Mao, F***CK. At that moment, he really wanted to smash his keyboard. This feeling was too unbearable. He could cripple the opponent, but he couldn't kill them. The opponent would always heal him back. And he couldn't even finish the 5 bullets he had saved before every team battle. He would only be able to shoot 1 or 2 bullets before he was dead. What was the support doing? Why was his revival skill always half a beat slower? Was the jungler sleepwalking? Why couldn't he kill the opponent's DPS? Yu Mao's mood became more and more irritated. And once a pro player got carried away in a match, it was easier to make mistakes. In this team battle in the middle lane, Tianheng directly traded 0 for 2 and pushed the outer tower. Then, they started to invade the jungle like crazy. Mumu analyzed seriously, Yao Guang's frontline collapsed. They couldn't do well in a few teams. The poke style is very good at attrition battles. Before a team battle, they cripple the opponent and force them to retreat to establish an advantage. But Tianheng's reaction was too fast. Yu Mao didn't even have time to finish his 5 bullets before he was killed by the combined forces of the junglers. Brother Dong said, yes, although the Seraph support can give his teammates a shield, reduce damage, and give his teammates a second life, this support doesn't have the ability to counterattack. In a situation where their economy is poor, they can't protect him at all. Even if you revive, you will still be killed. In the livestream, the fans didn't get angry and started to mock. Yu Mao was killed 4 times. Yu Mao died again, and again. Yu Mao was either dying or on the way to death. The team battle would directly vaporize you. What was the use of having more economy? In the past, Yu Mao always had a handsome smile on his face when he played in a match. But today, his expression was tense, and his expression was getting worse. In the later stages, Tianheng's economy had surpassed Yao Guang's by a whole 5,000 yuan. In the crucial team battle, Yao Guang continued to whittle them down from afar. The top laner suddenly froze Old Qin and Xujiang, who were in front of Tianheng. The destroyer sorcerer's 6 balls of black fog wanted to kill Qingxing instantly, but Qingxing used Soul Flash and dodged the big move. The sharpshooter's 2 consecutive shots directly crippled Xujiang and Old Qin. The jungler immediately took Xujiang's head. Xujiang was instantly killed in the team battle in order to help his teammates block the damage. This way, Tianheng couldn't heal. Yu Mao was overjoyed and immediately said, fight, fight, fight. The annoying healer is finally dead. Yao Guang's jungler immediately turned around to attack Qingxing. Qingxing used his big move to fight the jungler. Vampire Princess, the archer's damage output was very strong. Qingxing's equipment was luxurious, and the jungler couldn't kill him in a short time. The top laner also chased after Qingxing. Qingxing ran and attacked at the same time, quickly luring the two of them away. The audience could clearly see that Yao Guang's team had split into 2, they were separated, the top laner and jungler were chasing after the low-health Qingxing, while the mid laner, archer, and support were on the other side of the dragon pit. This was the best time to cut in. Qi Shuai and Yi Xiaoyang immediately attacked. The opposing mid laner, destroyer sorcerer, had just used his big move and wouldn't be able to deal any damage in the next 10 seconds. There was nothing to fear, kill the archer first. The two of them tacitly attacked the archer at the same time. A black figure suddenly appeared and stabbed Yu Mao in the chest with his long sword. Blood splattered everywhere. The luxuriously equipped ninja's explosive power was amazing. In an instant, the fragile archer's HP was reduced by more than half. Seraph hurriedly cast a shield on Yumao. Yumao used his big move to retreat, widened the distance between them, and sniped Qi Shua's jungler with his backhand. But then, Yi Xiaoyang flashed over from the side and used a beautiful combo to reduce Yumao's HP to a sliver. Qi Shua finished him off with a basic attack. Do you think you can escape? The annoying kill sound effect rang in his ears again. Fortunately, Seraph's big move resurrection gave him a second life. Yumao, who had been killed, stood up after resurrecting. His HP had recovered to half. He immediately aimed at Qi Shua, who had only a sliver of HP left, and wanted to take his opponent's head with one shot. However, Qi Shua cleverly activated his ninjutsu and used his clone to dodge the critical shot. Then, he used Earthmeld, Afterimage, and Fatal Slash. The glaring sharp sword slashed at the fragile archer again. Yumao, who had just resurrected, was crippled again. Yi Xiaoyang easily used his Dark Former skill. A black talisman fell from the sky and finished off Yumao's head. This is fate. Don't try to resist. The sharpshooter, who had been resurrected for less than a second, fell to the ground again. Yumao, this was simply an open and aboveboard humiliation. Resurrect. Resurrect and I'll just kill you again. Don't resist. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang ignored the others. They stood at the side and waited for him to resurrect. The moment he resurrected, they took his head off with a single swipe. After killing him, the two of them turned around and chased after Yao Guang's mid laner. Yi Xiaoyang switched forms and cooperated with Qi Shua to finish off Yao Guang's mid laner. Then, they turned around and chased after the jungler. Qingxing used his ultimate skill and attacked from the side, crippling the opposing team. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang turned around and started a massacre. The opposing jungler and top laner were all dead. Only one support was left, and he was surrounded and beaten to the ground by Tianheng. Yao Guang's team battle had completely collapsed. ACE, team wipe, the stadium erupted in deafening applause. Mumu said excitedly, Tianheng played beautifully this team battle. The support sacrificed himself to block a critical shot for the archer. The top laner kept protecting the archer. The mid laner and jungler worked together to cut into the opposing team's backline and killed Yao Guang's two tanks. Yes, Yao Guang's team battle was disjointed. They were obviously anxious. Yao Guang Yumao's positioning this time was very problematic. He shouldn't have been standing so far away. After Qingxing blinked away, he couldn't reach the opposing archer. If he could kill the archer immediately, they could have won this battle. What a pity. Maybe he was killed too many times? That's why he was more cautious during the team battle. His positioning was a little disjointed, Mumu said with a smile. Yumao's team did get killed a little miserably this time. There's a lane of minions in the middle lane. Yao Guang's team was wiped out. Maybe he didn't have enough time to defend his base after reviving? Congratulations to Tianheng for winning the first match. The first match ended. Yao Guang Yumao's record, 062. He was killed 6 times. Even Qingxing, who was labeled as the noob archer, didn't have such a tragic record. He was killed so many times that he collapsed. In the last wave, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang even stood beside his corpse, waiting for him to revive. What was the difference between reviving and killing him again and whipping his corpse? Yumao looked at his record after the match. His face turned green and white. His mind was buzzing. Even now, he was still replaying the mocking voice of Ninja and Destiny Goddess. Do you think you can escape? This is fate, don't try to resist. Yumao. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After the first match, there was a 10-minute break. Both coaches immediately went to the soundproof room. On the Tianheng side, Coach Lin was full of smiles. He was obviously very satisfied with the performance of the players. On the other hand, Yao Guang, from the coach to the players, were all tense, especially Yumao. His expression was as if he had eaten something bad and wanted to take a piss but couldn't. He was very sullen. In the audience area backstage, Xia Weiyu looked at the live broadcast screen and said, Yumao's mentality must have been destroyed by Yang Yang, right? Suzhua laughed and said, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang not only killed Yumao 6 times in a row, but they also taunted him. Do you think you can escape? This is fate. Don't try to resist. Xiaoyu, professional players would use a voice chat at the beginning of a match. Yumao had heard this as fate 6 times in a row in this match. He probably had a psychological shadow over, goddess of fate. Xiaoyu looked at the coach in the soundproof room. After he left the team, Yao Guang's coach had changed. Their style was completely different from last season. Last season, Yao Guang played steadily and focused on cooperation. They relied on the details to win. This season, Yao Guang played fiercely. They often took the initiative to team up with others. Their style was aggressive and hot-blooded. In the eyes of the fans, the visual effect was very good. However, in reality, it was easy to collapse when faced with a stronger team. This was the key to Yao Guang's elimination in Group S with 4 losses and 1 win. Suzhou looked at Xiaoyu's complicated expression. He patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Don't think too much. Since you left Yao Guang's future has nothing to do with you." Xiaoyu nodded. "Don't worry, Captain Su. I'll do my best in the match against Yao Guang tomorrow." In the soundproof room, Yao Guang's coach quickly calmed the players down and said, "It's okay to lose the first match. We'll let them chase after 2. Yumao has an agile archer. Aren't they focused on the bottom lane? Let them catch him." In a soundproof room in Tianjing, Qi Shua looked at Yi Xiaoyang with a gentle gaze. "Are you in charge of this round?" Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Yeah, I used Yao Guang to practice." Coach Lin had long known that Yi Xiaoyang had the ability to command. Qi Shua had suggested that Yi Xiaoyang be the commander for the second game of Yao Guang, and Coach Lin had agreed after some consideration. After all, the teams in Group S were very difficult to deal with, and they were very familiar with Qi Shua. Perhaps, with Xiaoyang's command, they could catch Group S off guard. It would be riskier if he were to command Team S directly. Today, he could use Yao Guang to practice. The second round of BP began very quickly. Tianjing was the blue team in this round, so they had priority. Coach Lin continued to ban support, but Yao Guang changed his mind and banned 2 mid-laners in a row. Since the elimination round was an overall BP mode, Yi Xiaoyang had already used Goddess of Destiny in the first round. He could not use it again in the second round, so there was no need to ban him. Yao Guang's coach sent his Lord of the Abyss and Illusionist to the ban position. When Yamu saw this, she could not help but say, "Does this mean that they want to ban all the mid-laners with strong burst damage?" Goddess of Destiny, Lord of the Abyss, and Illusionist all had one thing in common: their support speed was very fast, and their burst damage could kill people instantly. They were a huge threat to the backline archers. When Yi Xiaoyang saw this, he could not help but raise the corners of his lips. Qing Xing said from the side, "Brother Yang's hero pool is so deep. Can they ban all of them?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "Give them 2 more bans. Take the top and bottom laners first." Tianjing's team was the top archer, Machine Gun Hunter. Yao Guang immediately removed Machine Gun Hunter's best partner, Mechanic Expert, as support and took Wind Spirit as the archer position. This was the most agile archer and was not easy to catch. Tianjing's second and third floor took down Spacetime Traveler, Support and Berserker, top laner. Yao Mu said, "Tianjing still did not pick the top laner. Is this because they are confident enough in the mid laner's hero pool?" Brother Dong said, "If this is the case, Yao Guang can continue to ban the mid laner in the second stage." Yao Guang took down the mid laner, Frost Goddess, on the third floor. It could control the field and clear troops. It had comprehensive abilities. In the second stage, Tianjing took down 2 top laners, Vampire Duke, and Sword and Blade Will. Yao Guang continued to target the mid laners and consecutively took down World Destroyer and Saint Necromancer. Yao Mu said, "Liang's mid laner has been taken down by 4 players. This is really VIP treatment." Brother Dong sighed. Yao Guang's thinking is actually not wrong. Because the mid laner is constantly roaming, it is too big of a threat to the side lane. Abyss Lord, Illusionist, and World Destroyer are all heroes that can burst and kill the archer. In a team battle, the archer will be killed immediately if he can't deal any damage. It's very easy to collapse in the front. Yamu nodded in agreement. Yes, if the mid laner with burst and strong control can ban the light, the archer can bring flash, the survival environment will be much better. Brother Dong said, but this way, Tianhing's jungler will be released again. Tianhing can also choose the jungler to go to the back lane and burst the archer position. In the end, Tianhing's fourth floor directly chose Pugilist as the jungler. Wind Spirit, archer is agile to begin with. Why didn't you choose a jungler with strong burst to kill him? Why did you choose a jungler? Are you not planning to kill our archer? Yao Guang's coach was stunned for a moment. He frowned and said, take the king of fighters, Paladin. Tianhing's last remaining player was the mid laner. The audience stared curiously at the big screen. They wanted to see what kind of hero Tianhing Liang would bring out after the opponent had taken down 4 mid laners in a row. Then, a hero that surprised everyone appeared in the selection box, Big Earth Mage, Bruno. Yao Mu said in surprise, they chose Earth Mage. Are they going to play positional warfare? Brother Dong carefully analyzed the lineups of both sides. On Yao Guang's side, the top laner, Paladin, is very tanky and can help his teammates take damage. The middle laner, Frost Goddess, has crowd control and AoE damage, and is good at both offense and defense. The jungler, King of Fighters, is a hero with strong burst. The archer, Wind Spirit, is very agile, and the support, Mechanic Expert, can use mechanical soldiers to lock people and protect the archer. On Tianhing's side, the archer, Machine Gun Hunter, can clear troops quickly, and the support, Time Traveler, has the skill Time Backtrack, which can heal the entire team and increase their HP. The top laner, Berserker, is fast at bringing the lane, but is more fragile. The jungler, Pugilist, is also a hero that can move quickly and bring the lane quickly. The mid laner, Earth Mage, has strong terrain control ability, can block the opponent's pursuit, and can also circle people with big moves. At this point in the analysis, the audience finally understood what was going on. Tianhing's strategy is relatively new. Yao Mu said excitedly. Earth Mage is the mid laner and Time Traveler is the support. I'm looking forward to what kind of surprise this combination of heroes will bring to everyone. Both sides have completed the BP. Let's enter the second round of Tianhing versus Yao Guang. The match began. Yao Guang was still playing very fiercely in this round. They took advantage of Qi Shua's jungler's low early damage, and the three of them teamed up to counter the jungler. Yi Xiaoyang immediately went to provide support. A huge rock was placed at a narrow intersection in the jungle, blocking the path of Yao Guang's team. Earth Mage's SQ skill could summon a rock to be placed on the ground and become an obstacle that the enemy could not cross unless they directly used a displacement skill or flash. Otherwise, the rock would be blocked for 3 seconds. Yao Mu laughed. Earth Mage is also known as the dissuasion style. The opponent wants to chase? Place a rock to stop you. This skill's voice is more taunting. The caster played the voice of Earth Mage when he placed the rock. Come over? Yao Guang's 3 junglers were speechless. They couldn't come over, with 2 rocks blocking their path, they had no choice but to retreat. Qi Shua took the opportunity to quickly kill the blue buff. The fans in the livestream were a little confused. Did Captain Qi's tool not allow blue? Yang left without asking for blue. Earth Mage did not need blue, Qi Shua cleared out the resources in the upper half of the jungle. Then, everyone saw Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang come to the middle lane together. The 2 of them cleared the junglers together and snatched the river crabs together. Yao Guang's jungler was just about to snatch the crabs when Yi Xiaoyang placed 2 rocks in front of him. The voice changed again. You can't come over, right? The opposing jungler was speechless. Qi Shua successfully took the river crabs. Yao Mu held back her laughter and said, ahem, the Earth Mage's ability to control the terrain is really good. Liaoyang's rock placement is very clever. However, Pugilist doesn't seem to be a tool in this game. He didn't give up the resources in the early game to the mid laner. Instead, he took advantage of the mid lane's junglers. Brother Dong said, Pugilist's early game damage is low, but after making a 3-piece set, his damage is still very impressive. Moreover, his E skill has 3 segments of displacement. His support speed and lane speed are very fast. Yi Xiaoyang continued to fight the Frost Goddess in the mid lane. Both of them chose more functional mages. Neither of them could kill the other, so they developed peacefully. In the bottom lane, Yu Mao's Wind Spirit was very flexible. Xing's skill had a hard time hitting him. Both of them were clearing their junglers to develop. When they were fighting for the river crabs, Yumao had the advantage. He used an enhanced normal attack to finish off the crab that Xing destroyed. Both junglers quickly reached level 6. Qixua came to the bottom lane, and Yao Guang's jungler also came to the bottom lane. The first wave was a 3v3. Due to Xujiang's time traveler, which could increase the team's HP, Yao Guang's jungler wanted to kill Xing. However, he was healed by Xujiang. Qixua wanted to kill Yumao, but Yumao blinked and ran away. Neither of them killed the other. Both of them went home to recover. After a while, the first dragon spawned. Yao Guang's captain pressed the button to gather at the dragon's position. Everyone quickly rushed to the dragon pit. However, no one from Tianheng came. Yao Guang's captain Ziyi was stunned. Are they lying in ambush, or did they release the dragon? Support Ling Tong said, I'll go check it out. He used his mechanical soldiers to check the nearby bushes. And eliminated one of Xujiang's eyes. However, he still could not find where the people from Tianheng were. At this moment, Yao Guang's top laner, Jones, suddenly said, they're in the top lane. The minions of both sides converged on the top lane. Old Qin, Qixua, and Yi Xiaoyang appeared at the same time and quickly cleared the minions to push the tower. The top lane's tower had lost half of its HP. At the bottom lane, Xing and Xujiang also appeared and quickly cleared the minions. Yao Guang Ziyi said decisively, attack the dragon. Push the bottom lane. Tianheng released the first dragon and went to push the tower on the top lane instead. Yao Guang quickly killed the dragon. However, by the time they finished killing the dragon and came to the bottom lane, Xing and Xujiang had already cleared the minions and retreated. They wanted to push the tower, but there were no minions. They could only return to the top lane to deal with the minions. Yao Guang's top laner quickly rushed to the top lane from the jungle. However, when he passed by the bushes, someone suddenly rushed out with a broadsword and slashed at his head. Then, 2 rocks fell from the sky and blocked his path. Tianheng's 3 players were waiting for him in the jungle. Yao Guang's top laner was a tanky paladin. However, he could not withstand the damage from the 3 players and was reduced to a sliver of HP in the blink of an eye. Top laner Jones immediately used flash and ran back to his base with low HP. Don't chase him. Yi Xiaoyang said, push the tower. He went to the middle lane to deal with the minions while Qixua and Qinizhu went to the top lane to clear the next wave of minions. The 2 of them quickly pushed the tower with the minions. Our tower has been destroyed. The moment this message popped up, Yao Guang Ziyi suddenly had a bad feeling. Tianheng had released the little dragon in order to push the tower as quickly as possible. First, they used the first wave of minions to reduce the tower's HP by half. Then, they would wait for the top laner in the jungle and send him back to his base. Then, they would use the next wave of minions to take down the half HP tower. Qixua's support of the bottom lane was just a smokescreen. Their goal in this game was not to target the bottom lane but to create a diversion and take down the tower by surprise. The tower was falling too quickly. The 2 melee heroes, Berserker and Pugilist, could stack their attack speed. The more they fought, the faster they became. In the early stages, when the archer did not have any attack speed equipment, these 2 melee heroes were much more efficient than the archer in pushing the tower. In a situation where there was no one defending, the tower would definitely fall with 2 waves of minions. Ziye's expression changed. He immediately said, mid laner, support the top lane and defend the inner tower. The outer tower had already fallen. If the inner tower fell as well, the top lane would be threatened and the top half of the jungle might fall as well. The mid laner, Tsong, heard this and immediately went to support the top lane. However, the Berserker was very fast. After Old Qin led the first wave of minions, he turned back to help the mid laner and led the middle lane's minions over as well. Qixua and Yi Xiaoyang came to the bottom lane together. Without their mid laner, the bottom lane became a 4v3 situation. Ling Tong immediately shouted, retreat, retreat, retreat. There are 4 of them. Yumao had been killed 6 times in a row in the previous game. He did not dare to be careless in this game and immediately retreated after clearing the minions. In the end, Xujiang used time reversal to heal his teammates. Then, he rushed to the bottom of the tower and used interference. Interference could make the tower lose its ability to attack for a period of time. Without any minions, Xianxia used interference to forcefully demolish the tower. The four of them worked together to demolish the bottom lane's outer tower. Our tower has been destroyed. The system sound effect sounded again. Yao Guang and the other four could no longer calm down. At this time, the game had only gone on for 12 minutes. The top lane's outer tower had been destroyed, and so had the bottom lane's outer tower. Their kill ratio was 0-0. However, they felt like they were being led by the nose by Tianheng. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. After the two outer towers were destroyed, Yi Xiaoyang said, "Hold together and push the middle lane." Yao Guang and the other four were forced to defend. However, due to the disadvantage of the top and bottom lane's minions, one of them had to deal with the minions. As a result, Tianheng's middle lane was outnumbered. Xianxia used time reversal to increase the team's HP. The Berserker and Pugilist directly faced the tower and forcefully demolished it. Your Frost Goddess's ultimate was useless. Time reversal's healing mechanism was time reversal. It restored the team's HP to 2.5 seconds ago. Therefore, as long as you could not instantly wipe out Tianheng's front row, their HP could be restored. Our tower has been destroyed. The game went on for 14 minutes. The middle lane's outer tower had also been destroyed. Tianheng began to operate on all three lanes at the same time. At this time, the kill ratio of both sides was still 0-0. However, Yao Guang's 5 players felt even worse than if they had been killed. Their minions were controlled and operated. This was like having a body full of strength but no place to use it. Yu Mao had developed quite well in this game. He did not die once and even managed to snatch 2 river crabs. However, his economy was lower than Qingxing's because of the team's economy in the defense tower. Every time they destroyed a defense tower, the team's economy would increase. Yao Guang had destroyed 3 towers. Tianheng's economy had unknowingly led them by more than 1,000. The inner tower could not be destroyed again. Yi Xiaoyang calmly said, "Old Qin will go up, Captain Qi will go down, and the remaining 3 will push the middle lane. Push it in 1-3-1 minutes." The 1-3-1 split push was a very classic way of operating a line. For the top and bottom lanes, 2 heroes with high displacement, quick clearing, and strong escape abilities would be placed to lead the minions. The remaining 3 people would push the middle lane. The other side would be restrained by their own side and would have no choice but to deal with the minions on the sides. Qin Yizhu's chosen hero was Berserker. When he activated Berserk, his attack speed was as fast as lightning. He could slash 3 times in 1 second. His speed of clearing minions and pushing the tower was extremely fast. He could clear a wave of minions in a few seconds. However, the opponent's top lane paladin was very clumsy. It took twice as long to clear a wave of minions. Qi Shua's Pugilist was the same. He cleared minions quickly and had high displacement. The classic strategy of pushing 1-3-1 gave Yao Guang a headache. In the blink of an eye, the minions on the top lane were brought to the second tower. The bottom lane was also brought to the second tower. The 3 people in the middle lane were still pushing forward. Did you care or not? If you did not care, the minions would grind the tower to a low HP. Yao Guang's captain gritted his teeth and said, "Middle lane, support, activate your acceleration and kill them instantly." It was a 5 versus 3 battle. Yao Guang's support made a team acceleration support. After activating his acceleration, the 5 people chased after them like a gust of wind. The paladin directly jumped onto their faces. The jungler also stared at Qingxing, wanting to kill him instantly. However, Xianxia's time traveler activated his W skill, time reversal. The 3 of them activated their acceleration and quickly retreated. Their HP was instantly full. At the same time, Yi Xiaoyang used his Q skill. 3 rocks fell from the sky and directly blocked Yao Guang's team. "You can't make it, right? You can't catch me, right?" The rocks only existed for 3 seconds, but they successfully blocked Yao Guang's pursuit. Yu Mao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. F***ck. He really wanted to chase after Liang and kill him. However, support Ling Tong immediately gave the signal to retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The enemy solo and jungler are coming over. Old Qin and Xianxia led the way from the top and bottom lanes and quickly surrounded the middle lane. Yao Guang's team had no choice but to retreat. The towers on the two flanks had lost a lot of HP from this wave of minions. If Tianheng continued to play with the minions, they could use the advantage of the minions on the three flanks to quickly push them to the high ground and let them attack the prison bureau. If this dragged on, it would be a slow death. They had to find an opportunity in the team battle to break through. Yao Guang's team quickly cleared this wave of minions. The support went to the dragon to gain vision. However, Tianheng did not plan to use the dragon. Yi Xiaoyang looked at the HP of the defense towers on the top and bottom lanes and smiled. Let's lead another wave. Tianheng continued to lead the line crazily. Qingxing also took the opportunity to take half of the defense tower's HP. Yao Guang's team felt like they had been played for a fool. They felt terrible. Ziyi looked at the berserker leading the top lane and said, "Go kill the top laner." Yi Xiaoyang reminded him, "Old Qin, retreat. We'll come and support you." Yao Guang's support, jungler, and archer flew to the top lane. The jungler used a combination of punches to smash Old Qin's berserker to the wall. The archer, Yu Mao, immediately followed up and attacked. Just as the fragile berserker was about to be killed, a few rocks fell from the sky again. Yi Xiaoyang's earth mage quickly provided support. He placed a row of rocks in front of Yao Guang's team. Qin Yizhu immediately ran away with low HP. Yao Guang's jungler was sandwiched between two rocks. He could neither advance nor retreat. Qingxing fired wildly from afar. The machine gun hunter's skills all hit the opposing jungler. The opposing team had no choice but to retreat pathetically. This time, not only did they fail to catch the enemy, they were also crippled. Their defense tower was destroyed. Tianheng took advantage of the opportunity to push the top lane tower. At the same time, Qi Shua and Xujiang led the bottom lane and brought the minions straight to the high ground. The kill count was still at 0-0. Tianheng did not lose a single defense tower. Yao Guang's top and bottom lanes were destroyed. The middle lane tower only had 1 HP left and was destroyed by Qingxing Bureau of Prisons. The match went on for 17 minutes. Yao Guang only had 3 high grounds left. Yao Mu saw this and could not help but smile. Clash of Gods is essentially a tower pushing game. The kill count is not important. Triple kills and penta kills look pretty, but the essence of this game is the handling and operation of the minions. Brother Dong praised, "That's right. This is not a fighting game. The kill count and kill count are not important. For example, in this round, the kill count is still at 0-0, but Tianheng has already pushed to the opposite high ground. Tianheng's actions, it was no different from a public face-slapping. Just yesterday, a strange archer ranking appeared on Weibo's trending topic list. Yao Guang Yu Mao was ranked second because he had a higher kill count per game. Tianheng Fanqing was ranked last because he had too few kills. The number of people actually didn't mean anything. As Yao Mu said, it looks pretty. The strength of a team was never determined by the kill count. In the first round, Tianheng killed Yu Mao 6 times. It was like a bucket of cold water that extinguished his arrogance. In the second round, Yi Xiaoyang was too lazy to kill. He used his excellent operation skills to drag Yao Guang to death. The kill count of 0-0 was the most direct mockery. Bureau of Prisons was very difficult to play. The 5 of them were forced to defend the high ground and could not get out. This meant that the entire map was black in their eyes. There was no vision outside. No matter where they went, they could be ambushed. Unless they forcefully dragged it out until everyone had 6 godly equipment, they could turn the tables and wipe out the opposing team. In Yao Guang's match, Frost Goddess's ultimate skill could clear out a wave of troops. Wind Spirit's speed of clearing troops was also quite good. Ziyi looked at the game time and gritted his teeth. Drag it out. When our economy reaches 10,000, we'll wipe them out in one wave. In theory, this was possible. However, Tianheng was too stable this round. They were so stable that there were no openings. They did not give them a chance to grab a solo or counterattack. After establishing enough advantages, the 5 of them began to lead troops, clear jungles, plunder resources, and take dragons. They fought steadily and steadily. the snowball was getting bigger and bigger. Before Yao Guang's economy reached 10,000, Tianheng's economy reached 10,000 first. Yi Xiaoyang, Qing Xing, and Qi Shua all had 6 godly equipment. Old Qin bought 2 defensive equipment to resist damage. Xujiang's support equipment was also upgraded to the max level. Yi Xiaoyang said, "Take the dragon." After Tianheng pushed the minions to the high ground, they turned around to take the dragon. Yao Guang quickly cleared the troops. The 5 of them huddled together to take the dragon. This might be their only chance. If they could wipe out Tianheng in this wave, they would be able to lead the troops out and push back. Ziyi said, "Force it open and kill their backline." Paladin directly jumped into the dragon pit. Jungler King of Fighters used a combination of punches to stun Qingxing. Yumao crazily attacked from the periphery and quickly destroyed Tianheng's frontline. Yi Xiaoyang said, "Retreat, counterattack." Tianheng's lineup was indeed quite fragile. After Yao Guang's wave of skills, Tianheng's players were all left with half their health. In the end, Xujiang used his W skill, Time Reversal. While his teammates sped up, their health was increased by another 20%. Tianheng's 5 players used Xujiang's speed to quickly pull away. Yi Xiaoyang turned around and used a big move. Suddenly, 4 rock walls appeared on the ground and formed a closed rectangular encirclement, trapping Yao Guang's 5 players inside. The Earth Mage's cold voice sounded, "Stay where you should be, don't even think about it." Yao Guang's players, the audience, this sentence was really meaningful. Where should Yao Guang be? Group A, Yao Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Liaoyang's crowd control directly controlled all 5 of Yao Guang's players. Brother Dong praised, "The Earth Mage's terrain control is actually very difficult to use. The big move needs to be quickly dragged with the mouse to form a rectangular encirclement of rocks. Under normal circumstances, it's already very good to be able to control 3. Yao Mu said, but in this wave, with the help of Time and Space Traveler's acceleration, Liaoyang pulled away. When the other party was chasing after him, he used a big move and surrounded all 5 of Yao Guang's people. The livestream was flooded with 666 comments. Yao Guang, stay where you should be. The Earth Mage's crowd control was also known as a pig pen. There were walls on all sides. You couldn't pass through them, right? Ha ha ha. Yao Guang's 5 players were surrounded. How miserable. As a functional mage, the Earth Mage's damage output was definitely not as good as Spire and Cannon. However, Yi Xiaoyang now had 6 godly equipment. His big move was followed by W and E skills. Not only did he use the pig pen to surround the opponents, but there were also countless rocks falling from the sky and smashing down on them. Yao Guang's 5 players were instantly smashed to critical health. The terrain control only lasted for 2.5 seconds. This little bit of time was enough for Tianheng's teammates. Qingxing immediately used his big move. Bullets rained down like rain and killed Yao Guang's 2 frontline players in the blink of an eye. Qi Shua's pugilist and Old Qin's berserker worked together to cut in from the flanks. One went to the mid laner and the other went to kill the archer. Yi Xiaoyang stood in the distance and used his Q skill to control the field. Yao Guang's 5 players were trapped in the middle. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. In the blink of an eye, all of his teammates were dead. Yumao's face darkened as he flashed away. In the end, Yi Xiaoyang accurately placed a falling rock on his path of retreat. Wind Spirit crashed into Yi Xiaoyang's rock and died. Tianheng Liaoyang, Earth Mage, killed Yumao, Wind Spirit, the audience, Yumao, this was really a little ugly. Ha 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 ha, flashing and crashing into a wall, how silly. Laughing JD, this was a positioning error, right? I only saw Yumao suddenly flash, then crash into Yangyang's rock and die. If you can't beat him, you'll just crash into a wall and die. Good job, brothers and sisters, quickly take a screenshot and make an emoji. Thus, the screenshot of Yumao crashing into a rock and dying was made into an emoji with various captions. I don't want to live anymore. Dying to prove my sincerity. This game is so difficult, I'll just kill myself. Flashing and crashing into a wall, do you understand the league's #1 archer? Yumao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It wasn't that he had flashed and crashed into a rock, but that Yi Xiaoyang had predicted the direction he would flash in and placed a rock where he would land. The Earth Mage's rock not only blocked the path, but also dealt magic damage. At this time, Yi Xiaoyang was fully equipped with 6 godly items. The damage of his Q skill was enough to kill an archer with low HP. However, would anyone listen to such an explanation? Looking at the gray screen, Yu Mao's hands trembled slightly. His chest was choked with anger, and he wanted to smash the keyboard. Not long after he died, a red caption popped up on the screen. ACE, Yao Guang's team was wiped out. The 5 of them were lying on the crystal and could only watch as Tianheng led the troops to destroy the crystal. The headcount for this match was 50/50ths. In the early stages, Tianheng had been operating and didn't kill a single one of them. However, they destroyed all of their outer towers and dragged them into the prison. In the last wave of troops, they were cleanly controlled and instantly wiped out as if they were chopping vegetables. What did it mean to be overpowered? They had been led by the nose by Tianheng from beginning to end. It was as if a mature and steady adult was telling a mischievous child, "Do you see? This is how the game should be played." What were the headcount for? A truly strong team's most powerful point was in their operation. It wasn't as if you could win the game by continuously fighting, and killing people. The so-called number of kills was just a bunch of numbers that looked good on the surface. Yamu had a smile on her face. Congratulations to Tianheng's 20 for winning the knockout round. In today's match, those who understood Tianheng's meaning. I can kill people and win against you. I can still win against you even if I don't kill people. Stay where you should be and don't be wishful thinking. The Earth Mage's final big move directly sealed the 5 of them. Yi Xiaoyang seemed to be using this method to tell them simply and crudely, obediently return to Group A and stay there. You want to enter Group S? You're not worthy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Backstage, in the audience, Su Zhuo felt that the second round's operation style was a little different from Qi Shua's. He muttered, with Qi Shua's temper, he shouldn't have kept the kill ratio at 0 in the early stages, right? Xia Weiyu said, Tianheng camped a few times, but they didn't chase after their opponents. Actually, Captain Qi's, pugilist, has a lot of movement skills. If he chased after them, he could have killed them. In the end, Tianheng didn't chase after their opponents and only focused on pushing towers. It was as if they were mocking Yao Guang's team with their kill ratio. We can still win without killing anyone. In the commentator's booth, Brother Dong smiled and said, let's listen to the replay of the match. After every match, the director would take a screenshot of the winning team's voice and replay it. At this time, the screaming fans had quietened down. Tianheng's team members' voices were amplified by the microphone and echoed clearly in the stadium. The replay was the recording of the last group battle. Yi Xiaoyang's clear voice could be heard in the live chat channel. Retreat for 1 wave, counterattack. Xu Jiang said, I'll accelerate, run quickly. Following that, Qingxing's excited voice could be heard. My brother Yang is awesome. Keep the other 5 under control. Qi Shua said calmly, I'll kill the archer. Old Qin said, the mid laner is mine. Then, Qingxing moved around crazily to attack while shouting quickly, my brother Yang is awesome. Master is awesome. Old Qin is awesome. Brother Chu, I killed 2. The audience, little Xingxing, you're disturbing our ears. Yi Xiaoyang's laughing voice could be heard. Nice. Against Do Annihilation, it's 1 wave. Xu Jiang lowered his voice and imitated the Earth Mage's voice. Stay where you should be, don't be delusional. Qingxing said excitedly, Brother Chu, can you stop making Little Xingxing's 100 Ways to Die collection and make Little Xingxing's Cool Kills collection instead? Xu Jiang smiled and said, I'll consider it if you buy me a box of drumsticks. The audience? What was Little Xingxing's 100 Ways to Die collection? They seemed to have heard something interesting. The live chat channel ended there. Su Zhuo said confidently, Qi Shua's commanding this match. Xia Weiyu looked back at him. How can you be sure? Su Zhuo chuckled. When Qi Shua is commanding, Tian Huan's voice channel is very quiet. His commanding style is usually, assist in the formation of the team, quickly retreat, and capture the archers. It's simple and cold. Most of the time, he doesn't say anything. Even Qingxing wouldn't dare to chirp in front of Master. Xia Weiyu thought about it carefully. Su Zhuo's words made sense. When Qi Shua was commanding, the Tianhing's live chat channel didn't have much noise. At most, Xu Jiang would report the situation in the hunting grounds. Qing Xing was as quiet as a chicken. But today, the Tianhing's live chat channel was very lively. Moreover, this time, Yi Xiaoyang was the one who told them to retreat. It had to be known that whether to attack or not depended on the judgment of the field commander. Xie Weiyu was shocked. Could it be that Yang Yang is commanding? Su Zhuo thought about it. That's possible. He said to retreat and counterattack. That's the key. Su Zhuo paused and turned around to look at Xie Weiyu. Do you remember when Zhao Sinan sent the video of Xiao Bai's King's rank advancement competition to the group? The streamer Xiao Bai once commanded the operation of the minions and turned defeat into victory? Xie Weiyu remembered that match and nodded. Yes. Looking at it this way, Yang Yang actually has the ability to command. In this match against Yao Guang, he's most likely the one commanding. At the same time, in the Northern Shepherd team, Zhao Xinping said calmly, this match should be commanded by Yi Xiaoyang. When Qi Shua is commanding, Tianhing's live chat channel is never so lively. It's usually very quiet. Zhao Sinan wanted to bang his head against the wall every time he watched Tianhing's matches. He always felt that he had delivered a luxurious treasure chest to Tianhing. He couldn't help but complain. Little Bai can indeed command. Didn't we pay attention to him at the beginning because he has a strong view of the overall situation? Didn't he defeat a Yuga by relying on operations? Xiao En asked seriously, playing Yaoguang 20, it seems that Tianhing will definitely enter Group S. I wonder who their first opponent in Group S will be. Do we need to prepare in advance? The Northern Shepherd coach touched his chin and said, let's study it in advance. We're very familiar with the other opponents in Group S, but we haven't played against Tianhing yet. He paused and said, Tianhing is likely to be the biggest variable in Group S. We have to be careful. The MVP of this match was still given to Yi Xiaoyang. During the post-match interview, the reporter's voice was excited. Welcome to Tianhing Liang again. After listening to the post-match voice chat, Tianhing's live chat channel is really lively. Little Xing also mentioned a collection of 100 ways to die. Many viewers expressed curiosity about this. Can you tell us what it is? Yi Xiaoyang said, it's a video clip made by Xu out of boredom. It contains 100 ways to die from Little Xing in the broadcast room. A collection of 100 ways to die as a teammate? I didn't expect you to be such a Xujiang, ha ha ha, Xujiang is white and black. I knew he wasn't simple. Brother Chu, can you show us the collection? I also want to see 100 ways to die from Little Xing want to see +1. The reporter took the opportunity to ask, can you show this video to everyone? Yi Xiaoyang laughed and said, I'll have to ask for Xujiang and Little Xing's opinions on this. The reporter changed the topic and said, alright. Tianhing defeated Yaoguang 20-20 today. The tactics used in the two matches were completely different. Was this discussed in advance? Yi Xiaoyang said, of course the lineup was practiced in advance. We at Tianhing prepare carefully for every match. The reporter said, Tianhing's live chat channel style is a little different from usual. Many viewers are curious. Did you guys change the commander? Yi Xiaoyang said calmly, that's right. I was the commander for the second match. He paused and narrowed his eyes. Our captain Qi was a little tired of commanding, so he let me test the waters for the second match. Everyone, so you used Yaoguang to practice, right? Mocking the opponent with a score of 0-0 was indeed not Captain Qi's style. Reporter, thank you Liang for accepting the interview. Keep up the good work for tomorrow's match. Yi Xiaoyang politely bowed to the reporters in the interview booth and turned around to go backstage. Coach Lin walked over happily and said, everyone, let's go back to the hotel first. Yi Xiaoyang said he was the commander during the interview, but it was actually Coach Lin's idea. Team S still did not know Yi Xiaoyang's commanding style. His ability to command had been discovered early on when he was still a newbie. This match could not be hidden, so it was better to let the coaches of Team S guess for themselves. In the future, before the start of the match, the coaches of the major teams would probably have more headaches the more they guessed. Was Qi Shua or Yi Xiaoyang the commander of Tianhing? Was Tianhing going to have a jungler or operations? What hero would Yi Xiaoyang use? What would Xianxia use? What should we ban? In the past, every time they played a match, Lin Feng would have a headache because he did not know what hero to use to win. He was worried that Xianxia's jungler would be targeted. Now, the tables had turned, and the coaches of the other teams were the ones having headaches. As for Tianheng's mid laner and jungler, their hero pool was too deep, so they could just ban whatever they wanted. The next afternoon was Group A/B's elimination round, and Group S/A's elimination round was held in the evening. After the afternoon match, Group A and Group B's roster was confirmed, and Group B's entire team was eliminated. The first match at 7 p.m. was Yueying vs Yaoguang. Yi Xiaoyang and the others also came to watch the match in advance. Not long after the match started, Yu Mao made a mistake in his positioning in the bottom lane, and Xia Weiyu seized the opportunity to solo kill him. First blood, Xia Weiyu took down the first kill. Brother Dong could not help but say, Yu Mao's mistake just now was a bit serious for an archer to be solo killed in lane. Yao Mu said, Xia Yu played very calmly and immediately seized the opportunity to kill his opponent. After all, he has played for 2 years and has a lot of experience in major competitions. His mentality is also much more stable than a rookie. Brother Dong paused and said, there have been a lot of negative comments about Xiao Yu on the internet recently, but in fact, it's very common for professional players to transfer, so there's no need for everyone to read too much into it. After he came to Yueying's performance declined, not only because of him, but also because of the team's lack of coordination. Yao Mu nodded and said, that's right. After Yueying was dropped from Group S to Group A, they played 5 matches in Group A, and the team's coordination has improved. As they were talking, Yueying's jungler suddenly grabbed the bottom lane and used a combo to pin Yu Mao in place. Xia Weiyu followed up with a burst of damage and took Yu Mao's life again. With 2 lives in hand, Xia Weiyu's development speed was extremely fast. In the middle lane, Suzhua flashed and went around to cut in, instantly breaking Yaoguang's formation. Xia Weiyu quickly moved around the periphery and dealt damage, double kill. Triple kill. Yao Mu said excitedly, Xiao Yu got a triple kill in this wave. Brother Dong said, Xiao Yu's movement is indeed very nimble. Yaoguang couldn't deal with the archer's position and his own archer fell first. The team battle collapsed. Yao Mu said, the speed of the towers in the middle lane is even faster than yesterday. Yi Xiaoyang was sitting backstage. When he saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. Yaoguang made a lot of mistakes in today's match. Xianxia said calmly, his mentality has been broken by us. Qingxing rejoiced in their misfortune. We told them to use the entertainment industry's marketing methods. In the end, the higher they climb, the harder they fall. That Yu Mao was beaten 0-6 by us yesterday. I think his mentality was blown up and he didn't adjust well. In the S/A bracket tournament, there wasn't much time to rest between the 2 matches. One match on Saturday, and the second match on Sunday. If one's mentality couldn't adjust, it would be easy to collapse. Tianheng's taunting style in yesterday's 2 rounds was like a public slap to Yu Mao's face. Yu Mao got angrier the more he thought about it after he returned to the hotel last night. In his dreams, he heard Destiny's taunting voice saying, this is fate. Don't try to resist it. When he woke up in the morning, he was already in a bad mood. In today's match, he desperately wanted to prove that he was better than Yaoguang's old captain. However, the more anxious he was, the easier it was for him to make mistakes. On the other hand, Xia Weiyu was very calm from start to finish. After seizing the opportunity to kill him, it started to snowball. In the blink of an eye, his economy was 1,000 points higher than his, and his equipment was one big piece ahead. How was he supposed to fight? Yaoguang collapsed in the first 15 minutes of the first round. Xia Weiyu's record, 8-0. Yu Mao's record, 0-6. This stark contrast was too ironic. In the second round, although Yaoguang's coach tried his best to adjust the lineup, the team's morale had plummeted. The players' conditions were far from yesterday's. During the crucial group battle, Moon Shadow's top laner, Suzhua, flashed behind and cut down the squishies. It was as if he was cutting vegetables. He insta-killed all of Alcade's archers and mid laners in one go and quickly ended the match. Yao Mu, congratulations to Yueying's team, Team 20, for winning this match. Brother Dong, Yueying's team, Team 20, Yao Guang's team took the lead to advance to Group S. Next, it was up to Tianheng. Tianheng vs Team Wolf. The last round of the S/A bracket tournament was undoubtedly won by Team 20. At this point, the second stage of the bracket tournament was over. Tianheng and Yueying both advanced with 2 consecutive victories. The final list of Group S was shown on the big screen. Yao Mu, congratulations to Tianheng and Yueying for advancing to Group S. Currently, the teams in Group S are Team Baimu, Team Xianxia, Team Ice Soul, Team Fire Mark, and the newly advanced teams, Team Tianheng and Yueying. Brother Dong, in the third stage, all the teams' points will be reset. And this stage of the tournament will determine the ranking of the teams in the playoffs. Yao Mu, there will be a week of rest in the coming weeks. The players will need to adjust their conditions as soon as possible to face more intense competition in the future. Let's look forward to the performance of the 6 teams in Group S in the third stage. Backstage. Su Zhuo walked over and hugged Qi Shua. He smiled and said, "Good job." Qi Shua nodded. "Okay, see you in Group S," Yi Xiaoyang said to Xia Weiyu. "Xiaoyu, you were so cool today. You are an 8-0 shooter, and Yu Mao is an 0-6 shooter. Let's see how Yao Guang will market it." Xia Weiyu chuckled and said in a gentle voice, "I don't care about that anymore." Previously, he would feel sad because of the comments scolding him online. But today, he suddenly understood that Yao Guang's rookies wanted to use him as a stepping stone. This was just a marketing tactic. Either he would become the other party's stepping stone, or he would use the results of the tournament to prove his strength. Esports was a place where strength spoke louder than words. No matter how beautiful the words were, they were not as convincing as actual combat results. There was no need for those anti-fans to look down on them. Today's tournament was enough to prove he, Xiaoyu, was a first-rate shooter in the league. Yi Xiaoyang met his bright eyes and patted him on the shoulder. "It's good that you can let it go. Yao Guang's incident is already in the past. Don't think about it. Group S is full of strong teams. It won't be easy." Xia Weiyu said in a serious tone, "Okay, go back and prepare well. Tianheng and Yueying would meet again in Group S, but so what? Everyone could compete openly. After the tournament, they could even eat skewers together. Winning or losing was temporary, but friends were long-term." A message suddenly popped up in the God vs. Super God group. "I'm square, old Su Tianheng Shuayue, welcome to Group S. I'm round, clap, clap, Xiaochen, scattering flower petals. Zhou Zhou, Group S welcomes the devil. Everyone, get ready to fight the boss. Reporter Zhao, wash your necks and wait for me to kill you all, Xiaoen, break." JPG, Yi Xiaoyang looked at the messages in the group, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Group S, we are finally here. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the weekend competition, Xiao Rui sent Yi Xiaoyang a message, "Bro, can I come backstage to look for you?" Star City Esports Center was only 3 stops away from his house, and Xiao Rui had come to watch the competition today. Yi Xiaoyang received the message and immediately replied, "Okay, go to the secret door next to the big stage, and I'll open the door for you." A moment later, Xiao Rui came to the door, and Yi Xiaoyang opened the door and let his brother in. Xiao Rui hugged Yi Xiaoyang excitedly, "Bro, you guys are amazing. You actually made it to Group S." Yi Xiaoyang gently rubbed his brother's head, "Long time no see. You seem to have grown taller." Qin Rui's eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. "You've grown 3 centimeters taller." Qi Shua walked over and said in a gentle voice, "Xiao Rui is here." Qin Rui let go of his brother and politely greeted, "Hello, Captain Qi." As he spoke, he took out a beautifully wrapped box and handed it to Yi Xiaoyang. "Bro, I personally made some pastries for you guys, you can go back and have them for supper." Yi Xiaoyang's heart warmed. He took the box and said, "Thank you." He took out his phone and sent Qin Rui a big red packet, "Here's some pocket money for you." Qin Rui hurriedly waved, "I don't want it." Yi Xiaoyang said, "Take it. You're still a university student and don't have a source of income. This is from me." Shua said lightly, "It's from your brother. Take it." Qin Rui looked at the amount of money transferred and his eyes widened. "Isn't this too much? Did his rich brother give him pocket money in the tens of thousands?" Xiaoyang said gently, "Take it and spend it. I don't usually spend much in the team. You, on the other hand, can buy some food and necessities." He paused and took out his phone from his pocket. "By the way, the phone Captain Qi gave me is quite useful. I see that your phone is old, right? Do you want to buy a new one?" Qin Rui was stunned. He looked up and saw that Shua was holding the same phone as his brother. Shua's phone was silver in color, and her brother's was gold in color. Was this phone a gift from Shua to her brother? Alpha gave Omega such an expensive phone, and the two of them even had the same model. Was Shua interested in her brother? A strange feeling arose in Qin Rui's heart. He stole a glance at Shua. Shua's expression was calm. His gaze was very gentle as he looked at him. His tone was also very much like an elder brother. "A few days ago, your elder brother was asking if he should bring you a gift when we go to Star City for the competition. However, we rarely had the chance to go out during training, and he didn't have time to buy gifts. That's why I'm sending you a red packet. You can buy whatever you need." Qin Rui snapped out of his daze and looked at Yi Xiaoyang. "Thank you, brother. I don't plan to buy a new phone for the time being. I'll use this money to enroll in a cooking class. I want to learn how to cook Western food." At this moment, Coach Lin walked over and looked at Qin Rui curiously. Yi Xiaoyang introduced him. "This is my younger brother, Xiao Rui. He came to watch the competition and brought us some pastries he made himself." Coach Lin smiled. "Xiao Rui, I know you." Qin Rui blushed and said, "Coach, you know me because I'm bad at playing support, right?" Coach Lin, ahem. After all, playing support with Blessed Priest, using a chain to tie up an invisible jungler and exposing the jungler's position was indeed ridiculously bad. He had a deep impression of Xiao Bai's younger brother, Xiao Rui. Yi Xiaoyang looked back at Coach Lin. "Coach, can I take a day off? I want to go home and gather at the hotel tomorrow at noon. My house is only 3 stops away from here. I'll go back and pack some things." Coach Lin simply said, "No problem. Go ahead." Yi Xiaoyang handed the pastries to Captain Qi. "Share them with everyone later. It's a token of my brother's appreciation." Shua took the box. "Okay. Be careful on your way back." Yi Xiaoyang left the backstage with Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui had been staying at Yi Xiaoyang's place. After all, it was close to the school. When Yi Xiaoyang was not home, he was helping his brother look after the house. The two of them took the subway home. When they got home, Yi Xiaoyang went to the bathroom to take a shower. Qin Rui went back to the study with mixed feelings and turned on his computer to go online. Was there something going on between Captain Qi and Brother Yang? He kept thinking about it on the way home. As a native Omega, he always thought that Omega should not accept gifts from Alpha players. Moreover, the phone that his brother had casually mentioned was priced at 25,000 yuan on the official website. This was no ordinary gift. It was rare for friends to give such expensive gifts. Unless it was a boyfriend, Brother Yang was an Omega, and Captain Qi was an Alpha. Was it normal for them to develop feelings for each other after spending so much time together? Although Qin Rui was bad at playing games, he could still understand the game. Tianheng's tandem was very strong. Shuoyue and Lai Yang were one of the most tacit partners this season. From teammates to lovers, it seemed to be a natural progression. Qin Rui's thoughts ran wild. He casually searched for Shuoyue and Lai Yang on the internet. In addition to some news articles praising the tacit understanding of Tianheng's Sun and Moon team, he also accidentally found a trending topic called "The Sun and Moon Shine Together." Qin Rui clicked on it out of curiosity. The Sun and Moon couple was really compatible. Congratulations to Tianheng for entering Group S. My family, I noticed that after every game, Yu would turn around to look at Yang Yang. Her expression was also gentler than when she looked at her other teammates. I love it. I love it. Her gaze was so affectionate, he had never looked at Sujiang like that before. Our Yang Yang was the commander for the Yaoguang match. Yang Yang was the most handsome Omega. Tianheng had 2 commanders. It was too awesome. I'm going to explode from the love between the strong. Let's go to the World Series. Is the CP I'm thinking about real? They'll stand side by side in the World Series, right? Will they, when the time comes, let Shuayue and Liang spread dog food around the world? Qin Rui, at first, he felt that he was just suspecting. But as he looked at the trending topic, the more he looked, the more he felt that Captain Qi and Brother Yang were very similar. The CP fans were especially picky about the details. For example, during the reenactment of the game, Qi Shua turned around and hugged Yi Xiaoyang immediately. Another example was when Yi Xiaoyang changed his phone to the same model as Captain Qi's on his birthday. There was also the scene of the two smiling at each other in the soundproof room, as well as the scene of the two discussing tactics together and whispering in each other's ears. All of them were screenshotted by the dedicated CP fans and placed in the trending topic area. Whether it was the tacit understanding or the tacit understanding when they looked at each other and smiled, Qi Shua's gentle gaze, Yi Xiaoyang's bright smile. These screenshots after screenshots were really sweet. Even Qin Rui got to eat candy, thinking back to when his brother was still a streamer. Captain Qi pretended to be the boss and came to the live broadcast room to buy gifts. He invited his brother to watch the game live and took his brother to do the esports talent test. Later, in order to get his brother to join Tianheng, Captain Qi stood his ground and asked his master to come out and fight for the highest signing fee for the newcomers at the shareholders' meeting. It was clear how much he valued his brother. It could be said that his brother's achievements today were also due to Captain Qi's protection. Alpha silently protected Omega and made Omega a strong esports player like himself. Together, the two of them broke through all obstacles and made it to Group S, made it to the playoffs, and rushed to the World Series. It was really too good. Qin Rui was browsing the trending topic and getting more and more excited. He was thinking, if his brother and Captain Qi got married in the future, should he personally make a wedding cake for his brother? When Yi Xiaoyang finished showering, he noticed that the light in the study was on, so he walked straight over. He saw that Qin Rui had opened a webpage called Glory of the Sun and Moon. Yi Xiaoyang curiously leaned over and asked, Glory of the Sun and Moon? Are you looking at Weibo? Qin Rui was about to close the webpage with a guilty conscience. Yi Xiaoyang quickly took the mouse from the table and quickly scrolled down. Qin Rui thought that his brother would blush and be embarrassed by the CP posts between him and Captain Qi. However, Yi Xiaoyang laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Captain Qi, and I actually have CP fans? Qin Rui. What do you mean by actually? Isn't it natural for you two to have CP fans? Yi Xiaoyang looked like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. He scrolled down and sighed. Tisk, when did you take this screenshot? I can imagine a drama just by smiling at Qi Shua. You have to admit that I'm impressed. And the phone, what do you mean by couple colors? We're two guys, if we don't buy gold and silver, do we buy pink and green? Yi Xiaoyang closed the chat with a smile and looked at Qin Rui. You believe in these things too? Qin Rui was dumbfounded. Brother, aren't you and Captain Qi a couple? Yi Xiaoyang said calmly, we're just teammates. He patted his brother's shoulder and said, don't think too much. The phone was a birthday gift from Captain Qi. We're usually busy with training every day, so we don't have time to think about these things. He turned to the bedroom and said, I'm going to pack some clothes. Xiao Rui, you should go to bed early. Qin Rui scratched his head in confusion. Oh. Are you really just teammates? But the way Qi Shua looked at you was really gentle. After returning to the bedroom, Yi Xiaoyang casually picked some clothes to change into and put them in his backpack. It was already May, and it would soon be summer in Beijing. He couldn't wear the thick clothes he brought before, and he was too lazy to buy new ones. He might as well take advantage of the competition in Star City to go home and get some summer clothes. After packing, he lay on the bed and played with his phone. Out of curiosity, Yi Xiaoyang searched for the most popular CP in the esports circle. The most popular one was hashtag Sun and Moon Shining Together hashtag, which was his CP with Captain Qi. The reason was, too much sugar. Yi Xiaoyang's head was full of question marks. He looked back at Qi Shua with a smile, and Qi Shua hugged him gently. In his opinion, this was a very normal interaction between teammates, but it made the CP fans shout excitedly, so sweet, it's hard to end without marriage. There were also CP fans discussing, what do you think you and Yang Yang's future child should be called? My family, I think it should be called Little Ming. Sun and moon combined, it should be called Ming Ming. Yi Xiaoyang? What the hell? Are they talking about a child with Captain Qi? Yi Xiaoyang had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't mind the CP fans at all. After all, there were some CP fans in the esports circle in his previous life, and they were all self-interested. The professional players also knew that they had been assigned a CP, and sometimes they would even joke with each other. No one took the imaginations of the netizens seriously, and no one would interfere with them. As long as they didn't interfere with the players' private lives, they could imagine whatever they wanted. Yi Xiaoyang didn't mind and just let them say whatever they wanted. But would Qi Shua be angry if he saw this? After all, Qi Shua had a serious and cold personality, and he didn't like it when people made fun of him. Yi Xiaoyang was thinking about this when his cell phone suddenly lit up. It was a message from Qi Shua. Are you home yet? Yi Xiaoyang replied, yeah, I just finished packing my things. Qi Shua, rest early so you can sleep in tomorrow. Qi Shua, oh right, I've shared little Rui's pastries with everyone. They all liked them a lot, especially old Qin. Especially old Qin, he ate 5 pieces in a row. He's stuffed. Yi Xiaoyang held back his laughter and said, what about you? Have you tried them yet? Qi Shua, I don't like sweets. I'll leave my share for you. It's in the fridge, so come back tomorrow and eat it. Yi Xiaoyang, alright, thank you, Captain Qi. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Yi Xiaoyang picked up the phone and heard a gentle female voice on the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Xiaoyang? Yi Xiaoyang found this voice familiar, so he answered instinctively, yes. The woman said, I'm Dr. Xue from Imperial Capital Central Hospital. I'm calling to check on your situation. May I know if your pheromone status has been stable recently? Yi Xiaoyang quickly remembered this female doctor. Dr. Xue was the doctor on duty who specialized in pheromones that he had met on the day he had suddenly split into Omega with Qi Shua. At that time, he had left his phone number with her and later paid for the research institute to help develop the inhibitor. No wonder her voice sounded familiar. Yi Xiaoyang hurriedly replied, hello doctor, my pheromone has been stable recently, and the value has been kept below 6.0. Dr. Xue said with concern, it seems that your boyfriend has marked you on time, right? Yi Xiaoyang was stunned, boyfriend? Dr. Xue said, it's the alpha who came to the hospital with you last time. I reminded you that the temporary marking has a time limit. Once the pheromone becomes unstable, you have to mark it in time. Yi Xiaoyang realized that the doctor was talking about Qi Shua. At that time, he had asked Qi Shua to help bite him in a hurry. The doctor mistakenly thought that Qi Shua was his boyfriend, and he didn't explain much. Yi Xiaoyang coughed softly and said, on the first day of the new year, my pheromone suddenly rose. I asked him to mark it once, and it has been quite stable recently. I test the data every morning. Dr. Xue smiled and said, that's good. The research institute called me and said that the research and development of the inhibitor has encountered some problems. They want you to go back to the hospital for another examination. It's best if you bring your boyfriend with you. Yi Xiaoyang was puzzled, is the research and development not going well? Dr. Xue said, it's going well and has entered the second stage. However, the data from the last sample was not very accurate. After all, you had just split and the pheromone secreted by the glands was not stable enough. We want to collect more samples when your condition is stable. Yi Xiaoyang understood, okay. I'm flying back to the capital tomorrow. Can I come back to the hospital on Tuesday? Dr. Xue said, no problem. I'll be in the hospital all day on Tuesday. You can come directly to the pheromone department to find me. Make an appointment in advance and I'll arrange it for you. Yi Xiaoyang said, thank you, Dr. Xue. After hanging up, Yi Xiaoyang opened his phone and sent a message to Qi Shua. Captain Qi, the hospital just called. They want us to go for a checkup the day after tomorrow. Qi Shua immediately sat up straight. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Yi Xiaoyang explained, no. The doctor just called for a return visit. He said that he wanted to collect data again to develop the inhibitor. I don't know the details. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll go with you. Go to bed early. Yi Xiaoyang said, okay, good night. The next morning, Yi Xiaoyang said goodbye to his brother and returned to the hotel with his luggage. The team leader booked a flight in the afternoon, and everyone went to the buffet restaurant in the hotel for lunch. Qingxing wailed as he scrolled through Weibo, I shouldn't have mentioned Xiaoxing's 100 Ways to Die collection on the live chat channel. Now, many people have sent me private messages saying that they want to watch the video collection. Ah, I'm going to die. Yi Xiaoyang held back his laughter and said, that's what you get for shooting your mouth off. Conversations in the live chat channel during a game can be intercepted and replayed by the director at any time. You should be more careful in the future. Qingxing drooped his head. What should I do now? Pretend that I don't know? Yi Xiaoyang suggested, if you're thick-skinned enough, you can actually release this video and criticize yourself. That way, others won't be able to criticize you anymore. Xujiang agreed. That makes sense. A video that we made ourselves is better than being maliciously edited by people with bad intentions. Xianxia said calmly, release it. You were the one who let it slip, so you'll have to bear the consequences. Qingxing thought about it carefully. This video had already attracted the attention of many netizens. In the past 2 days, he had received frequent comments and private messages. If he didn't release it, someone would definitely make another Xiaoxing's 100 Ways to Die video and repost it everywhere. It might even be used by anti-fans to maliciously edit and spread rumors. He might as well let it out in the open. He would take the anti-fans' path and leave them with nowhere to go, Qingxing said straightforwardly, okay, I'll release it now. Anyway, I've already been named the league's noob shooter. Let them laugh at me all they want. I'll criticize myself first, then no one will criticize me anymore. Qingxing was the youngest player on the team. Yi Xiaoyang also hoped that he could quickly become a mature player who could maintain a steady state of mind no matter what the outside world said about him. Yi Xiaoyang patted Qingxing on the shoulder and said with a smile, now it's Xiaoxing's 100 Ways to Die. In the future, there will be a compilation of Xiaoxing's 100 kills. Qingxing nodded vigorously. I think so too. After dinner, Xujiang edited the previous video. He deleted the black and white wolf kings, the flying twins, and other parts that exposed Tianheng's heroes. He pieced together a new video and sent it to Qingxing. Qingxing directly posted it on his Weibo. The Xiaoxing's 100 Ways to Die collection that you guys wanted is here. As soon as this video was posted, the comment section was quickly filled with laughter. Many fans came to watch it. My heart aches for Xiaoxing, poor Xiaoxing, scratching his head. As an archer player, I feel deeply for him, all kinds of ways to die with sad music. It's too tragic, but I still want to laugh, ha ha ha. Qingxing, you guys can laugh all you want. I've been killed so many times. I'll get my revenge in the future. Xianxia, Yi Xiaoyang, and the other Tianheng teammates all reposted the Weibo. They didn't mind watching the drama unfold. This video was quickly pushed to the top of the trending list. The anti-fans originally wanted to mock Qingxing for being too noob, but in the end, Qingxing just lay there and let them mock him. This wave of self-deprecation made them unable to do anything. A few posts also appeared in the comments section of #SunMoonShineTogether. Have the family members watched the video compilation? Yes. In the team's training, Yang was playing 1v1 with Xiaoxing and assassinating Xiaoxing many times. Yang is really good to Xiaoxing. It feels like he's treating Xiaoxing as his disciple. Captain Qi's disciple is also Yang's disciple. They'll take care of their disciple together. The sun and moon couple will take care of Xiaoxing together. Love. After Yi Xiaoyang returned to the dormitory, he casually swiped through the comments section and saw a lot of candies. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You guys can even do this? You guys are really good at imagining things. On the way to the airport in the afternoon, Yi Xiaoyang and Xianxia sat in the last row. He continued to swipe through his cell phone out of boredom. Xianxia turned his head to look. As Yi Xiaoyang's cell phone's foldable screen was very large, the words on the screen were also very clear. Sun Moon Shine Together, Qi Shua wondered, "What's this?" Yi Xiaoyang smiled and leaned over. He said mysteriously, "It's our CP fan." Qi Shua was speechless. Yi Xiaoyang looked calm. "My brother accidentally swiped through it yesterday. I took a look and saw that some netizens were making up all kinds of cute things." Afraid that Qi Shua would be angry, Yi Xiaoyang added, "They're just entertaining themselves. Captain Qi, you don't have to take it to heart." Qi Shua pretended to be calm and said, He turned on his cell phone and silently searched for the comments section. Then, he discovered a new world. It had to be said that the CP fans' imaginations were top-notch. However, after the CP fans took screenshots and enlarged many details that even he had overlooked, Qi Shua realized that his love for Xiaoyang was indeed quite obvious. For example, every time he looked at Yi Xiaoyang, his gaze would be very gentle. Another example was when he hugged Yi Xiaoyang with both arms, encircling Yi Xiaoyang into his embrace, revealing a trace of possessiveness. The CP fans also came up with a lot of details about how the two of them exchanged cell phones together on their birthdays. The more Qi Shua read, the hotter his ears became. He felt a little guilty that his secret had been exposed. He turned around to look at Yi Xiaoyang and saw that Yi Xiaoyang was also scrolling through the comments section. As he scrolled through the comments, he complained, "Good lord, someone even wrote a doujin novel for the two of us." Qi Shua was about to lean over to take a look when Yi Xiaoyang suddenly turned off his cell phone screen. Qi Shua was puzzled. "What doujin novel?" Yi Xiaoyang looked embarrassed. "Ahem, it's nothing. The writing was terrible, and I couldn't bear to read it." The doujin novel began like this: Tianheng made it into Group S. This was the result of their joint efforts. After the competition ended and they returned to the hotel, Shuoyue finally couldn't contain his excitement. He pressed Liang against the wall and kissed him fiercely. Liang's eyes turned red from the kiss, and his whole body trembled. Yi Xiaoyang's scalp went numb, and he hurriedly turned off his cell phone. What the F***ck, why would a CP fan write such an eyesore? No, he had to wash his eyes when he got back. Yi Xiaoyang stole a glance at Qi Shua and happened to meet Qi Shua's puzzled gaze. He quickly adjusted his expression and changed the subject. "The other teams also have CP fans. Yesterday, I saw some people making fun of Fang Jingqing and Xia Yuan. Jingjia's CP is also quite popular. Anyway, they're just imagining things, so there's no need to take it to heart." Qi Shua said calmly, "I don't mind it. It's good that you're not affected." Yi Xiaoyang laughed dryly. "Yeah, I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when we arrive at the airport." He closed his eyes and rested. Qi Shua continued to scroll down curiously, and then he saw the doujin novel Yi Xiaoyang was talking about. It was written after the competition, and Qi Shua forcefully kissed Yi Xiaoyang in the hotel. Qi Shua was speechless. "You guys are really good at making things up." Qi Shua's mouth went dry after reading it. Yi Xiaoyang slept all the way to the airport, and then slept for another 2 hours on the plane. After arriving at Tianheng Club, he went back to the dormitory to put away his luggage. He held Little White and played with it for a while before saying to Qi Shua, "Let's go to the hospital early tomorrow. I have an appointment with Dr. Shui." Qi Shua gently stroked the head of the kitten in his arms and said gently, "Okay. Remember to wear a hat and mask. You're very famous now, and it'll be hard to explain if the paparazzi take a picture of you." Yi Xiaoyang nodded. "Got it." The next morning, after the two of them washed up, Qi Shua drove Yi Xiaoyang to the Imperial Capital Central Hospital. The hospital was only a few kilometers away from Tianheng Base, so they arrived in no time. There were many people coming and going in the hospital, and there were also many patients waiting in line for the pheromone department. Yi Xiaoyang had an appointment with Dr. Shui, and his number was 005. At this time, the screen at the call desk said, "Patient 001, please come to the outpatient clinic." Yi Xiaoyang found an empty seat and sat down. "There are 4 patients in front of us. Let's wait." Qi Shua also sat next to him. Both of them were wearing hats and masks, and were fully armed, so no one recognized them. After a while, 2 boys came over and sat next to Yi Xiaoyang. They looked to be around 25 years old. One of them was tall and muscular, while the other was gentle and refined, with glasses and pale skin. He seemed to be very nervous, and his hands were gently clasped together. The tall boy comforted him softly. "Don't be afraid. Although we are not married, we have already confirmed our relationship. It was my fault that I lost control and marked you last time, but it has already happened. I will take responsibility. Tomorrow, I will go to your house to propose to you and discuss the wedding date with uncle and auntie." The boy with glasses said in a trembling voice, "But I am pregnant." Yi Xiaoyang was speechless. He almost spat out a mouthful of water. Although he knew that men and women could have children in the setting of the ABO world, it was one thing to know, and another to see it with his own eyes. The visual and psychological impact of seeing a pregnant boy for the first time was much stronger than reading the description of the story. Yi Xiaoyang pricked up his ears curiously to listen to the conversation between the two people next to him. He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. The boy with glasses asked in a low voice, "Do you want this child?" The other party immediately said, "Of course, this is our child. How can I bear to not want it? Don't worry, I will help you apply for leave from the company. You can rest at home and give birth to the baby. I will arrange the wedding as soon as possible. In short, just leave everything to me. Don't feel pressured." The boy with glasses blushed and seemed a little shy. "If I had known, I would have used the inhibitor. I shouldn't have let you mark me temporarily." In the end, the temporary mark became a complete mark. The other person looked embarrassed. I didn't expect to lose control. I'm sorry, it's my fault." The boy with glasses said, "It's not all your fault. I also wanted to." The voices of the two people became lower and lower as they whispered in each other's ears. A row of question marks slowly appeared in Yi Xiaoyang's head. Wasn't the temporary mark just a bite? Could it still lose control? This pair of men was gay. No, in the ABO world, male alpha and male omega were not considered gay. In short, listening to their conversation, the omega man was temporarily marked by the alpha boyfriend. In the end, the alpha lost control and marked the other party completely, causing the other party to get pregnant? That was what it meant, right? Yi Xiaoyang remembered that he had let Qi Shua temporarily mark him twice in a row. So, could Qi Shua also lose control? He thought that the temporary mark was just a bite on the neck, a very simple thing. He didn't expect that marking in omega was a very serious test of the alpha's willpower. Alpha who didn't have strong willpower would easily lose control. He understood the meaning of the complete mark. In fact, it was to do love, leaving the alpha's thing in the omega's body. The couple next to him lost control during the temporary mark and went from biting the neck to doing love, causing the pregnant omega to come to the hospital for a checkup. He was also a male omega. Could it be possible for him to get pregnant? Realizing this, Yi Xiaoyang's whole body was about to split open. He almost forgot that the ABO world had such an awesome setting. He seemed to have thought of the temporary mark too simply. The couple next to him whispered to each other for a long time. They seemed to be discussing the wedding date. Yi Xiaoyang's head was buzzing. He rubbed his temples to control the shock in his heart. In his mind, he quickly reviewed the physiological knowledge he had mastered after transmigrating to the ABO world. In fact, his understanding of this world was only superficial. Some of his physiological knowledge was also casually searched on the internet. He had not read any professional physiological textbooks. He only knew that in this world, both men and women could have children. Alpha and Omega had pheromones that needed inhibitors to control. He was reborn with only one goal in his mind, to win the world championship. Therefore, he did not pay attention to other things at all. He only had a general idea. At that time, when he was differentiated into Omega, the doctor said that he was allergic to inhibitors and could temporarily mark Alpha. He did not think much about it. Without hesitation, he went to Qi Shua and took a bite. In his opinion, taking a bite was easy and would not cause him to lose a piece of meat. But now, it seemed that things were not as he thought. Yi Xiaoyang lowered his head and thought for a moment. He was about to take out his mobile phone to search for more information related to the mark when he heard a prompt from the hospital's consultation desk. Patient 005, please come to the consultation room. He had been listening to the gossip of the young couple next to him. It was his turn so soon. Yi Xiaoyang quickly put away his mobile phone, stood up, and walked to the doctor's office with Qi Shua. Dr. Shui looked up and saw them. "Family members, please wait outside. Mr. Yi, come in first." Qi Shua said, "I'll wait for you here." Yi Xiaoyang nodded at him and walked into the office. The doctor closed the door and asked Yi Xiaoyang to sit down and measure the pheromone data. Then, he asked the nurse to draw blood. This time, there was a lot of blood drawn. There were several colored test tubes. Yi Xiaoyang sat there cooperatively. After the nurse finished drawing blood, he pressed on the hemostatic cotton swab and looked up to ask the doctor, "Dr. Shui, can I ask when the inhibitors will be developed?" As Dr. Shui wrote the medical record, he said, "Your situation is rather special. Your allergy to suppressants is not a physical problem, but a genetic problem. At the Research Institute, Professor Su is personally leading a team to solve this problem. As long as your inhibitor is successfully developed, it can help many more omega patients like you." Yi Xiaoyang was puzzled. "Professor Su?" Dr. Shui said, "He's an authoritative expert in the field of pheromones. His team has found several cases similar to yours. They're making good progress. I'll contact you as soon as I have the results." Yi Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I understand. Thank you." Dr. Shui looked at him and asked, "I remember you said that your boyfriend marked you on the first day of the new year, which is January 8th, right?" Yi Xiaoyang nodded. "Yes. Dr. Shui said, "It's been 4 months since the last mark. Have you been feeling unwell recently?" "I don't feel any discomfort." Yi Xiaoyang was also a little puzzled. "Didn't you say that the duration of the mark is usually 1 to 3 months? But I've been testing my pheromone every day recently, and it's been stable. Logically speaking, Qi Shua should have marked him in April since he marked him in January." However, Yi Xiaoyang had been testing his data every day recently, and his pheromone was indeed normal, so he didn't ask Qi Shua to do it. Anyway, he and Qi Shua were together every day, so it wasn't too late to do it if something went wrong. Dr. Shui smiled and said, "This is because your pheromones are becoming more and more compatible with your boyfriend." Yi Xiaoyang looked at her blankly. "What do you mean?" Dr. Shui explained, "For example, for many married couples, after the alpha has completely marked the omega, they don't need to mark again for a long time, and the omega won't lose control of their pheromones. This is because the omega's body has adapted to the alpha's pheromone, and the glands are very docile." The more Yi Xiaoyang listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He scratched his head and said, "My body has adapted to his pheromone, so the duration of the second mark is longer than the first." "Doctor, is that what you mean?" Dr. Shui nodded. "Yes. In the future, when he marks you again, the duration will be even longer. If after you get married, he completely owns you. With the compatibility between the two of you, you don't even need to be injected with suppressants, and your pheromones will be very stable." "Get married? Completely own?" "Doctor, what kind of words are you saying? We're just friends." Yi Xiaoyang's mind was a little confused. After a moment, he came back to his senses and remembered the couple just now. He hurriedly asked, "By the way, doctor, is it difficult to endure when the alpha marks the omega? Is there a possibility of losing control?" Dr. Shui's expression was gentle. "Of course, it's an instinctive physiological reaction, but it depends on the alpha's self-control. Usually, the alpha with strong self-control can suppress the physiological reaction and not hurt the omega. It's also very common for the alpha with weaker self-control to accidentally fire." Yi Xiaoyang's brain exploded with a boom. Physiological reaction. Biting the neck can actually cause a physiological reaction. He had no sexual experience and was a virgin in his previous life, but he was a normal boy. During his adolescence, he had done it himself. Of course, he knew what physiological reaction meant. The doctor said, "Alpha has an instinctive physiological response when it marks omega." Then the 2 times Captain Chi bit him, would there be any reaction? F***ck, 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 he couldn't think about it anymore. If he did, he would be too ashamed to show his face. Dr. Shui looked at the young man in front of him, whose face was alternating between red and white. He could not help but ask gently, "What's wrong? Did your boyfriend lose control when he tagged you? Did he hurt you?" Yi Xiaoyang blushed. "No, no." Dr. Xue said, "Don't be nervous. I'm a doctor, and I've seen all kinds of cases. Some alphas were inexperienced and impatient, so they might hurt the omega the first time. The two of you are young and full of vigor. You really have to be careful when you are marking. If something goes wrong, you have to take precautions in advance." Yi Xiaoyang, the doctor, was indeed straightforward. Yi Xiaoyang was speechless. Fortunately, the nurse came out at this time. She handed a form to the doctor and broke the awkward silence. "Dr. Xue, the results of the pheromone test for case number 5. Dr. Xue took the form and glanced at it. "Your pheromone is very stable. However, according to the normal time, it might go out of control recently. It's best to let your boyfriend mark it in advance so that it doesn't delay the proper business." Yi Xiaoyang asked curiously, "Can it be done in advance when it's not out of control?" Dr. Xue said, "Of course, it's a temporary mark. It can be done at any time. A complete mark can only be done when the omega is in heat. I will send your sample results to the research institute as soon as possible. Ask your boyfriend to come in." Then, he picked up a brochure from the table and handed it to Yi Xiaoyang. "Go back and read it carefully. Don't be flustered and don't know anything." Yi Xiaoyang thanked him and took the brochure. He turned around and called Qi Shua. "The doctor asked you to come in." Qi Shua got up and walked to the office. When he reached the door, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly stopped him. This doctor is very direct. Captain Qi, don't take it to heart. She seems to have misunderstood our relationship." Qi Shua nodded. "Okay, I know." After Qi Shua entered the room, the doctor asked the nurse to draw his blood for a test. Then, he said, "Alpha may be induced to enter the susceptible period by omega. You have to be careful not to lose control. I will prescribe you some inhibitors and bring them back." Then, he sent him a brochure. "Go back and make up for it. If you lose control, don't hurt omega." Qi Shua looked down and saw that the brochure was a physiological science brochure labeled omega. The words "scientific marker" were written in large letters on the cover of the brochure. Below it was a line of small words. "Make the marking a pleasure, not a harm, Imperial Capital Central Hospital Pheromone Specialist Bulletin." Flipping to the back, there were specific steps to mark omega. There were cartoonish illustrations and text explanations. It was more detailed than a high school physiology textbook. Qi Shua awkwardly put down the brochure. "I understand this knowledge." Dr. Xue smiled. "But he doesn't seem to understand." Qi Shua was speechless. Xiaoyang really didn't seem to understand. His mind should only be focused on the game, right? Qi Shua chuckled and said, "I will teach him in the future." "Doctor, don't worry. I won't forcibly mark him if he doesn't want to. I know what I'm doing." "Okay, that's good." Dr. Xue gave him a list. "Go get the medicine. You can go now. Call me if you have any questions." "Thank you, doctor." Qi Shua got up and left the office. When he went out, he found Yi Xiaoyang sitting next to him. He was curiously looking down at the scientific marker brochure that the doctor had given him. His face was red and white. Hearing footsteps, he immediately rolled the brochure into a ball and stuffed it into his pocket. Qi Shua saw his movements but didn't say anything. Yi Xiaoyang avoided his eyes and pretended to be calm. "Did the doctor say anything?" Qi Shua said, "Take a blood sample and nothing else. He also prescribed me some inhibitors." Yi Xiaoyang remembered the doctor saying that alpha has an instinctive physiological reaction. Why did the doctor prescribe Qi Shua inhibitors? To suppress his physiological reaction, Yi Xiaoyang blushed and changed the subject. "Well, the examination is over. Let's go back first." Qi Shua went to the first floor to pay for the medicine and drove back to the base. Along the way, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere in the car was a little awkward. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Xiaoyang hid in his bedroom with the kitten in his arms. He sat on the edge of the bed and carefully read the scientific marker brochure that he didn't have time to finish reading in the hospital. The gland on the back of the neck of Omega is an important organ that secretes Omega's pheromone. It is also the second sex organ of Omega. It usually begins to develop after puberty differentiation and matures in a short period of time. Temporary marking refers to alpha piercing the Omega's gland with its canine teeth and injecting its pheromone into the Omega's body. The pheromone can flow through the Omega's body through the blood and integrate with the other's pheromone. This will pacify the Omega whose pheromone is out of control. Note, this is the first sexual contact between Alpha and Omega. Both will feel pleasure. Yi Xiaoyang, what the F*ck is the sexual contact? Didn't he bite the neck? Yi Xiaoyang touched the back of his neck guiltily. No wonder he felt particularly comfortable when Qi Shua bit him twice before. It was a comfortable feeling that all the pores on his body were gently pacified. He didn't think much at that time. He thought it was because the pheromone was controlled. In the end, it turned out to be, was it the pleasure that came from sex? F*ck. The neck biting in the ABO world was not a simple neck biting, but an initial intimate relationship between Alpha and Omega? Could it be understood that in his world, the two of them used their hands to rub each other's hair? He took the initiative to let Qi Shua bite him twice, and he even let Qi Shua come to his house to mark him during the new year? In the real world, he took the initiative to say to Qi Shua, come to my house and help me rub my hair? After that, he even said to Qi Shua, thank you. Let's have dinner together tonight. Yi Xiaoyang, this time it was really going to crack. He finally understood what it meant to dig out a castle with one's toes. It turned out that he had been acting like a hooligan in front of Qi Shua. The innocent Qi Shua was repeatedly dragged into the water by him and inexplicably had an intimate relationship with him. No wonder Qi Shua was a little resistant when he first marked him. This was equivalent to being asked to masturbate not long after knowing each other. How could he not resist, let the ground crack open and bury him quickly? He would not have the face to see Qi Shua in the future. After realizing what the temporary mark meant, Yi Xiaoyang wanted to leave Tianjing that very night. Just as his worldview was about to collapse, his phone rang. It was a message from the Tianjing group. Coach Lin, everyone, thank you for your hard work. The competition schedule for the next stage of the league is not out yet. Everyone has 3 days off to rest. Coach Lin, give everyone a red packet. Coach Lin gave out a few red packets in a row. Everyone came out to grab them. Old Qin, that's great. I'll go home. Jiang Shui, 3 days? Then I'll go back too. I'll get some clothes. Xiaoxing, I won't go back. My parents aren't home. I'll stay with the team to play games. He. Yi Xiaoyang looked at these familiar names with mixed feelings. It had already happened. There was no point in running away. If he left Tianjing now, he would become a sinner. He would let down his teammates who trusted him and supported him. He would also let down his fans who had high hopes for Tianjing. Tianjing was not his team alone. Tianjing carried the hopes of countless people. Everyone had worked hard for so long and finally made it to Group S. If he ran away, would that make sense? Running away was impossible. He could only face it head-on. Should he pretend that this did not happen? Or should he take the initiative to apologize to Captain Qi? How should he say it? Sorry, Captain Qi, I didn't know that the temporary mark was so intimate. I thought it was a simple bite on the neck. It's been hard on you to mark me twice. This, he could not say it out loud. Fortunately, the mark was a secret between him and Qi Shua. No one else knew about it. Yi Xiaoyang could not tell his teammates. He was also too embarrassed to ask Qin Rui's brother for help. If he said it out loud, he would be completely dead. Yi Xiaoyang's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, he had an idea. He could ask other Omega on the internet for help and see if they could solve this problem. After all, he was not a native of this world. The native Omega should have more experience with this kind of problem, right? Anyway, he was anonymous on the forum. No one knew who he was. Yi Xiaoyang made up his mind and immediately went online to search for the largest relationship forum in China. He registered his ID as alien and immediately posted a post. Title: I've been tagged twice by my good brother. What should I do? Content: I'm a bad student. I didn't pay attention to my biology class in middle school. I don't know what the temporary mark represents. Previously, there was an unexpected situation where his pheromone almost went out of control. He pulled his good brother and bit him. A few months later, I didn't manage to buy an inhibitor, and my pheromone went out of control again. I thought it would be better if I got it the first time. So, I let him take another bite. Today, I learned that a temporary mark is equivalent to an incomplete love. I can't face him anymore. Split. JPG, but he is my good friend and colleague, and we will work together in the future. Our project team must produce results this year. Everyone has been working hard for this for a long time. If I ran away now, I would be irresponsible to my colleagues. Moreover, other than the awkwardness of meeting him, I quite like our company. I also want to get my year-end bonus, so I can't give up halfway. What should I do, dear Omega brothers and sisters? Can you give me an idea? In a public forum, Xianxia obviously wouldn't tell the truth. Team esports competition, as long as he mentioned these words, he would lose his horse in minutes. That was why he used the words project team and company to be vague. As the largest free forum in China, the traffic was very scary. Xiaoyang's post received a lot of replies as soon as it was posted. 1L, OP, you're not a bad student, you're a little hooligan. 2L, is your neck okay? Your brother is really miserable, too miserable. 3L, ha, I feel sorry for your good brother. I'm an alpha. In my opinion, my first time tag must be given to someone I like. Your brother was cheated of his first time by you. Now you don't want to take responsibility? You're too much of a scumbag. 4L, if this truth is revealed, it's the end of our friendship. You don't know? Who would believe that? 9L, OP actually doesn't know what a temporary mark means. It's called an alien. Don't tell me you're really from another planet? Isn't this common sense? Confused. JPG, 10L, I agree. Even my 5-year-old nephew knows this kind of common sense problem. 11L, my kindergarten babies know what a temporary mark means. OP, you don't know? 17L, OP is my laughing stock for the whole day. Ha, I'm rolling on the ground laughing. 18L, I'll give OP an idea. Let him mark you completely, then you won't be embarrassed. 22L, I think OP is a little cute. Why? Stupidly, he said to his alpha buddies, brother, come and bite me. Ha, I really want to interview this good alpha brother's mood. 23L, OP, I think Alpha's worldview was broken at that time. He must have thought he had a crush on her. 32L, it's really hard to end this matter without marriage. 33L, either make the best of it, turn the temporary mark into a permanent mark, and be with him. Or end our friendship and don't contact him in the future. OP is a real idiot, candidate for the worst Omega of the year. 34L, OP, wake up, he's willing to bite you twice. Does he like you? Xiaoyang, looking at the enthusiastic replies of the netizens, his whole face was about to burn. OP is a real idiot, candidate for the hooligan Omega of the year. If he posted it on Weibo, he would be scolded to death by Alpha. He was really careless. After transmigrating to a new world, he didn't completely understand the world's settings before running to become an esports player. His mind was full of games and championships, but he made such a big mistake. It's hard to end this. Xiaoyang held the kitten and fell into deep thought. Little White noticed his master's dilemma and gently rubbed his head against his arm. Xiaoyang sighed, touched Little White's head, and said to himself, I'd better pretend I don't know. If I say it out loud, it'll really end our friendship. Alas, if the relationship between the mid laner and jungler is strained, there's no way to play the game. If he said it out loud, he definitely couldn't be friends anymore. It was like if he said to his good friend in real life, sorry, I asked you to help me hit the plane, but I didn't expect hitting the plane was such a serious matter. I thought it was as simple as shaking hands. It would be strange if his good friend didn't beat him up. Moreover, the inhibitor was still in the research and development stage. It involved genetic problems, so it definitely wouldn't be developed so quickly. Recently, his pheromones might be out of control, in other words, he had to continue to let Qixua bite him. This was the most embarrassing thing, okay? Once he said it out loud, what would he do the next time he let Qi Shua bite him? Yi Xiaoyang's brain was about to explode. He opened the forum to see if there were any new good ideas, but he saw a reply from the moderator. 389L, moderator reply, if this is true, it seems that the original poster is very career-minded. After making such a mistake, he didn't think of resigning and running away. So, he can't be called a scumbag, just ignorant. There's a saying that goes, the ignorant are innocent. You didn't deliberately bully him. If you are really good friends, I believe that one day you tell him the truth, he will understand. But it's not certain if you can continue to be friends. Original poster, please reconsider. Yi Xiaoyang calmed down and carefully thought about this matter. Now was not the best time to lay his cards on the table with Qi Shua. First of all, it would be too embarrassing to say it out loud. Second of all, he still had to ask Qi Shua to help him fix the markings. If he said it out loud, he wouldn't be able to continue. If Qi Shua didn't fix the markings for him, he wouldn't be able to play again, and Tianjin wouldn't be able to win the championship. Was the championship more important, or was his personal feelings more important? There was almost no need to think about the answer. Qi Shua debuted in the S6 season and had been playing for 4 years now. He had always been the subject of controversy. Although he didn't say it out loud, Yi Xiaoyang could feel his desire and persistence to win the championship. In order to change Tianheng's predicament, he had personally invited Yi Xiaoyang to join the team. He had also argued for Yi Xiaoyang at the shareholders' meeting to get the highest rookie signing fee for Qi Shua. All of this showed how important the Tianjin squad was to Qi Shua. Yi Xiaoyang knew very well that for Qi Shua, nothing was more important than leading Tianjin back to the championship. This was also the reason why Qi Shua had tagged him in the end, even though he had rejected it at the hospital. Qi Shua was the captain, and he didn't want to see his valued teammate lose control of his pheromones and fail to become an esports player. If it was just a personal grudge, perhaps Qi Shua could forgive him. But if this problem affected Tianheng's performance and destroyed Tianjin's hopes of winning the championship, then he would definitely become the person Qi Shua hated the most. They had all been team captains before, so they should know how to choose between the big picture and the small matter. Yi Xiaoyang thought this through and replied in the forum, "Thank you for your suggestions. I know what to do." The competition would continue as usual, and the tagging would continue. Everything would go on as usual. Although it would be very uncomfortable, the tagging was only done once every few months, so this bit of discomfort could be ignored for the time being. One day, when Tianheng won the World Championship, he would officially apologize to Qi Shua. Any way to apologize would be fine. Yi Xiaoyang took a deep breath and finally calmed down. He turned on his phone, hesitating whether to send a message to Qi Shua. Then, as if their hearts were connected, Qi Shua sent him a message, concise and comprehensive, "Do you want to go for lunch?" After returning from the hospital, Yi Xiaoyang hid in his bedroom to read brochures and browse the forum. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Yi Xiaoyang replied, "Okay." He put Little White down, added some cat food to the cat's bowl, and then went out. Qi Shua just came out of the bedroom. The moment they opened the door, their eyes met. Yi Xiaoyang quickly looked away as if he had been electrocuted, and the tips of his ears couldn't help but turn slightly red. Qi Shua saw him looking down with red ears and couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong?" Yi Xiaoyang resisted the urge to dig a hole and hide in it. He pretended to be calm and said, "Nothing. Let's go." He quickly walked out of the dormitory. Qi Shua looked at the other party stiff back in confusion. Xiaoyang always had a frank smile on his face when he faced him in the past. But today, his eyes were averted, as if he was embarrassed to look him in the eye. Qi Shua suddenly remembered the brochure that Yi Xiaoyang had stuffed into his pocket when he left the hospital. Judging from the cover, it was exactly the same as the Mark of Science brochure that the doctor had handed him. Obviously, it was mass-printed by the pheromone specialist of the Central Hospital and was a popular science book for Alpha and Omega. The content inside was very detailed, and it also explained the process of complete labeling with pictures and text. For example, how Alpha could enter the body of Omega without hurting them, form a knot in the reproductive cavity, and complete the complete labeling. Could it be that Xiaoyang was embarrassed because he saw that, when Qi Shua went downstairs to eat, Yi Xiaoyang was sitting and chatting with Qingxing. Old Qin and Xujiang had asked for leave to go home. Many people in Team 2 also went out to play during the 3-day holiday, so there weren't many people left in the team. Qi Shua came to the side with his plate and sat down. Yi Xiaoyang lowered his head and ate silently. Qi Shua didn't say much. Qingxing looked at his master blankly, and then looked at Xiaoyang. He felt that the atmosphere between the two was not right. Wasn't Xiaoyang very talkative every time they ate? Why did he become so taciturn today? Until the end of the meal, the dinner table was extremely quiet. Qingxing awkwardly broke the silence. I want to watch a movie tonight. It's a very popular sci-fi movie called Alien 773. Are you guys going? The two of them said in unison, no. Qingxing. Oh. He quickly cleared the plate and slipped away. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang went back to their room together. After entering the dormitory, Yi Xiaoyang looked at Qi Shua's tall back and braced himself to call out to him. Captain Qi. Qi Shua stopped and turned around. Yes. What's the matter? Yi Xiaoyang said, today at the hospital, the doctor said that my pheromones may be out of control recently. I'm going to play in the S-group competition next week. I was thinking, before the competition starts, we, F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. He used to say bite me very smoothly. Now that he knew what the temporary mark meant, he found it hard to say it. This was equivalent to him looking for Qi Shua and asking him to stroke his hair again. Yi Xiaoyang's face was flushed red. He lowered his head and looked helpless. He turned around and ran to the bedroom. Ahem, let's talk about it another day. Qi Shua gently grabbed his arm and said gently, I understand. If something goes wrong during the competition, it will be very difficult to clean up the mess. So, you want me to mark you again before the competition so that there won't be any worries, right? Yi Xiaoyang blushed and nodded stiffly. Qi Shua asked, now? Yi Xiaoyang felt like he was going to the execution ground. The sooner he died, the sooner he could be reincarnated. His face was red, and his voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Well, if it's convenient, let's do it today. Yi Xiaoyang, do you have any shame? I don't want it anymore. In order to win the championship in Tianheng, he was going all out. Anyway, he had already shamelessly done it twice. Was there a big difference between doing it 3 times and doing it twice? It wasn't a big difference. Qi Shua looked at Yi Xiaoyang's blushing cheeks and felt a little puzzled. The last 2 times, he had said it so confidently. Why was he feeling shy today? Qi Shua was a little tempted by his lowered eyes and flushed ears. He led Yi Xiaoyang to the sofa and gently pressed down on Yi Xiaoyang's shoulder. Just as he moved his lips closer, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly shrunk his neck and avoided him. Qi Shua was confused. Yi Xiaoyang's face was flushed red. I'll think about it first. F***ck. When he thought about how biting his neck would be like hitting an airplane, he didn't dare to stretch his neck over. Help. Yi Xiaoyang didn't have any psychological barriers when he was marked twice before. It was just a bite, and he accepted it easily. It was quite comfortable when he was bitten, and he could even smile and say thank you to Qi Shua after the bite. But now, as long as Qi Shua was close to his neck, his mind would automatically picture the two of them hitting each other. Yi Xiaoyang's face was not only red, but his body was also a little stiff. Qi Shua noticed his nervousness, so he gently pressed his shoulder and comforted him in a low voice. Don't worry, didn't I mark you twice before? I won't hurt you. Yi Xiaoyang, stop talking, buddy. The more he talked, the more ashamed he felt. Stop first, and then ask Qi Shua to mark him tomorrow? That would only be more embarrassing. Anyway, the arrow was already on the bow, and he had to shoot. If he retracted his head now, he would be a coward. Yi Xiaoyang took a deep breath and thought, I'm going all out, hurry up. A mark can last for several months. After this bite, I'll pretend nothing happened. He turned his back to Qi Shua, lowered his head, and quickly tore off the blockage on his neck. Yi Xiaoyang's ears were red, and the skin on the back of his neck was slightly red because he tore off the blockage with too much force. His whole body looked like it was being roasted. The shy Xiaoyang looked particularly attractive. Qi Shua was a little moved, and took the initiative to lean over and gently kiss Xiaoyang on the back of his neck. Alpha's scorching hot lips were intimately attached to his skin, and the intimate touch was clearly transmitted to his mind. Xiaoyang's whole body suddenly trembled, the psychological barrier was so difficult to overcome. Qixua kissed the back of his neck, but his mind automatically switched to other parts of his body, and his whole body felt numb. Qixua marked Xiaoyang for the third time, so he was already experienced. Soon, he found the glands on his neck. Just as he was about to bite down, Xiaoyang suddenly dodged to the side, and Qixua missed. A question mark slowly appeared in Qixua's head. "Why, are you hiding?" Xiaoyang's voice trembled as he said, "I'll adjust it again." "Qixua, aren't you making too many adjustments today? Why didn't you adjust the last 2 times?" Xiaoyang felt extremely conflicted. He couldn't let his imagination run wild anymore. Just treat it as a simple bite on the neck, nothing more. He took a deep breath and whispered, "All right, come on." Qixua said, "If you don't feel well, you can do it another day." Xiaoyang hurriedly said, "It's fine, let's do it today. The sooner I finish it, the sooner I can be at ease." Qixua was silent for a few seconds, then whispered, "Then I'll start?" Xiaoyang grunted and closed his eyes tightly. Qixua leaned forward again. This time, Xiaoyang didn't dodge, but his body was very stiff. Qixua's movements were as gentle as usual. After finding the location of the glands, he first bit gently, then slowly increased his strength. Xiaoyang could clearly feel the soft glands on the back of his neck being slowly bitten by Alpha. His head was in a mess. The cold fragrance of bamboo under the moonlight gradually appeared in the air. He had smelled this fragrance before. He knew it was the smell of Qixua's pheromone. At that time, he only thought it smelled good and thought it was similar to perfume. But today, he inexplicably felt that this fragrance was very tempting. It made his heart beat faster and his blood vessels expand. The familiar pheromone was injected into his body through the glands and slowly flowed through his blood. He felt that his whole body was wrapped in Qixua's cold and gentle pheromone, and every pore on his body was soothed and comfortable. Thinking that this was the initial pleasure of Alpha and Omega mentioned in Scientific Marker, Xiaoyang's face turned red. He wished he could find a hole in the ground and bury himself. Qixua was still going on. Xiaoyang's heartbeat was ridiculously fast, and a lot of messy images appeared in his mind. He clenched his fists to barely control his fierce heartbeat and rapid breathing. At this moment, time seemed to have been deliberately slowed down. Every second became incomparably long, and every detail of Qixua biting him was magnified several times in his mind. It was so clear that he felt ashamed. "Why isn't it over yet? How long is Qixua going to bite? My body seems to be reacting. Help!" Xiaoyang was so ashamed that he was about to explode. Qixua's heart was also beating fast. Today's Xiaoyang was more attractive than the previous 2 times. The more he looked at him, the more adorable he looked. He was a little distracted, and the marking speed was a little slower. This was a kind of torture for both of them. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoyang couldn't help but whisper, Are you done?" His trembling voice betrayed his emotions that were on the verge of collapse. Qixua let go of him and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm done." Clear teeth marks left by Alpha appeared on his neck. The tender glands were bitten and filled with Alpha's pheromone. This time, the marking was a little deep. It should last for a few months so that the following matches would not be affected. Qixua was thinking about this when he saw Xiaoyang suddenly jump up as if he had been electrocuted. He rushed to the bedroom and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." Qixua. In the bathroom, Xiaoyang stood under the showerhead and turned the cold water to the maximum. Today at the hospital, he asked the doctor if it would be difficult for Alpha to endure when he marked Omega. The doctor said that it was normal to have an instinctive physiological reaction. In the end, he didn't know how Qixua reacted, but he had a violent reaction. The first 2 marks, his heart didn't waver because in his opinion, it was just a simple bite. But now, he realized what the marking represented. It was hard not to think about it. When Qixua marked him just now, his mind was full of images of the 2 of them fighting in the real world. While he was so embarrassed that his toes dug into the ground, his body involuntarily, Xiaoyang covered his face guiltily. He stood under the shower head and splashed cold water while cursing himself for being shameless. Not only did he ask his good friend to help him solve his physiological problem, but he also had a reaction. Did he have any shame? He deserved the title of Worst Omega of the Year. After Xianxia came back from the hospital today, in order to avoid losing control when he marked Xiaoyang, he injected a strong inhibitor into his arm. Although there was a reaction during the marking process, he quickly suppressed it. But Xiaoyang, in a hurry, he didn't even close the bedroom door. Hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom, Xianxia instantly understood why Xiaoyang fled just now. Was it because of a reaction that he rushed to take a shower in a hurry? Xianxia's heart itched, as if it was gently scratched by a kitten's paw. He waited for a while, but Xiaoyang still didn't come out, so he went over and knocked on the door, asking with concern, "Xiaoyang, are you okay?" Xiaoyang's slightly trembling voice came from the bathroom, "I'm okay, I'm just taking a shower." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a continuous sneeze in the bathroom. Xianxia frowned, "Do you have a cold?" Xiaoyang, "No, I don't." He quickly turned off the shower, dried his body, changed into his pajamas, and went out. When he opened the door, he saw Xianxia standing outside the bedroom, looking into the room with a worried expression. The two of them looked at each other, and Xiaoyang's face turned red again. Thinking about how he had just taken care of himself in the bathroom, he felt ashamed and angry. Xianxia whispered, "Dry your hair, don't catch a cold." Xiaoyang nodded and stammered, "Well, I want to take a nap in the afternoon." "Captain Qi, you can go do your work, don't worry about me." Xianxia saw that he didn't have any other abnormalities, so he nodded and said, "Okay, you rest first." Xiaoyang closed the bedroom door, dried his hair, and turned to lie on the bed. He didn't sleep well, and his dreams were full of messy scenes. He slept very deeply, as if there was some force dragging him into the dream, and he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. It wasn't until 6 in the evening that Xianxia was about to go downstairs for dinner, but he saw that Xiaoyang's door was closed. He sent a message to Xiaoyang, "Are you up?" He didn't receive a reply. Omega might be tired after being tagged, so he should let him sleep a little longer. With that thought in mind, Xianxia went downstairs to eat and packed dinner for Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang's door was still closed at 8 in the evening, and he didn't reply to any messages. Xianxia sensed that something was wrong, so he got up and knocked on the door, "Xiaoyang, are you still not awake?" There was no response from inside the room. Xianxia frowned and pushed the door open. Xiaoyang was curled up in a ball, tightly wrapped in the quilt, and only his head was exposed. There was an unnatural flush on his face, as if he was sick. Xianxia quickly walked over and reached out to touch his forehead. It was so hot. Was he having a fever? Xianxia sat on the edge of the bed and whispered, "Yang, wake up. Can you hear me?" Xiaoyang was in a daze. In his dream, he felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire and couldn't get out of it no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him, "Yang, wake up." He struggled to open his eyes and met a pair of deep and gentle eyes. Xianxia touched his forehead with concern and said, "You have a fever. Are you still conscious?" Xiaoyang's throat was almost smoking. He said hoarsely, "I have a headache." He struggled to sit up, but Xianxia hurriedly held him down. "Don't move. Do you have an appetite now? Eat something to fill your stomach first. I'll get you some cold medicine." Xiaoyang shook his head. "I have no appetite. I don't want to eat." Xianxia said, "You haven't eaten anything all afternoon. Taking medicine on an empty stomach is not good for your stomach. I'll make you some porridge that's easy to digest." He got up and poured a glass of warm water for Xiaoyang. Then, he went to the kitchen and made a bowl of vegetable porridge. Xianxia sat on the edge of the bed and helped Xiaoyang up so that he could lean against his chest. Xiaoyang had a fever and was in a daze. He couldn't see a lot of things clearly, and his eyes seemed to have lost focus. Xianxia scooped up some porridge with a spoon and blew on it. Then, he handed it to Xiaoyang and fed it to him. Xiaoyang obediently opened his mouth to eat the porridge. He was completely unaware that he was being fed by the good buddy who had just marked him. Xianxia patiently fed Xiaoyang a bowl of porridge and wiped his mouth. He said softly, "Take the fever medicine in half an hour." I'll stay here and watch over you. If your fever doesn't subside, I'll take you to the hospital. Yi Xiaoyang answered in a daze. He looked listless. His eyes were closed, his forehead was burning, and his breathing was a little heavy. Qi Shua took a clean towel and put a cold compress on his forehead. Half an hour later, he found some fever medicine and gave it to him with warm water. Here, take the medicine first. Yi Xiaoyang was like a puppet that had lost its soul. He was at Qi Shua's mercy. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't hear what Qi Shua was saying. He only thought that Qi Shua smelled particularly good. Maybe it was because he had just been marked, but he leaned into Qi Shua's arms and smelled the familiar cold fragrance on Qi Shua's body. He felt inexplicably at ease. Yi Xiaoyang reached out and hugged Qi Shua's waist. Unknowingly, he fell asleep again. The Yi Xiaoyang that Qi Shua usually saw was full of energy and vigor. This was the first time he saw him sick. He must have taken a cold shower and caught a cold. After being marked, Omega's body would be weaker. If he took a cold shower now, it would be easy for him to get sick. It was also his fault for not reminding him. He knew that Yi Xiaoyang didn't understand this kind of knowledge. Qi Shua blamed himself. Just then, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly reached out and hugged him. Maybe people with a fever liked the cold smell on his body. Qi Shua's heart suddenly softened. He gently hugged Yi Xiaoyang back. Go to sleep. I'll be here to watch over you. Maybe the cold medicine had some hypnotic properties, but Yi Xiaoyang fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next morning, he only felt refreshed and comfortable all over. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he found himself hugging someone's waist and sleeping in their arms. Yi Xiaoyang? What was going on? He looked up and was almost scared out of his wits. F***ck, 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 why was he hugging Qi Shua to sleep? He had let Qi Shua help him mark him, and then he hugged Qi Shua to sleep the whole night. It was true that he was a scumbag. It was over. He couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. If he apologized to Qi Shua in the future, how was he going to compensate Qi Shua for the psychological damage? Yi Xiaoyang would never have hugged Qi Shua to sleep when he was awake. He must have had a high fever last night. The fever was so high that his consciousness was blurred. He didn't even know what he had done. He remembered that the scientific marker booklet mentioned that alphas would become possessive of the marked omega, and omega would become dependent on the marked alpha. This was a normal reaction induced by pheromones. In the ABO world, pheromones played a very powerful role. During estrus and susceptibility periods, they could even make people lose their minds. Yi Xiaoyang had been marked by Qi Shua yesterday, and then he had a fever after taking a cold shower. In his blurred consciousness, he had fallen asleep in Qi Shua's arms because of the so-called dependence induced by the pheromones. This was all the fault of the pheromones, but no matter what the reason was, he did sleep with Qi Shua. If word got out, it would be hard to explain. An omega and an alpha hugging each other to sleep, and you're telling people that you didn't do anything? Who would believe that? Yi Xiaoyang carefully moved his body, trying to sneak out of bed without waking Qi Shua up. However, as soon as he moved, a gentle voice came from above his head. Awake? Yi Xiaoyang froze instantly. He sat up quickly as if he had been electrocuted and scratched his head awkwardly. How did I fall asleep? Qi Shua put the back of his hand on his forehead to check his temperature and said with concern, the fever has gone down. Do you still feel uncomfortable? Do you want to go to the hospital? Yi Xiaoyang hurriedly shook his head. I'm fine. There's no need to go to the hospital. He carefully considered his words before whispering, I had a fever last night and was confused. I didn't say anything strange, did I? Qi Shua said, no. You were in a coma. You didn't respond when I asked you. Yi Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief and got out of bed to wash up. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. It was already past breakfast time in the canteen. Qi Shua rummaged through the fridge in the dormitory. He took out a few poached eggs from the pot and filled 2 bowls for each of them. Then, he took out the steamed buns he brought back yesterday and heated them up in the microwave. He brought them to the dining room and said, Xiaoyang, come and eat. Yi Xiaoyang washed his face with cold water and finally calmed down. He had successfully completed the marking yesterday, which meant that there would be no problems with his pheromone for the next few months. He could play normally. A moment of awkwardness in exchange for a few months of stability, it was worth it. Yi Xiaoyang came to the dining room and looked at the tender yellow poached eggs in his bowl. Perhaps because he was hungry, he felt that the poached eggs were delicious and the soup was especially delicious. Yi Xiaoyang wolfed down his breakfast quickly, and Qi Shua took the initiative to clear the table. When he came out of the kitchen, he found Yi Xiaoyang sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding Little White in a daze. Little White seemed to sense that its owner's mood was not right. It lay in Yi Xiaoyang's arms obediently, its head facing Qi Shua's direction. Its eyes were wide open and motionless, as if it was also in a daze, thinking about its life as a cat. The owner and the cat were in a daze at the same time. This scene was somewhat funny. Qi Shua curled his lips, walked over, and gently patted the cat's head. He asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yi Xiaoyang came back to his senses and said nervously, "Captain Qi, I was thinking that it must be very troublesome for you to always make the marking, right? I'm sorry to drag you into this." Qi Shua's gaze was gentle. "It's okay. You didn't want to be allergic to the inhibitor." Yi Xiaoyang hurriedly nodded. "That's right, I really didn't do it on purpose. That time at the hospital, the doctor told me that the commonly used inhibitors had no effect on me. If I didn't find a temporary alpha mark, I would directly lose control and enter estrus. There would be no end to it. At that time, the only alpha I could trust around me was you, so I asked you for help." He paused and said with red ears, "But I'm still sorry for causing you so much trouble." Qi Shua's heart softened slightly. "You don't have to apologize. I don't think it's troublesome. To me, you have never been troublesome. You are someone I want to protect. So, no matter what problems you encounter, I have the obligation to help you, and I am willing to help you." Yi Xiaoyang looked up at him in confusion. "You don't mind?" Qi Shua said, "I don't mind." Yi Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile finally returned to his face. He asked seriously, "Captain Qi, the most important thing for you is to lead Tianheng to win the championship, right?" Qi Shua said without hesitation, "Of course." Yi Xiaoyang said, "If someone in our team affected the team's performance because of personal feelings, you would definitely be very angry, right?" Qi Shua was stunned for a moment. What did he mean by that? Was he implicitly telling him not to fall in love during the competition? A person's energy was limited. It was easy to get distracted when in love. Sometimes, feelings would get carried away and affect one's judgment during the competition. Qi Shua understood Yi Xiaoyang's meaning and nodded. During the competition, of course, the competition is the most important thing. Yi Xiaoyang thought that Captain Qi was indeed a good captain. He put the team's performance first. If he told the truth now, it would be very awkward for the two of them to meet in the future. So, if he didn't say it clearly for the time being, it wouldn't affect their relationship. They were still good brothers, good teammates, and a tacit tandem. Let's finish the competition and then make amends. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyang finally felt relieved. He said calmly, "I know what to do. Let's focus on the competition. As for other things, let's talk about it later, right?" Qi Shua nodded. "Yeah, I think so too." Yi Xiaoyang thought to himself, the competition is the most important thing. After the competition, I'll kneel down and apologize. Qi Shua thought to himself, the competition is the most important thing. After the competition, we'll talk about dating and getting married. The two captains were talking to each other across servers. But they had a pleasant chat and quickly reached a consensus. Yi Xiaoyang changed the subject and asked, "Captain Qi, do you have any plans for today's holiday? Are you going out for a walk or staying in the team to continue playing games?" Qi Shua said, "Master has come to the imperial capital. He wants to ask us out for a meal and asked you to come along." Yi Xiaoyang was a little surprised. "Did God Ming look for you?" Qi Shua said, "He just sent us a message asking if we're free." Yi Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'm free anyway. I'll go with you." At 5 p.m., Qi Shua drove Yi Xiaoyang to a place that Mingxing had booked in advance. It was a private restaurant with a very good environment. The buildings inside were very elegant and there was also a small artificial lake with many red and gold koi fish. Yi Xiaoyang followed Qi Shua to a private room. When he opened the door, he saw Mingxing sitting there leisurely making tea. The man's slender fingers were gently fiddling with the tea set. The aroma of tea filled the room. Qi Shua said respectfully, "Master." Yi Xiaoyang also greeted him politely, "God Ming, long time no see." Mingxing smiled and pointed to the seat across from him. "Sit. It's just the three of us today. Don't be shy." The two of them sat down in front of him. Mingxing asked the waiter to serve the dishes. He was the former captain of Tianheng. After he retired, he became a major shareholder of Tianheng Club. Yi Xiaoyang didn't want to talk nonsense in front of him, so he lowered his head and drank his tea silently. Qi Shua took the initiative to break the silence. "Master, why did you suddenly come to Imperial City?" The Ming family's business was in Star City, and Mingxing usually stayed in Star City. He suddenly came to Imperial City and even asked Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang to meet. Qi Shua felt that things weren't that simple. "Sure enough," Mingxing said with a faint smile, "I'm here to take care of some things and chat with you guys." Qi Shua was puzzled. "What is it?" Mingxing said, "It's about Yaoguang Club." Yi Xiaoyang was slightly taken aback. He looked up at Mingxing. "Why? Yaoguang wants to slander me again?" Mingxing said, "Their boss promotes stars in the entertainment industry and suppresses his opponents. His methods have always been unscrupulous. Last time, when Tianheng and Yaoguang had a match, you used Goddess of Destiny in the first round and suppressed them in the second round. You made them lose face. They won't let you enter Group S comfortably." Qi Shua frowned. "Are they looking for ghostwriters to slander Xiaoyang for not respecting his opponents?" Mingxing laughed. "You're thinking too simply. What's the most common way to ruin a star?" Yi Xiaoyang felt a chill down his spine. "Scandals?" Mingxing nodded. "Yes, scandals in the private life can also ruin an esports player." As he spoke, he turned on his phone, turned it around, and pushed it in front of Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang looked down at the photo on Mingxing's phone. The morning before yesterday, he and Qi Shua went to the hospital to see a doctor. They sat together in the waiting room and walked out of the pheromone specialist together. The whole process was clearly captured. Although they were wearing masks, the other party must have used a high-definition camera to capture their eyes. Qi Shua suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Did they hire professional paparazzi?" Mingxing said, "Yes, they followed and photographed from a distance. They were very skilled." He paused and looked up at the two. "Why did you go to the pheromone specialist?" Yi Xiaoyang looked embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain. Qi Shua took the initiative to help him out. "Xiaoyang is a mixed blood and has a special constitution. The doctor called him to go to the hospital for a pheromone review, so I drove him there." "That's it?" Mingxing looked at them. "You two are hiding some secrets from me, right?" "No," the two of them said in unison. Mingxing looked at Qi Shua and then at Yi Xiaoyang. He chuckled and continued, "I intercepted the photo before it was posted online. Don't worry, I will take care of it." Yi Xiaoyang asked curiously, "How do you plan to deal with it?" Mingxing said, "I've been investigating Yaoguang's club recently and found some secrets." He showed the evidence on his phone to the two of them. The more Yi Xiaoyang looked at it, the more shocked he became. Yaoguang bribed the opponents in Team A and got them to cooperate with him? Qi Shua understood. No wonder Yumao was able to get a pentakill in his debut competition. A sharpshooter needs his teammates to defeat all 5 opponents to get a pentakill. During that wave of team battles, the other side's mistake was actually an act? Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua looked at each other. In order to create a god, they were really unscrupulous. It was too disgusting. Yi Xiaoyang looked up at Mingxing. "This is a fake competition, right? If the alliance finds out, they will definitely punish us." "Yes, that's why we have to strike first. They won't have the energy to slander you." Mingxing paused, then said, "Also, the two of you should be careful. After all, one of you is an alpha and the other an omega. If you get too close, people will think too much." In places like pheromone specialization, try to avoid appearing at the same time. Pheromone specialization in the ABO world was similar to gynecology and andrology in the real world. Boys accompanying girls to gynecology, or girls accompanying boys to the andrology hospital, it was really hard to explain. Yi Xiaoyang now realized that strictly speaking, he and Qi Shua were not of the same gender. A and O were actually opposite genders, right? Yi Xiaoyang lowered his head in shame. It's my fault. I will be careful. Mingxing smiled and said, if you want to develop a romantic relationship, the club will not forbid it, but you should be careful during the competition. It won't be good if things get out of hand. Yi Xiaoyang hurriedly explained, no, we are not in the kind of relationship you think we are. Captain Qi just drove me to the hospital. That's all. Qi Shua cooperated and said, don't worry, master. We know what to do. Mingxing said, that's good. With your popularity, there is a high chance that you will be able to participate in this year's All-Star competition. I hope you will be in your best condition for the All-Star competition. The peak of esports players is only a few years away. Let's put everything else aside for now. I believe you know what's important. Qi Shua said, I know. Yi Xiaoyang echoed, I know. Although their understandings were not on the same channel, their ultimate goal was the same. Nothing could affect Tianheng's results. If they missed out on this year, who could guarantee what would happen next year? Therefore, this year, while Tianheng's results were improving, they had to give it a shot. The two of them looked at each other and reached a tacit agreement. Qi Shua said, we will leave the rumors and scandals to master. We will focus on the competition. Yi Xiaoyang also said, thank you, God Ming, for reminding us. We will definitely be more careful in the future. Mingxing smiled and said, don't worry. I will not let Tianheng's players be bullied and discredited by others. They dared to touch our Tianheng's reverse scale, so they will have to pay a price. That night, the Professional Alliance's official website suddenly announced a piece of news. The God Wars Disciplinary Committee received a real name report today. Regarding Yaoguang Esports Club's player YG Yumao and Wolfpack Esports Club's player LZ Tian, they are suspected of engaging in improper private transactions. The alliance has set up a special investigation team to enter the esports club and conduct a comprehensive investigation. During the investigation period, YG Yumao and LZ Tian are temporarily banned from participating in any competition activities. We hope that all players will respect the spirit of fairness and justice in esports. The Alliance's disciplinary committee strictly forbids any illegal activities. Once the investigation is done, there will be no tolerance. This piece of news was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire God Wars esports circle exploded. The Alliance directly sent an investigation team to enter the esports club, which meant that the informant had already submitted important evidence. It could be said that it was solid evidence. YG Yumao had debuted with a pentakill, and LZ Tian was the support player from Wolfpack who had made a mistake at the start of the group battle. It was actually an act? A fake match? The esports fans on Weibo were instantly enraged. The pentakill was a fake pentakill? In order to create a god, they really didn't care about their reputation anymore. They had long disliked Yaoguang's method of stepping on their former captain. It was really disgusting. They felt sorry for Xiaoyu. He had been scolded so badly before, but now it seemed that Xiaoyu was 10 streets ahead of that Yumao. No wonder Yaoguang's results in Group S were so bad. He had lost 5 times in a row and was eliminated, so, Yumao still wanted to compete with Liang for best rookie? Look at yourself in the mirror. Liang had gotten a pentakill with his own strength. King spent money to get a pentakill. What's there to be proud of? After Xie Weiyu left, Yaoguang was no longer the serious Yaoguang from last season. His entire team emitted a sense of impatience. Don't come to esports. Go and participate in variety shows. You deserve to be eliminated by Group S. You don't deserve to be eliminated. Yi Xiaoyang was shocked when he saw the overwhelming scolding online. He privately sent a message to Qi Shua, your master is really something. Now that Yaoguang can't even protect himself, he won't have the energy to care about us. Qi Shua, yes, don't think too much. Focus on the competition. Yao Guang's scandal quickly became a hot topic on Weibo. The other esports teams were very quiet. No one shared this news. Everyone was quietly watching the show. Yi Xiaoyang sent a message to Xia Weiyu. Xiaoyu, did you see the alliance's announcement? Link, Xia Weiyu, I saw it. Yi Xiaoyang sighed and said, you were right to leave Yao Guang. After a while, Xia Weiyu sent 3 voice messages. Actually, I left because Yao Guang's management changed. In the past, Yao Guang's manager was quite knowledgeable about esports. However, after last year's competition, the big boss suddenly intervened in the club's management and asked us to talk. He said that he wanted reporters to come to the team to do interviews, film daily scenes, and edit them into a series of variety shows. This would help us consolidate our fanbase and make us super popular esports players. I didn't know how to deal with these things. Plus, my contract was up, so I terminated it with Yao Guang. The current Yao Guang is indeed not the same team as before. They care more about popularity and the management of their fanbase. Sigh, it's not good to speak ill of the old team. I'll only tell you about this. Yang, you can forget about it. I'm retracting it. The voice was very gentle, but it was full of regret. After all, he still had feelings for Yao Guang's team. Seeing Yao Guang in this state, Xia Weiyu felt a little sad. After Yi Xiaoyang finished listening, he opened it and saw that he had already retracted the 3 voice messages. Yi Xiaoyang sent a hug emoji and comforted him, let bygones be bygones. They dug their own graves and couldn't be stopped. You didn't let them down during your time in Yao Guang. It's fine as long as you have a clear conscience. Xia Weiyu sent a smiley emoji, yeah, I think so too. Yi Xiaoyang, let's not talk about these disappointing things. Come, let's go to the entertainment game. Xia Weiyu said, alright, wait for me to start a livestream. The 2 of them teamed up to play the Battle of the Clones entertainment game. Many fans were talking about Yao Guang in the bullet screen, but Yi Xiaoyang and Xia Weiyu did not respond. The next afternoon, the Professional Alliance announced the results of their investigation. After investigation and verification, there was clear evidence that Yao Guang and the Wolf Clan Club had a private transaction. The people involved in both parties also confessed to this result. The punishment of the alliance is as follows. 1. Yao Guang Battle Team and Wolf Clan Battle Team were fined 2 million each. 2. The managers of the 2 teams are suspended from their duties to reflect on themselves. Contestants YG Yumao and LZ Tian, who were involved in improper competitions, will be banned from competing for 1 year. I hope that all the teams will take this as a warning, respect the esports spirit, and work together to maintain a fair and just competitive environment. Announcement of the official disciplinary committee of God Wars. The disciplinary committee's investigation speed was so fast. Mingxing must have done his investigation early on and had sufficient evidence. The evidence he handed to the alliance would directly hammer both sides to death. The alliance went through the motions and issued a punishment announcement after confirming it. This announcement was very satisfying. Yao Guang's fans on Weibo dropped by hundreds of thousands in the blink of an eye. The comments section was filled with curses. Yumao was banned from competing. With such a serious stain on his career, it would be very difficult for him to return to competition in the future, much less the Best Newcomer award. Yao Guang's manager was suspended, and the assistant manager replaced him. Following this, Yao Guang's days in Group A would not be easy. Group A had the very strong Luotian Temple team, and the other teams were constantly improving. This season, Yao Guang had fallen from his pedestal because he had courted death. Yi Xiaoyang closed the official Weibo webpage with mixed feelings. LPL and KPL had teams that fixed matches before, but they were eventually punished by the alliance. The fairness of the competitive environment needed everyone to work together to maintain it. Team A had secretly given Team B money to make them throw the match, while Team B and Team C had deliberately made mistakes in the team battle. If this continued, what was there to see in the competition? Yi Xiaoyang could not understand such behavior, but there were always people who crossed the line. Fortunately, the 6 teams that remained in Group S disdained to do such things. They all relied on their results to make a living. Regardless of whether they won or lost in the following matches, everyone could have a clear conscience. The next day, Tianheng's players returned to their teams after their break. During dinner, everyone gathered in the dining hall and discussed Yaguang's punishment. Qingxing rejoiced in Feather's misfortune and said, "Feather is finished now, right? However, he can rely on his face to make a living. Who knows, he might be able to follow the boss and become a celebrity." Xujiang complained, "The entertainment circle doesn't accept all kinds of trash. His punishment for fixing matches is already set in stone. He won't be able to survive in the entertainment circle. With this dark history being dug out, his reputation will also be ruined." Qin Yizhu scratched his head and said, "It's a pity. He's actually quite talented. If he played honestly, he would have had some results. He was too impatient and took this detour. He's really destroying his future." Coach Lin walked over and interrupted them. "Alright, let's stop gossiping. Yao Guang's matter is over. We won't meet this team again. Let's study our opponents in Group S." He took out his phone and sent a form to the Tianhuan squad group. "The competition schedule is out. Everyone, take a look." Everyone turned on their phones. After the official competition schedule was released, it would first be sent to the coaches of the major teams before being published online. Lin Feng immediately went to look for his team members when he received the schedule. Tianhing's schedule in Group S was not very optimistic. But on second thought, there were no weak teams in Group S, so it was the same no matter who they played first. This week was a break, and the third stage of the competition would only begin next week. The matches in Group S were all scheduled for the weekend. Tianhing's first match was on Saturday, May 21st at 7 p.m. against Xianxia. They still had about 10 days to prepare. Coach Lin said, "Let's go to the meeting room after dinner. We'll study how Xianxia will play this match." Everyone stopped gossiping and quickly finished their dinner before following the coach to the meeting room. Coach Lin turned on his computer and connected to the PowerPoint presentation that he had prepared in advance. Coach Lin was not the only coach in Tianhing. There was also a data department and a few assistant coaches. However, Coach Lin communicated directly with the team members and was in charge of BP on the field. He showed the results of the coach's research for everyone to see. Xianxia squad is a very strong team with a very well-rounded lineup. They often study special tactical systems. For example, S8's Poison team system. The Poison Warlock plays the shooter position. Xianxia was the first to use this system. The Poison Warlock was a mage. Due to its low damage output and long cooldowns, it was a hero that no one used for a long time. However, after Xianxia came up with the Poison team system, he was able to stack his attack speed to the max and rely on stacking his poison to deal damage. Together with King Cobra, the results were unexpectedly good. This kind of team that was willing to study new strategies was very difficult to deal with. Coach Lin said, "Xianxia's results have been very stable this season. The mid laner Fang Jingqing, the shooter Xia Yuan, and the support Li Yunma are known as the Iron Triangle. The top laner and jungler are also very good players. This is their data this season, including KDA, commonly used hero pool, economy gain per minute, and so on. Take a look first." The big screen displayed the IDs of Xianxia's team and their data this season. "I'm very square, I'm very round, a cloud, a mountain, a knife." Xianxia's player name was a little funny. It was probably because of the team captain, Fang Jingqing. Fang Jingqing was indeed the laziest alpha in the league. His surname was Fang, but he was named I'm very square. He didn't even bother to think of a new ID. Fang Jingqing and Xia Yuan's data were very good. Their hero pools were also very deep. They were indeed world-class mid-laners. Coach Lin continued his analysis. Most teams will target the mid-laner and the shooter when they play against Xianxia. However, we can't ignore Xianxia's support, Li Yunma. He is the calmest support in the whole league and is very good at seizing opportunities. Under Li Yunma's protection, it is very difficult for the shooter to be killed. The top laner may not be able to take advantage of him." He paused and looked at everyone. After the coaching team's research, they decided to put the breakthrough point in the mid lane. Qi Shua raised his eyebrows. "Go for Fang Jingqing's lane?" Coach Lin nodded. "Yes. Fang Jingqing is indeed difficult to deal with, but our Xiaoyang is not bad either. I believe that Xiaoyang won't be at a disadvantage in a 1v1 with Fang Jingqing." Qi Shua, you can help the mid lane frequently. You two can send Fang Jingqing's team home in a 2v1 and then roam around to make up for the time difference. Coach Lin paused, looked at Qi Shua, and asked, by the way, what hero do you think Fang Jingqing will pick if he plays against Tianheng? Qi Shua thought for a moment and said, King Cobra and the giant monster of the North Sea. His favorite heroes are these two. Coach Lin suddenly understood. Okay, then we don't need to ban these two heroes. He definitely won't pick them. Let's focus on the shooter position and ban Xia Yuan's best hero. Qi Shua? Yi Xiaoyang laughed. Reverse elimination. After all, the two of you have a tacit understanding between the two of you. If you think he will pick them, then he definitely won't pick them. Qi Shua, Coach Lin continued to ask, Fang Jingqing's first wave of level 6 players. Will he support the top lane or bottom lane? Qi Shua guessed, bottom lane? Coach Lin looked at Qin Yizhu. Old Qin, be careful. Fang Jingqing's level 6 will most likely be sent to the top lane. Qin Yizhu sat up straight. Got it. Qi Shua, at the same time, at the Jingxia team's base. Fang Jingqing leaned back in his seat and narrowed his eyes. Jingxia's coach Chen was excitedly explaining, Tianheng has improved rapidly this season. Liuyang's individual strength is very outstanding. Team Fang can't completely suppress him in the middle lane, so we must prevent him from supporting the flanks. Tianheng will most likely use a combination of the two of them to support Jingxia. The mid laner will continue to roam with the jungler. He paused and looked at Fang Jingqing. Team Fang, guess what hero Qi Shua will pick? Fang Jingqing thought for a moment and said, Stealth Bandit, Blood Cloak Assassin? His two best junglers can circle around and kill our archer. Coach Chen said, okay, then we won't ban these two heroes. Qi Shua probably won't pick them. Fang Jingqing, ? Xia Yuan chuckled and said, you and Qi Shua don't have a tacit understanding. Coach Lin is eliminating them in reverse. Fang Jingqing adjusted his glasses. Oh. Coach Chen continued to look at Fang Jingqing. Which lane do you think Tianheng will attack? Fang Jingqing continued to guess. The bottom lane? Coach Chen, then the bottom lane can develop in peace. Let's focus on defending the top lane and the middle lane. Fang Jingqing, can't we continue the meeting happily? After a round of reverse elimination, the coaches on both sides confirmed the idea of BP Tianheng targeted the archer position and released Fang Jingqing's famous hero. Fang Jingqing probably wouldn't pick it. Jingxia targeted the mid lane position and released Qi Shua's jungler. In any case, Qi Shua probably wouldn't pick it. Immediately after, both sides began to arrange their troops and determine the lineup for the next practice. Playing against a strong team like Jingxia was likely to lead to the final game. Therefore, they had to prepare 3 sets of lineups, as well as alternative plans for some of the core heroes to be banned. These were all things that the coaching team had to study. There was still a week before the official start of Group S, and everyone entered the intense training phase. Although Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua sat together and interacted with each other day and night, both of them had determined their next goal, to work hard to win the championship and put other things aside for now. With such a tacit understanding, they no longer mentioned the mark. The topics of discussion every day were heroes, tactics, and competitions. Although their understanding of relationships was worlds apart, they always chatted across servers. But their understanding of the game was very similar. When they talked about the game, their brainwaves were often in sync. There was no need to continue hiding the Nakano/Nakano combination that they had practiced for a long time in the international server. To deal with Jingxia, they needed to bring out their strongest lineup. End of chapter 124. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.